Chapter 29. Did not want to love. 1. Standing atop a hill, the man gazed out toward the distant horizon. The sun had already long since set, and the poor village, lacking in light sources, was no match for the dead of night. All the more so with many of the male laborers injured, and with fewer bonfires than usual, the sight of a man standing in the darkness seemed very strange to the girl's eyes. Bandits had been raiding villages in the vicinity, and her hometown bore the brunt of the raids, having just suffered major losses, such as livestock food, and the men becoming injured. But even so, it was a silver lining of a dark cloud that the village had not perished, and the person atop the hill could also be said to be one part of that good fortune. When the bandits had attacked the village, the men who resisted were killed or wounded, and the women and children were captured one after another. As the girl was facing the possibility of being sold or of going through something even worse, appearing there were soldiers who had been dispatched from the capital, including the man atop the hill. They surrounded the bandits in the blink of an eye and annihilated them with little resistance. Afterward, they were stationed near the village to help protect and rebuild it, responding rapidly, and the village obtained a more sturdy fence than it had before it had fallen victim to the bandits. If the injuries of the men healed, the village would be secure for the time being. Like the grown-up women, the young girl was busy bustling about, tending to the wounded, serving food to the soldiers, and taking care of the village's children. On her way home, after she had finished working, she spotted the man atop the hill. Man, the sight of the man silent staring into the darkness of night could be described as comical. Deeds akin to staring into the darkness, where there was likely nothing to be seen with a height of futility, the value of acts that did not lead to results was not recognized. Such was the harsh way of the empire. However, the man did not look comical to the eyes of the young girl. The man looked into the distance with undivided attention, as if he were trying to ascertain something that the others could not see. And what happened next was because she was irresistibly curious about what exactly he was trying to see. Girl, would it not be more comforting to count the stars in the sky than to look out into the darkness? The next thing she knew, she called out to the man's back. The man turned around with a slight surprise in his eyes, which made her somewhat proud. This encounter between a girl and a king would become a fairy tale that would go on to be recounted for a very, very long time. 2. That reunion was something that could not have been foreseen. Perhaps it ought to be called a cruel twist of fate, or a strange stroke of chance. In the midst of the unprecedented peril that had befallen the Valachian Empire, the full face of the great disaster had become known by almost everyone simultaneously. The march of the undead risen from the grave had plunged all the living into the midst of mayhem. However, there were those who experienced that inevitable plunge into mayhem and managed to crawl out of it. Regardless of the physical degree of strength, they could rise as beings of immense mental and spiritual strength in the eyes of mediocre and ordinary people. They were perceived as heroes and exceptional beings. Often such formidable individuals were also physically strong, but their actions significantly influenced the fate of the imperial capital. Either way, the horde surprise attack on the living, the strike of the great disaster, had resulted in casualties below what was initially expected. But that did not mean it was the best outcome, even if it signified the valiant efforts of the living. That was because at the outset of the initial mayhem, individuals who should have rightfully been counted among the exceptionals were engulfed by the initial ambush much quicker than they could rise above it. NGH. A faint breath escaped from the lips, and consciousness gently drifted towards awakening. The eyelids framed by long lashes quivered like the sun that fears the dawn. The eyes slowly began to reflect the world. Once, twice the blue eyes blinked in an instant. The ephemeral dream burst, and consciousness firmly settled into reality. HK. Hastily sitting up on the spot, the sight that was reflected in those eyes was an unfamiliar place. The room had a high ceiling, and both the materials of the walls and floors, along with the craftsmanship, were top-notch fine furnishings, adorned the luxurious room, giving it an air of nobility at a glance. The fact that they were lying on a soft bed in the spacious room only added to their realization, and the realization itself was peculiar. It was a fact that, when compared with the memories that immediately preceded it, this was extremely unnatural. I should have been participating in the battle for the imperial capital. They reflected upon themselves that way. Instantly, they recalled a world where both heaven and earth were painted with crimson, along with the memory of working hard together with their miraculously reunited daughter to try and comfort a weeping child. Quite literally, it was a situation in which their hands were burning, but the attempt itself should have been successful. However, they had found themselves in such a place, it was far too incomprehensible. My kimono. After thinking that far, they belatedly noticed the unfamiliar sensation of the touch of their own hand resting on their chest. Looking down at their own body in the bed, the attire adorning their limbs was not their familiar kimono, but a blue dress made with fabric of the highest quality, which also exuded an air of luxury. Their tied-up hair was now undone, and it seemed that both their hair ornaments and earrings had been removed. All of those items were irreplaceable to themselves, and were things that they would have never parted ways with even while unconscious. Hast thou awoken, O star of mine? Just as they were about to leave the bed in search of their lost ornaments, they heard that voice. Ah, the voice which unexpectedly struck their eardrums stole every bit of their brain's activity. Without exaggeration, the voice was uttered from the entrance of the room, which was adorned with elegant and dazzling furnishings that were captivating enough to seize one's gaze, however none of that entered their vision whatsoever. As if their ears had been ensnared, as if their heart had been ensnared, their consciousness was drawn in that direction. For Yorna Miss Higure, that was unavoidable Yorna. With eyes wide open, Yorna, still on the bed, was fixated on the figure, standing at the entrance. There stood a petite figure. They were significantly shorter than Yorna, who was already tall for a woman, and their slender frame gave the impression of a child. However, he was a handsome man with sharp facial features. His hair shade of green that near black reached down to his shoulders, and the unhealthy deep shades around his eyes that suggested displeasure seemed to vividly reflect his unfriendly personality. However, Yorna knew that in reality it was just that people feared him, and he did not try to keep people at a distance. In fact, he had not tried to distance himself from her. Even when facing his final moments, he had sincerely refused to distance himself. So right now Yorna knew that was why she was here, because she knew. Yorna, your excellency, is it? Man, a strange manner of speaking, but I shall allow it. All that is concerned with thy soul, I shall allow. Harboring a thought utterly unbelievable, Yorna posed a question, and that man of small build answered so. Terribly blunt, cold, and pregnant with melancholic weight. For such a short declaration, that voice was packed with so much emotion that it seemed like it would burst apart. That was the excessive obsession present within himself, and the source of that obsession was love. The man before her eyes was in love with Yorna Miss Higure. That was not understood because he possessed a special power as a result of being loved by Yorna, but rather it was a powerful emotion so abundantly clear that it would be immediately obvious to anyone else if they were present in the room. But then again, it was absolutely impossible for any other person to be present here. After all this was, man a tryst after a period of near 300 years. None shall pose a hindrance to mine self and thee. Yorna, man, show me thy face, even if thy form is altered. I wish to behold a glimpse of thee from close by. As the man slowly approached her as he spoke, those words, Yorna's heart trembled. Just what sort of emotion that was a result of she herself could not clearly tell. Of course, there was joy in this impossible reunion, and it made her feel the urge to jump into his chest. However, at the same time, there were 300 years' worth of reasons why she should not do such a thing the most recent decades for. The moment was the biggest reason why Yorna did not act so impulsively. Hence Yorna harbored conflicting emotions concerning the man approaching her, and her lips quivered. Yorna, your excellency, Yugurt Valakia. At her call, the man halted his step, and Yorna tightly shut her lips, since he halted his step upon being called. So then she had not mistaken him. There was no way that she could mistake him in the first place. Even if anyone else were to mistake him for another person, only for Yorna was it impossible to ever mistake him. Only for Yorna, only for the soul that started out as a girl named Iris, was it utterly impossible to mistake the one known as the King of Thorns, Yugurt. Iris and the King of Thorns. It was a fairy tale recited in this world since long ago, and simultaneously, it was an old story of historical fact. A story known for the meeting and separation of the girl known as Iris and of the Valakian emperor known as the King of Thorns, as well as the tragic conclusion depicted therein. Iris' soul did not ascend to heaven, and instead it was fettered to the vast lands of the empire, resulting in the existence of Yorna, Miss Higure, after reincarnating many times, and the one who fettered Iris' soul to the vast land of the empire was none other than the King of Thorns, Yugurt Valakia. In other words, this was an unwritten epilogue to the story of Iris and the King of Thorns. Yorna, that could never be such a beautiful tale. Slowly shaking her head, Yorna suppressed the urges she felt in her heart. A reunion with Yugurt after an undesired parting. One could say that such a thing had been Yorna's dearest wish. In that sense, one could also probably say that this was the very moment that her dearest wish was granted. However, that would be incorrect. The reunion Yorna had envisioned did not take this form. Yorna, I did not wish to see you with such a face and eyes, your excellency. As it seemed, the malicious nature of fate was ridiculing her. Yorna looked to Yugurt while bearing a sorrowful ire. Having halted his step, Yorna's beloved emperor received her gaze. He, with pallid skin and golden irises, had been completely altered from the form which Yorna knew. She did not know what had exactly happened to him, But she was confident that Yugurt's form was unusual, and that it would definitely not bestow any positive influence upon her or her beloved children. With a completely altered form, Yugurt had achieved an impossible resurrection if by some chance this unfamiliar place she had awoken and was a room of the Crystal Palace. The worst possibility passed through her mind. The possibility that some sort of absurd situation had occurred and the state of the empire had changed. Yorna, your excellency, my lord, just what in the world has happened for you two? There were as many stories to be exchanged as there were tears to be shed. Yet Yorna tried to shake those feelings off, attempting to ask what needed to be asked. However, Yugurt, O star of mine. Yorna's intended question was silenced by Yugurt's simple gesture of raising a finger. It was not the gesture itself that sealed Yorna's lips. Along with it came a sharp pain that constricted her heart, compelling her silence. Yorna Cog. The sharp pain pierced her heart, and instead of a question, a moan spilled from Yorna's throat. Yorna reflexively clutched at her chest, and a glance revealed a design on her dress that had not been there before. Thorns of ashen hue had been added. These thorns spiraled around the center of her chest, slipping through her pale skin and reaching inward. They thrust their spikes into Yorna's heart, causing a tremendous pain that overwhelmed her entire body. Trying to touch them was futile. They would slip through Yorna's fingers, remaining intangible. As her thoughts were clouded with pain, what flashed through Yorna's mind was Yugurt's alias successive Alakian emperors were called by various names based on their governing style and the conquest they achieved, but the title signifying Yugurt was the Emperor of the Briar. Quite literally, Yugurt had the power to bind and subjugate others with the pain of thorns. After all, Yugurt subjugated his imperial subjects with untouchable thorns he had planted, and he was a great emperor who used pain and fear to expand the empire's territories into what they currently were. Tormented by unbearable pain, Yorna's throat quivered as she gasped for breath. And then she remembered, in the midst of that battle concerning the imperial capital, after she and Priscilla had subdued the crying and raging Arakia, just what kind of defeat had she suffered? It was nothing at all. Enthralled by the sudden appearance of Yugurt, Yorna was unable to avoid the binding of the thorns, and then holding both the bound Yorna and the unconscious Arakia, Priscilla found herself facing off against Yugurt, and behind him many beings with golden eyes. Yorna Priska, is she safe? This question was posed amidst sharp, intense pain. The fact that her lips, which previously only let out moans enduring the pain, could form a coherent question was purely because her feelings surpassed her suffering. In truth, the pain she felt had not wavered in the slightest. Yugurt did not loosen the binding of thorns, whether the victim was Yorna or anyone else. It mattered not. To begin with, Yugurt's actions were not aimed at venting anger or chastisement. For Yugurt, planting thorns and binding others were acts as natural as breathing. Just as people walk on 2 feet, Yugurt bound others with thorns. The cries and the blood that flowed from those pierced deeply by these spikes were nothing more than means for him to interact with others. Therefore, being with him meant being together with this pain. Recalling this through personal experience, a faint smile played on Yorna's lips as she posed her question. Yorna, the two who were with me at that place, are they safe? Yugurt, if thou were with them. They did not catch mine. I what falls within mine sight. O star of mine is naught but thee. Yorna, is that so? Yugurt's response to her repeated inquiry was not what she had desired. But hearing the tone of Yorna's voice worsen by this, Yugurt narrowed his eyes as if contemplating something. Yugurt, however, the witch hath brought some living beings into the castle. Perhaps those of whom thou spoke are amongst them. At Yugurt's addition, Yorna drew a sharp breath. Distinct from the indigo eyes in her memories, Yugurt had a golden radiance housed with his black eyeballs, but the gentle gaze he gave Yorna and his tactless consideration seemed unchanged from his original self. Feeling a pain one separate from the thorns, squeezing her heart, Yorna, if that is the case, your excellency, I have a request. Yugurt, a request. Yorna, that a witch was at the ones whom the witch brought, and I wish to ascertain if they are my companions. Priska and Arakia, she wanted to ascertain if those two were safe. For Yorna, who did not fully understand the current situation, the highest priority at the moment was the well-being of those two. If that were to be granted, Yugurt, wilt thou give up on death, O star of mine? The words uttered by Yugurt pierced Yorna's chest once more with a different sort of pain. Yorna. As Yorna raised her face without releasing any vocalization, Yugurt looked down on her. Hearing Yugurt's words, Yorna was unable to say anything at once. There was no way she could say something like, "What nonsense," that had unmistakably pierced Yorna's true motives. Her soul fettered to the vast lands of the Empire. She was resurrected with a new name and a different body. Each time she died, repeating that over and over. Yorna Iris harbored a desire. Yugurt Valakia had seen right through that. Yorna blood is something that cannot be disputed. And that very same thing had also been seen through by Vincent Valakia. For that reason, Yorna had chosen to join forces with Vincent and to throw herself into the battle to recover the imperial capital from traitors. Of course, the collapse of the Demon City played an important role, but Yorna thought it dishonest of herself when she was lost on where her intent truly lay. That was why Yorna nodded at Yugurt's question. Yorna, if it saves the lives of those children, then my death is but a trifling matter. Yugurt, that shall do fine. I shall grant thy request, O star mine. As Yorna smiled through the pain, Yugurt nodded with no change in his expression. Then he resumed. His halted step came right before Yorna's eyes and gently touched Yorna's cheek with his outstretched hand. Contrary to that affectionate hand motion, his fingers were cold, and in proportion to the distance he had closed, the spikes of the thorns pierced her more deeply. Yugurt waited for a brief moment. In both heart and body, Yorna felt a piercing pain. Letting go of her, Yugurt left those words behind as he turned his back to her. As always, he was quick to decide on his actions. While bearing such deep emotions, Yorna issued a question to the back, heading for the door of the room. Yorna, what happened to the kimono I was originally wearing, as well as my hair and ear ornaments? Yugurt, they were not to mine liking, but they were articles which hadst adorned thee. I have set them aside. Speaking thus, Yugurt gestured to a shelf beside the bed, and concluded his reply to Yorna, without wasting any more words. Proceeding to exit the room, the candidness of Yugurt was undoubtedly that of a man which Yorna knew during his lifetime. He always lived fast and recklessly, as if he was always pressed for time. Wanted to tell him that there was no need to rush Iris once lined up next to him. Yorna, just like a helpless little girl, loosely shaking her head, Yorna slipped out from the bed and reached for the shelf. Opening the drawer, Yorna's kimono and obi were carefully folded, and there was also a pouch that contained her hair ornaments and earrings, making her let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps because that sense of relief was too great, Yorna, an unusually feeble sound leaked from her throat, and at the same time a heat ran through her cheeks. Yorna cooed. Her body bending forward, Yorna tightly clenched her teeth and choked back a sob. She could not allow the likes of tears to flow. That was a curse that would revert the firmly constructed flamboyant, the mistress of the Demon City, known as Yorna Miss Hager, into the mere village girl Iris. To return to being Iris would mean to narrow her focus down to only just one person whom she loved. In these 300 years up until now, she had been someone's child, someone's parent, someone's wife. To return to being Iris would mean to pretend that all those days gone by had never even happened. Yorna, why, Your Excellency, why now? Priska, the residents of the Demon City, many of the people living in this empire, she wanted to remain as herself who loved them. The pain of the thorns asserting themselves through spikes within her heart was trying to make her forget all of that. That nostalgic sweet pain was enough to drive her mad, and frighteningly Yorna could not resist it. She could not resist it. Chapter 30. Bad News. 1. The fortified city of Garkla was a great city listed among the top 5 of the Valachian Empire. The neighboring countries that were the Kingdom of Lagunica and the Karaji city-states, Garkla essentially reside alongside the national border of these two countries, with a large mountain at its back end. Numerous robust forts lining the insides of its defensive walls. The city had become an important location of mighty defenses. However, the legend of the city extolled for such sturdiness came crumbling down by hand of the witch cults since Archbishop of Greed would assail Garkla by his lonesome over a decade prior. The damage to the fortified city included the death of several. Thousands in the standing army, the death of the one who was considered to be the strongest warrior in the Valachian Empire, Kurgan the Eight Arms, and finally the annihilation of several forts, leaving it as one of the worst losses in the history of the empire. Since then, a deep scar had been carved into the fortified city. Coming to the present day, the restoration of the city and recovery of its functions had not been complete, and the international tension between countries remained high. And that was the kingdom's understanding of the fortified city's state of affairs. In the deepest part of the city, a large fortress had been carved out in the mountainside of the adjacent Mount. Gildre Roswell stood by the window of the conference room, smiling as he looked over the cityscape. The city had plenty of shelters that were amply stocked and sufficiently spacious, which now accommodated the soldiers and refugees who had barely escaped the imperial capital with their lives, finally allowing them to welcome the sensation of relief. Below, several forts erected during this lifetime were used to realize that scene, but not even a single one of those buildings were under construction. Roswell, this is quite different from what I had heard, even within the empire. The only rumor about the fortified city was that it was in the middle of reconstruction. Let alone citizens of other countries, the true state of affairs in the fortified city was not even well known to imperial citizens. If any country had taken action on the information that the fortified city was incomplete, it would have been greeted by the perfect structure imposed by the empire. As expected, the Empire utilized its own scandal for the sake of war. He was more impressed than he was initially surprised. And thereupon, if even the famous first-rank magician of the kingdom was not aware, then it seems that our information control has functioned quite well. Roswell, you wouldn't leave such visible and audible weaknesses lying around with you goodness. I take my hat off to the Empire's meticulousness. With this tone of admiration, Roswell turned around as he shrugged his shoulders. In front of him, standing there was a gray-haired old man, Imperial Prime Minister Bristetz von Dauphin. During the attack on the coupled dragon carriages, he was a person who had assisted in breaking the deadlock of that strenuous fight. At one point, he was ejected from the coupled dragon carriages and his survival had been in danger, but just by a hair's breadth, he was rescued by Frederica, who had been chasing the dragon carriage, allowing them to rejoin forces in the fortified city. Nevertheless, under those circumstances, it was not an unscathed return. Roswell, how are you feeling? The degree of your burns were quite extensive. Bristetz, much gratitude for your concern. Fortunately, thanks to the power of that healer girl, I have escaped death. My arms and legs are just a little impaired, but I suppose this is already too much good fortune for myself. Roswell, I see. As Bristetz said this, he struck his cane, using one of his hands, limping along with his right leg. No matter how great the effectiveness of healing magic, it would take a miracle to create results far beyond the upper limits of an individual's resilience. Unfortunately, Bristetz's miracle seemed to have ended when he narrowly escaped death, but then again the old man appeared to consider even this event to be far too miraculous. In any case, it is fortuitous that we were able to enter the fortified city with minimal human casualties, and without losing any significant war potential. It is regrettable that the Prime Minister's leg is impaired, but we couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. Stating this, having entered the conference room together with Roswell, was Serena. She sat at one of the seats of the round table in the middle of the room, and while tracing the scar on her face with her finger, she pulled out the chair beside her for Bristetz. Towards this unbefitting consideration of hers, Bristetz bowed and then took his seat. Bristetz, the words of High Countess Dracoy are lacking manners, but her gestures are considerate. I am at a loss for how to perceive you. Serena, don't think too hard about it. Both are parts of me of this fortress where Crumble ID be running around propping up the withered Prime Minister and expressing my honest opinions regarding the effort without hesitation. Bristetz, I see this is quite challenging to comprehend. That frankness added a layer of complexity to Serena's charm, but Bristetz's attitude also gave the impression of having peeled away a veneer. The attack of the flock of undead flying dragons led by the poisoned princess, in addition, the appearance of the three-headed Valgrenhum. Halibel the Admirer had personally put a halt on was honestly the worst turn of events. However, one could say that including Bristetz's survival at all was a miraculous settlement for the battle array. Nevertheless, there were still some controversial aspects regarding how that miracle had unfolded. Bristetz, by the way, are you certain about this, that Her Excellency Lamia can no longer be resurrected? Roswell noticed a strange trace of warmth in Bristetz's question as he took his place at a round table. However, unlike Serena, he refrained from making tactless inquiries. Instead, Roswell just simply stroked his chin. Roswell, it seems that the other party has found a way to break the technique that combines the sacrament of the immortal king with restoration magic. Princess Lamia Godwin has been cut off from her means of resurrection through that method. No, in this case, Serena has been saved, perhaps is a tad bit too arrogant of a way to say it. Serena pointed out the part that was hesitated upon without any mercy regarding that point. Neither did Roswell himself have a clear answer. He could not gauge whether or not a life resurrected as an undead would welcome its own existence. If he was to give his own personal opinion, he would not necessarily condemn the resurrection of life itself as evil. However, the state of being resurrected as an undead, Bristetz saved, or perhaps liberated, may be a more appropriate way to put it. Serena, oh, it's quite surprising to hear you say that, Prime Minister. Raising an eyebrow at Bristetz's words, Serena murmured inquisitively, with her gaze fixed upon Bristetz with both of his hands on the handle of his staff, let out a deep breath. Bristetz, I do not believe that Her Excellency Lamia would have approved of such a state of affairs. Her Excellency must have been aware of her own defeat. That was an unwelcome opportunity. Serena, in that case you mean to say that she would have preferred to have been vanquished, considering that the fact that she attacked us in such numbers still doesn't quite add up. Bristetz, even so, I believe Her Excellency had different intentions. Bristetz, with his thread-like eyes cast down, held an unhidden desire in his heavy murmurs. Roswell had a sense that he understood Bristetz's emotions. Unfortunately, Serena, her palms propping up her chin, did not seem to have grasped the same sentiment at all. In any case, this was a significant part of the discussion. Roswell, the enemy is formidable and the situation is in turmoil. It's a precarious situation, that requires us all to unite. This isn't the time for us to have internal conflict. Isn't that so, Subarukin? I know that without you having to point it out. With a wry smile, Roswell called out to the entrance of the conference room. A black-haired boy who had just opened the door and peeked his face and answered with a bitter look on his face. 2. Subaru, I wasn't able to talk more because it was an emergency, but I do like to share the information again. This girl, Spica, formerly known as Lewis, was originally a St. Archbishop of the witch cult. Spica, AU. At the very beginning of the discussion in the conference room of the large fortress, Subaru openly revealed the true identity of Spica, who was standing next to him. The side that was already aware of the situation from the start on the coupled dragon carriages accepted the confession quietly, of course. On the other hand, the reaction from those of the Empire, who did not know about it, was as one would expect. Dumbfoundedness and astonishment came first, followed by a reaction whose nature would remain the same whether confession was the truth or a joke. That was to say, it was rage. Gaz, what were you saying as an archbishop? Impossible. You say this thoughtless remark knowing that this is a fortified city, the city that was once felled by a St. Archbishop. Indeed, it was Gaz Ralphin who yelled even louder than usual. Gaz, who had made great contributions to the defense of the coupled dragon carriages and had hurriedly joined the meeting after receiving treatment for his wounds, his cry was probably consensus of those who were hearing the situation for first time. However, this was neither a joke nor a game. Subaru, I've also heard about how that piece of shit Regulus went on a rampage in this town. I don't know if it's any consolation, but we took care of that bastard, so forget about him for now. Gaz, I care not about that abhorrent villain. What matters are the sins carried by that cursed title as an archbishop. Do you understand? Subaru, I know. Gaz's voice was so loud that it created an illusion of a wind that made one feel as if they were about to be blown away. But Subaru did not take a single step back from Gaz's angry bellow, and instead answered him head-on. Even Gaz widened his eyes with MPH as he heard the direct response from the child Subaru. Bristetz, may I? Just when Gaz's momentum had stalled, it was Bristetz who raised his hand. Instead, as the Imperial Prime Minister looked upon Subaru and Spica beside him with his thread-like eyes. Bristetz, the fact that you went to the trouble of confiding this to us is a sign that you consider her presence and skills to be necessary for further discussions. In other words, you believe that she has something to do with liberating Her Excellency Lamia from a yoke of the undead. Subaru, yeah, that's right, it's helpful that you spoke up so quickly as expected I'd be in trouble if Bristetson died on his own. Bristetz had inferred the general situation from the flow of the discussion, and while nodding his head in affirmation, Subaru unintentionally said such a thing. During the battle of the coupled dragon carriages, Bristetz had faced Lamia alone, and he even risked his life removing her and her additional bodies from the divine protection of wind evasion. Nonetheless, his actions were completely of his own judgment, and almost cost him his life. Subaru, please don't let even the smart people be infected by the Empire's customs. There's nothing great about accomplishing something at the cost of your life. Bristetz, it seems there are different opinions on that, but at the very least, I do not think there is much to be gained in exchange for my life. I will admit that. Bristetz spoke while compromising where he had to and remaining stubborn where he could not. Subaru thought in a similar way, so it seemed likely that they would remain on parallel paths when it came to the value of life, but then again, Subaru had no intention of letting them die in the line of duty nobly. Serena, so since you affirmed the Prime Minister's question, there's no doubt that the Sin Archbishop girl is immediately effective against the undead, but what in the world did she do? Subaru, it's hard to give a specific explanation about that, but Serena rested her chin in her hands atop the round table and prioritized her curiosity over her hostility towards Spica. She asked the obvious question, and Subaru glanced over at Spica. Receiving his gaze, the girl blinked her blue eyes, and as her hand was lifted by the one holding it, Subaru, with the authority of gluttony, Spica can eat the special powers of anyone whose name she knows is what I think that she can nullify the technique of the unlimitedly reviving zombies. Anastasia, what's sort of weightless explanation is that if you don't tell me more, clearly you'll be left feeling uneasy and not the least bit relieved. And no, Subaru looked even ideal like to give a more convincing and concrete explanation. Anastasia, who was supposed to be his ally, mercilessly shot Subaru in the back after he made such a vague statement. But naturally, it was logical to shoot, and the content of the shot were fatally unavoidable. On the other hand, it was also true that Subaru could not explain it in any other way. Beatrice, in any case, Subaru's aim was right on target. In fact, with that girl's authority, that troublesome zombie princess fled. I suppose a retreat wasn't a lie, or a bluff in fact. Julius, I am in agreement with Beatricesima and the pruning corps who held their ground in order to help buy time for their master's retreat. It is hard to believe that all of their valiant efforts were the product of some compromise. Anastasia, the two of you are giving emotional answers, but that's just circumstantial evidence. And if you ain't sure of its effectiveness, yeah, know it's too dangerous of a drug to use right. Subaru, that's of course I think I get it. Even with Beatrice and Julius support the validity of Anastasia's points remained unassailable. The correctness of her argument was made clear by the reaction of the imperial side, which needed to be persuaded and knew the empire ought to be protected. But it also must be said that whether burdening themselves with St. Archbishop for that purpose was worth the risk involved or not was a difficult decision to make. That which the Stargazer Audiobook had spoken of the two lights to oppose the great disastrous survival of one of them was hopeless, and Spica was the only one who could be relied upon. Subaru's realization of Spica's potential came after Beatrice and Roswell's exhaustive investigation concerning the onslaught of zombies, which turned out to be utilizing the sacrament of the Immortal King and restoration magic, using the authority of gluttony to interfere with the souls of the zombies as mentioned before. The exact result that would be yielded upon Spica's authority being exercised was not known. But as for Lamia Godwin, the target of Spica's authority, her name was not forgotten by Subaru and his group, nor her half-brother Abel. And upon her departure, Lamia showed no signs of having amnesia. Therefore, her memories had not been eaten either, so just what had Spica eaten? In this current situation, there was no other choice but to put forward all kinds of wild theories, such as their fates, causalities, roles, or the abnormal conditions that were cast upon them at the time. Of course, Anastasia's point that this all was lacking in persuasion was understandable. Amelia, but this girl might be able to stop the other zombies too, right? I think that's really important. Then while Subaru struggled with that, Amelia, seated at the round table, raised her eyebrows and spoke up. Anastasia narrowed her pale, turquoise eyes at Amelia's remark. Anastasia, I ain't saying that I don't understand Amelia Sand's feelings. I'm also fed up with all this clamorous great disaster stuff, and I likewise want to jump on the winning strategy, even so using the power of St. Archbishop's just. Amelia, that's not what I meant, of course it's true, but I want to do something about the fact that people who have died are being turned into zombies. Subaru, you want to do something about the zombies. Amelia, I don't know how to put it, but I really hate that people who are no longer here are being turned into zombies and manipulated like that. Abel, for instance, I'm sure he didn't want to meet his sister like that. And the same goes for Medium Chan. Amelia's eyes, framed by long lashes, were downcast, and she touched on the absent Medium. Her absence was in larger part due to her current condition, rather than her being excluded from the conference. The final undead she had encountered aboard the coupled dragon carriages was the cause. Receiving Spica Star eating Lamia had lost her ability to multiply and was about to be destroyed, obeying her call. The undead flying dragon, along with the undead flying dragon rider, who commanded it, had recovered her. It seemed as though that person had had a relationship with the siblings Flop and Medium during their lifetime. Shocked by the fact that someone close to her had turned into an undead Medium now that the crisis was over, was holed up in a room in the fort and refused to show her face. It was an event that forced the always bright and positive Medium to become like that. Subaru too felt pain in his heart, but he had not been concerned about her in the same way that Amelia was. That was why, even after all this time, Subaru was surprised by Amelia's comment. He was so focused on the threat of the zombies that he could not even stop to think about the grief that they were causing. Otto Emiliasima may have a slightly different view, but there is no doubt that those zombies are troublesome things to begin with. The form they have been resurrected in is unnatural, though to say that they are completely flawless would be far too convenient. While Subaru was feeling ashamed after hearing Amelia's opinion, it was Otto who interrupted her. After observing the situation for a while, he looked up at the ceiling, leaning his back against the wall of the fort. Otto, the zombies are likely not merely resurrected beings. Until now, a great number, although one part of that was many of that one woman, showing up ignoring that we have seen many zombies. I do not believe that all of them had a grudge against His Excellency the Emperor during their lifetimes. Naturally. Subaru, yeah, naturally indeed. Beatrice, no matter how you look at it, such a thing would naturally be impossible, I suppose. At Otto's interjected doubts and advocacy, a forceful sense of trust compelled Subaru and Beatrice to nod. No matter how much Abel might have seemed to others to be a callous and cold-blooded emperor, there was no doubt that he was not only hated but respected as well. Subaru had witnessed and heard about this unbelievable fact during his travels throughout the empire. In other words, Otto, we should assume that the aggressive sentiment toward His Excellency Vincent and the Valachian Empire was implanted or amplified in the process of being resurrected as zombies. Julius' brainwashing is it. I think that is a valid point. Beatrice, I heard something from the soldiers fighting at the rear. In fact, it seemed that there had been cases where when a soldier who was fighting with him died, that same soldier would immediately turn into a zombie and attack them, I suppose. Julius, those who were fighting as allies until just previously attacked, as soon as they turn into zombies, HM, it appears that Otto Dono's assessment is certain. Otto indeed. Having expressed his opinion regarding the zombies, Otto gave a curt response to Julius' affirmation. Subaru furrowed his brows at that distant response, but Julius and Anastasia did not seem to bother and accepted it as a given. Anyhow, Roswell about Ottokin's opinion. It is something I have discussed with the Prime Minister and Countess Drakroy just before you all arrived. According to that, don't make such an unpleasant face. Serena postponing the delving into the details of Roswell's relationship with the Internal Affairs Minister, the Prime Minister also held a similar opinion. Isn't that right? With the subject from Roswell and Serena taking a stab at his interest, Brstetz nodded. He kept his hands resting on his staff, and as he surveyed participants of the meeting with thread-like eyes that were difficult to read. Brstetz considering Her Excellency Lamia's character. She would not wish for a second life, much less would she ever do something akin to planning to overturn the death of her first life. Subaru, so as expected, they were brainwashed into attacking us in such extremely high spirits, right? Brstetz, I suppose we ought to consider it as such a course. It is also possible that they were revived without any resistance and deliberately cut no corners to test whether the current empire is worth preserving. Gaz, in that case, the Valachian imperial family Beatrice, I'd like you to drop that fervor right now, in fact. While prefacing that he would not have made that judgment under normal circumstances, Brstetz was strangely proud that he could not deny the possibility of making strange judgments, even if some aspects of normalcy remained. In any case, it appeared that the consensus was that the zombies' thoughts were not normal. Subaru, the zombies who come back to life will be hostile to us no matter what. In that sense, just like Emiliadan said, we need to stop the enemy zombie attack as soon as possible. For that purpose, Spica's power is necessary in practical terms. I don't think this can be conceded. Otto, but with that many zombies, you want to take the time to eat them all up, 1v1. If we are speaking in practical terms, I do not think that can be ignored either. Subaru, if it's necessary, then he'll do it just munching on the yummy bits and discarding the rest. That's not the kind of resolve I grabbed this girl's hand with. In more than just a figurative sense, Subaru tightly clutched Spica's hand and declared Otto. Receiving Subaru's gaze, Otto turned to look at Spica, as if peering into her heart. It was a gaze filled with unrelenting suspicion, and Spica facing him while clutching Subaru's hand back. Spica, ayu. With such vigor, she growled as if to assert that she had made up her mind to tread this thorny path. Hearing Spica's response, Otto exhaled through his nose and, Otto, I will say this now, but there is no use in persuading me. After all, I do not have authoritative power to decide whether to incorporate her into the plan or not. Subaru, even if you don't have an authoritative voice in the meetings, your presence is significant among us. At least how am I supposed to persuade anyone else if I can't even persuade the people in my own party? Otto, is that so? If that is the case, then I suppose I ought to have been a bit tougher in my assessment. Although Otto shrugged his shoulders and let out a good grief, it seemed that he had no intention of retracting his previous statement. Perhaps from his perspective during the battle of the couple dragon carriages, when Spica used her start eating against Lamia, he was probably prepared to draw the same line. It was just that Subaru did not like leaving this unfinished without ever confirming that. Anastasia seems like Yao settled down, but I still ain't adequately convinced to know. Subaru, ugh, on the contrary. Anastasia, and what would it take to convince you? With the consensus of his companions in place, Anastasia, who had the judgment of a semi-companion, stood in the way. Within this empire, she at least was in the same boat as the bitter-faced Subaru and put her finger on her lips at his question. Anastasia, if I'm being honest, I'd like you to think about that on your own as well, but it's lots better than just patina and groaning, without giving a response, first of all ascertaining what that girl is capable of and if possible verifying the subsequent impact it has. Subaru, what she's capable of and the subsequent impact. Emilia, by what she's capable of, you mean that she can stop the zombies from getting up again, right? But as for what happens afterwards, Anastasia, both Natsuk and Emilius, should know just how horrible the authority of gluttony is. At Anastasia's soft remark, Subaru held his breath, and Emilia widened her eyes. That was, though, an obvious matter, something that could not be left unmentioned. The authority of gluttony victims that it had brought about were present throughout the world. In the conference room alone, there was Emilia and Julius, and Rem was also present inside the fort, well, in the sense that everybody else also suffered the impacts. Everyone could be said to be a victim of gluttony. Since they were intentionally making use of that authority, it was natural to assess the risks. Beatrice, so far nobody had forgotten about the girl who multiplied herself, I suppose. Anastasia, that's right, but ain't nobody thinks that she didn't eat nothing. It may not be the name or memories, but once whatever she ate accumulates, what'll happen to the girl? Subaru, that's Anastasia, like Natuskican admirably suspected. What if she ends up going back to being the girl she once was? Anastasia's probing was merciless, and Subaru had no choice but to hold his tongue. All he could do was pray, with a baseless, purely emotional belief. Belief in the girl who had been granted the new name of Spica and chose a different way of life from Louis Arneb. Belief in a way that this authority, which could be said to have been with the child since birth, would be guided in a way in which many people would deem it as just. Julius Anastasia, it can be said that there is no way to ascertain that. Of course, I believe we ought not to be lacking in vigilance, but Anastasia, I can't give you proof that I ain't scheming a business plan that I ain't got either, so that I at least want to certainty a reward for going down a dangerous path. Julius, so I take it as you want the definition of the results from employing Miss Spica's authority. Julius touched the scar under his left eye, and Anastasia nodded with a quick yep. Then as she gazed over both Subaru and Spica, Anastasia, there ain't no merchants that go to a negotiation with treasure of unknown value, at least without knowing how ITL will be useful. Your sales pitch will be irrelevant. Julius, without a doubt. Since Lamia's attack had ceased, it was probably safe to assume that she had been crushed. However, the only other evidence was the oracle of the Stargazer U-book, whose existence, words, and conduct were all dubious. Since those concerns had no way of being resolved, Anastasia was in fact more than willing to compromise. At the very least, if they could not satisfy everyone with just the fact that Spica Star eating was certainly effective on the zombies. Unfortunately, we do not have time to spare for such an inspection. The low voice that barged in there rudely stirred the inferior air around Subaru. Everyone's gazes were instantly directed to the black-haired lean figure that had appeared in the entrance of the conference room. Though he should have been the leading figure of the conference, Abel had arrived late. Accompanied by Flop and for some reason Jamal, he calmly proceeded without halting his step, and imposingly sat on an empty seat at the round table. And then, Vincent, with your face is befuddled. Subaru, I was just surprised at how overly imposing you're acting for being late. We already started talking earlier. What were you doing? Vincent, there was something I urgently needed to verify. That was the largest part of the reason why we hastened towards a fortified city to ascertain the meaning of the words left behind by that enormous fool. As Abel responded with no shame, Subaru hesitated to question him further. That was because Subaru could imagine that the enormous fool he spoke of was likely the retainer who had deceived Abel and then allowed him to live. But on the other hand, the reason for hastening to this fortified city caught his attention. Amelia, that thing Abel heard, that's the reason why we rushed over to this town. Vincent, of course, though it is also a fact that this was the most suitable location to receive refugees. Anastasia, can you tell us, without using any sluggish bloat, what do you mean when you said we ain't got time earlier? Both Amelia and Anastasia directed their questions towards Abel. Those same questions were harbored by everybody present in the conference room. Receiving those gazes questioning the meaning of his statement, Abel shut a single eye and tapped the round table with his finger. A firm sound rang out, and the attention of Subaru and everybody else concentrated on his hand, whether they wanted to or not. Vincent, I shall put it plainly, that which I wished to ascertain in this fortified city was the unchanging sanctum confirmation of the location and status of the Empire's Great Spirit enrolled among the extraordinary four greats of stone. Subaru, Great Spirit among the four greats, you mean the four great spirits. Vincent, indeed. With a sudden appearance of unexpected information, Subaru blinked his eyes many times. In regards to the four great spirits, he had heard about them when he first came to this other world, and learned more about their existence when he contracted with Beatrice and became a spiritual arch-user. Spirits amongst the most powerful spirits in this world, though the moment he associated with that blundering gray-colored cat, who was one of them, he became dubious of their credibility. Julius, then have you discovered the whereabouts of one of the four greats, the one that is in the Empire, the Stone Muspel? Subaru, I asked that really something so surprising. Julius, of course, the slasher of the city-states, the sacred beasts of the Holy Kingdom. In each nation, they are the respective targets of unwavering faith and reverence. The stone, too, is a being that hides similar power. Anastasia, if you can secure cooperative ties with a great spirit of the four greats, that'd be a matter of great importance to the state. It'd be a much bigger deal than that darn lie about the fortified city being in the midst of reconstruction. As Julius and Anastasia informed him of the importance and succession, Subaru could not do anything but dart his eyes around in honest astonishment. But since nobody stepped in to correct them, and since Amelia and Beatrice were making proud expressions, for some reason there was no doubt that their perception was correct. The problem was, Julius, if you rush to the fortified city to confirm the location and state of that stone, does that mean the Great Spirit is in this land? Certainly borrowing that power will be a major backing, but confronting enemies that arose inexhaustibly. Spica Star eating alone was not enough. Of course, until start eating could be detonated, it was best for them to have as much fighting strength as possible to fend off a zombie onslaught. Or in the same way that Puck could specialize in area attacks better than the current Emilia, the promising power of the stone could as well. Flop, regrettably, that's not how things work. Does everybody remember just before when His Excellency the Emperor Orkin said we don't have time? Subaru Flopsan, with a slow shake of his head, Flop, restrained those positive thoughts of Subaru's. He who always maintained a bright, positive attitude like Medium now had a strained expression and uttered those words in a serious manner. For some reason, having accompanied Abel, he appeared to be the same as the Emperor, if that was Flop's expression after learning the conclusion a little earlier than Subaru and the rest. Vincent, you cannot expect the assistance of the stone. If anything, the existence of the stone is being put to use by the opponent by the Great Disaster. Subaru, what do you mean the Great Spirit? Vincent is in the palm of the enemy's hand, likely in order for the Great Disaster to inexhaustibly give rise to the undead from the grave. It is utilizing that extraordinary amount of mana henceforth they continue to appear in perpetuity. Everyone, Vincent, and eyes widened at the horrible report. Subaru looked in disbelief at Abel as the latter still proceeded to continue, but Subaru did not possess the ability to deter his words. In the midst of the strained air of the conference room, Abel continued without halt. That was... Vince and I expressed it as in perpetuity, but that is not accurate. No matter how much mana is in the stone's possession, it will eventually run out. When that happens, the vast lands of the Empire will meet their demise. After all, the sanctum protected by the stone, the power sustaining the vast lands of Wallachia will be forfeit, and there will be no escaping. Collapse. Announcing the true nature of the Great Disaster, destroying the Empire, it truly was bad news. Chapter 31. The Stone. 1. The Stone Muspel. Enrolled as one of the four great spirits, it was an ancient great spirit rooted within the vast lands of the Wallachian Empire. Unlike the sacred beast slasher and arbitrator of the other countries, it was a being that had not left any voluntary actions or claims in the annals of history. Though it was known to exist in Wallachia, no further information or observations of it had surfaced. One could even say it was the most spirit-like spirit. That was the nature of the stone Muspel, considered to be an unchanging sanctum. Subaru, which is how Biko cutely explained it to me, but isn't this different? Since Subaru lacked knowledge of the four great spirits, Beatrice had recounted an anecdote about Muspel to him. As such, Subaru listened to Beatrice's anecdote with great interest, but the contents of the anecdote clashed greatly with the actual situation. The great spirit, whose whereabouts and true form were unknown. Such was the story of Muspel, but Subaru, you being so confident that the opponent has stolen, it is contradictory to you having grasped its location, but actually conversely Muspel was here in the fortified city. Is that wrong? Subaru thrust his index finger with a question before Abel's surly face. Abel's black eyes narrowed at Subaru's questioning, but before he could open his mouth. Oh, you got some damn nerve to talk to His Excellency the Emperor like that. An unexpectedly harsh tone wedged itself between Subaru and Abel, and a wind blew out of the scene. Immediately after the tip of Subaru's pointed finger, the white part of the nail was suddenly shaved off. With a whoosh, a drawn blade sliced through the wind, and his fingernail the result of which caused Subaru to scream Dalhoa. And then, you brat, know your place, goddammit. Subaru, that's what I should be saying. You don't suddenly cut a kid's fingernails with a sword. Holding his hands over the sudden outburst, Subaru spat at the perpetrator for the heinous act, Jamal. For some reason, Jamal, who had been allowed to accompany Abel since arriving at Garkla, suddenly cut Subaru's fingernail. Using the blade he had pulled out, Subaru looked at him in disbelief at that overly rash behavior. Subaru, I thought you'd gotten a little better, but as expected, I hate you. Jamal, I don't want a brat to like me either, and when he told Kadia the news of Todd's demise, he was naive to think that he could have a rational conversation. When Subaru protested against Jamal's unchanged, crude attitude, the latter tried to ignore the age difference and get confrontational, but that immature attitude was stopped with the raise of a hand. It was none other than Abel, seated at the round table, who had ordered him to cease. Vincent, do not start unnecessary squabbles. Be aware that your value, as I recognize it, is that you are a relatively easy pawn to use. Now is not the time to fight with the kingdom. Subaru, fight with the kingdom, ah. Subaru furrowed his brow at Abel's way of saying it, then turned around when he realized what the intent was. When he did those on the kingdom's side, witnessing the current exchange between Subaru and the others, understandably Emilia, Beatrice, and Spica, looked at Jamal with reproachful eyes. If this standoff continued, the girls joining the fight soon would be unavoidable. However, not understanding the gravity of the situation, Jamal frowned and reluctantly sheathed the brunt of his outburst. Jamal, if His Excellency the Emperor says so, DSK escaped death brat. Subaru, it's amazing you still have the guts to say that in this situation. I feel like we were just on the verge of our alliance breaking up and the Empire being destroyed. With the Emperor stoppage sighing at the sight of Jamal, who was still unashamed under the gaze of Subaru's friend, Subaru looked at Abel. He evaluated Jamal as being easy to use, but it really did not seem like that. Subaru, you're not going to do something like a careless assassination. This late in the game, are you? Vincent, in fact, if someone were to surrender with my head in their arms, I suppose it would not be a detriment to them. This attitude is extremely normal for an Imperial soldier, a little too short-tempered, but not to the extent of Cecilus. Subaru, it's not fair to use Cece in your comparison. Subaru was infuriated by Abel, who said such an unfunny joke and gave such an example that could not be confirmed nor denied. Ignoring his reaction, Abel gestured for Jamal to stand down and then looked back at Subaru. His posture answering Subaru's pointed finger and question showed that he was ready to disclose information about the stone that had almost veered off into a tangent. Vincent, the question which you snorted out a moment ago, I shall affirm that the stone was indeed within this fortified city. Measures have been taken to detain it here, turning the city into a sanctum. Beatrice, unbelievable, I suppose. Abel once again tapped his finger on the round table, producing a firm sound as he divulged the truth, and it was Beatrice who involuntarily voiced a sound at Abel's response. With her adorable profile as she tightly pressed her lips together, Beatrice, what an outrageous story, in fact, among the four greats. The stone is the most challenging one to come to a mutual understanding. With that's how it was described by Mother, I suppose. Subaru, among the four great spirits, the most challenging. Beatrice, by the way, among the four greats, the one which doesn't properly listen the most is the sacred beast, and the one which should not be talked to most is the slasher. The one that is most fuel to talk to is the arbitrator, in fact. Subaru, aren't those all pretty much the same? Puck, please come back. He could not hide his astonishment at the lineup that made him increasingly yearn for Puck. Compared with the disturbing titles of Slasher and Arbitrator, the titles of Stone and Sacred Beast oddly gave off a softer impression. Subaru, if you can't speak with the Stone, I thought the Sacred Beast at least sounded to be a little better, but Beatrice's mother used to call the Sacred Beast a benevolent monster, I suppose. Subaru, oh, I am inclined to see all the landmarks in this world, but there isn't a single celebrity who I'd like to meet. Isn't that actually kind of incredible? Having spent over a year in this world, Subaru occasionally heard the names of famous individuals, but most of them held rather disturbing titles, so he was a bit sick and tired of them, though the fact that he was already acquainted with positive celebrities such as the royal candidates, and the Sword Saint may have played a big part in that. Nevertheless, although this is the first time that I have heard expressions like the sanctum and the detaining of the stone, I think those are perhaps phrases unique to Wallachia, but what exactly do they mean? Vincent, to put it plainly, the stone is a great spirit that governs the earth, a tribute, therefore the land it uses as a resting place naturally, receives a protection of its special qualities in addition to cultivating fertile soil. It also yields a positive impact on the recuperation of those who live on that land. Otto, I see it as a much more significant role than I thought. Otto, who had interjected with a question, placed his hand over his mouth in wonder regarding Abel's response. In essence, within the scope of Muspel's influence, agriculture flourished, and the recovery of the sick and injured was accelerated. It seemed to have benefits akin to a hot spring consisting of nothing but good things. If one could control the position of Muspel as they please, that would be. Anastasia, I gotta say, that a story that's got to be hidden much more than a lie, that the fortified cities in the midst of reconstruction, that one of the pillars supporting the strong national power of the empire is the stone. Julius, and he has disclosed all of this to us, the people of another country. I shall take this as a sign of the degree of his excellency, the Emperor Vincent's resolve. Anastasia, I don't know if they feel too threatened if they were overly open about their secrets, but I kind of understand the sentiment about wanting to avoid internal conflicts. Anastasia and Julius' attitudes were natural for representatives of foreign powers. Of course, as Anastasia had added at the end, it was not as though there was no prospect for the Empire to reveal too much unfavorable information. Emilia, if this was something he really wanted to keep hidden, couldn't Abel have used various different ways of speaking to cover it up? Since he didn't do that, it makes me think that wasn't exactly that case. Subaru, it says Amelia Dan says this guy has a nasty personality and functions with twisted wisdom. He could have even deceived people like Roswell or Anastasia-san. If he wanted, even if it doesn't seem like it, this is Abel's utmost sincerity. Vincent, it is still surprising that the half-elf girl does not exude any sense of insolence. Use such praise is not given lightly in this day and age. Even though Subaru had gone out his way to follow up, Abel gave a reply to which following up would be of no avail. So Subaru pursed his lips, bringing a halt to this act of Subaru, and the others clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. He then nodded with it's his husbandkin, and the others say, Flop, His Excellency the Emperorkin has disclosed the truth that alone signifies the urgency of the matter, along with a topic that cannot be avoided in order to explain the worst-case scenario. Roswell, worst-case scenario, you mean the demise of the vast lands of the Empire that His Excellency the Emperor mentioned. Flop, that's right. Nodding vigorously, Flop affirmed Roswell's ascertainment. The demise of the vast lands of the Empire utilizing the stone muspel, that was the worst possible scenario of the great disaster assailing this Valachian Empire. And before that scenario was revealed to Subaru and the others, the reason why Abel was accompanied by Flop, who was supposed to be nothing more than just a civilian. Flop, it was a fake Emperorkin who entrusted me with the information about the sanctum to deliver to His Excellency the Emperor Kuan, but his intentions were not to cooperate with the Great Spirit, that is the stone, but to warn of the possibility that the stone was being utilized in the opponent's plans. Subaru, I see, Flops, and you were able to directly meet Abel's imposter, huh? Flop, yeah, I don't have the qualifications to give an answer or an opinion as to why he behaved that way, but it's in my nature to accomplish what's entrusted to me. Flop still looked pale due to all the blood that he had lost. His answer, showing his unchanging strong sense of duty, was a relief to Subaru, who now thought of the fake emperor. The fake emperor who had ousted Abel from the throne and lost his own life in the latter's place. His true intentions could only be guessed the same as when he quarreled with Abel, and an answer would not be heard for the rest of eternity. Still, the fact that the person he had entrusted with the message was Flop was one of the best possible moves the fake emperor had made. Amelia, based on what you're saying, does the Empire perhaps have a contract with Muspel? Vincent, if the contract you're thinking of is that which binds a spirit and a spiritual arts user together, you would be incorrect. The stone has no such consciousness, for that there is no way for us to offer a contract that has our side as superior or equal. Subaru Wallachia is the one who brings up the advantageous and disadvantageous in contracts with spirits. Take a look at me and Biko's clean, righteous, and charming relationship. Beatrice, that's right, in fact. Vincent, it looks like naught but children playing. Holding hands with Beatrice, the two of them made a display as they lightly took steps together, and Abel gave a comment, ignoring Subaru, who puffed his cheeks out together with Beatrice. In response, Abel went on with the discussion. Vincent, no vows have been made with the stone, yet it continued to reside within the territory of the Empire. That is why we made use of our relationship with it, but at the same time it continued to move into the Empire's bowels, spreading its roots. Subaru, its roots. Vincent, think of it as the roots of a tree with thick, long branches may strengthen the ground it is affixed, but conversely, if that tree were to be uprooted, what shall become of the land? Anastasia, ITLL gets so porous and fragile that ITLL crumbled with just a teensy poke. Anastasia summarized Abel's question in a nutshell. In exchange for continuing to enrich the vast lands of Wallachia, Muspel had tied its fate to the Empire itself. And then, Subaru, wait, so when you say that would be the end of the line for Wallachia, if Muspel were to die, you mean it would literally be the end of Wallachia? Isn't that insanely bad? In other words, it was something akin to revealing the existence of a bomb that could blow the Empire itself to pieces. It was a state secret that needed to be concealed, something that Wallachia would have to deal with not just now, but forever on after this. At that fact, Subaru's surprise finally caught up with the intelligent people. However, Vincent, fool, do not be so panicked. Subaru, how can you not be in a panic? Don't tell me once this is all over you intend to silence all of us who know the secret. Vincent, do not underestimate us in that regard, if such was my intention. Do you believe I would have allowed you to harbor such? Suspicions, intrigue, and conspiracy are not the prerogatives of the Holy Kingdom alone. Subaru, wouldn't it be better if the empire that boasts about it and the Holy Kingdom that's famous for it were destroyed, due to the magnitude of the matter topics on national scale, were raised with wild abandon? And though the Empire went without saying, the Holy Kingdom did not seem to be anything decent either. Subaru also thought that he had suffered through some pretty bad things, but one should remember that the Kingdom of Lagunica was a much more pleasant place to live. Subaru, well, even though it was a hell on earth, as soon as I met Emiliatan and the others, there was no more doubt that the Kingdom of Lagunica was the most heavenly place. Amelia, sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Subaru, that's fine. I'm just talking to myself. So the meaning of the previous topic is for him to discuss. Subaru smiled at Amelia as she tilted her head, then returned to trying to catch Abel's interest regarding the topic at hand. In response to it, Abel quietly closed an eye and crossed his arms. Vincent, a ruler who turns a blind eye to a ridiculous act, a blatant one to this extent, such as entrusting their heart to another, must not be in their right mind. Of course, the process of decoupling the roots of the stone from this country had been moving forward. Your concerns are oblivious to the difficulty of discovering that and claiming lives in accordance with it, which is simply put nonsensical, such as the equivalent of challenging the dragon with a pen. Subaru, if I went gotcha, glad to hear that then it wouldn't match up with how we were talking about running out of time earlier. The decoupling process might be moving forward, but couldn't be done in time, which caused this situation. Isn't that right? Vincent. Subaru, don't stay silent just because the odds are against you. Abel's silence in reaction to the accurate guess was confirmation that Subaru's suspicion had hit its mark. Someday Valakia might be able to sever their shared destiny with Muspel. However, the time was not now, and it could not be cited as a clue to break through their plight. Vincent, in other words, the fates of the stone and us citizens of the Empire remain intertwined as long as those hordes of undead are in pursuit of us, and we desperately continue to drive them away. The stone's mana shall eventually be depleted, and the lands of Valakia shall be unable to escape from its ruin. I also hear the soldiers who lost their lives in battle would undergo immediate resurrection. In short, Roswell were in a situation where defeating too many of our opponents and casualties on our side are both undesirable, it seems. Serena seems like their intentions are thrillingly illogical, and there's no end to their cruelty. On top of being forced to respond to the opponent's initiative, even the terms of their defensive battle have been set as something terribly evil. Subaru did not understand why Serena seemed to enjoy this, but looking closer into the enemy's relentless tactics, which did not stop at using the undead to force their way through, he could catch glimpses of their proactiveness in bringing the Empire to its definite downfall. Amelia, but I wonder why Sphinx is doing such a thing, Subaru. As Amelia voiced a doubt that surfaced in her mind, Subaru blinked at her words. The fearsome enemy who had resurrected many of the dead resting below the Empire's soil, and was currently taking measures to act on its demise, an event regarded as the great disaster, the identity and schemes of such a faux Sphinx, the which had been made quite clear in detail. However, the witch's motive that Amelia had expressed her doubt about was Subaru, of course, isn't that because she wants to destroy the Empire. It's not like I don't understand how she feels, though. Otto, leaving aside Natsuki-san's true feelings, that is not an adequate answer to Emiyasuma's question, assuming the identity of the opposition's leader is the witch that had rampaged to the kingdom of Lagunica. In the past, any grudges they hold should be pointing towards the kingdom. Julius, nonetheless, the witch has created an uprising with the dead in the Empire. It is certainly implausible, however, there is a possibility that the Empire was where the conditions could be fulfilled, Otto conditions. Designating Amelia's inquiry as the beginning of their theorization, Otto and Julius made eye contact with each other. As Otto seeked out the rest of Julius' deduction, the knight placed his fingers on his narrow chin. Julius, an army of zombies with a combination of the sacrament of the immortal king and restoration magic for it. To come to fruition, the existence of four greats, who all possess an extraordinary amount of mana, was essential. Therefore, the witch had managed to actualize the spell in the Empire and there Julius paused for a brief moment, and then took a sweeping glance at the faces of everyone in the meeting room. Julius, perhaps it may be a plan to invade the kingdom after tearing down the Empire. Subaru wah. Guys, that is ridiculous. Just as Subaru fell speechless upon hearing about the likelihood of such an occurrence, that Julius dreaded Gaz exploded with a roar of indignation, balling his hand into an excessively tight fist the size of a child's head. Gaz gnashed his teeth together, while retaining the bare minimum of his rationality to not break the round table. Gaz, if you are correct in your thinking, are you suggesting that the fact that our dear homeland is on the brink of annihilation is merely a byproduct of this predicament? Anastasia, to be exact, it's probably the first stage of the plan to strike the real target, well, with the whereabouts of the stone and stocking up on the zombies. And all that stage has probably been moving on from step to step. Since a really long time ago, Gaz, G.H. Grara. Anastasia probably did not intend it in the first place, but her supplementary explanation was unsuccessful in placating Gaz's anger. Rather, he was growling with frustration, and Jamal seemed to be similarly furious. No one could possibly accept it if they were told the crisis occurring in their homeland was purely incidental. Subaru thought over their feelings with a dose of sympathy, then noticed the expression of Beatrice, who was beside him. Subaru Biko. Beatrice, Julius' idea is understandable, I suppose, but Roswell, certainly, I recognize your concerns. Could be that Sphinx truly carries human emotions with her enough for her actions to be considered as vengeance upon the kingdom. It's precisely why I can't help but think that the idea suggested by Knight Julius is only half correct. Subaru, by half of Julius' idea, you mean. Roswell, the conditions were satisfied in the Empire, so she did what she did, that's all. Roswell, close one. I leaving his yellow. I opened while Subaru took a sharp intake of breath at his words. If Julius' line of thinking was accurate, then the current occurrences in the Empire were not unrelated to the kingdom, and therefore the kingdom could be facing the same crisis very soon. However, if Beatrice and Roswell's theories were correct, then the situation between them and the opposition was beyond salvaging. And then, Burstett's, either way, the witch has already taken up arms and drawn. The bow against the Empire. Now that even the lives of the imperial nobility have been disgraced, we are left with no other option but to eradicate our enemy. Is that not the case? Serena, am receiving quite the hot-blooded impression from your statement, Prime Minister, as I thought has the incident regarding Her Excellency Lamia birth an anger your stomach can't suppress. Bristet's yes is their problem. If Serena had meant to poke fun at him, his reaction was not quite what she had been expecting. Although Bristet's maintained an attitude of superficial calmness, his fury towards the opposition could be clearly felt from his unexpressive, narrow-eyed face. At his words, Serena traced the scar left behind by a sword wound on her own face. Serena! No, the way you are now aligns much more with my taste in men. Bristet's, that is quite a frightening thing to say. Serena, ha ha ha, though I consider myself good-looking, if you pretend my scar doesn't exist. Appraising Bristet's, who had undergone a change of heart, as such Serena let out a guffaw. Setting aside the exchange between the two, the truth of the matter was exactly as Bristet's had told them. They had no choice but to face the commander of the undead army Sphinx in a final showdown. No matter her objective, they had to Subaru. So are you all right, Emilia Dan? Emilia, MH, it's something that we don't know, even if we try our best to think about it. It would be great if we had an opportunity to hear it directly from Sphinx, but Subaru, we only ran into her for a moment, but she didn't seem like someone we could talk to. Beatrice, Betty agrees with Subaru. In fact, Betty also thinks it's difficult to hold a conversation with that one, I suppose. Utilizing her own life in the form of escape by Death Sphinx had targeted the couple dragon carriages. Within the scarce number of conversations that had been held between him and Sphinx, Subaru had felt as if she was completely devoid of any zeal, just like her tactics would consider life as a disposable resource. She did not respond to any provocation coming from those whom her emotions remained unmoved against. She was a type of competition that was rough to deal with for Subaru. Hence, even when returned by death, she was a tremendously powerful opponent. Subaru, in the meantime, our opponent, is steadily increasing the number of her zombies, and she's also shaving down the power that's left in the Great Spirit Muscle. We're just going to be at a disadvantage in a battle of endurance. Anastasia, though, gathering battle-ready forces from all over the Empire and launching another attack on the Imperial capital is no good. Either large armies clashing against each other is a simple war of attrition. The damage is going to be worse. Auto, a condition that we are bound by where we cannot afford any casualties from our side and the opposition, which means there's practically only one option left for the plan to save the Empire from the impending great disaster. Subaru, Anastasia, and Otto spoke one after another, and spontaneously all eyes were on Abel, who was seated at the round table. Every citizen of the Empire was involved in this incident, and as a man among them who stood on the crest, he regarded everyone's gazes as something that was to be expected. And Vincent, we shall invade the Imperial capital with a small elite unit, and capture the witch who is the mastermind, thus the path to the great disaster that they had laid out so scrupulously shall be dismantled. Marking the start of the final phase of the battle that had begun in the Valachian Empire, he assuredly announced their strategy to halt the great disaster just like that. 2. With the conclusion of the Round Table meeting, they reached a stopping point. In accordance with the policy established from this point forward, the selection of personnel to dispatch for the Blitzkrieg and the plan for the attack on the Imperial capital would be developed. However, before that discussion began in earnest, Bristet's I had not realized that the stone had been stationed in Garkla. In the conference room where only the Emperor and the Prime Minister remained, Bristet's was the one to break the ice. It was a short time where not only the members of the Allied Kingdom, but also those on the Imperial side, such as Serena and Gaz, were not present. Even Jamal, an escort, was kept waiting outside the room, so that it was just the leaders of the Empire in discussion, although if that were true, then there would have been one more person present. Vincent, in the end, you also fell completely for Chisha's scheme. Bristet's, it appears, so if all went according to schedule, the sanctum would have been near the southwestern cloud sea city of Mesoria around this time. Just what point in time had I been blindsided? Vincent, your eyes appear closed. Blindsiding you must have been easy. Bristet's, they appear to be closed, but they are not. That is precisely why they are so effective in prevention. It is just what a sore loser would say after they have actually been deceived. Shaking his head slowly, Bristet's muttered, as if lamenting his blunder. However, Vincent did not consider it Bristet's fault. As was often the case, Chisha simply exceeded Vincent and Bristet's expectations. In addition to deceiving both the Emperor and the Prime Minister, Chisha had also made preparations to find out just what traps the forthcoming great disaster would set. Bristet's, if the stone has not been used, we could use the fortified city as a base and strengthen our defenses. If the stone has been compromised, then, Vincent, in other words, it is being used for the great disaster's plan. It seems that enormous fool had thought of many ways to destroy the Empire and had executed them in his mind. Hence, he was right on target. Bristet's, I did not know what measures to take against someone plotting an usurpation, and I did not expect someone whose goal was to wreak havoc from now on. I shall strive to be stricter. Vincent, then do that. Vincent was slightly taken aback by Brestet's voicing his vision for the future with that from now on. After this case was settled, Brestet would resign from the prime minister's position, as he thought it was not impossible that he might try to martyr himself for Lamia. Brestet, since Her Excellency Lamia has refused to do so. Finding the question in that momentary void, Brestet answered it himself. Hearing this, Vincent said nothing, only a little snort in response to Vincent's reaction. Brestet continued nevertheless. Brestet, I was surprised to hear what Your Excellency said about the stone. And the sanctum, it is hard to say that we have any hope of even separating the stone from a land. Vincent, as soon as this present matter is settled, we shall get to working on the national policy that we had put on hold if we cannot produce results by the time the non-aggression pact with the kingdom expires in 2 years' time. There shall be no tomorrow to succeed today. Brestet, is that so? Incidentally. At that, Brestet paused a beat and opened his thread-like eyes slightly. Brestet, though I am sure you are aware the method employed to detain the stone is not to be revealed. Not only is it an imperial secret, but it is also a matter of strong belief among our allies. Vincent, after all, Natsuki Subaru and the half-elf spiritual arts user are both utterly opposed to even the appearance of injustice. It would be troublesome if they knew that we have been using convict sentenced to death as the stone contractors, disposing of them upon their deaths. Brestet, Your Excellency. Do not speak carelessly. If Brestet gave him such a warning, Vincent shrugged his shoulders. During the conference, Emilia had asked him whether the stone and the Empire had a contractual relationship, and Vincent answered that there was no contractual relationship of the sort she understood. That was not a lie, it was a simple statement of fact. The simplest way to detain the stone was through a contract between a spirit and a person. However, the stone did not have self-consciousness and had no room or window for negotiation regarding the contract. Therefore, the cost of contracting with the stone was consistently the burden of the enormous amount of nothingness that flowed into the contractor. The sensation of sharing one's body around the clock with a preposterously large entity with which mutual understanding was impossible would very easily break the human mind, driving it into a state where it could no longer retain its original form. In exchange for inescapable dehumanization, the stone's nature was to abide by the contractor's current location. Therefore, the Empire kept the stone and the forcibly contracted death row convicts in lands where the sanctum was required, and distributed the benefits of the sanctum to various regions, as it was a next to impossible task to track down the stone once its location had been lost. The replenishment of the death row convicts was a matter of utmost importance. And before the decisive battle for the imperial capital began, Chi-Sha, disguised as the emperor, moved the stone to the fortified city of Garkla in preparation for the great disaster. But there was no sign of the death row convict who had contracted with the stone in the city. Brestet, if it has been moved, it would be impossible to track it down without any leads, so the only thing that will be gained by divulging the particulars is the distrust of our allies. Vincent, though, even if I did not deliberately say it out loud, there were some who have likely guessed it. Recalling the faces at the conference, Vincent closed one eye as a few pertinent individuals came to mind. Brestet was correct. They did not want to create internal discord in the situation. Surely the people who had guessed this and did not speak up had the same intention. In any case, once it had been stolen from a fortified city, the stone was no longer a usable pawn, but a pending catastrophe whose whereabouts were no longer known. If there was no better solution than to subdue the witch Sphinx, then even if they deliberately concerned themselves with that existence, there would be no meaning. Vincent, Brestet, Your Excellency. Suspicious of Vincent's reaction, who had suddenly fallen silent, Brestet called out to the Emperor. At that call, Vincent shook his head with a no. For a moment, a certain thought crossed his mind, but it was too slim of a possibility to include in his future plans, much less with the one whose difficulty to handle was second only to the most difficult being in the Empire to rein in. Vincent, if there was any possibility of grasping the stone's whereabouts, it would be with someone akin to a hound with a keen nose for extraordinary prey, but that is too high of a hope. 3. At the same time, somewhere in the imperial capital of Lupagana, in the darkness, lying on the damp and hard ground, it remained unmoving. It bore the weight of wounds. The exhaustion of its mind and body also played a large part. However, the greatest reason as to why it could not move was that a wound had been suffered to a part of itself far more important than the heart. A wound to the soul was the reason, that which it had always continued to pray for and believe in since long ago had been denied and fell to the ground. From the time it was born until today, even though there was absolutely nothing that it had treasured more, it had been rejected by none other than that very treasured something. It had lost sight of its reason, its meaning for living. It had relinquished its own value reason for being and the things it could do. But while sprawled out on the dampened ground, its chest rose and fell in respiration, and it muttered, "Princess," to the person who had denied its meaning, as if praying in a feeble voice it muttered, and it merely continued to weakly mutter. Chapter 32. Selection of Members. A blitzkrieg operation to prevent the destruction of the Valachian Empire caused by the Great Disaster. Now that it was clear that a heated confrontation with the ever-reviving army of the undead was a risk that would only hasten their demise, a swift strike settlement was required. Since they could not afford to pit large armies against each other in a decisive battle between the living and the dead, it was natural that they would choose to send a small number of elite troops for a mission to assault the enemy lines. If there was a problem, it was going to be about Subaru, who will be raiding the enemy's base of operations. Arms-crossed Subaru surveyed the scene while sitting on the floor in the middle of the room. Inside a room in the fortified city of Garkla's great fortress, a spacious one perfect for a large group of people to assemble, Subaru's allies, excluding those affiliated with the Empire, were gathered together. Those who had missed the earlier meeting because they had been treating the wounded were present as well. Ram and Garfield, Petra and Frederica, and not to mention Rem. Of course, Anastasia and Julius were also there as they were not affiliated with the Empire. Subaru, I'm glad Halibelson is also back safe and sound. Halibel, it's kind of you to worry about me. Well, Lil Honest real tough on me, so I'm honestly glad you're appreciating my efforts like that. Halibel, with his back against the wall and a kizaroo in his mouth, smiled as he replied to Subaru's words of encouragement. The city-state's strongest wolf person had confronted the black dragon that appeared before the undead attack during the battle on the coupled dragon. Carriage was credited with the victory of keeping the dragon zombie at bay. Thanks to him keeping the dragon zombie from getting near the dragon, Carriage's the damage was kept to a minimum. He was an extraordinary shinobi, as evidenced by the fact that he had single-handedly slain a dragon. And at Halibel's comment, however, Anastasia looked dissatisfied by his teasing. Anastasia, what tray you on about? If you put like that, it makes it sound like I'm a heartless employer. Didn't I tell you that you be paid properly for your work? Halibel, see, that's what I'm talking about. She'd become an uncute child trying to settle everything by looking at gains and losses. Ricardo's permissive parental policy made her a wily one, don't you think? Anastasia Halilibel. Halibel, yeah, it'll take my loss. The exchange of Kararaji dialect between the two was settled with a light-hearted call from Anastasia. Although they had known each other for a long time, the ease with which they communicated was reminiscent of an older man and a little girl who were relatives. Anastasia was petite and had a baby face, but her personality was the opposite of childlike, so it was unusual to get this impression from her. Regardless of Subaru's impression, Halibel, who had lost in the argument with Anastasia, said, "Well, that's how it is to get the conversation back on track. Halibel, I found out through fighting with them that the zombies in Wallachia are a little different in how they work from the zombies in Kararaji. They're probably a terrible match for me. Subaru, the zombies are different between Wallachia and Kararaji. What do you mean? Don't tell me there's another cause for a zombie panic arising at this stage." Halibel, nah, there's no way. The impression I'm getting is the zombies in the Empire are tougher. I heard that the kid who set this up is causing mischief to the Empire's great spirit. So maybe it's a distance thing. Subaru, distance. Halibel revealed his opinions as he bobbed the kizaroo up and down between his teeth. The subtle difference in nuance was not clear to Subaru, who was not familiar with the undead in Kararaji. However, since someone as competent as Halibel had felt it, there must have been a difference. He did not want to think that zombies were truly being used for separate reasons. At the same time, though, Julius, I get the impression that this is more a matter of being complete than of distance. Anastasia, what you mean by that, Julius? Julius, since Halibel has described them as tough, it must be true that the zombies that have appeared in the Empire are superior in terms of ability. However, the zombies in the city-states have emerged at an earlier period. So what we can infer from this is, Ram, that Kararagi zombies were for practice and Walachia's zombies are for the actual operation. Is that what Knight Julius is trying to say? Ram asked this of Julius, who, when questioned by Anastasia, had expanded upon his reasoning while touching the scar under his left eye. He straightened his back at Ram's words, then tucked his chin in with a yes. Julius, if my current thoughts are correct, that would explain Halibel's impression. In addition, Halibel, may I ask why you believe that you are not a good match for the zombies of the Empire? Halibel, I didn't see it myself, but I heard that the number of zombies in the dragon carriage were multiplying. That Black Dragon did the same thing. You see, the selling point of my attacks is the fact that it's a curse of death that makes it over for you when it hits. So I ain't compatible at all with an opponent who don't end even after they kick the bucket. Subaru. Halibel, what's with the silence? Subaru, no, I was just surprised when you casually said your selling point is a killing curse. Subaru could not believe his ears when Halibel revealed his hand so easily. However, Halibel seemed to nod his head in agreement with Subaru's point with a yeah. Halibel, it ain't like anything will happen, even if you know, and even if you knew not many people would get by without taking a single hit from me, right? Subaru, yeah, you might seem humble, but you're not same with Reinhard. And Cece, I feel like the strongest people of each country have that in common. Subaru was deeply impressed by Halibel's confident, imposing statement. Needless to say, Cecil is the manifestation of approval addiction, and Reinhard who embodied humility and sincerity as if they were the very clothes he wore had absolute confidence in their own abilities. In fact, if someone who was as strong as they were said, "I'm nothing special," it would not be very persuasive. It would be much more impressive if they said they were proud of that fact. In any case, Emilia, I know that Halibelson isn't that good at fighting those zombies, but what should we do about that? Who should be at to storm the Imperial capital? Anastasia, though Halibel ain't talking like the strongest in Kararaji, I can still guarantee his abilities and thinking. He should be in the assault team, so he won't get spoiled. Halibel, well, I ain't gonna cry and make a fuss, saying that I don't like it though, right? Halibel gave a wry smile to Anastasia, who was harsh even without any arguing. In reality, even if his special assassin curse did not work on the zombies, Halibel's ability to single-handedly confront the Black Dragon was undeniable, while considering that it was a certainty that he should be a part of the assault team. Subaru wanted to cut to the chase, and with a "may I say something" raised his hand. Then, Subaru, first things first, and joined the assault team. Indeed, before anyone else came forward, Subaru asserted his position. All eyes gathered on Subaru, who had nominated himself, and a momentary pause was created. Taking advantage of this void, Subaru seized the opportunity to explain why he should be a part of the mission. Subaru, first, it should be clear to everyone that Spica's authority has the power to nullify their specialty, the resurrection of zombies. However, currently it's necessary for me to accompany her as her guardian, so she can use it if Halibelson has such a hard time dealing with the resurrecting enemies. Then Spica is absolutely essential for the assault. During the attack on the coupled dragon carriages, Spica had made a significant contribution to the defeat of the formidable foe, the poison princess Lamia Godwin. If she could fully wield the authority of gluttony, she could cut off the endless escape by death of the resurrecting undead. In terms of defeating Sphinx, there seemed to be no better strategy than utilizing Spica. Subaru, both Spica and I have irreplaceable roles, so inevitably Biko will also have to come with me to the Imperial capital. Beatrice, that's what was wished for. In fact, Betty doesn't want to be separated from Subaru anymore, I suppose. Subaru, I'm sorry, thanks for your help. Seating herself comfortably beside Subaru after he had raised his hand, Beatrice firmly grasped his raised hand in hers, signifying her agreement to accompany the assault team. Feeling reassured by his partner's response, Subaru glanced at Spica, the crucial part of the operation, and Rem, whom she was holding on to. Spica clinging onto Rem's waist as she hugged her, and Rem supporting her shoulder, received Subaru's gaze. "Rem, why are you looking at me with such anxious eyes?" Subaru, well, it'll be bringing Spica into danger again, and if that makes Rem dislike me, it'll make my heart shatter. Rem, besides, it's not like you can't seek comfort from Emilia Sanright. Subaru, huh? Upon hearing Subaru's timid response, Rem averted her gaze, discontentedly muttering under her breath. While Subaru struggled to fully grasp the meaning behind her words, Ram, standing beside her, narrowed her light crimson eyes and said, Ram, what are you going to do, rip Barusu into pieces? Subaru, don't suddenly say something so disturbing, Nisama. Ram, just kidding. If you were to tear him to pieces, now had just come back to life, wouldn't he, a Barusu, increasing atop corpses, a real nightmare, disgusting. Subaru, don't kill me without permission, and then find it disgusting when it multiplied. At Ram's ram-like remarks, Ram smirked as she shook her head. Then she thanked her sister with a thank you very much. Ram, I really appreciate your concern, Nisama. However, as Nay Sama rightly said, no matter what we do now, he will just come back to life. So let's set that aside for the moment. More importantly, Spica, you. Ram Spikakin, do you think you can work hard with that person? Rem, with her smirk fading away, looked down at Spica, who was clinging to her, and asked Spica, widen her blue eyes at the inquiry, quickly adopting a resolute expression. Being questioned about her role, and what she should do, the girl, recognizing her duty, repeatedly nodding her head. Spica, and so... She nodded with such vigor. Taking that as a voiceless affirmation, Rem made a mixed expression of bitterness and desolation. In order to express her true feelings, her voice trembled as she continued. Rem, if that's true, then I also want to come with you. But if the Kurami were to follow you, I understand that it'll only be a burden. But, Emilia, then you don't need to worry, Rem. Rem's earnest plea was interrupted by a reassuring voice. Unconsciously, Rem let out an eh, and her pale blue eyes widened as she was told this by Amelia, who thumped her own chest. Her beautiful amethyst eyes were filled with determination as she nodded to Rem. Amelia, about that child and the others who are going together with Subaru, I also really understand your worries. So it'll protect them, so that they'll be safe no matter what. Rem, Amelia-san. Amelia, leave it to me, I'm a really strong person flexing her biceps. Amelia smiled at Rem. At the words of the overly reliable Amelia, the bewildered Rem became speechless, and her eyes began to wander around. However, Otto, no. What are you saying, Emilia-sama? Emilia-sama. You cannot go, and there is no way that I could approve of something like that. Amelia, and why not? Otto, what do you mean? Why not do you need someone to explain it to you? Amelia opened her eyes full of surprise, but it was Otto who was even more surprised at her. Otto, who had seemed to be constantly frowning since joining forces with the Empire, finally revealed his typical flustered face that would be a laughable way of putting it. In actuality, Otto's opinion this time was far more appropriate than that of Amelia's. Otto, no matter how much you may want to go, this is a mission to march into the most dangerous part of the Empire, right? I absolutely cannot send Emilia-sama out there. Garfield, hold up there, Otto, bro. If you want to talk about dangerous places, why didn't you just say that when we first enter Wallachia? Otto, that may be hard to deny, but this is a matter concerning the magnitude of the danger in the Tuscany. Is right the imperial capital is the enemy's core, their stronghold of protection of a village with no strategic value cannot have a similar sturdiness. Without a doubt, the imperial capital is the most dangerous place. Garfield, well, I guess you got a good point. After having his legitimate question rebuked by a sound argument, Garfield retracted his opinion. Driven by this momentum, Otto turned his gaze toward Subaru and Beatrice. Otto, truthfully speaking, I am also opposed to Natsuka-san, and the others going this is an imperial problem, so it is absurd to risk our lives for the sake of a foreign country. Subaru, an honest guy, but I've said it several times. Otto, I understand you want to say that whether it be the kingdom or empire, it matters not where it happens since the witch's aim reaches Lagunica. That is also my opinion, if she were to appear near my hometown. However, then, I would much rather that the empire become a wasteland. Subaru, you're not hiding your blatantly strong kinship. Any more are you? Otto usually had a serious face, but weighing the advantages and disadvantages of getting involved in the Wallachian Empire's affairs seemed to not balance out in his mind. That was why he was constantly in disagreement. But just as Otto had understood for Subaru, this was not a matter of which land was being affected. Even Subaru disliked the Wallachian Empire, but there were people that he had grown to love in this empire, which he despised for their sake. He wanted to do everything he could for them, and it was for that reason that Subaru, not just Spica, but I also need to go to the imperial capital. Subaru's rush to volunteer for this was, of course, to ensure that Spica's authority was fully realized by traveling with her as her guardian. However, his biggest reason for going to this largest battlefield the imperial capital was would be expected from that place to overturn the inevitable death which someone might face to paint over the tapestry of fate. To garner the support of all of the gladiators from the Gladiator Island, Subaru had gone through a lot of trouble, but it was well worth it were there to be a promised reward. Subaru would not hesitate to take it. Betty also doesn't want Subaru doing anything dangerous, in fact. And there Beatrice, who had spoken on Subaru's behalf towards Otto, who looked at both Subaru and herself, began to express her thoughts, with that characteristic pattern in Beatrice's blue eyes, while making contact with Otto's eyes that looked towards her. Beatrice, but the strength of that girl will be useful in dismantling the sacrament of the immortal king, I suppose, and in the unlikely event that we need to seal Sphinx, Betty's strength will be needed, in fact. Subaru, seal, huh? Beatrice, if Spica's authority does not work, there will be no choice but to use a method that will seal her moves and stop her rampage. I suppose if she commits suicide in order to escape, it will be the start of a never-ending chase. In fact, in order to prevent that, it will be time for Betty's magic to come into play, I suppose. With one hand holding on to Subaru's, Beatrice stuck out her other free hand. As he looked at the round hands of the young girl, Subaru's mind was filled with a scene as Beatrice spoke about the seal the successful. Capture the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony Roy Alfred at the Pleiades Watchtower. Roy's entire body was hardened like wax by Een magic, and he was restrained in a state where he could not move or even think. Subaru, that's right, the Witch of Envy was captured under the same seal. Betty, that's right, in fact, it's a reliable and proven which seal. I suppose if sealing Sphinx is essential to controlling the situation, sorry about you and Petra, but Betty and Subaru are indispensable, in fact. With Beatrice covering for him from a magical standpoint, Subaru sneaked a glance at Otto, as well as at Petra, who was standing with Frederica opposite to him. Petra, who had grown more reliable and promising in the time since he last saw her, was understandably unwilling to let Subaru return to the imperial capital in his shrunken state. However, she was smart enough to understand the validity of Beatrice's opinion that if the undead army was not stopped here, the damage would increase exponentially. For the sake of that, she sighed reluctantly. And then Petra, of course, it would turn out like the Subaru Petra. Petra, just like Rem sent him, not in a position to come along, at least ITLO, be a huge help that Beatrice John will go as a chaperone. Subaru's heart ached for the overly understanding girl, whose anxiety was caused by none other than himself. Beatrice nodded her head in assurance of Petra's trust. Beatrice, how Petra feels is certainly understandable. I suppose as long as Betty is around, she won't allow harm near Subaru. In fact, Petra, yup, thank you, Beatrice John. Amelia, that's right, Beatrice being with Subaru makes me happy and relieved, but I would feel more at ease if the two of them and I were together. Otto Emiliasima, Amelia Eyre. Following the beautiful friendship between Beatrice and Petra, Amelia tried to stubbornly impose her opinion in a not-at-all successful way, and was shot down by Otto's steely gaze. However, as mentioned before, Subaru also believed that Otto's opinion was correct on this matter. Subaru wanted to grant Amelia whatever she wished if he could, but granting this wish would take Amelia straight into the most dangerous place in the Empire. On the other hand, Garfield had a point. In the first place, there was no doubt that the Empire was dangerous when they had arrived, and even if she were to remain in Garkla, her personal safety would not be guaranteed. In that sense, the ideal situation would be to keep everyone Subaru knew close to himself. Roswell, I am in favor of adding Emiliasima to the group that is going into the imperial capital. Frederica Master. But then, unexpectedly, an opinion arose that was 180 degrees different from the one that had come before. Frederica was so startled by that opinion that she could not believe her ears as she raised her voice with a look of disbelief on her face. But while it was only Frederica who had voiced it first, most of the people present could not hide their surprise at that opinion Roswell's statement. Amidst the surprise that reigned, it was Anastasia, who recovered relatively quickly, frowning as she stroked her fox scarf. Anastasia, that's a surprising opinion. Surely I would have thought that y'all were unanimously against it except for Amelia-san. Roswell, being that Emiliasima is the representative of the camp, it's a pity that her opinion isn't being listened to. Well, Jewess, kidding, I didn't mean to be a prankster and go against the grain either. Otto allow us to hear it. Roswell shrugged his shoulders, and Otto urged him onward with his emotionless voice and expression. Both Subaru and the person being supported, Amelia, waited with bated breath for Roswell's thoughts. Roswell, under the scrutiny of those around him, closed an eye, leaving only the yellow one open. Roswell, it's not difficult in his alliance with the Empire. Amelia Samus' ability is a powerful asset for us to propose. If it were Anastasia Sama, who were to tell her to go ahead, we would all stop her. But Amelia Sama is not like that. In fact, we all approved of Emiliasima's involvement in the war before the zombies even showed up. Amelia, yet true, you know, I fought Madeline and Mesria that time. 2. And I made it back without a hitch. Otto, this situation is different from that. What is required is a surprise attack by a small number of elites, and Emiliasima's over-the-top bold fighting style is not suited for that. Roswell, she has more than enough to make up for that. And if Emiliasima is there, even if the operation fails, then rebuilding can be incorporated into the operation. She could freeze half of the city, wouldn't you agree? This was an outrageous statement by Roswell, who held up one finger, but it was not surprisingly over the top. Amelia's abilities as a unit was hard to replace. She had a ridiculous amount of mana that she could provide on her own and super long range, skills that she could make full use of. In short, Amelia could turn the battlefield into a snowy landscape all by herself and run around in the extreme cold, all while being cute and energetic. In order to make ideal use of her overwhelming fighting ability, Subaru had devised Ice Brand Arts, which was also recognized by Roswell. In fact, there was no doubt that Amelia was one of the camp's strongest fighting assets. After having thoroughly participated in the events surrounding the Pleiades Watchtower in the decisive battle at the Imperial capital, it was not a convincing argument to keep Amelia out of harm's way. In addition, Roswell had a conviction only he could possess, that was Roswell Subarukin would be more motivated if Emiliasima were with him right. Subaru could not help but bite his lip when Roswell gave such a clearly malevolent smile. It was obvious that the Takadan remark was making fun of Subaru's authority returned by death, which only Roswell knew about. Roswell had no idea that death was a trigger for Subaru to go back in time, but he knew that Subaru had such a secret trick up his sleeve. For Amelia's sake, there was also the certainty that he would not let this trick go to waste. Roswell's calculations were correct. Subaru would use return by death if something happened to anyone, but if Amelia were to come along, Subaru's eagerness and desperation would be everything that Roswell wanted and more. However, only people like Roswell could be persuaded by such circumstances. Frederica Master, I like Otto-sama, am against Emilia-sama going. Despite this, the opposition was not swayed by hearing Roswell's viewpoint. Even Frederica, who was among the members of the camp who tended to side with Roswell, was opposed to Emilia joining the team, emphasizing the dangers of the situation. However, Frederica, of course, I am aware that Emilia-sama is stronger than Otto-sama, and I will ever be, but still she is way too important. Roswell, so I will accompany them. Is that right to say, Frederica, huh? Unable to find an agreement, after all, Frederica's eyes widened upon hearing this refutation. Roswell made a brief but unmistakable declaration as he waved both of his lifted hands for all to see. Roswell, I will accompany Emilia-sama and the rest of the team too. The Imperial capital, fortunately, now that I no longer have to hide my true identity, they'll be able to show off my skills both great and small. Emilia, huh? Roswell is coming. Are you coming with us, Roswell? Are you surprised? Emilia, well, I always had the impression that you were always just relaxing in your mansion, Roswell. Roswell gave a wry smile at Emilia's genuinely astonished reaction. Although relaxed was a rather Emilia-like expression, Roswell was usually not there to solve problems, since he was often the cause of them, and because he was an unreliable ally to begin with. However, it would make no sense for Roswell to betray their trust under these circumstances, considering that there was no possibility of Roswell plotting some dark scheme within the Empire. In a sense, they could trust Roswell here much more than they could in the kingdom. Subaru, it makes you wonder what kind of ally is more trustworthy in another country. Upon hearing that Roswell would be accompanying them, it seemed to Subaru that the proposal had nothing but merits except for the rather disgusted look on Beatrice's face. If one was talking about the strongest members of the camp, Roswell was undeniably one of them. Otto, I also. For a moment, Otto suddenly started to say something, yet the words he was about to say were interrupted by grinding teeth. So Otto took a deep breath and exhaled. Otto, Garfield, please accompany Natsuki-san and the rest. Garfield, you're sure about that? On top of the 3 knights going, all the strong ones are going to be there. Otto, since we made it this far, it would be folly to put in half the effort in that respect. I do not like the fact that it is in the hands of the Margrave. Roswell Otacon is always thinking too much of me, eyes. Roswell put on a relaxed smile, and Otto put his hand on his forehead. Garfield, seeing his brother's distress, gnashed his fangs and put his fist together in front of his chest. With a dry thud, Garfield stomped the floor with gusto. Garfield, I then will be talking Otterbro's worries, Petra's worries, and also sis worries all together with my amazing self. Garfram's worries are missing. Garfield, I don't want to bring your concern for Roswell with me. Ram, idiot, there's no need to worry about Roswell. Ram is worried for you. Although Garfield had made his choice readily and determinedly, the singular jab he received from Ram had caused his momentum to shrivel up with a roar. After displaying her sinful tendency to lead Garfield on, Ram then glanced at Roswell, who had volunteered to be a part of the invading force. Ram, pleased to your heart's content, kindly put on a show for the Empire with your powers. Roswell sure think the Empire has too little respect for magic after ale. In response to his smile, Ram lifted the skirt of her traveling outfit to perform a curtsy, staring at the interaction in which a certain amount of trust, neither excessive nor insufficient, had been exchanged. Emilia blinked her eyes, having been left behind by the flow of the conversation. Emilia, so Roswell and Garfield are coming with us, and I'm also going to invade the Imperial capital with Subaru's group. Is that right? Subaru, yeah. That should be. All right, we put together the strongest team, just as Otto said. They will be bringing along Emilia, Garfield, and Roswell, the 3 most powerful people within the Emilia camp, so it could be said that they would be performing at their highest potential as an allied faction. Subaru was worried about the prospect that the trio of Beatrice and Spica will become a burden to them. Subaru, and then Halibelson also joins the team, huh? All that's left is Julius Subaru. Just as Subaru was about to declare the team as one undoubtedly made up of their strongest members, he turned around upon hearing someone calling for him. The one who had called for him was a man who had not been included among the names that were mentioned. Moreover, if only the strongest were to be gathered, then he was unmistakably someone that Subaru wanted in such a team. However, the man, in his traditional Japanese clothing with his handsome face, had made an affirmation with a look of dignity in his eyes. Julius, I will stay by Anastasia-sama's side, drawing the enemy's eyes towards a fortified city, will assist your breaking, will it not? Subaru, Julius, of course, those whom His Excellency the Emperor places his trust and will bear the responsibility of defending the city, but I plan to be of assistance as well most of all. There Julius cut off his words for a moment and cast a glance at Anastasia, who was beside him. In order to search for the missing Subaru and company, Anastasia had pushed herself to come running all the way to Wallachia. Along with Subaru's feelings of gratitude towards her, it was necessary for her to return safely without question. Therefore, Julius made an unequivocal statement. Julius, I am Anastasia Sama's one and only knight after all. Subaru silently took in a breath at those self-assured words, cloudless and invigorated to the point that it was spectacular. It was because Subaru understood that was a statement Julius had made to indicate where he stood, and at the same time it was to light a fire under Subaru, who was also in the same position as him, a shove in the back to protect Emilia, just as Julius would protect Anastasia. Subaru, I'm telling you, just because you stay here doesn't mean you can take it easy. If you let your guard down, you're gonna get humbled like you did with Reed. Julius, how daunting. Even now I tremble in fear whenever I gaze at the wound on my face in the mirror. Subaru, the hell are you saying? Laughing off Julius' banner in that manner, Subaru practically jumped to his feet on the spot. Like that, he surveyed the entire group with his eyes and went on to reconfirm. Subrumi, Biko, and Spica are going to Militan and Garfield, and Raza will be there, and Halibelson's also going to be a member of the team too. Emilia, MHM, let's do our best since Ram's group and Anastasia Sands' group are staying behind. Please be very careful of the zombies. Anastasia, y'all are the ones breaking into the core of the castle. So I'm going to lose face if you told me that, but depending on how much we can be flashy with attracting our customers, the difficulty of your mission will change. It's our time to shine, ain't it? As if her merchant spirit had been stirred, Anastasia responded with an evil grin. Feeling reassured by that, Subaru clenched his fists at the imminent battle that would be decisive for the Empire. No matter what, they would dedicate their best effort to prevent the great disaster. For that reason, they had to hurry towards the Imperial capital. If he were to be asked why, it was because Subaru of CC any time now carelessly decided to slay 1,000 or even 10,000 people at where he was left behind, and the Great Spirit's mana runs out, and the Empire gets destroyed. Because of it, that's going to be absolutely terrible. In that case, it would be impossible to tell whether it was Subaru's fault for taking Cecilus along with him, or a price the Empire had to pay for leaving that guy unattended up until now. Chapter 33. Verdict on Love. 1. Governor of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, Gustav Morello. There was an immense significance in receiving that position from the almighty emperor of the sacred Wallachian Empire. In Wallachia, where the teaching that the people of the empire must be strong was lived and breathed, the role of the shows held on the island utilizing the gladiators was exceedingly important in these times of peace. Those were not simply for the purpose of amusement, but so that in the reign of the current emperor, who extinguished even the smallest fires of the live coals known as internal strife, the human nature of the imperial peoples would not be overly distanced from combat, so that their fangs would not be dulled. It was not as though the emperor had so plainly declared that, but when Gustav was appointed as governor by the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia, he grasped that such were the professional duties he must fulfill. In reality, following that through Gustav had come to fulfill that better than any of his predecessors in the long line of governors of the island until today. Gustav Morello, accompanied by the gladiators of Jinnenhive, have successfully converged before the emperor, who cast his gaze down upon him. Before Vincent of Wallachia, Gustav placed all four his arms as a multi-armed tribesman on the ground and spoke as he kneeled. The great civil war that shook the entire empire, its premise, had completely collapsed with the interference of the dead. In order to escape the host of savage, undead, the citizens of the imperial capital and the surrounding areas were simultaneously evacuated, and without distinction the warriors of the regular army and rebel army were forced to cooperate in order to oppose the ruin. The evacuation of the excess refugees was still proceeding, but even so the fortified city of Garkla was accommodating more than half of the total refugees. As a part of that large number of evacuees, right after they had entered Garkla, Gustav was granted an audience with Vincent. Gustav, in a room of the large fortress next to the kneeling Gustav, Idra Masenga wore a puzzled expression. The group of outlaws that was a gladiator gang had changed their name to the Pleiades Battalion, and with Natsuki Schwartz as their boss. Gustav had served the role of military advisor, and in that role of military advisor, Gustav had chosen Idra to assist him in jobs other than rampaging. Among the gladiators whom Schwartz had an especially close relationship with, Idra happened to have a suitable amount of prudence and composure, and was an exceedingly useful treasure in the group of ruffians. Be that as it may, when abruptly brought before His Excellency the Emperor, that composure could not be demonstrated. Vincent, in regards to your activities, I have received a report from Zikra Osman. That person, Natsuki Schwartz, was also chirpily boasting about your achievements. Idra chirpily, Perhaps because he was overly tense, Idra subconsciously voiced that, and his face went pale. Narrowing his sable eyes, Vincent was famous for the fierce nature on the other side of his handsome, delicate appearance for the Imperial. Citizens who only knew of the Emperor through rumors it was understandable that they would be prepared to die with just his gaze being turned to them. However, as Gustav looked up to Vincent while still kneeling, "Gustav, your excellency the Emperor, this is Idra Masenga. He is a gladiator, but he assists myself as the official with work that others are incapable of. Please, depending on if the current conflict is resolved, your pardon would be." "Vincent, you are unusually talkative, Gustav Morello, but Idra, Vincent, if he says you are valuable, then it must be so. Endeavor to the utmost if you are going to speak about what comes after the war. Leave behind achievements and a life that can be discussed after the war." "Idra, you understood. I am grateful and delighted." With so much excess momentum that his forehead slammed against the floor, Idra resolutely prostrated himself on the spot. Idra was so deeply moved by the feeling of narrowly escaping death that he could not see his surroundings, but as a mere son of a miller, he did not realize just how extraordinary the words Vincent had spoken to him were. Of course, Gustav thought that he had contributed enough to be deserving of that, but at the same time, he noticed a change in Vincent. That was the tolerance he showed towards others. From the very start, Vincent was a wise emperor, perhaps even too wise an emperor. Therefore, when faced with someone who could not share an exceptionally perceptive sight of the Emperor, Vincent was rather cold-hearted. For that reason, the people around him were urged to stake their lives on the line in the endeavor to try and understand what the Emperor saw. The Emperor had deemed that acceptable. However, it seemed as if he had lost just that. "Vincent, however, you have made quite the bold move, have you not?" Suddenly, as if to sever Gustav's contemplation, Vincent spoke. At the Emperor's sentence, Gustav, still kneeling, closed his mouth with his fangs still sticking out and awaited Vincent's next words. As Vincent narrowed his sable eyes at Gustav's silence, "Vincent, my order to you ought to have been the duty of the Gladiator Island's governor. To think that you have abandoned that duty during this emergency, spearheading the island's gladiators to advance far east to the imperial capital. How dare such a person bring their one and only head before the Emperor, where it is natural to tremble?" Sitting in a large chair, Vincent spoke these words with his chin resting in his hand atop the armrest of the side. Idra could be heard making a noise with his throat. It was a situation in which the height of disrespect had been directed toward the Emperor, in which any imperial citizen would be pessimistic that their life had been lost. "Gustav, may I have the privilege of clarifying a few things?" "Vincent, I shall allow it. However, choose your words carefully. Even if you lose 2 arms, you would still be able to continue working as an ordinary person, correct?" But Gustav did not succumb to such pessimism, and instead discourteously responded to the Emperor with a gaze that could be described as sadistic or inflammatory. Vincent allowed it. Before him, Gustav was astonished with how calm he was being inclined to act. This way was likely the influence of the courageous boy who was more fearless than anybody else. "Gustav, your excellency, the Emperor, you have stated that in my capacity I have abandoned the duty of governor. But in reality, that is not the case, and in addition, the one spearheading the gladiators is not me as the official, but—" "Vincent, it is not you. Gustav, it is the honorable son of your excellency the Emperor." Vincent's reaction at that moment was likely something that Gustav would never forget for the rest of his life. "Vincent." In an instant, Vincent's sable eyes widened, and he made a wretchedly uncouth expression. That reaction could not be accurately described with any other words than being attacked in an unguarded moment. It was evidence that for Vincent both the speaker and the content spoken went far beyond his expectations. Vincent placed his hand over his mouth and erased that rare expression then. "Vincent, I had evaluated your devotion to your professional duties as having no leeway. Gustav, in my capacity, I am in agreement, but if things have proceeded in line with the thoughts of your excellency, the Emperor, and myself, as the official, I will be doing nothing but watching over this major crisis of the Empire from the far reaches of the West." Perhaps if Schwartz had not outrageously seized control of the Gladiator Island, Gustav would still be remaining on the island during this major crisis of the Empire, fully immersed in his duty of managing the gladiators. Even if something had happened to Vincent in the imperial capital, he would have obediently performed the professional duties appointed to him. Perhaps he would have even thought of producing results that nobody would appraise as some sort of farewell gift. That such a thing had not come to pass, that such a version of himself had not been left behind, relieved him from the bottom of his heart. Instigated by Schwartz, he had interpreted the Emperor's order in a rather self-centered way that he could decide for himself whether this was the emergency, even if it was a result of perverting it to the fullest extent, in order to hasten to the imperial capital. That was the case. Vincent the Emperor would have perished along with the imperial capital, and he would have likely put you lot to good use. Gustav, your excellency the Emperor, contrary to Gustav, who thought he could affirm his own judgment, regardless of whether it was correct or not, Vincent's spoken words sounded pregnant with some other speculation. But Vincent did not try to touch upon the speculation that had shown itself. Instead, Vincent shook his head and, "Vincent, that shall do fine. I shall go along with what you say in the midst of the situation, contending for the survival of the Empire magnificently. Exert yourself to win pardon for the gladiators and to keep your own position, stand down." "Gustav, yes, sir, as much as my arms allow in my capacity. I shall work myself until my body is ruined." Between Gustav and Vincent, there was a mutual understanding that they were treating this as an emergency. Whether Gustav had deviated from the professional duties of governor of the Gladiator Island or not would be proved by the work done by Gustav himself and the Pleiades battalion from here on out. He did not have the confidence that they could definitely accomplish that, but at this moment Gustav thought that he would at least finish things without regretting what Schwartz had instigated. Indeed, it was at the moment that Gustav slightly contorted the ends of his mouth and was about to excuse himself from before the Emperor. "Idra, with all due respect, Your Excellency the Emperor, there's a question I'd like to HK." With his forehead rubbing against the floor, Idra suddenly began to speak, causing Gustav to reflexively gasp. With a quivering voice, Idra discourteously spoke. So to Vincent, skillfully tilting his head upwards in his prostrated position, and directed his eyes, still on the verge of tears, to the Emperor. Idra, who displayed his willpower and the spark of the island, possessed admirable courage, but refusing to yield after being ordered to stand down by the Emperor, was as expected an exceedingly outrageous action that did not value his own life. However, "Vincent, what is it?" At Vincent's unthinkable response, Gustav was utterly flabbergasted once more. At that great opportunity, Idra extended his arms without hesitation, and he did not miss his chance, like a gladiator, making full use of their instincts during a critical moment on which their life was staked. Idra moved his parched lips and released the prompted question. That was, "Idra, Your Excellency, after this battle, what do you intend to do to your honorable son, the Prince Schwartz?" Gustav Masanga. It was an inappropriate and ill-timed question that nobody except the bravest person in the whole empire would be able to ask. The rumor of the black-haired crown prince that had arisen all across the lands was inseparable from the great civil war that would be left in the history of the empire, at least before the circumstances were painted over with the battle between the living and the dead. Originally, the details behind the start of the Pleiades battalion were that Schwartz had expressed his determination to clash with Vincent, so that was the overall objective of the battalion. Therefore, it was natural for Idra to desire that answer from Vincent. The problem was that was an ultimate disrespect that posed a very real threat to his life, but Idra was so overwhelmed by tension that he was unable to recognize that. Gustav, during the moment of silence that was yielded, Gustav became aware of the rare discomposure within himself. Thinking back on it, all of his discomposure in recent memory had been due to either Schwartz or Cecilus. For Idra to be added to that list was an event that made the world seem bleak. Unconsciously, even Gustav tried to escape from the reality unfolding before his eyes. Vincent, Idra Masanga. Vincent's lips called out Idra's name, receiving that not just Idra, but Gustav also gazed in wonder, and they both gulped down their saliva before the two of them. The Emperor rearranged his crossed legs and continued. "Vincent, it is not my place to be concerned with the validity of his actions." Vincent's answer could not be said to have a comprehensible meaning. The notion that Vincent, who stood at the apex of this empire, did not have a right to make a decision regarding Schwartz's position. There was nobody who could be satisfied upon being told that. But more than that, Idra could not be permitted to continue persisting. "Vincent, stand down while your head is still attached to your torso. Any more than this shall be disrespect." Having overlooked everything until now, the Emperor now explicitly drew a clear line with that. As a start, Gustav hurriedly hoisted up Idra with two of his arms, and used his other two arms to close his mouth. With Idra, who was likely the luckiest man in this fortified city, or perhaps even in this empire tonight, being carried in his arms, Gustav gave a very deep bow to Vincent. And then, "Gustav, I sincerely beg for your honorable mercy on Prince Schwartz's honorable position." Sharing in Idra's good luck, Gustav used it to his advantage and left behind that final comment, and the curtain was closed on the act explaining their departure from the Gladiator Island. 2. Vincent, so he was even able to cause Gustav Morello to speak in such a manner. That man is someone I am incapable of fully reading. Gustav had carried Idra like a criminal and departed, while adding a comment that would have been fine if left unsaid. Seeing off that back, Vincent quietly sighed. Not only had he been unexpectedly sent to the Gladiator Island, but he had twisted the thoughts of all the gladiators there, and of Gustav, who was honestly devoted to his professional duties. That fact deserved praise. To be honest, no matter how much the person in question may deny it, his actions were to the extent that him not being a stargazer seemed not to make any logical sense. Anyhow, Vincent, even if they are included in the city's defenses, it shall be far from stable We must not cut corners in selecting the offense against the imperial capital, but Vincent had many thoughts on how they ought to be handled. The personnel from the kingdom's side were being selected by their own intelligent individuals, and in an alliance with them this side also needed to turn over a suitable Hamberstedts, and Serena would remain in the fortress city, and regarding tactics, God's presence would function more than well enough. In the sense of plain fighting strength, the shortage of the personnel joining the strike force would hurt, but Vincent, the personnel who triumph in large-scale tactics are irreplaceable. That point likely has more value than if 10 Cecil users were left behind. There being 10 of him will be nothing short of a nightmare. But I suppose the reason why he is still yet to converge is that something in the imperial capital has piqued his curiosity. Him causing the destruction of our country is something I would like to avoid. Everyone who is aware of the level of danger posed by the stone and Cecilus' nature harbored the same fear, that Cecilus would massacre the undead, sucking the mana of the Great Spirit dry. Similar to how Halibel had suppressed the Black Dragon at the coupled dragon carriages, he did not think Cecilus would lag behind the undead, even if his limbs were shorter, but the very fact that he would not lag behind was the very problem. Vincent supposing that causes the ruination of the country, I suppose it would be that damn Chisha's responsibility for picking him up that day. The very notion of his predictions being off the mark is a nice feeling, but he was not enough of a madman to laugh in delight because of that, and it was unclear if there was even enough time to be laughing in delight. Indeed, right as Vincent reaffirmed within himself the reason for hastening. Oi, hold on, I told you that I can't let you in, most honorable Empress Consort. Like I said, I still haven't said that I'm okay with that. Hearing a sudden loud voice from beyond the door, an odd flavor was mixed into Vincent's contemplation. A hoarse, clamorous voice and an angry, shrill voice sounded, and as Vincent lifted his face before him, was the door being vigorously thrown open from the other side. Abelchin, give me a minute, Vincent. I shall not. Having kicked open the door and marched in it was a tall woman with fluttering long blonde hair stepping forth before the Emperor with 2 barbarian swords fastened to her waist. It was Medium O'Connell, who brazenly performed that outrageous action, which seemed to be devoid of sanity. Behind Medium, Jamal Oralee, who had been positioned in front of the door, wore a deplorable expression, and Vincent pierced him with a chilly gaze. Vincent, I ordered you to only let through the ones which I said to let through, did I not? Jamal, yas, that's true, but when the person is the most honorable Empress Consort, a low-ranking soldier like me ain't got a clue on what to do, HK. Vincent, in that case, if a general of higher rank were to appear with a rebellious spirit, you would be powerless. Jamal, yes, no, since between your excellency and a general, I think your excellency is definitely higher, but I don't really understand the position, a most honorable Empress Consort, that's all. While his vulgarity was always on display, Jamal showed that he was carefully selecting his words. At his response, Vincent decided to give up on it for now, and looked at Medium, who stood in an imposing way. Medium, who had marched in with heavy breathing, gave a very different impression to what he had heard. Vincent, I had heard that you confined yourself in a room and were whimpering to yourself. Medium, who said that I was whimpering, that's not like me at all. Though just a little, I may have cried just a little, Vincent. It was your brother Flop O'Connell. Medium, big bro, why did you say such a thing? Flop, that is quite simple, dear sister, of course. Facing the forthcoming conflict between honorable consorts, it is. So that His Excellency the Emperorkin will have a strong concern and desire to protect Medium. Medium vigorously turned around, and prompted by her Flop, ungrudgingly confessed his plan with a foolish look on his face. Vincent no longer said anything to Jamal, who had just let Flop pass freely, but he did not have the time to go along with the sibling quarrel that was beginning here. Medium, I said it to Jamal Chin as well, but I haven't agreed to that. It's not that I hate Abel Chin, but I don't know what I would do as the most honorable Empress Consort. Flop, I see, but dear sister, you're my little sister. But did you become my sister while knowing what a sister ought to do, or did you become my sister without knowing anything in particular? Am I wrong, Medium? And now that you mention it. Flop, in that case, it isn't important whether you know how to become something or not. What matters is the feelings of trying to become that thing and the surrounding environment. You could even say that the foundations of a little sister and the most honorable Empress Consort are the same thing. Medium, oh, I get you're incredible, big bro. You aren't deceiving me, right, big bro? After being tricked for just a moment, Medium furiously lashed out, and Flop said, I guess there's no helping it, as he placed his hand on the forehead of his sodden face, though it did not seem like a sudden occurrence of a quarrel between siblings. Vincent, come not before me with matters that you have not even settled amongst yourselves. I am busy, Jamal, take them away. Medium, I'll wait. Right now it doesn't matter whether I'm the most honorable Empress Consort or not, wanting Abelchin to give me a minute wasn't about that. Vincent, what is it? Medium, I also want to go to the imperial capital. With a firm sound, Medium struck her hand against her chest and clearly stated her request. Hearing that request, Vincent furrowed his brow. Then next to Medium, who wore a brave expression, Flop raised a finger and said, "May I?" Flop, you might be surprised by such a sudden thing, but this isn't just an idea that my sister came up with right before we arrived at this town. The final one we saw in that dragon carriage Vincent Balleroy temaglyph, was it Flop? Yeah, that's right. As Flop nodded, without surprise, Vincent recalled the final conflict on the coupled dragon carriages. Subaru had made the girl whom he had started call Spike do something, and as a result the resurrection of the undead Lamia became defective and Vincent stabbed her with his own hands. Then, controlling a deceased flying dragon, the one who had taken away Vincent's sister, who was dying once again, was the magical sharpshooter Balleroy temaglyph. Having laid eyes upon Balleroy, their medium had certainly said something. "Medium Belibro." In a weak, feeble voice, Medium muttered so. Her voice quavering, she called that out to the fleeing Balleroy many times over. "Flop, Medium and I have an old fellowship with Balleroy in the past. He helped us out a lot at High Countess Dracaroy's place for Balleroy. To be there's no way we could have ever expected to reunite with him in such a way." Vincent recalled that a reunion would be perhaps a bit too ironic. In response to Vincent's words, Flop spoke, yet in a voice that was unusually somber for him. Medium and Flop, the two of them, harbored complex feelings regarding the undead Balleroy. If someone they were very close with had appeared in a form completely different to when they were alive, the heartache incurred was something Vincent could understand. But Vincent would never disclose that he could sympathize with those emotions. No matter what, at the very least he had given his resurrected sister her last rites by his own hand. Vincent, so how does the relationship between you siblings and Balleroy connect to your previous request? Medium Abelchin is smart, so you should know what I'm trying to say, right? But the way you just said that had a really unpleasant feeling, so it'd be better if you stop with that. Vincent, Medium, I want to meet Belibro and talk to him. Even if I have no clue what he's thinking, having become like that, I want to talk to him. After all, at first she was vigorous, however gradually faltering she chose words to try and accurately convey the feelings in her heart as Medium did. So her words came to a pause. The most important words, in order to choose them in the most accurate way possible, she earnestly contemplated, and, "Medium, after all, I want to become Ballibro's bride, Vincent. So, it is naught but an emotional argument." Responding so to the teary-eyed Medium's appeal, Vincent looked towards Flop. Flop was the one who had endorsed Medium, who was still on the verge of bursting out, crying to become one of his consorts. Rather than ambition, the true motivation was likely more strongly concerned for Medium's well-being. "Vincent, is it agreeable with you to not stop your sister from heading towards such a deadly place?" Flop, "Oh yeah, Your Excellency the Emperorkin, it seems you don't understand just how much my sister and I treasure our everyday conversations, of course. Before coming here, I did all I could to try and stop her, but she shook me off through sheer force, and I just finished reapplying all my bandages. Vincent, in other words, she overcame you through brute force, HM. It is unexpected that she is able to disregard her brother's recommendations." "Medium, I love Big Bro, and what Big Bro says is generally always correct, but me and Big Bro are different people. So there are times when we want to do different things. Now is one of those times." As if she could not be stopped by force or by words, Medium regained the springiness in her voice. Witnessing her forceful appeal, Vincent pondered for a while. In the sense of plain strength, Medium's capabilities were just a little better than a rank-and-file Imperial soldier. Jamal, who could not even follow simple commands, likely had a higher level of sortability. It was difficult to imagine she would make dramatic contributions to the progress of the battle were she to be brought along. However, on the contrary, that would mean her presence would not influence the war situation. "Vincent, do as you please, Medium really Abelchin. Vincent, do not be doubtful that your request has been accepted. Whether you are present or not shall not impact the war situation, but that is exactly why you shall need to take that responsibility upon yourself." "Medium, that means..." Medium was astonished by his initial response, but Vincent's following words made her blink her eyes, seeing Medium in such a state. Flop interjected with, "In other words, Flop, you will need to defend yourself. They don't have the strength to spare in order to protect Medium. That's what he means." Vincent, indeed, without that resolve, throwing yourself into maelstrom of battle would be. "Medium, what in that case I'd be okay needing to defend myself is something that I've been doing all along when I was traveling with Big Bro." Vincent, as he tried to convey that she was mistaken if she intended to receive protection, because she was an Empress consort candidate. Vincent's expectations were swiftly betrayed by Medium herself. Medium had been anxious about what she was being told, but she patted her chest in relief as if she had just been given a trivial condition. Medium, geez, I was so nervous about what exactly you were telling me, but I'm glad that Abelchin isn't as ill-natured as I had feared. Being told something roughly in line with his expectations, Vincent contorted his lips into a slightly dejected expression. At any rate, that was Medium's declaration after having spoken her request, and comprehending the danger that would come in that situation. If that was the case, Vincent had nothing else to add. Vincent tomorrow morning. Medium, Vincent tomorrow morning the selected personnel shall head for the imperial capital. Make your preparations. Informing her curtly, Vincent then looked towards Flop. Vincent, you are not going to say that even you shall come along. Are you? I shall say this now, but I have no intention of discussing whether it is right or wrong for someone who is unable to protect himself to volunteer for suicide in such a manner. Flop, thanks for your concern. As one would expect, I don't intend to willingly go to my death. I don't want to be an impediment to my sister. Either the matter of Ballery, I'm entrusting it to Medium. Medium, big bro. Vincent, though there is no way to be confident that they shall meet. Without commenting on Flop's determination, Vincent touched on the possibility that their desire might not be fulfilled. However, at Vincent's words, Flop gave a smile. Flop, don't worry, they'll definitely meet. Vincent, for what reason do you think so? Flop, I have faith in fate. It may be ill-natured, but it shouldn't be so tactless. That baseless appeal had the same persuasiveness as Medium's earlier emotional argument. But Vincent avoided referring to this, and that for now, if he said something, these siblings would each reply to Vincent with twice the amount he had spoken. Besides, they would probably understand, without him needing to tell them. Medium, well then, Abelchin, see you tomorrow. They'll get bags under my eyes if I don't get a good night's sleep. With a big wave of her hand, Medium gallantly turned around. In her bolt-upright back, there was not a single trace of the fact that she had tears in her eyes just moments before. If those were not fake tears, he could only feel that she was a girl of hectic emotions. Then Flop, who ought to have been following Medium out, suddenly halted a step and... Flop, your excellency, the Emperorkin, thank you. Vincent, this gratitude is in regards to what exactly? Flop, for taking Medium's no, for taking both of our feelings into consideration, also for not rebuking Medium, even though she liked Balleroy, you know, since she's a candidate to be your honorable consort. With a pleased look on his face, Flop touched his forehead. For that reason, Vincent responded by snorting his nose, as if to question what Flop was saying. Medium's feelings of wanting to meet Balleroy, the very notion of gratitude for having not rebuked such a thing. Vincent, to punish love anyone who performs such a boorish deed, must be miserable. Giving an awfully delighted smile at that reply, Flop was an eyesore to Vincent. Chapter 34. Won't forgive you until you explain. 1. The morning of departure for the imperial capital of Lupagana had arrived. At the entrance to the fortified city of Garkla, refugees from the imperial capital and surrounding areas continued to arrive in droves throughout the morning, swelling to a number that even the cities which had accommodated the greatest numbers of people could not hold. Everyone was busy dealing with and responding to the situation, but unfortunately, it was not a matter that anyone unaffiliated with the Empire could do or say anything about. That was why the tasks entrusted to them needed to be accomplished properly. If they were not done properly, though it really pains me, I cannot really be of any help to you. The pink-haired boy's small shoulders scrunched up in frustration, and as if feeling the same pain, he was, Amelia, clench your fists. Amelia understood all too well the pain of not being able to do what one desired to do, because one was not strong enough. Moreover, this boy Schultz was a young child. Amelia, too, had been unable to be there for her loved ones when she was a child, so she was painfully aware of Schultz's feelings. Schultz, Emelissima, I entreat you please ID like you say Priscillassima, Alcima, and Heinkel-sama. With round eyes filled with tears, Schultz begged Amelia for help. It took a lot of courage for such a small child to hold back his tears and beg someone to help the people he loved. It was something Amelia could not have done, so she respected Schultz's bravery. That was why Amelia would bring home to Schultz a different ending than hers back then. Amelia, you leave it to me. I appreciate you asking me to do this, Schultz, Emelissima. Amelia, because with this, no matter what Priscilla says, to try to keep me away, I can say back to her that you asked with a please properly. With a thump on her own chest, Amelia reassured Schultz with those words. As Schultz heard this, his round eyes widened even more, and his expression quickly brightened. Schultz, yes ma'am, Priscillassima is not being honest with herself, so I hope you will talk back to her. Schultz's voice regained some of its energy, even if it was a bit hollow, and Amelia, trying to match Schultz's words, nodded back firmly with A. Yes, M is reliable, but it's dangerous. It's better if Bay watches over. You don't need to say anything, since that was already the intention, I suppose. As Amelia and Schultz spoke, two little girls exchanged words with each other. Beatrice, Amelia's escort, and Eudicata, Schultz's escort, watched Amelia and Schultz exchange with satisfaction. then exchanged glances with each other. Beatrice is probably not completely safe here either. In fact, it would be a good idea to stay hidden here with your head in your hands along with that Schultz boy, so you won't be seen, I suppose. Yudikato, when push comes to shove you will protect Shu and fight, and Bei will also do her best with Sue and the others. Beatrice's good grief was an encouraging thing to say, in fact. Despite their outward physical appearances, as the two girls had a difference in age on the inside, they pledged to fight well and exchanged their resolve for the battle that would foretell the fate of the Valachian Empire, too. And then somewhere a little further away, Medium well him off now, big bro, big Cicerina. Declaring in a lively and loud voice, Medium veered a courageous smile to the two people seeing her off. Medium was included in the group storming the imperial capital, and seeing her off was her brother Flop, of course, along with a nostalgic person to whom she was greatly indebted, Serena Dracro, whom she had reunited with on this battlefront. Flop and Medium had been under Serena's care for a long time since they were children, and with a white scar on her face, included among her beautiful features, she was bidding Medium farewell as the latter headed for the war front. That was just like when the siblings of Flop and Medium had left her hands and had departed on a journey all by themselves over 5 years ago. Serena to think that not only did Medium surpass me in height, but even in position. If you settle into the position of His Excellency's consort with no issues, remember that you are indebted to me in plenty. Medium, geez, I'm trying not to think about that right now from. Here on out, I'm going to meet Belibro, so I don't need to be doing things like thinking about Abel Chin. Serena, yeah, you aren't that clever of a girl. That's exactly why stepping up to Medium, Serena gently caressed the former's cheek. Serena was quite tall for a woman, but Medium was even taller than that. However, when Medium was before Serena being touched like this, she felt like she had returned to when she was still a little girl. In the past, on their day of departure, Serena had also brushed Medium's face like this, touching the same place. As where her own white scar was located, she gently traced it with her finger. Serena, I envy you being able to so unwaveringly desire a dialogue with him. Medium, big, said Serena. Serena, with both Balleroy and Miles, I was unable to exchange any final words on this occasion. Too, it seems like I won't be granted the opportunity to speak with Balleroy, whether that's painful or that a relief I myself don't know, though there is nothing to be afraid of. Fearless was the impression Medium had of Serena, when she had usurped the household from her father, even when he was screaming out complaints and carved a lifelong wound into her face. Serena did not even change her expression, or so Medium had heard. Serena, that is a lie, it was painful as were my father's words. I simply shed blood instead of tears. Flop, I wonder about that. In times that are really painful, aren't tears something that is shed, even when blood is also being shed with that in mind? There's no way that Countess Dracaroy didn't. Serena, be quiet, shut up. Silencing Flop with a chilly voice as he racked his brain, Serena, still touching Medium's face, narrowed her eyes and looked at the latter in a loving way. Serena, the scar on my face was something I needed to gain in order to be born anew. I don't wish for you to similarly bear a wound, but I do wish for you to gain something. Medium, yes, big, says Serena. Is there something you want to tell Belibro? It'll definitely deliver the message. Serena, yeah. At Medium's determination, Serena had the resolve to give a message, and pausing for a moment, she deliberated, but being quite a wise woman, she immediately returned an answer to Medium's question, that which she wished to tell Balleroy that would be. Serena, hurry up, and Sleep Miles is complaining that it's getting boring without you. In a manner truly characteristic of Serena's stern, but with certain love, it was a message filled with heartfelt emotion towards someone who could neither be called her subordinate nor her sworn younger brother. 3. Idris Schwartz in the worst case. Scenario, I won't blame you if you don't come back. Subaru, oi. Idris said that with a serious face, and Subaru reflexively opened his eyes wide. He quickly tried to retort with, I can't believe you're making jokes at a time like this, but Idris' serious expression did not collapse, so he ended up missing the chance. In place of Subaru, it was Hyan who said with his voice raised, don't be saying stupid shit. The lizard man glared at Idra and blinking his round eyes in surprise. Hyan, tell me, bastard, the fuck die. I think you're saying what die I mean. It's okay, if he doesn't come back, don't tell me you're telling bro to go die, are you? Idra, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Hyan, huh? I didn't get nothing wrong, you're a traitor. There's a traitor among us, bro. What the hell, this is real bad. Subaru, wait, calm down. Hyan, isn't it strange for Idra to say such a thing suddenly? There's no way. Idra's face fell as Hyan lunged at him, although he was in a very serious mood. Subaru was not so dim-witted as to take his words at face value. Rather, his relationship with Idra was not something of that sort. Subaru, so why did you say something like that? Come on, tell me why. Idra, together with Governor Gustav, I had an audience with His Excellency the Emperor during it. I asked His Excellency the Emperor what he was planning to do to you, Schwartz. Idra clenched his fist tightly and said this bitterly, to which Subaru responded with an "oh." He had heard that Gustav was going to talk to Abel the night before, but not that Idra was also present there, and that he had dropped quite the bombshell. However, if Idra was indeed there, then that was a natural question to ask. Originally, the members of the Pleiades Battalion were a group, centered around Subaru, created with the objective of him delivering a wallop to the face of the Emperor Vincent Wallachia. It was because of the zombie panic that the situation had remained unsettled, but once that issue was resolved, there would once again be a need to give a conclusion to the Civil War. That said, it took a lot of courage to directly question Abel about the matter. Hi, and really, then did the Emperor say what he's going to do with Bro? Idra, His Excellency the Emperor, said whether Schwartz lives or dies depends on his own performance. Hi, and he's got the damn nerve to fucking mess around, ain't? That just means it depends on how the Emperor feels. Upon hearing the information Idra had brought back, Hyen's voice trembled with anger. In Subaru's mind, he could see Abel saying that, and roughly guess his intention. But to them who did not know Abel's personality, it would sound like an excuse to provide a reason to get rid of Subaru after the war. Subaru, so, is that why you told me to die? Hyen, so you're betraying Bro and joining the Emperor. Subaru, that's not it, he did that to tell me to run away, right? Subaru interrupted Hyen, who was over-extrapolating, and Idra nodded at his words. And as Idra cast down his eyes in frustration, Idra was His Excellency the Emperor, who brought the Imperial citizens together amidst the chaos that was spreading as the dead were being revived in droves. The seeds of discontent that led to the Civil War will be uprooted once the situation is under control. If he survives, Emperor Vincent's throne will be secured. Hyen, what if Bro achieves something huge like taking down the enemy's boss with one punch? Idra, even then it's tricky. He will be recognized by His Excellency the Emperor for his deeds, kept for a while, and then once the dust settles, he might be assassinated somewhere. Subaru, once again the Wallachian Empire, is too cruel. The fact that this was not overthinking for Idra and Hyen showed that this was a national custom in the Empire. At the very least, he hoped that Abel would mellow out once his position was restored, but at this present moment, it would be hard to completely change Idra and the others' opinion. But he felt sorry for Idra and Hyen, who were worrying and trying to find a way to overcome this. Subaru, I won't pretend to be dead, of course. I won't actually die either. They'll be sure to return. When I do, there's something I need to tell everyone. Idra Schwartz. Subaru, don't make such a grave expression. The result of all of this, I don't know if ITLL will be resolved peacefully, but I think that the worst-case scenario can be avoided. In any case, the struggle for the Imperial throne that both of them were most concerned about would crumble at the initial premise. He was worried about what would become of his relationship with his comrades and battalion, but Subaru would have no other option but to convey a sincere and heartfelt apology to them. Subaru will definitely come back. That's why you can stop stowing away on the dragon carriage whites. GUH. Subaru called that out, and a muffled voice could be heard. As Idra and Hyen looked all around, wondering where it had come from Subaru's side, and crouched down, behind where Subaru and the others were conversing, there was a dragon carriage scheduled to depart with the assault team on board. Beneath the carriage, clinging to the shaft of the running wheels, was a figure of a tattooed man, the image of a skull etched onto his body. Whites reluctantly emerged from there. Subaru, no matter how much the shaking is stopped by the divine protection of wind evasion, if you cling there for a whole day, you'd naturally just fall to your death. Whites, I've entrusted my life to you. If I died for your sake, I'd be satisfied. Subaru, if you fell to your death quietly, without anyone knowing, that wouldn't be dying for my sake. Whites, whose sense of camaraderie was directed in the wrong way, fell silent, with an NGH upon Subaru's remark. Then as both Hyen and Idra stepped forward. Hyen, listen here, then you fucking promise to obediently protect this place until Bro return. This ain't the time for you to try and rush ahead. Traitorous bastard. White, shut up. Don't lump me together with that disgusting bearded fucker over there. Idra, stop treating me as a traitor. You should know by now that it's not like that. Subaru, hey, calm down, stop making a fuss, get along. Seeing the three start their usual banter, Subaru intervened and placed a hand on his hip. Indeed, these were members whom he had become so familiar with that he could sense that this was their usual behavior, but they had to remain in the fortified city, preparing for the forthcoming battle against a horde of zombies. With their strength and resilience, the group whose resistance to death was now the best in the Empire in the battle against the zombies that would not die even if killed, there was not a force as reliable as the Pleiades Battalion. Subaru, I'm counting on everyone here. A lot of my precious allies are staying here. Unlike you guys, these allies can't fight, or relatively, they can't fight. High and be precise with your words. Ram and the others remaining in the city flashed in his mind. It would be a lie to say that they were completely unable to fight, yet He could also not confidently say that he had no worries about those members joining the battle, leading Subaru's answer to be quite ambiguous. Hearing Hien raise his voice, significantly Subaru made a wry smile. Subaru, yeah, it's not about whether they can fight. Or not, it's that I don't want to let all those people fight. That's where you guys differ, fight to your heart's content. Idra, that's genuine trust, and we can take it as such, correct Subaru. That's right, Whites, please understand that too. Whites. He looked at Hien and Idra, then finally at Whites, and spoke to them. Whites crossed his arms, closing his intense, intimidating eyes that were accented by the skull-like tattoo. After a moment of contemplation, Whites slowly uncrossed his arms. And, Whites, you and the undone, under Subaru, please understand that too. Whites understood HK. With an overwhelming sense of a bitter decision, Whites agreed to Subaru's plan. Whites then slowly extended his hand toward Subaru and placed it on his shoulder and in an unusual, gentle voice. Whites, now that I've said it, make sure you come back, bro, Subaru, ah. He was slightly taken aback, however, Subaru quickly returned a smile, and as he nodded, Subaru got it, bro. With this, he felt compelled not only to respond to the outstretched hand, but to live up to their trust as well. Upon hearing that, Whites smiled with satisfaction, however. Hien, oi, don't fucking copy my way of calling people, you thieving bastard. White, you just call him that on your own, Schwartz. Actually called it back to me. Idra, don't get into a pointless argument. I thought we were all on the same page. Subaru, hey, stop it, brothers. Once again diffusing the bickering that began for different reasons, Subaru regretted the coming parting with these troublesome brothers. For you ought to be aware of the role you must play. Do not neglect to remember that whether or not your life shall outlast the war depends on your work. Au. As the girl nodded with an obedient look on her face, presumably with the intention of doing so, Vincent closed a single eye. The very power possessed by the girl, carried around by Natsuki Subaru, outrageously professed as a Sin Archbishop, was a silver bullet against the undead, arising one after the other. Even if that were true, operating a plan which incorporated the cooperation of a Sin Archbishop would be an impossibility for the Valachian Empire, which was said to be eccentric by other nations. To begin with, it would be an impossible prerequisite to have a situation in which a Sin Archbishop's cooperation could be obtained. Your Excellency, the preparations for the dragon carriage are complete. If everything proceeds without a hitch, it will not be long before you reach the imperial capital, even if it is not with a coupled dragon. Carriages. Gai's voice reached Vincent, who was facing the girl Spica with a voice that could have been heard from over the mountain, of course, since he was beside Vincent and not on the other side of the mountain. The volume of his voice was excessive. At any rate, Vincent, the stone, had already run out of energy by the time he arrived. There will be no discussion. You have strict orders, too. Do not kill the undead needlessly. Gai's war without death or killing is something so unfamiliar, but I will endeavor to ensure that all officers and men receive your venerable orders, but... Gai's paused and clenched his fist, which was as big as a child's head. Even without looking at his profile, one could see that he was contorting the sword scars on his face in frustration. And sure enough, Gai's stern, earth-shaking voice trembling with frustration. Gai's, please, would I be able to accompany you? Spica, oh. Gai's appeal was too vigorous and forceful to be contained, and Spica recoiled, as if she felt the wind in her face. Vincent even felt the sound quaver on his skin. Not only could he rampage with his favored mace, but even without it, Gai's vocal volume made the world quake. Vincent, but no matter how much you lament, the decision shall not be overturned. Gai's, your Excellency. Vincent, aside from you, the only two who can serve as commanders are High Countess Drakroy and General Second Class Zikr Osman. Even if both of them can be entrusted with battlefield, a whole war is a separate matter. Gai's, that is. Vincent, now, with that damned Chisha gone, I cannot entrust the entire army to anyone, but you must understand the significance of that. Gai's eyes widened, and his entire body stiffened at Vincent's statement. Brestetz was a civil officer, and Serena was competent as a High Countess, but not as military personnel. Zikr had no experience commanding such a large army, so there was no personnel but Gai's who could take overall command. That was Vincent's evaluation, devoid of conjecture. Vincent, I entrust you with all of my officers, and men consider that the very survival of the Empire rests upon your strong shoulders. Such was Vincent's comment, looking directly at Gai's. In response, Gai's closed his eyes tightly and shook off his hesitation with that one act of meditation. With a ferocity in his eyes worthy of being called a Lion Knight, Gai's clasped his fists and palms together in front of his chest and vowed to Vincent. Gai's, I, Gai's Ralph, and will obey the venerable instruction of His Excellency. Vincent, it is a great service, Gai's, yes, SIR. With a brief statement, Gai's bowed deeply to Vincent, who tucked his chin back. He would have loved to accompany Vincent and serve as his guard using his own strong arms to carry out the difficult task. However, Gaz held his feelings in check and instead, Gaz, I am counting on you, General Third Class, orally, honorably ensure protection of His Excellency. Jamal, yeah, leave it to me, General First Class Ralphin, since I was specially selected ill, fulfill my duty without fail. So Gaz entrusted Jamal with this task, and the latter pounded his chest with vigor. Designated by Vincent for the role of his guard, and even entrusted with that duty by Gaz, he made a vulgar smile as his breathing grew heavy. For one thing, the Orally household was a family of low counts, but they had none of the trappings of nobility. But Gaz well stated precisely what one would expect from a soldier of the Valachian Empire. As Gaz proudly threw out his strong chest and saw him off this attitude, was absolutely the way of Wallachia. Considering that Subaru and the people of the kingdom who were still difficult to handle would have to be considered inappropriate personnel to use, even though they could understand and sympathize with each other. Vincent once again do not become a useless tool in the 11th hour. Spica UUO. With Gaz and Jamal exchanging loudly, Vincent looked at Spica, who was covering her ears, and told her so. At Vincent's words, Spica's lips pouted in a frown. For some reason, Vincent felt like it coincided with the look on Medium's face last night, when she had been cautious about Vincent's words and conduct, and he sighed. And then, 5. The 3 dragon carriages departed, a far cry from the number of people who arrived at Fortified City by beast carriage or on foot. But it was undeniably a glimmer of hope sent out to prevent the great disaster that had struck the Valachian Empire, rather the great disaster that was about to destroy it. Each of them, with their strong resolve and many hopes on their shoulders, would return to the imperial capital, now turned into a city of the undead. And there they would strike their leader, the witch known as Sphinx. That was why. It's unbelievable that Neeson is joining them. Kadia mumbled as she wheeled her wheelchair to the window and gazed at the scene below. Hearing this, Rem stood by her side, the corners of her eyes lowering. Kadia's brother Jamal was one of the people heading to the imperial capital as Abel's escort. Rem did not have fond memories of her encounters with him, but as Kadia's older brother, she could not be overly antagonistic, as he was a difficult person to deal with. However, it seemed that Abel trusted him enough to choose him as an escort in this last phase. Kadia Neeson is simple, easy to handle, and easy to discard, so that's why. Rem, no matter how Abel said maybe, I don't think he's that callous. Kadia, I don't know, at least Neeson seems to want to come across that way. You heard what he said yesterday, didn't you? Rema about that, yes. Kadia looked at Rem with an upward glance, and as Rem could not excuse herself, she nodded her head. When Jamal visited Kadia last night, he reported that he had been chosen to accompany Abel to imperial capital, and then laughingly told Kadia, Jamal, don't worry, Kadia am going to die in style serving his Excellency, and then you won't need to suffer for the rest of your life because of the reward, even if that bastard Todd isn't around. Rem, it didn't seem as if there was any malice in it. Kadia, some things could be bad, even without any malice to them. Why is it that both Neeson and Todd behave like that, even though it's their lives, it's really selfish? Perhaps in his own way, Jamal was concerned about his sister Kadia's life as her brother, but Rem sincerely hoped that he would be more considerate of Kadia's feelings than her livelihood. With the loss of Todd, her fiancé, if she were to lose her brother Jamal, Kadia would truly be all alone. That was not a void able to be filled, even if Rem were by her side as a friend. Rem, I felt so too when I was reunited with Nisima. Since she had no memories, it was a new experience for Rem to meet Ram again. However, even though Rem had no memories of Ram, her soul remembered her, and her presence made her realize that she was not alone in this world. For Kadia Jamal must also be like that, and yet that Jamal thought otherwise was a failure of imperial culture. Rem, no matter what kind of Emperor Abel-san is, I don't like the Empire very much. Kadia, what a coincidence. I don't have a favorite country or place either. Rem, at this point, I would agree. According to Subaru and Rem's home, was a place called the Kingdom of Lagunica, a neighboring country. Since Subaru so often criticized the Empire, the kingdom must have been a more comfortable place to live compared to the Empire. Nevertheless, Rem, when this battle is over, will I go to the kingdom. It would be hard to leave Ram, and she did not doubt that the kingdom was her hometown. However, Rem now knew more things and people in the Empire than in the kingdom. She could not adequately imagine herself in an unfamiliar kingdom. Kadia, Rem, it looks like they're leaving. Suddenly, Kadia called out to Rem, who was lost in thought. When called, she looked out the window as well, and saw 3 dragon carriages about to depart for the imperial capital. Spica, Abel, and Subaru were all on board. Kadia, did you see them all properly? Rem, we spoke at breakfast. You too, Kataisen. Did you talk to your brother? Katia, I said all I had to say. There was no point in getting angry, but I did get angry. Katia turned her face away and made a bitter expression as she recalled the argument she had exchanged with Jamal. But in her own way, the words she had said to her brother, who was heading off to a dangerous place, were probably meant to convey her deepest feelings. That was why Katia turned her gaze back toward Rem. Katia, did you say what you wanted to say, Rem? What I want to say, huh? Katia, you seem to be kind of bummed out. Rem blinked with surprise at this very unexpected assessment. Bummed out gave the impression of a child sulking. First of all, Rem was not sulking as Katia was insinuating. Rem, there's not even a reason to sulk, Katia. If that's true, then that's fine, I guess, Rem. When poked and prodded, Rem closed her lips at Katia's words. When she put it that way, it sounded like Rem was lying. Rem was not sulking, and there was no need for Rem to devote any more words to it. Subaru was accompanied by both Emilia and Beatrice. Spike and Abel were also accompanying him, as was Halibel. That very strong wolf man, surrounded by such reliable people, he must have felt completely at ease. That was why Katia, too. Rem, Katia, I regret it. With her face turned away, directing only her gaze to Rem, Katia hesitantly moved her lips. There was no need to ask what it meant or what thoughts it would lead to. Closing her eyes tightly, Rem, together with Katia, reached for the window where they had been watching the scene down below and opened it as wide as they could. Immediately after, a cool morning breeze flowed into the room of the fortress, caressing Rem's blue hair. Mixed in with that breeze was a smell that could hardly be described as refreshing. The dragon carriages were on their way back to the place where this all began. Rem, you better explain yourself when you get back. With a shout, Rem cast her wish toward the dragon carriages that were growing distant. She could not say that she wished him a safe return, nor that she wished him good luck, but Katia had pushed her on, and she could not choose to not say anything. As it was, this was the voice of the troubled Rem's heart. Who the heck was not Suki Subaru to Rem? He was so desperate for Rem, and yet he already had Emilia and Beatrice. He risked his life for the Empire, and he watched over Spica for everyone's sake, but who was he? Rem, until you tell me, I won't forgive you. It was not because of his sinister, nose-curling stench. A Rem without memories. She wanted an answer as to how to think of him, who was around every corner in her newly created memories. Rem's loud voice was swallowed by the wind, and she was not sure if it had reached. However, there was a child's small hand, waving back at her through the open window at the tail end of the 3 departing dragon carriages. Katia, you look foolish with that happy look on your face. As Rem saw that, she thought she could hear Katia sigh those words. Chapter 35. Life-threatening work. 1. What did you say? I shall not repeat myself 3 times. As far as I can ascertain, since I took the seat of the Emperor, I can match the faces and names of all the imperial citizens. Are you an idiot? With folded arms and a mysterious look, Abel's absurd answer caused Subaru's voice to flip. The setting took place within a dragon carriage en route from the fortified city of Garkla toward the imperial capital of Lipagana, now turned into the stronghold of the undead. There were 3 dragon carriages consisting of the kingdom affiliates, empire affiliates, necessary provisions, etc. This was a division of the assault team called to rescue the Valakian Empire from Destruction Squad. At present, Subaru had purposefully boarded the dragon carriage designated for the empire affiliates. His reason for doing so was not an act of betrayal toward the kingdom, but rather was driven by his desire to know the reason the Emperor Abel had joined the assault team. Naturally, considering the important fight for survival of Valakia, it was only natural for Abel to take a prominent position on the battlefield. However, having experienced numerous unfavorable situations alongside Abel, it could be said that while he had wisdom, he lacked combat prowess. There was no compelling reason for him to accompany them when only pure military power would be called upon in the future. Subaru never would have thought that even Abel would be under Valakia's influence. So if he was going along with them, there must have been a reason to overturn that. However, there was a possibility that he did not want to disclose the reason in front of the kingdom's people, so Subaru had taken initiative to board this carriage. Without beating around the bush, Subaru asked, what will your role be? Subaru matching the faces and names of all of the citizens. Subaru's mouth was left wide open at such an absurd and aberrant statement. Seeing how outrageously surprised Subaru was, Abel furrowed his brows in displeasure. Vincent, do not misunderstand me. I do not mean every single citizen of the Empire. Just like the people of Shudrak, who continue to dwell in the forest, the identities of those who remain discreet and unexposed are impossible to grasp. As such, it is futile to try to fully grasp all the citizens in the Empire. Subaru, what are you angry at? That's already dumb enough, because essentially that means you remember all your subordinates, the Imperial soldiers, right? Vincent, it is necessary. He put it concisely, but it was not the typical way an ordinary person would think. Of course, one would not consider Abel to be an ordinary person, and the fact that he could match the faces and names of all the Imperial citizens was meaningful in the current situation, because, Vincent, for that girl to remove the yoke of the undead, their names are acquired. With Abel's indifferent words, Subaru became concerned for Spica, who was seated at the edge of the dragon carriage. Due to her situation, Spica could not be left unattended, hence why she, like Subaru, had boarded this dragon carriage at the moment she was sitting quietly being comforted by both Medium as well as Beatrice, who steadfastly stayed by Subaru's side. In order to fully utilize Spica's authority, Abel's abnormality, his remarkable memory, came in handy. Star eating had too many unclear aspects regarding its manifestation. When she had succeeded in using her star eating on Lamia Godwin, a royal family descendant, it seemed Spica did not eat her name, as no one had forgotten her. Nevertheless, the alignment of face and name appeared to be the key to that authority. Therefore, they had no choice but to rely on the method that had worked once. Subaru, still it pisses me off that your excessively foolish memory is useful for that purpose. Schwartzama, that is a false accusation. Is it not even that the person you're dealing with is the ruthless emperor who often treats Uranus-sama coldly? Subaru, is it your advice for this guy, or your dissatisfaction toward my facade? Of course my advice to Schwartzama, is it not? Tanza, the girl clad in a kimono, answered calmly, and turned her face away from Abel's gaze. She was part of the assault team, and it appeared that she had some thoughts regarding Abel that revolved around Yorna, the main reason for her involvement in this battle. From what he had heard, Abel had been persistently rejecting Yorna's proposals of marriage, hence Tanza had no reason to have any favorable opinions regarding Abel, but rather negative ones considering his cold treatment towards the demon city. Vince, and I shall tell you this, what Yorna Mishigure desired was not me, but instead the former emperor. Subaru, oh, is that so, like your father or something? Vincent, farther back than that, if you wish to know more, you should question that person directly. The opportunity for that is still available, at least for now. Am I not correct, girl? Tanza, yes, even now, I can still feel the presence of your Nasima. Upon Abel's words, Tanza gently placed her hand over her own eye and quietly replied. Her words were not wishful thinking, but rather a clear conviction derived from the benefit of Yorna's power, which he had been entrusted with. As long as that power was present, Yorna's survival was assured. However, the uncertainty of the situation in the imperial capital made it frustrating, not only about Yorna, but also regarding Priscilla, whose whereabouts were unknown, and Al, who had stayed behind to help her, along with the concerns about Cecilus, who had wandered off on his own. Subaru, even so, thinking about it that way, doesn't show an excessive imbalance in strength. Struggling to contain his overflowing feelings, Subaru voiced what he had been concerned about, once again recalling the composition of the Rescue from Destruction Squad. Abel closed an eye at what he said, and Tanza tilted her head to the side instead. Tanza an imbalance in fighting strength. Subaru, yeah, because we have myself, Biko, Emiliata, and Spica, and Roswell, and also our up-and-coming Garfield, don't we? Beatrice, did you just brag about Betty? I suppose, Subaru, yep. I did love you, lovely Biko, Beatrice. Betty loves you too, in fact. After confirming their love for one another with Beatrice, who had chipped into the conversation, Subaru raised a finger. Outside of this dragon carriage, the carriage running behind them had Emilia and the others boarded on it. Subaru Halabelson. Over there is also the secret weapon that Anastasiasen sent with us. This is supposed to be a battle for the Empire, but the room's full of external collaborators. Obviously, it was not as if the assault team was formed without any of the Empire's people. However, on the head of the list was Abel, who had made it clear in detail that his smartassery transcended the limits of any human, and then Medium, who came along as companion after negotiating with him. Adding on, there was also Jamal, triumphantly taking on the job of the driver, who had been promoted to a general for some reason, as well as selected to be a bodyguard of citizens from the Empire. On the team consisted of these three. The two of Medium and Jamal were unmistakably categorized as those with a high power level even among the people of the Empire, but it could not be said that they were stronger than Garfield. Subaru, Tanza's also mine, so it's like she's basically on our side, right? Tanza. Subaru, huh? I thought you were going to get mad and hit me right away, but this is a letdown to time lag. Tanza, please do not say such self-centered things. Subaru shouted as he paid the price of the joke he uttered, having been slapped with a force that exceeded his preparedness. In accepting the outcome, he instinctively squatted down with teary eyes, but Tanza simply looked down on him with a cold stare. He knew he went too far, but she seemed way too angry even for that. Kaka. They're telling you, Your Excellency, that they can't see how serious the Empire is about it. If they put it that way, it can't really be helped, can it? Subaru, yeah, it can't be helped even if we UBR Beatrice. Subaru, what's wrong, I suppose? Just as he was about to nod to the unexpected raspy voice, a scream ripped itself out of Subaru's throat. As Beatrice rushed to his side in a hurry, Subaru jumped back in a tumble and clung on to her. Within the sights of Beatrice, and Subaru wrapped up in each other's embrace, stood a small shadow that was hunched over. Appearing out of nowhere was the elusive, vicious old man Albert Dunkelkin. Beatrice, Subaru calmed down. In fact, it's just a tiny elderly man that suddenly appeared, I suppose. Subaru, if a tiny elderly man suddenly appeared, that's either Albert San or a Japanese horror movie. Things they have in common are that they're both scary, dangerous, and crazy. Albert, whoa, you're yapping quite the stuff there, boy. Seems like you're little, as always, but how have you been? Subaru, whose fault do you think it is? That am little am doing great. How about you? Albert, am just peachy too. Kinda lost my right hand, though. Albert said, waving his right arm as the folded part of his sleeve flapped about having been shown his fluttering sleeve. Subaru fell silent, feeling as if he would not be able to say anything without making the situation awkward. What a devious trick. It was coming from this insane old man, trying to garner sympathy by showing his injury. Subaru, but I fell into his trap, just like that. Vincent, stow away your inner conflict for another time. So you have heard the details, Albert Dunkelkin. Ignoring Subaru, who had Beatrice caressing his head that he gripped in his hands while he agonized over his thoughts, Abel called for Albert, the fiendish elder, gave a nod to the call with a well. Albert, the spellcaster that's controlling them dead folks, is in Imperial capital. So we're gonna go and kill him, right? I can imagine that. Guy's crying like a little kid after being left behind by your excellency. Ain't he a poor guy? Vincent, there's a role that only one is able to fulfill, of course, that is equally true for you. Albert, I'm an old geezer who's over 90, you know, working me to the bone, even with all that you don't have enough kindness. Vincent, if you wish for a discussion regarding your retirement, you may request for one after this emergency has been expedited. Furthermore, I shall tell you this, but Albert's easygoing attitude did not waver, even in the face of Abel the Emperor. Overlooking the eerie elder's terrifically irreverent behavior, Abel added on one more thing to the end of the sentence, as Albert raised his brows with HM at the prefatory note. Vincent, I do not expect we shall see any more of your bad habits for the rest of your life. Albert. Vincent, therefore, I command you do your duty without pretense, Albert Dunkelkin. Albert's lips pursed in response to Abel's brief but clearly intended words. Rather, it was a reference to Subaru's considerable concerns about Albert and a preemptive gamble to check them. If Albert were to become agitated here, there was no one in their dragon carriage who could stop him. However, Albert went silent for a moment, then tapping his lower back with his remaining left hand. Albert, good grief, I don't like young guns because they have a lot of growth potential. I can't believe the world is not kind of old folks, including His Excellency. Vincent, I am very magnanimous, Albert Kaka. Albert laughed as if he had just heard the biggest joke of the century. Subaru's shoulders finally relaxed as he sensed that this was the end of the quiet contest between Abel and Albert. Regardless of the humor of Abel's joke, they avoided a confrontation between the two. Tanza then will all Bartsma be joining us at the Imperial capital. Tanza was apparently experiencing the same nervousness as Subaru. Her voice hardened slightly, and as Albert's eyes narrowed under his bushy eyebrows in response to her question, Albert's a request from His Excellency, and I don't like the idea of being told what to do by a kid. A country that doesn't play its cards right when it's in danger is no Logan matter besides. Tanza besides. Albert, those other guys are still in the Empire too, at least Meguro and that bastard CCR. Tanza, your Nasima too. The temporary partnership in the Demon City, although he did not know the finer details. It was between Albert, who had infantilized him, and some of the others, and Tanza, who were working together out of a mutual interest. The two had a complicated relationship, but they put their differences aside for the time being. Of those named, the being called Meguro and Subaru were not acquainted with each other, but at least Yorna was someone who could be trusted in terms of ability and personality, and Cecilus was competent enough to make up for his personality. If Albert joined them, the Empire's capabilities would certainly be enhanced. Subaru, but we also have Halibelson here. So even with Cece and the others, we have a slight advantage, or rather Cece is also one of my comrades. Vincent, you think you can put a collar on that thing, if so your understanding of him is limited. Alberto, the Halibel guy, is here. He's the only shinobi in the world stronger than me, and I seriously hate him. They each respectively had something they want to say about the two strongest people who were held as cards in their arsenal. In any case, Abel's reasons for coming along in his stance, as well as the Imperial side's military strength, were settled with Albert joining the group. Subaru Stouts were also resolved for the time being, although there were still some topics to be explored, such as the matter of Medium's nomination as a candidate for Empress Consort. Subaru, I'll leave the subject of Medium-san for when I get back. Also what Rem said. As Subaru felt Beatrice's soft hand in his, he remembered Rem's parting words to him from inside the fortress as they were about to part. Her statement could be taken in the most positive way possible as a wish for Subaru's safe return. Subaru will probably get really chastised when I get back, but until it happens, he'll take it as a positive that Rem is worried about me. Beatrice B. Betty thinks she has shown worry for you, without the need for such a debasing mentality, has she not in fact? Tanza, I also took it that way. Subaru, or it can't be helped, but you two don't know Rem. Well, there's a little bit of that to it, because Rem is kind, but the majority of it is anger at me. No, stay positive. Subaru almost inadvertently undid the suggestion he placed on himself, and had to reassert the positive thought spell he had cast on himself. Beatrice and Tanza looked at Subaru with apparent pity, but the expression of their gazes had no effect on Subaru. As he had reapplied his magic bam, he bounced back. Jamal, Your Excellency, we are almost at the relay point, and the dragon carriage will stop for a while. Just as Subaru was mentally regrouping, the small window of the dragon carriage opened, and Jamal's report came in as he peeked inside the car from the driver's bench. Jamal, who was on watch around the moving dragon carriage, was startled to see Albert, who was not supposed to be there beside Abel, who was nodding in agreement with the report. Albert waved his hand back pleasantly in response, in the worst way possible. Anyway, once he arrived at the reported relay point, Subaru, having his doubts resolved, would return to dragon carriage with Amelia and the others on the kingdom side, but first Subaru decided to call out oi to Jamal through the small window. Subaru, I just happened to hear about it, but you said you're gonna die for Katayasin. Jamal, what about it, brat? Subaru, no, I'm just saying it makes no sense. Katayasin's been really sad after her fiancé had gone. Can't you imagine how she's gonna feel when her family also dies? Hearing that Jamal had confidently told Katia he would go and die a courageous, splendid death, it made Subaru question his sanity, and he also felt lightheaded from the severe problem that was a Valakian way of thinking. It was why he wanted to make Jamal retract his announcement, and he also planned to make him swear and reaffirm that he would return alive to Katia's side. However, Jamal blew out a disgruntled snort at Subaru's words. Jamal, look here, brat, quit talking rubbish. Subaru, rubbish? What's so rubbish about it? Jamal, Katia crying because of my death. I don't care about that. What's important is how useful I am to His Excellency and the country when I die, and whether there'll be a reward for it. Jamal, Katia crying because of my death. I don't care about that. What's important is how useful I am to His Excellency and the country when I die, and whether there'll be a reward for it. Subaru, see you guys disregard your lives because of honor and all that stuff. Jamal, what a thick-head brat. She can't even stand up or bear any children. If that guy Todd ain't here, then there's no man that would take her. As a wife, Katia needs the money to live. As Subaru attempted to stand his ground, Jamal spat at him with a raised voice. Just like that, Jamal's gaze skipped over Subaru and was aimed towards Abel, who was behind him. Jamal, right now I'm a general third class. If I can be of use to His Excellency in this, then I can look forward to being treated as a general. Second class, when I die, that way Katia can live in peace. I'm able to do my job as her big brother, if I'm dead more than if I stay alive. Subaru, HK. Subaru's breath involuntarily caught in his throat at the intensity of Jamal's line of thought. Medium, Subaru, chin. Medium lowered the corners of her eyebrows out of worry, glancing at the silent Subaru. However, her actions ended there, and she did not object to Jamal's logic. Such a thing did not only extend to Medium, it was the same for Abel and Albert. Jamal's opinion made sense from the viewpoint of the people of the Empire. It was a shared belief. It was only Beatrice who had the consideration to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, moving half a step to cuddle up with him. Spica, no, Spica had also gently placed her hand on his back, making an effort to support him. Subaru's words were ignorant of the Empire's realities, making up an emotionally charged argument against Jamal's logic. But the things that Jamal had said, and the fact that Abel and the others would not say anything was wrong, for a reward would be granted for his death, and it would ensure Katia's livelihood, Jamal could instead live, survive, achieve a successful career, and then guarantee Katia's livelihood with his pay. Subaru, it's possible the salary Abel pays to his generals isn't itty-bitty peanuts. I've decided, Jamal. Jamal, what, you got anything else to? Subaru, that future plan of yours, I'm definitely going to stop it from happening. You won't die ever. Biting down hard on his molars, Subaru made a declaration in that manner, as if he was also stating a challenge. The moment Subaru's surroundings heard his words, Abel let out a brief sniff, and Albert bared a gleeful grin, along with a snickering laugh. Tanza hugged her own arms around herself, and Medium widened her eyes before nodding. And then Beatrice and Spica lined up next to Subaru, gazing at Jamal. As the line of three kids stared at him, Jamal narrowed his left eye that was not under his eye patch. Jamal, and no, you're one freaky brat. Subaru, your friend, also told me that I won't quit, though. One last interaction was exchanged between them before the small Window was closed, and Jamal returned to his role of staying vigilant of his surroundings in order to stop the dragon carriage at the waypoint. Subaru shut his eyes after seeing him out, then came to an honest face-to-face with his own heart. He understood that Jamal had his own ideas, and that it was one way of thinking considered to be correct in the Empire. Bearing that in mind, such a mindset can go and eat shit was what Subaru thought. Subaru trying to save something else by dying, that's just nothing more than a heart-wrenching method one that even Abel could not endure. That was why Natsuki Subaru had to continue rejecting such a method no matter what. Contrary to the speed of the hurried dragon carriage, the imperial capital in question was far away, and it was terribly frustrating the more he thought about what was transpiring over there, the more he felt a burning need to arrive there as soon as possible. Hurry up, Subaru continued to yearn, his patience smoldering away. 2. The scene abruptly shifted to an unsettling situation. Under the same sky, dark clouds loomed almost like the weather was foreshadowing the Empire's impending demise. Because of the vast amount of water gushing from the destroyed retaining wall, the inside of its star-shaped defense barriers was flooded and forced the inhabitants to flee, turning the imperial capital of Lupagana truly into a city of the undead. With the resurrected dead roaming around, survivors continued to struggle, trying to hide their breath in fear of being found. Among them were not only those who hid and cowered, but also fierce individuals who sought to secure their lives by fighting. However, many who wielded weapons would soon regret their careless decisions. Once the battle began, it meant an unending competition against the endless resurrecting undead, comparing their dwindling life force to those who had already exhausted theirs, so they should not have any prospect of winning. Ironically, the bravest would end up losing their lives, joining the ranks of the undead in search of the next living being. The imperial capital had now become a spiraling city of the dead, where the undead beckoned more the undead, and turned into a manifestation of hell, where the despair of this world reached an impasse. However, as rare as this situation is to behold, it is not so much interesting, but rather troublesome once you get used to the sight. If only there was a bit more competition to return to the stage once more, then perhaps one could anticipate a few more highlights. While saying that, the boy's tied-back blue hair swayed in the moist breeze steeped in a foul smell. The boy with a distinctive appearance in his traditional Japanese outfit, and Zori looked around and made such remarks while shading the tops of his eyes with his hands. His lively complexion and blue eyes were those of the living, deviating notably from the most evident features of the undead. However, his perspective, taking the chaos of the drastically changed imperial capital, was in some ways an opinion that was more detached from the living than the typical undead. Depending on the person, a true transcendent being might be defined as being allowed to have the selfishness to render the distinction between the living and the dead meaningless. In any case, the boy's eyes gleamed with a certain brightness that seemed cheerful and yet insane, not insanity born from complete lack of fear regarding the current situation. Rather, because he had never experienced fear once since his birth, he harbored a gleam that could be described as insane. Boy, well, repainting the battlefield by single-handedly and systematically cutting down any visible enemies all by myself seems like a legendary display of supremacy only I could achieve, but with a gaze that would instill fear in others, the young man lowered his hand, stopped gazing into the distance, and twisted his head. Boy, I wonder why it doesn't feel like it would lead to a very favorable outcome. Throwing his hands up, extending them to the sky, the boy openly admitted his feelings. With his abilities, the boy could single-handedly cut down the majority of the undead infesting the imperial capital, without exaggeration, yet the boy refrained from doing so, and so he was agonizing over his inability to put the reason why this decision eluded him into words. To the multitude of people suffering in the imperial capital, it was a concern that veered far off course of luxury, so off course that might lead to exasperation, a concern that only the boy could comprehend, one that held no meaning to anyone else, yet carried significant weight for him. Groaning in acknowledgment of this, the boy then sighing in a troubled manner. Boy, I can't seem to explain it. Well, what do you think about that? Well, I don't quite understand, but boy, yeah. Is this really a conversation we should be having before you drag me up? The boy squatted down, peering below. Within his sight was a man in an iron helmet, holding on to the edge of a tall rooftop building he had chosen as his perch, trying desperately not to fall off. He supported his entire body weight with one hand, but there was no other option. He was one-armed, rendering it impossible for him to support himself with both hands. Nevertheless, looking down at the man in such a perilous situation, the boy Cecilus smiled. Cecilus, that is no good, Alson, since I have no clue who or what you are. I can't decide whether or not I should let you be a part of my future history. Beneath the smiling Cecilus, the dangling Manal let out a strained sound from his throat. The imperial capital had now become a spiraling city of the dead, where the undead beckoned more the undead, and turned into a manifestation of hell. Oh, damn it. This is seriously the worst. At the very least in this moment, the singular scene had devolved into a situation where the living without any need for conflict questioned the whereabouts of life. Chapter 36. Undead Capital Lipagana. 1. The imperial capital of Lipagana was occupied by the undead. In Lipagana, a city that was now best described as the undead capital rather than the imperial capital, Al was searching and struggling alone for Priscilla, who had gone missing. Nevertheless, it could not be said that the search for his master was going well. The basic method of searching for people was to ask for eyewitness testimony. However, there was no one here to ask not for conclusive testimony, or even for useless gossip. The only people who were around were either undead who approached the living with a sinister purpose, or survivors who had survived by keeping their heads down, holding their breath, and not taking any action. Either way, they were useless for ALS purposes, although the absurdity of the world is that just because you meet a living person, it doesn't mean that your objective is going forward, right, Alson? The very absurdity of the world itself, Cecilus exclaimed such. While he was in complete agreement with that assessment, there was no room for Al now to quibble with this, and that, as it were, Al was hanging over the edge of the roof of a 5-story building. Al shit, swearing inside his iron helmet. Al turned his gaze away from Cecilus' smirking face. It would be useless to say anything to Cecilus in this situation. In the first place, the reason why Al was hanging like this was because he had been kicked off the rooftop by none other than Cecilus. Moreover, he had kicked Al from behind after calling him over to the edge of the rooftop and making him think that there was something in the distance. And if that was not a sign of malicious intent, then what was? Cecilus, whether you call it a test or check the objective is ascertainment, your reaction seems to be better than boss, as you didn't fall head first. Al, yeah, I have no idea what you mean. Cecilus, it's fine if you don't understand, for I know what I think. And what I want also will go ahead and tell you that I will not be helping in pulling you up, Alson. Giving an undesired reply to ALS question, Cecilus nonchalantly clapped his hands. Al did not know the reason for the murderous behavior until Cecilus spoke. Actually, he still had no idea what the reason was, even after hearing the answer. Even if he would talk about hostility or murderous intent, Al had not had much of a conversation with Cecilus before this in the first place. After being rescued from a powerful undead enemy, they briefly introduced themselves to each other. Al talked about his movements up to this point and his future goals, and then he was kicked off the rooftop. Although it might have seemed like a stroke of bad luck running into him, his answer was not particularly discouraging to Al. Because, Al, I've heard that plenty of times, so I don't expect you to. With that, Al released his grip from the edge and let himself enter into a free fall. Cecilus Oyo. Cecilus' voice sounded surprised and distant, and Al began to think amidst the floating sensation. The distance of the ground was about 15 meters, a height that superhumans could have landed easily, but Al was an ordinary person and could die normally. The crushed tomato would be complete. The approaching ground was wet cobblestone. There was not enough water to soften the impact of the fall, and the muddy soil offered no cushioning, making this an overly harsh method. Therefore, in order to save himself an action other than falling was needed here, Al-Oa, with a guttural sound from the back of his throat, Al extended his bent knees and kicked the wall as hard as he could. ALS' body, which should have fallen straight down, was propelled diagonally, instead shortening the distance to the opposite building, which was the same height as the one had been holding on to the timing of the kick, was between 1 and 2 seconds after the start of fall, and if it was early or late, he would hit the wall, and becoming a crushed tomato with a sore neck would be unavoidable. But if the timing was right a moment later, ALS' body smashed through the window of the building. Al go! Al rolled on his back into a deserted room with a broken window, as collateral damage his shoulder and back were cut by the glass as he struck the floor and received some serious damage. Al, but I survived. After rolling backward into the room he had flown into, Al jumped up and confirmed that he was alive. Next, he checked for fatal wounds and broken limbs, and only after passing this check was he allowed to declare himself a survivor. Any injuries that were unrecoverable at this point needed to be recovered. Al, whoa, my left hand is gone. I mean, that's been like that for almost 20 years now. After a pause with some small senility, Al immediately hid beside the door facing the corridor and quickly drew the blue dragon sword from behind his waist. He had escaped falling to his death. However, his escape did cause him to jump into the building with a loud crash. Naturally, the sound drew the attention of everyone in the surrounding area. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the undead broke down the door and stormed into the room. The undead vigorously charged towards him, but as their pale visage passed in front of him, Al swung his blue dragon sword and decapitated them. The foremost attacker was killed instantly, and using the headless body as a shield, he ascertained the number of enemies that had rushed over here. There were 2 behind the broken door, and the sound of one set of footsteps coming up the stairs were a total of 3 beyond the dead body of the first. The second, recovering from their state of astonishment, thrust the short spear they held in their hands forward. They were quick to recover it and made him sick. While thinking that Al forced the headless corpse into the trajectory of his opponent's spear. Al messed up. As the body of the undead received a fatal blow, it instantly shattered like pottery that had lost its will. Therefore, the familiar tactic of using a dead body as a shield would not work. Al realized this as he tasted the enemy's short spear fatally digging into his chest. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the undead who kicked down the door was decapitated. Kicking the hindering headless corpse to the side, Al leapt out of the way to the back of the room. Chasing him down, the second enemy rushed in with a thrust of the short spear in its hand. Aldona. The tip of the short spear was engulfed by the earthen wall that rose up from the floor, forcibly capturing it. As soon as Al saw that it caught his opponent's attention, he placed the sole of his foot on the earthen wall and Aldona dona dona. A pillar of earth flew out sideways from the earthen wall against which he had placed his foot, striking the undead on the other side, squarely in the face, and blowing them backward. The pillar of earth pushed back both the second attacker and the third attacker, who was trying to follow behind from the tip of the pillar. He launched another pillar of earth, and yet another one from that tip, stamping the 2 undead together with the vigor of a multi-stage rocket and crushing them to death against the wall of the corridor. Al 1 left. Hearing the large sound of pottery shattering between the pillar and the wall, Al thought on how he had taken out 3 enemies in a single breath and remained on guard for the enemy's movement with his foot still on the earthen wall. He had defeated the first attacker with a surprise attack, and the second and third attackers with delicate technique. Only the fourth or final attacker remained, so Al would be safe if he could exchange his bad prospects for good ones, but well, things aren't going to work out so smoothly. The entire wall of earthen pillars blocking the entrance was pulverized, and the final undead invaded the room by forceful means. Wielding a massive battle axe, it was an undead of the Cyclops tribe with a giant eye of golden hue in the center of its face. Upon seeing that, and judging that they were far more dangerously powerful than the other 3 up, until then Al turned his back to them and intently focused all his energy to getting to the window of the room. How can I make it? Just when he was about to make it in time, his shouting back was struck by the destructive force of the battle axe, utterly mowing him down and leaving the interior of the building to be grotesquely redecorated with ALS scattered entrails. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the first undead attacker, who kicked down the door, was decapitated. Next, he knew that there were 2 in the corridor, and the most horrible enemy coming up the stairs. Then Al took a big leap backwards. Aldona, dealing with the second and third attackers in front of him, he had no choice but to open up a strategic avenue of escape from the final monster. 2. Cecil as well. Amazing. When that Cyclops tribe guy came flying at the end, I thought there would be no way Al would win, but you really did it. Al, what a turbo piece of shit. Cecilus, oh yeah, I'm sure. He was an extremely formidable opponent, but I wouldn't say that a likable attitude toward the foe with whom you have fought so hard. Of course, foul language and abusive insults tend to make an impression, but I'm not fond of the idea that notoriety is better than anonymity. Al, I was talking about you. His entire body covered by innumerable wounds, Al was greeted upon exiting the building, and as he breathed deeply, he lethargically slumped his back against the wall and sat down. Then Cecilus opened his eyes wide as he was simultaneously greeted by and rebuked by Al. Al, I seriously don't understand how you can be so surprised being spoken to like that. You almost killed me, and that's in 2 senses. Even a psychopath bastard would at least have a memory of being resented. Cecilus, oh, as expected, I didn't learn all of boss words in a short period of time, so there are still some words that I don't know, by the way, what a psychopath mean. Al, it's kind of like being a deranged person. They go around killing people, but still have the nerve to be calm about it. Cecilus is that, so, but in that case, I don't think I'm a psychopath. I mean, Allison doesn't die for some reason, right? Foolishly laughing, Cecilus then vocalized a twisted self-defense. At Cecilus' answer, Al crouched in place and concentrated on regulating his breathing, while Al remained silent. Cecilus held up one finger and continued. Cecilus, the Cyclops tribe guy from earlier, was quite skilled. Unfortunately, he's far from reaching me, but if it were Allison up against him, you'd lose 100 times out of 100. That's the truth that I saw with my own eyes. Al, but I'm alive, aren't I? Or are you saying I'm dead? Cecilus, no, I'm sure you're alive. I had a suspicion that perhaps you were an undead posing as a living, but that doesn't seem to be the case. In that case, there is only one thing that I can think of. Allison drew the 100 Dan first possibility. With one finger raised on one hand, and another finger raised on the opposite, one Cecilus displayed 2 fingers. Counting those 2 fingers would not result in anything more than 2, and if one was being generous, it could be seen as 11. But instead of focusing on a gesture that did not really reflect his intentions, Al gulped down a breath at his words. Cecilus am not particular over the number 100 dandone. 100 dan to 103, or even 200 would be fine. Al would lose 100 times out of 100 to that Cyclops. Tribe guy, but what if you did it 1,000 times 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Quite literally, you might draw a 1 in 10,000 chance you drew that right at the start. Am I wrong? Al HK. The deception that he was remaining silent as he focused on catching his breath had reached its limit. With an ALS steel helmet, the expression that Cecilus could not see had warped. He feared Cecilus from the bottom of his heart, that insight speech and conduct. Even Al could not comprehend what in the world they were. By the way Cecilus was speaking, he had mostly correctly guessed the authority that Al possessed, and that was not through logic, but rather an understanding through guesswork, so to speak. The boy who called himself Cecilus Segmont not only shared the same name as the Blue Lightning, the strongest in the Valachian Empire, but was clearly an extraordinary being of the world. Al his height, maybe it's because of the same reason as me and Bro. Just like how Al and Subaru had been infantilized by Albert's technique, it was quite possible that Cecilus had also been shrunken. The person in question did not regard himself as the first of the 9 divine generals, but when ALS infantilization had got more severe, he had felt his consciousness being pulled back to match his outward appearance. The same was likely to be true for Cecilus. In ALS' case, he was forced to optimize his mind, but that drastic measure could only be done by himself and Subaru. Therefore, Cecilus could be considered to have shrunken in mind. If that was what had turned Cecilus into such a juvenile monster, the repercussions of Albert's actions were grave. Cecilus is your lack of an answer because you're unable to answer, or because you don't want to answer. Which one is it? At Cecilus' quiet question, Al sat up, relying upon the wall he was leaning against. Within that silence, Cecilus harbored a tint of danger, and that was a sign that a pendulum was swinging within him. It was a pendulum that would determine whether Al was his enemy or his ally. Utterly unconcerned with the unprecedented disaster assailing this undead capital, it was a fixation over a trifling matter. Cecilus, I wonder, no, let's suppose that Alson has something that can draw a 1 in 10,000 possibility on the first shot. I wonder if you'd be able to draw that possibility with me as an opponent. In that case, rather than 1 in 10,000, there would be a 1 in a billion, no, quite possibly a 1 in a trillion chance of that happening. However, if it was not 0, I'll ill say this now, but that's as far as you should go with digging into my lure. Otherwise, you'll have an unwanted party keeping an eye on you, and you're really going to regret it. Cecilus, unbelievable to speak to me in such a manner. I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Al sighed at Cecilus' reaction, who seemed to be becoming increasingly amused. He wanted to find the words to dampen Cecilus' fascination, but by the looks of things, he did not have the time. He had finally survived the rush of undead that had come after his plunge to the death. The burden was heavy, but he needed to advance to the next stage. Al released territory's subsequent re-expansion, reinitiate thought experiment. Before Cecilus could make any unnecessary movements, Al redefined the matrix he had once established. The recoil was far too great due to the frequency and scope, but at the very least, Al had decided to continue ignoring the consequences until he made it out of the Valachian Empire. Recovering Priscilla was his top priority. Al, if it's for that purpose, then no matter how many times it takes ill. Dwa. It was at the very moment that he was about to utter his resolute declaration. Quicker than he could finish, the figure of Cecilus in front of him blurred, and immediately afterward Al was flipped sideways, taking a hit from a Zord at his flank. In response to such outrageous conduct, Al screamed while sliding across the ground. Al, what the hell, after all that talk about making a grand impression? On a stage you attack someone while they're in the middle of talking. Cecilus, no, you got all wrong. It's utterly unthinkable for me to commit such rudeness. That would be an offense warranting seppuku. So it's not that, but rather take a look. Al, look at what? As Al finished sliding and began to rise to his feet, Cecilus gestured toward the wall to justify himself there at chest height, or where Al had been standing just moments before was a fist-sized hole. It had not been there a moment ago, however the hole had suddenly appeared. That meant Al sniper guy. Cecilus, forgive my rudeness for a moment. In that instant, his eyes widened, Cecilus' form blurred once more, and immediately after Al felt forces of acceleration throughout his body as he was thrust straight backwards. Cecilus, running furiously, had hooked his hand around ALS' waist and was dragging him along in a swift sprint and hot on their heels as they became one with the wind. Al, hey, what the hell, what in the actual hell? Amidst the illusion of being flung backward, ALS vision was filled with city streets and building walls being pierced one after the other, as something tremendous pursued them with reckless abandon. If his initial impression was correct, it was sniper fire. A sniper was chasing after Al and Cecilus. Although if we're being sniped, it's an ironclad rule that snipers are supposed to stay put. They were supposed to patiently lie in wait, take aim once their target was in their sights, and strike with a fatal shot. Those were the fundamentals of sniping and ought to have been the ironclad rule, yet this sniper was defying all that, accurately pursuing the fleeing pair, and was even anticipating their moves to find cover and firing accordingly. It was as if they were surrounded by 100 snipers or being targeted by a single sniper with the complete freedom to move around at rapid speeds. Cecilus woe der Hupsi al bois, oof bit my tongue. While being targeted by this terrifyingly precise and agile sniper, Cecilus, while carrying Al, move his body, right, left, up, and down, all the while continuously evading the assault. However, he did not seem to be looking at his surroundings at all. Then Al realized it was guesswork. Cecilus was dodging this top glass, sniping by sheer guesswork alone. Cecilus, it's not quite to that extent, but don't you just feel a certain thrill during moments the opponent deems critical? That's it. Al, you can ignore my suspicions. More importantly, focus on what you're doing. Cecilus, very well, but our opponent is of remarkable ability. I've encountered them a few times before, but they've never allowed me to close in on them. The ground erupted with an explosive sound that seemed impossible to be caused by a kick from ReZero, and as he gained propulsive force, Cecilus began to accelerate, feeling the proximity of the unseen. Sharpshooter pursuing them with sniper fire, Al received a twofold shock from Cecilus' statement. The first shock was that Cecilus had already encountered this enemy several times before and still continued to survive. The second shock was that even Cecilus had been unable to defeat this enemy, which meant they were an abnormally formidable adversary. Cecilus, I believe they're flying, but for some reason other than their speed, they can't be seen. Al, an enemy who can't be seen, HK. Upon the words of Cecilus, who seemed to lack a proper sense of danger, Al gained the keyword of invisible enemy. If only they could unravel the mechanism behind this invisibility, or at least find some way to counteract it. Cecilus, woe there my. Once more Cecilus spoke without a sense of danger, and a tremendous crashing sound followed, prompting Al to look back, that is, toward the direction they were heading. Then within ALS field of vision, 3 buildings along their path came crashing down from the front of the street, and on each side buildings began to descend upon them. Each had its foundation targeted and hollowed out by the sniper, causing them to tilt and collapse inwards. If they collided with that, there would be no escaping from being crushed to death. Upon grasping that, Al clenched his molars and Al territory redefinition, Cecilus in rushing straight ahead. Immediately after resetting the territory in time, Cecilus kicking off the ground, while holding Al, broke through the window of the frontmost collapsing building and plunged inside. As they slanted and he heard the gentle cascade of shattering window glass in conjunction with the flexing of the walls, Cecilus kicked the floor of the collapsing building, smashed through the ceiling, and sprinted upwards, forcibly creating a direct route from the lower floor to the upper floor. Cecilus go. Given how the building was collapsing, it was a fact it would be crushed by contact with the street at the lower floors first. On the other hand, the outrageous feat of escaping from being crushed in such a manner could not have been said to be a sane course of action. It should not be said. However, thanks to that eccentric judgment, Al, and Cecilus managed to kick through the ceiling of the top floor and escape to the outside faster than the building could fully collapse. Al knew this won't work out. Bursting through the ceiling, Al and Cecilus soared into the sky. Below them, they witnessed the 3 collapsing buildings collide with one another, their colossal mass causing a tremendous earthquake. As they crumbled, one of the fallen buildings seemed to contain flammable liquor, or perhaps stored magic stones, as an inferno was extending across the street. However, Cecilus, now this is a formidable enemy. Both Cecilus' cheerful exclamation and ALS body shaking from the impact happened simultaneously. But Al was not the one who was directly affected by the impact. Having leaped into the sky alongside Al, it was Cecilus struck by the sniper fire. The impact had blown off one of his legs. The young boy's small left leg was blown off from the knee down, scattering blood into the air as he gnashed his teeth. Having experienced similar situations, Al understood what it was like, that the pain would come immediately, causing the throat to scream. Cecilus over there. Instead of screaming, Cecilus shouted that out, likely having pinpointed the enemy beyond the sky. He then placed his remaining leg against ALS' body, which he was still holding, using it as leverage to propel himself towards something that he had spotted. Being propelled by just one leg, his momentum was fierce, seemingly sufficient to catch the enemy. All of that while in a state of having lost one leg. Al, this won't do. Even with one leg missing, Cecilus was still probably 100 times stronger than Al. But that was no good. It was necessary for him to be in perfect condition. Thus, Al drew his blue dragon sword and pressed it against his own neck. Then, without hesitation, he forcefully exerted the blade. Times. Cecilus and rushing straw. Al, no, the building on the right. As the buildings were collapsing from 3 different directions the moment Cecilus was preparing to rush inside the frontmost one, Al shouted in a voice that would not lose out the volume of the collapsing structures and issued a change in their path. The instant he heard ALS appeal, Cecilus laughed, and the fact that he licked his lips was already known. In that instant, Cecilus forcefully altered their direction, and while carrying out, he lunged towards a collapsing building on the right. Hearing the cascade of shattering window glass, Al pointed toward the interior of the room they jumped into. Out of the room, over there, secure the box inside. Cecilus, aye, sir. At ALS' confident directions, Cecilus did not ask any questions whatsoever. Forcefully smashing through the wall into the adjacent room, there was an iron chest of part of fortune, kept by the owner of the building, intended for emergency situations. Unfortunately, it seemed like the owner was unprepared and was unable to take it out with him, but thanks to that, Al and Cecilus were able to secure it. Al upwards. Immediately after securing the box, the escape from the slanted building reverted the route to one that employed Cecilus' extraordinary leg strength and innovative thinking. Carrying Al, who carried the box, Cecilus' sprint pierced through the ceiling of the lower floor and the floor of the upper one, and repeating that in quick succession, they dashed all the way up to the top floor in one go. Then the moment Cecilus kicked open the ceiling of the top floor, and they flew out, Al was faced with scenery that he had already seen countless times and dropped the box from his hands. And just before the sniper could blow off any of Cecilus' limbs from afar, Aldona, inside the box that was dropped, ALS shoddy magic sparked a fire that ignited a high-purity magic stone belonging to an individual within the Empire, and then at once the blast swelled up and flames engulfed them from directly below. Al, while savoring the sensation of the scorching heat, roasting their skin, the created curtain of flames also concealed Al and Cecilus from their surroundings. However, even if the flames hid them only for this moment, if there truly was a sniper, he would shoot through them. No, he would shoot through Cecilus without losing sight of him. Therefore, the aim was not to disrupt the sniper's eyes. Cecilus, over there. Cecilus muttered this while smiling with bared teeth. Blood was spouting from Cecilus' cheek, and his long blue hair bursted and spread apart as his hair clip was snatched by the sniper. However, all of Cecilus' limbs were unscathed. The flame curtain was not to hide Cecilus from the enemy, but to allow him to spot the bullets approaching him before they reached him. Before reaching Cecilus, the bullet had to pass through the flame curtain. As foolish as it sounded, but he believed enough to bet on Cecilus, of all people, to not miss the momentaneous change the flames before the bullet would reach him. He won that bet. Hence, across the flame curtain, Cecilus and the sniper's gazes intersected. Cecilus. In an instant, the pupils of Cecilus' eyes narrowed, and the soles of his. Zora's sandals were placed against ALS' hip. As before, Cecilus intended to leap down to the shooter's location. The difference was that all of Cecilus' limbs were stuck to his small torso. All that was left from now was, Al, don't you let your guard down. Muttering that, Al established preparations for the next re-expansion of his territory. Each time it happened, he felt a sense of loss in his head, as if something was shredded into pieces. But Cecilus was right. One could say a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was a chance one could not afford to pass by once it happened. If somebody wanted to obtain it twice, then they could not afford a compromise. That was why Al was going to reset the next matrix. Cloud cutting. Just before that, a remarkable change flashed into ALS vision. It was behind the flame curtain in the direction Cecilus surmised the sniper to be in the sky. Where Al still could not see the enemy, there was an unusual change in his vision. Simply put, the clouds had been severed. The thick black clouds that covered the sky of the undead capital of Lupagana were unexpectedly cut open. The cumulus clouds received not one, but 2 to 3 cuts in succession. It was as if they were chasing an invisible enemy. In the sky, no, not as if. The slashes were chasing the enemy, and the aftermath was tearing through the black clouds. Cecilus, they're getting away, they're escaping. The screeching voice belonged to Cecilus, who kept his foot on ALS' back. His eyes widened, and the reason for his scream was probably in response to the sniper running away from the slash that tore through the clouds, abandoning the battle and disengaging. From ALS' point of view, this could only be described as a favorable turn of events, but not for Cecilus. He stared at the view below with eyes brimming with frustration. And there, ha, run in fear of my swordsmanship. Al and Cecilus jumped out away from the 3 collapsing buildings. A lone figure could be seen on the roof of the building. It was a figure with a sword in his hand, seeing off the enemy in the distance, and pointing his blade that had sliced the clouds towards the heavens as he smiled broadly. Al frowned, wondering who or what this stranger was. Behind, Alcestis said huh as he looked at the sudden intruder. Cecilus, looks like you've grown old in a while I haven't seen you. Dad, Al, you're old, man. Al was stunned by Cecilus uttering this with completely feigned ignorance. Meeting up with this person in the distance, Cecilus called his father would probably be a good thing, but the problem was, Al, you ain't gonna die after this, are you? After the formidable sniper was gone, Al, while looking directly down at the three buildings that were still vehemently collapsing, muttered to Cecilus about what was ahead, feeling a floating kind of sensation. Chapter 37. Time for foreshadowing. 1. With a sword in one hand and carrying baggage under his other arm, he slowly opened the door in front of him. He would never foolishly kick open a door nor cut it down. Thoughtlessly making noise and provoking the undead that could be potentially lurking around was something he wanted to avoid. The same applied to attracting attention from his surroundings. It would still be manageable if it were only a bunch of ordinary Imperial soldiers that had been transformed into undead fighters, but he preferred to not find himself in a fight against skilled opponents. His reluctance was amplified by the fact that he was carrying something that he could not simply throw out. He took a whiff of the air around him with a sniff, then grimaced at the stench of rusty iron wafting from the inside of the room. It was a smell of blood. Once one becomes used to it, distinguishing its freshness becomes more or less easy. The aforementioned odor was induced by recently spilt blood, and it did not come from just one person at that. As expected upon investigating the furthermost room, there were two bodies piled up atop of each other, left behind in the single house facing the main street. There were the corpses of an old woman and a man. The perpetrator must have been the undead that he had chopped down in front of the house. Right before this, it was none other than because these corpses were freshly made that the sword in its hand had been drenched in blood. The victims were presumably parent and child, unfortunately there. Expressions during their last moments could not be described as serene, so he was not able to compare their facial features. The old woman was lying on the bed, and the man seemed to have fallen on top of her, as if he were placing himself over her, a broken sword lying beside him. They couldn't escape in time. No, it's something else. The composition of the scene was not two people who failed to escape in time, but a son who had stayed behind to protect his mother because she was unable to run. To intuitively perceive the display as such was far too ironic for it to have occurred in the imperial capital, which stood at the heart of the Lakian Empire, a place where it was only natural for the weak to be trampled upon. Nevertheless, he could not laugh at the irony, if only he had arrived a few minutes earlier. Placing his drawn sword back into its sheath, he silently gazed upon the corpse of the man who had decided how he would use his own life in the midst of a visit from an inevitable tragedy. If he had been placed in the same situation, would he have been able to fight until his life was depleted like this man, with his back to the bed, where his dearest family laid upon? It's pointless. The answer is obvious. He spat irritatedly, ridding himself of the bitter glob of saliva, with a lingering revulsion that did not disappear. Yes, it was a question for himself with an obvious answer. It was self-evident that he would turn tail and run off regardless the moment he ridiculed himself in that manner. "Hey, redhead, where are you? I got my business done." Suddenly, he heard a tremendously loud voice coming from outside of the building, and his head shot up to look at the window. The ruddy face that had gone separate ways would surface in his memory, and he felt himself sober up as the blood drained from his face at the recklessness of raising one's voice in this undead-infested city. His head clobbered by the weight of reality, which he was not able to brush off with the drunkenness he had inflicted upon himself by drinking and drinking on and on. He clicked his tongue as he peered out of the window he had approached. Just then, at the bottom of his line of sight, on the street, there was a single blue-haired man in a Weisu outfit, searching for him, while waving his hand on. Next to him was a small silhouette in similar clothing. Where might you be, Dad's companion? This area isn't suitable for having a nice and long talk. So, why don't we move somewhere else? Where it's easy to do. So that is only if what Dad told me about having a companion isn't a drunken illusion or a joke of the sort of course. Whoa, now how could you say that saying those sorts of things after grabbing your parent with you? My child has grown into an ungrateful son. I wonder what went wrong with my parenting. No, it's not your fault. Dad, you hardly ever raised me after all. With those two noisy fellows bunched together, describing the ruckus as twice as loud would be a massive understatement. Although there was a difference between being drunk on alcohol or drunk on oneself upon hearing the voice that he knew belonged to an equally drunken man, a companion, whom the two were on the search for. Heinkel held his head in his free hand. As the throbbing headache from his hangover kicked up a fuss about a pain caused by something other than the influence of alcohol, he adjusted his grip on the emergency Fu the hyena human, who had stirred his grasp, and then let loose a deep sigh that reeked of liquor. 2. The two idiots continued to make a racket on the main street, unmindful of the fact they were out in public. If he left them behind and they were consumed by the surging crowd of undead, as a result, it could be chalked up as them reaping the consequences of their actions. However, since Heinkel did not want to be dragged into that process, he called out for them right away. As the two were invited into the house in that fashion, an unexpected +1 had come along with them. "I didn't expect you to be staying in the imperial capital," Heinkel said. "I thought you have already ran away, or if not then." "Heinkel died, were you about to say I'm going to say the same exact thing back to you, Aldebaran." "Al, please." Al, the man in the steel helmet, responded upon their unanticipated reunion, while using a finger to fiddle with the metallic parts of his helmet. During the all-out battle that had encompassed the imperial capital between the regular army and the revolutionaries, Heinkel, as a part of the rebel faction, had been deployed to a separate battlefield from Priscilla and Al, so he was not aware of the outcome of the battle, nor their well-being. An answer he had no means of knowing, even if he wanted to by a chance it had been brought to him. In addition to it, Heinkel, so Miss Priscilla's been captured, huh? It's a bit hard to believe. Al, well, charging headfirst into unexpected developments is a part of Prince's troublesome charm, but this time, even I feel like I shouldn't. Leave her on her own, so I ended up staying in the imperial capital, but Heinkel, then you came across that bunch. Al nodded at Heinkel's words with a yeah. He was covered with his steel helmet, rendering both his expression and facial complexion unknown, but Heinkel could infer the extent of hardship that Al had been wrung through from the tiredness in his tone and his overall mood. Al was someone who could get along with Priscilla, the living embodiment of outrageous and haphazard behavior. If he was reduced to such a state, then Heinkel could easily guess the dreadfulness of who he'd been dealing with. Regardless, meeting the person who had made Al utterly exhausted was also a strange turn of fate. Well, I didn't expect to have a reunion with you in a place like this, Dad. I thought I hadn't seen you around for a while. But could it possibly be who threw me into the Gladiator Island and plotted for me to play a role in a story about the legend of the island or something like that? Chattering away and lining up one sentence after another at breakneck speed, the boy who munched down on the dried meat he had arbitrarily brought out from the house's storage cabinet, or Cecilus, as he called. Himself was the son of Rowan, who had been tagging along with Heinkel much to his astonishment. On top of that, it might as well be some sort of joke, but Cecilus' full name, including his family name, was Heinkel Cecilus Segmont, the Blue Lightning of Wallachia, the Wallachian Empire's strongest swordsman and the immovable, first of the Imperial 9 divine generals. No matter how far he had fallen, Heinkel was still the deputy commander of the kingdom of Legunica's royal guards. He at least knew the names of famous figures from their insidious neighboring country. Peerless even within the blood-soaked history of the empire, he was the individual who had taken the most lives in this world, and was also said to be someone so powerful he was a rival to the kingdom's sword saint, Heinkel. Heinkel narrowed his eyes at Cecilus, who looked roughly around 11 or 12 years old, and scorned himself for even thinking about making light of his capabilities just because of his youth. For the truly powerful beings, topics such as their appearance and age were simply nonsensical and would leave one with nothing but misery. When Heinkel had first lost his son Reinhard with the sword, it was before he had turned 6 years old. In this world, those kinds of entities existed. If anything, Heinkel had to admit that someone like Rowan was a rarity for him. Similarly to Heinkel, if he was also the father of someone proclaimed to be the strongest and having his own reservations regarding the sword skills and fame of his son, Cecilus would be. Rowan, you're making me laugh. The battles to the death on the Gladiator Island are just exhibitions in the end. So you won't learn anything for your sword or technique no matter who or how many people you cut down in that place dumping you. And that kind of place be nothing more than a detour in your path to reaching the heavenly sword. Indifferent to the thoughts rearing their ugly head, within Heinkel, the ruddy-faced Rowan shrugged his shoulders as he brought the booze filled, gored to his mouth, seemingly in high spirits as he conversed with his son. Cecilus replied with an "Oh, I see," then not appearing the slightest bit worked up by it, tilting his head, as he bit off a piece of the dried meat. Cecilus, well, I did suspect that wasn't the case, because the direction of that sort of method wasn't clear at all for someone like you, but then it becomes more of a strange mystery, because I don't understand why I was on the island at all. Rowan, now, that's got to be another odd, bizarre, and unusual way to put it. Anyway, it wasn't arranged by me. Rowan took a pause in the middle of his sentence, then gave Cecilus a long stare from head to toe. Noticing his father's gaze, Cecilus caused the sleeves of his weisu outfit to sway back and forth, performing a twirl that made his long, untied blue hair spread out. Cecilus, what's the matter? Even if it's been a long time, I would think it's difficult to forget the brilliance of the leading actor that I am. Rowan, apart from that, wait a minute. Son, where'd you put? Murasame and Massium, such fine swords aren't meant to be removed so carelessly from your waist. Cecilus, fine swords, do you mean katana? By that, what are you? Saying there's an unspoken agreement between you and me where I won't hold katana, and also that you won't let me hold one either until I obtain a blade worthy of me. Woefully my waist remains light, because I still haven't come across an exceptional katana. I've been looking for shaky shake. Rowan's eyes became increasingly cloudy with suspicion as Cecilus continued shaking his weaponless hips. Eventually his eyes widened with an ah, as if he had made sense out of the situation. And then, Rowan, upon giving a careful look, cause of this feeling of strangeness, Wadi, I have here, Cecilus, you shrunk down in height. How you realize that now? Al raised his voice at the surprised Rowan, having been hit with a feeling of bewilderment that went beyond his surprise. Next to him, the Cecilus in question echoed shrunk with a clueless expression. Needless to say, Heinkel also had no idea of what was going on. In his place, Al looked like he had an idea, closed the distance between himself and Rowan with brisk steps. Al, I want to make this clear. So you're Cecilus, Dad, and the Cecilus you know was really an adult. That's correct, right? Cecilus, please wait, Alson. I'm not sure about that in the first place. I wonder when and at what kind of timing are humans able to say that they became an adult, for example, if someone cut down another person for the first time. And if you don't consider them as full-fledged, then it would make it so that the person who had been cut down was killed by someone who is only half-baked. So I feel as if this is a meaningless discussion. Al, you shut up for now. So what about old man? Rowan, you don't have to press me that hard-helmeted, sir. Firstly, from the eyes of a parent, even if their kid's grown somewhat taller, they'll always stay in the kid category, you know. Besides, when it comes to Cecilus, that one's words and actions never matured a bit from when he was a kid, no matter how much time passed. Al, I've heard enough of the fact that you two are parent and child. Bombarded with responses comparable to an avalanche by Rowan, who he had drawn closer to, and Cecilus, who was next to him, Al stomped the ground, as if he was venting out his pent-up anger. Heinkel felt sorry for him, scratching his own red hair roughly. Heinkel. So, Aldebaran, is this what you want to say? Cecilus Segmont over there shrunk down and became a child for some reason. Al, it's all well, I know everything about how it happened and how to undo it, but yeah, Heinkel, you know how to undo it too. It sounded absurd to just nod with AIC upon being told that a person had shrunk in size, but thinking back to the scene akin to the various hell he had seen during the decisive battle at the Imperial capital, he could accept that most things he saw were not entirely out of question. If they could expect Cecilus to turn back, then it probably was not too much of a setback. Heinkel, well, why don't we start talking after turning him back? Al, as much as I want to do that, we need a certain old shinobi to return him to normal. So, for now, we need to go on while he stays at that. Size, hey, why didn't you notice that your son's become tiny the moment you saw him? Al slowly shook his head sideways, then pointed the subject of the matter towards Rowan. However, Rowan traced his noticeably stubbly chin with a finger at ALS query. Rowan, of course, whether my son's big or small ain't important to me. Al, hey, is this a contest to decide who's the shittiest dad? Are the dads the strongest in each country? All something like this. Heinkel, how about you? Do you know you've shrunk? Al let out an exasperated grumble at Rowan's answer given abashedly by someone who was far from exemplary, farther reluctant to react to ALS grumbling. Heinkel brought up the subject with Cecilus. At his words, Cecilus, who was starting on his third piece of dried meat, laughed out well. Cecilus, if you're asking me whether I'm aware or not, then I'm not. Shrinking or growing. I've already gone on stage as myself. Heinkel, all right. Cecilus, however the things said by Boss Gustavus and the others on the island, and the rest of the side characters, are falling into place, I believe the foreshadowing has come together. Cecilus hit the surface of a desk that was close at hand, his voice bubbling with enthusiasm. The look on his face said that something about it had made sense to him, but it all sounded like gibberish to Heinkel, having only followed after the words spoken during their conversation. A shrinking body should be a grave matter, but all Heinkel knew was that neither father nor child took it too seriously. Rowan, though it all adds up now, no wonder I thought he was so calm. Even when he faced me, you see, we had quite the parting. Cecilus, oh, I don't recall anything about it, but am curious as to how we part. Cecilus tipped his head sideways at Rowan's revelation, keenly stroking his chin. A parting with a father which the son had forgotten for all that taking their interactions thus far into account, Heinkel imagined that it could not be anything but awful at that moment. The fucker over there is the motherfucker that planned a fucking assassination of His Excellency and got sliced up for it. A sharp voice cut in, capturing Heinkel and the others' gazes in his direction, and there was the petite hyena human that had been fast asleep until Now, picking himself up from the floor, he had been left aside on sitting up in a cross-legged position. He glared at Rowan with a sour look on his face. I'm also real fucking surprised to see this shithead alive when he should be dead, especially because I can't imagine that even the fucking dumbass Cecilus would fuck it up. Cecilus, oh, you're awake, doggy wolf of him. Glad you're looking very well. You're being fucking stupid, as always, you piece of shit. Cecilus pouted with a sulky expression at the shouting hyena human. Judging from his reaction, the hyena human seemed to be acquainted with Cecilus. However, it must be said that it was Cecilus who did not remember such a fact from the current flow of the conversation. Perhaps saying that he had forgotten about what happened before he shrunk would be the correct way to phrase it. It was a ridiculous story, but it could be because he did not recall anything from his adulthood that Rowan and the hyena human were all on different pages talking past each other. Al, by the way, who's this guy that was knocked out earlier? He seems pretty energetic. Rowan on Mr. Furball. Over here is General First Class Groovy. He's one of the Empire's 9 divine generals and Cecilus' colleague. Al, by Groovy, oh, you mean Groovy Gumlet. ALS' voice rose a pitch higher, perplexed by the unpredicted identity of the stranger, but Heinkel was just as surprised as him. After all, Rowan had only told him that the person was someone important without giving him any further information, so he had been carrying him along as a lump of baggage. Depending on the situation, he might have treated the luggage that was the hyena human as a shield against the undead's attacks. Which means even though one of them shrunken down, there's 2 general first classes. Here, I want to say it's given me some unexpected hope, but Rowan, what could it be? Al didn't miss a general first class, just say something crazy. Planned the Emperor's assassination. Once brought the topic back on track, Rowan was once again at the center of attention. For a moment, the hyena human's Groovy's awakening and his exchange with Cecilus had stolen Heinkel's focus, but he did certainly say that. Faced with everyone's distrustful looks, Rowan placed a hand on his forehead with an oopsie. Rowan, that's a misunderstanding, you see. I haven't planned an assassination of His Excellency the Great Emperor. I only try to have my son do it. Heinkel, that's no excuse, so as parent and child, you guys are both guilty of an attempted assassination of the Emperor. Heinkel stared at the blue-haired parent and child, stunned by the explanation that failed to serve its purpose as one. He had never heard of the Emperor being killed, so it was probably just handled as an attempt, but that was quite an egregious rumor to have floating around. However, Groovy shook his head with a "you're wrong" to Heinkel's question. Groovy, this fucker, told His Excellency that his shitty dad was planning it. After that, the story goes that he wanted to put an end to the nasty fucking plot along with his shitty dad. But isn't he alive? Because Cecilus didn't put an end to it, Groovy. I didn't know about it either. Fucking hell, why Cecilus, you? Fucker the hell were you thinking, letting your shit-for-after live? Cecilus. Who knows, even if you told me it was something I did between the me of yesterday, the me of today, and the me of tomorrow, the quotes and exceptional directions of the sort that flash across my mind during the moment will also change. However, it's hard to imagine that I failed to do it. So perhaps it could be that I purposefully didn't do it. Groovy shot up to his feet, edging in on Cecilus, but the boy with a similar stature waved his hand with an unapologetic look, as if he were saying that the answer was lost with his missing height. In reality, asking Cecilus about this when he presumably cannot recall his own reasons would be fruitless instead of clinging on to an unknown answer. Heinkel Blue Hair, why did you plot the Emperor's assassination? Is your goal to overthrow the government? Rowan, you say such silly things. Redhead, my goal is mighty simple. If my son would do away with His Excellency, the Emperor, the whole of the Empire, become his enemy. Heinkel, that's pretty obvious, though. Rowan, that's my goal, a situation where those Imperial soldiers are going to keep on attacking without sparing any time to eat or sleep. There's no better environment than that to polish his sword skills between life and death. Heinkel, acting as if he had come up with a wonderful idea, Rowan gave a Gudemord resounding slap to his knee. Heinkel could only widen his eyes while frozen in place, unable to comprehend the logic he was voicing out. On the other hand, Cecilus spoke up, chiming in after hearing those words. Cecilus, I see, so that's why I have no recollection of it. But if it's Dad, then he would make me do something like that. He would stop at nothing to reach the heavenly sword. Rowan, your talent with the sword's a real deal. But when it comes to you hit the ceiling right in front of the heavenly sword, if that's the case, I thought, why not use a somewhat heavy-handed method to let you break out of your shell out of parental love? Cecilus, parental love. That's really unlike you. If you had human emotions like that left in you, Dad, then you wouldn't have killed 5 or 6 of your own children until the talented me was born, Rowan. Oh dear, there's no room to argue against that. Their biggest doubts having been dispelled, the eccentric laughter from the giggling father and son reverberated loudly, while Groovy regarded their words with scowl, and now listened to them with a hand to his neck. Heinkel's vision began to sway in a bout of dizziness, and he bumped his shoulder against the wall. Their parent-child relationship was unfathomable. He struggled to understand what was driving him to go that far, suddenly the faint hope he had harbored towards Rowan, until just a moment ago, a type of shared feeling he had for the person who stood on. The same for the father of someone considered as the strongest, had faded away rapidly before vanishing completely. Had plotted the assassination of the Valachian emperor, been betrayed by his own child, and fell short of his goal in addition, was considered long dead and in a position where he would be well known for his appalling notoriety. With all that in mind, Heinkel could not comprehend why he was able to laugh so nonchalantly. Heinkel was in a similar position in his home country. Even so, it was terribly suffocating. Even if he were only suspected of a crime he had no memory of committing, such as being involved with the kidnapping of the Lagunican royalty, it was still unbearably suffocating. Outright, I got the idea that each of us have our own circumstances. Al spoke out quietly, ignoring Heinkel, who was in the midst of a dizzy spell. He too might have his own thoughts concerning the previous conversation between the father and son, as well as Groovy Status's mind. However, he gulped down the entirety of those emotions and placed a lid over them. That was because Al had already decided what to prioritize in this place over the doubts laying about in front of him. Al were all members that have something we're looking for or have some objective at the imperial capital of the lineup. Might be full of talented people who don't really need anyone to lend a hand to them, but they have no reason to go out of their way to reject willing collaborators, isn't that right? He asked, surveying the roster in the room with a glance. Groovy crossed his short arms, puffing out his chest at AL's question. Groovy, I just woke up, so I only know the imperial capital's got this shitty-ass earthy smell to it, plus I don't want to be left behind with this. Fucking dumbass and the fucking dumbest, Dad. I don't know what's his fucking clever excellency's planning either. Al, the primary goal is to fight off the undead regardless of whether we're enemies or allies. At least I can believe that you've got the same idea as us, right? Groovy, you don't have to be worried for shit. It's the same for me, Groovy, asserted with a bullish tone, showing his agreement with AL's opinion rather aggressively. Subsequently, after receiving his response, Al looked over to Cecilus. Al, I understand that you and your dad got a unique parent-child relationship. I don't know why you're able to get along and laugh together considering what happened, but the topic of parents is also a touchy subject for me. I want to elaborate, but instead of... Cecilus, there's no need to worry, Alison. You don't have to choose your words so anxiously. There were a few occasions where your decisions saved me during the previous battle with the Archer. So, for now, I believe it's unnecessary to have a clash in our objectives just for us to part ways. Al, that's great, but also please don't try to kill me on a whim. I can't deal with it, no matter how many lives I have. Cecilus, haha. No matter how many lives you have, nice joke. Al, it's not a joke, though. Al breathed a sigh as Cecilus let out a cheerful cackle while making a thumbs up. Finally, he gathered both Heinkel and Rowan within his field of view. Al, how about you, old man? What you gonna do? Rowan, whoa, a helmeted, sir, compared to my son. And Mr. Furball, the way you talk when you invite us is as if you're being forced to speak. That wounds me, you know. Al, I mean, I kind of have the worst impression of you right now, shrugging his one-armed shoulders. I let Rowan know about his impression of him in a blunt manner, and then craned his neck in Heinkel's direction. Al, you might have had nothing to show for during the all-out battle, but you can make up for it. If you go and rescue Princess, without her your wish won't come true, right, Heinkel-san? Heinkel, I... Upon being told that by Al, Heinkel clenched the back of his teeth together as he dropped his gaze. Just as Al said, Heinkel was a part of Priscilla camp because there was something he wanted to reward that he could obtain should she win her way through the royal selection. Essentially, no expectations were placed on the contributions and capabilities of Heinkel himself. The only thing he was expected to do was to act as a constraint against Reinhard, who was allied with another candidate. If he thought about it in this way, no matter how much he was able to contribute to Priscilla in this situation, he would only be achieving results that deviated from his original role. Adding on to that, Heinkel had already fallen to his knees once on the battlefield, giving up on fighting back. When he had witnessed a sight that appeared otherworldly, as if the world had been flipped upside down on its head, he had lost heart. Heinkel had tried to give up. That was why he left the battlefield, drowned himself in liquor, as Rowan dragged him away and closed the lid on top of everything. And yet, he thought Heinkel Luana. Within his heart, where he had been told that he had an opportunity to redeem himself, a certain regret showed its shameful face. If Priscilla had not seen him when he had run away, nor his state of mind, when he had given up, if he could pretend. Everything was going well. He wanted to turn a blind eye to the fear that had once gripped his throat and continue reaching out a hand. Heinkel, but what can we do even if we band together with just 5 people? Are you saying we can save an empire on the brink of destruction with this group of 5? Cecilus, that's certainly one upsetting offensive opinion, of course. We seem like a group of 5 people. If you only look at the numbers, but the strength that lies within me alone is over and above the equivalent of 100 others, so you'd opt to reword it as 1,000,000 and 4 MRGH. Groovy, shut your fucking trap. Locked in a battle with his inner worries, Heinkel sought for their chances of succeeding and outlooks on what awaited them. As one would expect, General First Class Groovy used his own hand to cover the mouth of Cecilus' meaningless banner aimed at Heinkel's words. Keeping Cecilus' mouth covered, he glanced at Al with a though. Groovy, it's just as a red old fart fucking said, even though we have me and this fucking dumbass, it's not easy to kill the shit out of those motherfuckers outside. Cecilus BYY, the way, I think we shouldn't do that. Why? Because of a hunch felt by the leading actor. Groovy, shut your fucking trap. Leaving aside the two who began squabbling over whether they should cover Cecilus' mouth or not, Heinkel's doubts remained suspended in the air unresolved. Truthfully, Heinkel had already made up his mind to an extent. If he could settle it without giving in, then he could not afford to give in. All that was left was the reason he was seeking. Al flicked the metal fittings on his helmet with a finger at Heinkel, who continued to look for the reason he sought. Al, just as Heinkel-san said, we're being way too ambitious. If we think we can turn around the situation with just us five, that said, what we need to do isn't something as grand as saving the Empire. We gotta pave the road. Rowan, the road, you said. Rowan licked at the alcohol in his gourd, then wiped his mouth. With a sleeve, Al nodded at his query with a yeah. He turned his head, gazing ahead at the closed window. The Imperial capital could be seen behind it, reduced to a city of corpses. And then, Al, saving the Empire is a job for the hero. We're going to create a starting point for it, as many points as we can, and anywhere we can get our hands on, because there's no knowing what's going to come in handy. Heinkel blinked his eyes at LS words, which gave him the impression of sounding oddly confident. It was as if he were implying that he had an idea of someone who could pull it off, but Heinkel had no idea of who that someone was, nor did Rowan or Groovy. However, as the unbounded one regarded those words with gleaming eyes, Cecilus, in other words, its foreshadowing. In high spirits and highly enthusiastic, the young blue lightning declared, as such welcoming ALS aim with open arms. In terms of the power dynamic in this place, it did not take long for it to be expressed as a collective opinion of the five people taking part in this meeting. Chapter 38. Rowan Segmont. 1. Rowan Segmont was a stargazer. Stargazer in a sense different to the official position of the Valachian Empire, to which Audiobook, who was one among them, had been appointed by Vince of Wallachia for the first time. He was a stargazer in the original sense of the expression, bestowed with commandment that ought to be prioritized more than anything else in their lives, a being that would relinquish anything and everything in order to fulfill their grand purpose. That was a stargazer. One could surmise that Vincent's act of deliberately conferring the title of stargazer upon the official position held by Audiobook held not only the purpose of bestowing meaning unto the aforementioned post, but even possessed the intention to reduce the very existence of stargazers to a formality. The wise emperor's true motives may be ignored for time being, however. What was important was the fact that Rowan Segmont was one of those people bestowed with commandment, the compulsive force that acted on a person vested in commandment. Thus, becoming a stargazer was quite strong. It was endowed with power to interfere with human life, such that it could provide a mere male prostitute the influential voice to frequent the palace as to provide the emperor with his opinion, that it could cause a frail mother to forget the love she felt for the daughter to whom she had given birth while on the verge of death, that it could easily make someone abandon the objective they had devoted their entire life to. Upon receiving their commandment, many stargazers would have the lives they had been leading till that point distorted, coerced, forced to alter the principles of their way of life, and they did not consider that as a tragedy. Rather, having been granted a great ambition, one they needed to accomplish, even if it took them their entire lifetime, doubtlessly believing that fulfilling it was a purpose of their very birth, they even felt great happiness. No matter how abnormal, how pitiful it might seem to those around them, that was how it was. But in regards to that tragedy shared by the stargazers, a position Rowan had been placed in was an exception when compared to his fellow stargazers. After all, the commandment bestowed upon Rowan Segmont was to reach the heavenly sword. And that was none other than the great ambition Rowan himself had harbored even before the commandment had been bestowed upon him. 2. Rowan to master the way of the swordsman, many months and years spent with steel in hand. Rocking his head from left to right, his face flushed red. With a scent of liquor, Rowan sang in good humor. There was no particular melody to it, but since he was in such high spirits, he could not help but sing happily, staggering back and forth. His footwork would appear to be that of a dance. A while prior, slightly before the uproar of the black-haired crown prince had begun, the nostalgic fragrance of blood had hung in the air across the entire empire. An omen of war it had been, as the reign of Vincent had been so ridiculously docile. Rowan had had a hunch that its backlash would cause an extremely large disturbance in the world. That hunch of his had been right on the mark. The Empire was now facing a moment of disaster, one in which even the boundary between the living and the dead was unclear. Rowan, really, this is the kind of world I like. The world was estranged from peace, and the more chaotic the state of the world got, the more the way of steel would be refined. He did not mean that more diligent efforts ought to be applied in that case, just that there should be more enemies who were worth slaying. But generally it was quite difficult for astonishingly powerful beings to come into being during the midst of peace. Even if souls didn't know where they would arrive, their frame of mind seemed to be harmonized with their vessels of flesh before inhabiting them. Those born into turbulent times would come into being bestowed with the aptitude to live in those turbulent times. Therefore, expecting those same souls to be dwelling within people born outside of turbulent times was a bet with really poor odds. Rowan had lost that gamble many a time, and was only blessed with Cecilus after killing 8 of his own children with his own hands. Upon seeing a drawn blade during their first bath after being born, Cecilus had been the only one to laugh at it as something he would come to love for his entire life. Rowan to think that Cecilus has also hit his ceiling, and yet the heavenly sword is still far off. I really was born in the wrong era. Using his palm against his forehead as a visor, Rowan grumbled out his lamentations many times. The more chaotic the world got, the more into ruin that peace fell, the more the era would demand the overwhelming might of the strong, with the path to reach the heavenly sword having become so distant and steep. He wondered just how good it would have been to live in the era of 400 years ago, when all living things feared the witch. Had he been born in that epoch, there would be no fear of the path to reach the heavenly sword being cut short. Much less would Rowan have Cecilus. "Oi, do you intend on doing this seriously, you Rowanum?" A voice called out to his tottering back from behind him, and Rowan turned around inquisitively, with both legs firmly planted on the stone pavement, the glinting eyes glaring. At him from above belonged to a red-haired swordsman of tall staturito, a person bearing the name of Heinkel. That man had ought to have been binge drinking together with Rowan until a moment prior, yet he now wore a completely sober expression in stark contrast, though expectations were that he would don a tidier appearance compared to the time Rowan had initially found him on a plane. He looked even more haggard than before, strangely so. "Rowan, your spirit's still kinda down. Come on, redhead, let's just drink. The town's a lil lackin', but fortunately those undead folk are leaving the food and booze untouched. Heinkel, fortunately, HK. Rowan, looks like that rubbed you the wrong way." As Rowan raised his alcohol-filled gourd up high, Heinkel grinded his teeth, his cheeks stiffening. Since that response indicated refusal, Rowan reluctantly allowed that destinationless alcohol to pass through his own gullet. As he had informed Heinkel, without paying much attention to the noticeable restaurants and residences, the undead were prowling around in search of the living, but their objective was neither food nor alcohol, it was blood. That was to say, they were free to satisfy their hunger and drunkenness as much as they pleased. Rowan, what's not to like about that? If stuff's just gonna spoil, if we leave, it'd be the rational thing for us to DODB to have our fill. Heinkel, food and alcohol, and what not, those things don't matter in the slightest. I have no hopes for your sense of duty, for the sense of duty of both you, and your kid. More importantly, answer me, do you intend on doing this seriously? Rowan. As Heinkel raised his voice, Rowan closed a single eye at those words and kept silent. The red-haired swordsman seemed to have grown irritated simply because he was unable to wait for those few seconds, unable to guess what his problem was. Rowan went without knowing what the answer to that question was in earnest. Guessing the thoughts and feelings of others was something Rowan was not very good at. That same defect seemed to have been inherited by Cecilus, but he would overcome that problem by force, making use of a different point of view. Rowan could not do the same thing. In any case, Rowan, redhead, are you worried about whether or not I'm going to take part in that helmeted gentleman's plan? Heinkel, that's right, the flow of events brought me back here, but as Aldebaran said, this is a chance for redemption. I won't screw this up. With a nod, Heinkel pointed over yonder, no, far beyond, that he indicated the sturdy ramparts that forbade one from seeing the outside of the imperial capital from within, to the star-shaped ramparts used to protect the citizens from the rebel army in the decisive battle for the imperial capital, and thus, Heinkel, it's one of the 5 bastions we got to capture. His voice leaden and intense, Heinkel spoke of the target of their tactics. The man in the steel helmet, the person known, as Al had spoken of the path they ought to pay for shadowing for the sake of the hero who would come after Rowan, and the others who were currently in the imperial capital. Presently, the only living people at this place were Rowan and Heinkel, and luckily they had not come across a single dead person. Cecilus Groovy and Al had gone off in a separate group. All of them were taking action to open holes in the strong bulwark that safeguarded the imperial capital. The method that Rowan, Heinkel, and Groovy had employed to enter the imperial capital had been quite illogical, so it would likely be difficult for others to replicate, in that case the notion that they had to create passages was a proposal that made sense. Then, after parting ways with his son, who was boisterous, even after being shrunken, the middle-aged duo began a carefree journey preventing them from doing. So as a heat, Heinkel was filled with wondering what to do. Rowan scratched his cheek. Ignoring Rowan's sentiment, Heinkel clicked his tongue and, "Heinkel, be honest. I don't get what your son meant by foreshadowing, but..." "Rowan, well, you really shouldn't worry too much about the way he speaks anyhow. There ain't no doubt about the fact that things won't be able to proceed as long as those ramparts are in use." "Heinkel, if you understand that." "Rowan, why would I choose not to take part?" As Heinkel bared his teeth and shouted, Rowan interrupted the words of former and shrugged his shoulders. His daunted face was actually hilarious, and Rowan wished to say that it would be delicious to drink alcohol while gazing at it, but going too hard on the booze would be a mistake. It would be a hassle. Procure alcohol at this place, and there was no guarantee that the man in front of him would not carelessly draw his sword. "Rowan, our redhead here ain't drawing a sword against me, Heinkel HK. "Rowan, you really don't even feel any shame at the very least in the type who doesn't think it's very brave to draw your blade on anyone and everyone without distinction, since I don't get the difference between what's scary or not in the slightest." Tapping the side of his head with his finger, he touched upon a shortcoming unrelated to his intoxication. Seeing Heinkel widen his eyes upon hearing that, Rowan looked towards the ramparts. "Rowan, a reason why I'm not going along with the helmeted gentleman's offers exceedingly simple as objectives to retake the imperial capital from the dead people, right? That ain't something I really desire." Therefore, he had no reason to cooperate with a plan to get rid of the imperial capital's defenses. Those were Rowan's honest feelings, but Heinkel still darted his eyes about in bewilderment. Rowan believed himself to have given a relatively clear answer, so he titled his head in confusion. "Heinkel, so in other words, you're taking the side of those undead guys." "Rowan, WHYD, you think that's an entirely different thing in it. For me, the country's falling to ruin courtesy of the undead. Rampaging about, it's just that a situation of this sort's convenient. I ain't taking the side of the undead." "Heinkel, it's no use. I don't understand what you're thinking in the slightest to begin with." "Rowan HM. Heinkel, even if you don't feel like doing it, your son, the Blue Lightning, is eager to. Are you just going to overlook that knowingly?" Putting his hand over his mouth, Heinkel tried to chew through the information. It had been forcibly stuffed with, however, the next thing he spoke was also irrelevant to Rowan. While it was true that Cecilus was eager to go along with ALS plan, Rowan and me, and my son's my son, that's all there is to it. Besides, Heinkel, besides, Rowan, for Cecilus in his current state, the summit of the heavenly swords become distant once again by being shrunken his skill with the swords been dull with how he won't be able to fulfill the promise we made when he slayed me. Heinkel, with a light stroke of his chest, Rowan reflected on the slash that had been engraved there. Groovy had loathsomely spoken of the case of the attempted assassination on Emperor Rowan's involvement in it was in trying to get Cecilus to do it, so he could be considered as having instigated an assassination. Either way, after that attempt was ended in failure, he experienced the stroke of a sword as punishment, and even now he did not forget the scorching heat of that instant. Then, upon thinking that much, Rowan suddenly cocked his head. "Rowan, however, redhead, you seem to be awfully hung up on the matter of me and my son. Thinking back on it, your reaction was the most intense. Redhead, anything wrong about it?" At the fact that the shrunken Cecilus was Cecilus, and that Rowan was Cecilus' father, no matter if he was big or small, Heinkel's reaction had been weighty and thick-headed. Upon being inquired the true meaning behind that by Rowan, Heinkel returned an unexpected answer. That was, "Heinkel im Heinkel Astria." Rowan Astria, Astria. O-H-H-H-H-H. Putting on more than enough airs, Heinkel gave his name, and Rowan gazed at him in wonder. At first placing the sound he had heard on his tongue, the conviction did not sink into his brain until he had ruminated on it a few times. However, the very moment it clearly sunk and his blood boiled at its significance. "Rowan, so that means, redhead, you belong to the Sword Saint's lineage. The Astria family of the kingdom of Lagunica, that was the title of the being said to be the strongest within the dragon kingdom of Lagunica, or perhaps the strongest across the entirety of the lands of the four great countries, not just the kingdom." A special mention went to the Sword Saint of the current generation, Reinhard van Astria, whose existence he had heard to be exceptional across all the generations of the Astria family until now. "Rowan, no way, redhead, you didn't pretend your name was Heinkel, while actually being this generation's Sword Saint, did you? So that means you're a blood relative, no? Is it your son's, Reinhard, the father of the Sword Saint now? This is quite the unexpected coincidence. What a bizarre turn of fate." He had heard that Reinhard was of the same age as Cecilus, same age that Cecilus was originally. If that was the case, Rowan could fathom a rough guess of the relationship between Reinhard and Heinkel, as the latter resembled himself in age. At the same time, Heinkel, having finished processing his bitter hang-ups, wore an expression of reaching comprehension. Rowan and Heinkel were the fathers of Blue Lightning and the Sword Saint. Rowan, more importantly, this means that you're a descendant of an ancestor who reached the heavenly sword right. Heinkel, Rowan, the reputation of the first-generation Sword Saint ReZero, is true to the memory and the ears in that case. As a fellow swordsman, I hold respect for those who arrive at the summit that we all ought to aim for. The title of Sword Saint was proof of the extraordinary nature of the Astrea family, and the first generation was considered to be the first to have reached the concept of the heavenly sword, a transcendent being who stood at the apex of all swordsmen. The instant he thought that it seemed as though his attitude toward Heinkel, until now, had been rude, hence a wish to apologize began to rise. Just how rude had he been to a descendant of someone who had reached the heavenly sword? Rowan, sorry, redhead, I apologize for all my impoliteness until now. I.D. never even thought that a family member of ReZero who reached the heavenly sword would have fallen so low. Heinkel, Rowan, redhead. There was no response from Heinkel as Rowan placed his hand on the katana on his waist and deeply bowed. Suspicious of that, Rowan looked with an upward glance and saw Heinkel covering his face with his palm, shaking his head. Then, as he let out a long, frustrated breath, Heinkel I finally got it down to our very roots. I'm completely different to you. Rowan, no matter what's up, don't let it get you down too much on me, and my son's my son. And so, you're you, redhead. Regardless, you won't be able to cut deep unless you persist with steel. Heinkel, I have you to thank for not letting me die back there. For that alone am grateful. As if refusing to entertain the back and forth any further, Heinkel turned his back to Rowan. For a moment, Rowan raised his head with the desire to cut deep into that upright back, but Heinkel was not the type to draw his weapon were his life to be in danger, so he decided to refrain himself from killing in futility. Killing without any gain would merely dull the steel. Then Heinkel headed for the bastion he had pointed to and would likely work hard to sabotage it. If there happened to be a skillful individual there, it was unclear whether Heinkel had factored the possibility that he might become unable to do anything into his calculations, but if he intended on depending on Rowan, in that possibility Rowan was sorry. But Rowan had his own objective, and his relationship with Heinkel did not take priority over that in the slightest. So though he felt a bit lonely to be parting with his drinking buddy, they would just be briefly separating here. Heinkel, what do you want to do by neglecting your son, Oi? Before running off, Heinkel called out with his back still turned, to which Rowan raised a wry smile. This also went for his face and expression, but Heinkel really did not betray the impression that he was an unmanly personage. Anyhow, Rowan had no hesitation at that question, and while patting the sword wound on his chest, Rowan, of course, is for the sake of my own dearest, which redhead him the same as ya. If he was referring to the matter of neglecting his son, then they were the same in that regard, without any interest whatsoever in how Heinkel would respond to that. Rowan headed for his own objective and broke into a light sprint through the imperial capital where no living people remained. 3. Well then, Rowan Segmont was a stargazer. Vowing on his honor, Rowan also had a personality, desires, and a life before becoming a stargazer, before becoming fully absorbed in fulfilling the commandment granted to him. Of course, just like the majority of stargazers, Rowan was bestowed with commandment and was compelled to change the way he lived upon becoming a stargazer, but to those around him, there was no noticeable change that could be perceived from Rowan. That was because before he had even been bestowed with commandment, Rowan Segmont's dearest wish was to reach the heavenly sword, and he was obsessed with doing everything that could possibly further that purpose. Strong individuals who strive to master their techniques, just like Rowan, fearsome witch beasts that attacked villages, people of the villages destroyed by those witch beast scoundrels who tyrannized other saints who donated to others. He had systematically slain everything that could be useful for tempering his steel with reckless abandon, but he had not produced many results. In various schools he had studied acquired techniques, then went on to cut down the heads of the schools. He had tried to unify the many techniques he had absorbed, but when he understood that it only led to the equilibrium of his own skills crumbling, he abandoned that as well. Quite literally, he had continued to walk a path of blood, but the path to the heavenly sword was still unreachable, craving that from the bottom of his heart. He had even considered ending his own life, and it was at that moment. That was when Rowan was bestowed with commandment and became a stargazer. The heavenly sword must be reached no matter what such had become Rowan's destiny. That did not mean that he himself was to reach the heavenly sword, but that he was to pursue trial and error in order to produce a being qualified to reach the heavenly sword. But he did not know the correct interpretation. Fundamentally, Rowan's methods always remained the same. At first, he could do nothing else but try and do everything systemically. He immediately gave up on the path of finding those who had talent and fostering them to reach it. He could always perform more skillfully when he did things himself. If they could not perform more skillfully than him, then the heavenly sword was just a dream within a dream, so it was better for him to cut down and discard that ephemeral hope. While he was doing that, he realized it. There ought to have been meaning in the fact that he had expected himself to be the one who should reach the heavenly sword. Thinking that he tried to aim for the heavenly sword on his own once again, but when it remained an unreachable path, even after recklessly endeavoring and recklessly slaying people, he relinquished it. That was not it for Rowan himself. It was not meant to be. Rowan's lineage ought to reach it instead. Thus, through Rowan Segmont's diligent efforts of vessel to reach the heavenly sword, Cecilus Segmont was born, and Rowan's duty was fulfilled. Seeing his child soaking in his first bath, giggling, as he gazed upon the drawn blade pressed against his neck, Rowan was released from the binds that had tied him down for a long, long time. When a stargazer ascertained that their commandment was fulfilled, they were liberated from the role bestowed upon them. Afterwards, what would overcome the mind was a loss of understanding for the sense of values that they had calmly obeyed until then for no reason at all, even distorting their beliefs and convictions. Of course, the same thing happened to Rowan. In order to fulfill his commandment, he had been desperate to create a child with a talent to reach the heavenly sword. Upon seeing the child born at the end of all, at the moment he realized he had accomplished it, it did not matter to him anymore. As a result, what remained was his son, who was recognized for his potential to reach the heavenly sword, and his very self, who had lost sight of his goal to reach the heavenly sword, and had squandered the prime years of his life for the sake of others. Faced with that immensely unbearable truth, this time Rowan headed towards a decision to end his own life, which he had been unable to carry out in the past. But Cecilus laughing at the drawn blade which threatened his life, the son, having been promised to tread the path to reach the heavenly sword from birth, clutched the finger of the despairing Rowan, and those thoughts vanished without a trace. For Rowan, who had cut down so many lives and bathed in enough blood to form an entire lake, the shock that this feeble life brought him was unfathomable. He had realized it. At this moment, a being so weak that it could not hold even a single chopstick would acquire ability, with a sword worthy of eventually reaching the heavenly sword. In that case, where was a reason to assume that his future prospects would only decline after passing his prime. If a baby could reach the heavenly sword, then a path still remained for an old swordsman. Ergo, Rowan forgot about his sorrow over the path being closed, and vowed once again to strive towards his own desire. Bestowed with commandment, fulfilling his commandment, having a child capable of reaching the heavenly sword born into this world, Rowan Segmont was released from his duty as a stargazer. Even now, he did not give up on the path to reach the heavenly sword, and continued to move forward. For, having separated from Heinkel, Rowan sprinted towards the north side of the imperial capital with vigilance. Ahead of his route was the building that stood out the most within the imperial capital, the Crystal Palace, and there was no room to doubt that it had currently been transformed into the base of the undead. Likely the ringleader who was resurrecting the dead, with whom Groovy and Al were having issues with, was also present in the palace, but that was no reason for Rowan to halt his legs. Storming the palace and beheading the ringleader of the enemy faster than anyone else, let it be known that he was not heading for the Crystal Palace in order to bring the situation under his control. That which he had told Heinkel was no lie. It really did not matter to Rowan in the slightest whether the Empire was saved or not. His perception was that it was better for chaos and disaster to be widespread. There was a reason why Rowan was possessed of a single-minded focus on hastening to the Crystal Palace. That reason was, of course, his biological son, Cecilus Segmont. However, even if the reason were stated to be Cecilus, it was not due to any parental love or affection. Rowan, that damned dullard, it's absolutely outrageous that he parted ways with the Dream Sword and Fiend Sword. In Rowan's mind, as he gnawed his teeth, two katanas that concealed tremendous power were pictured. Though there were many magic and holy swords in the world, only 10 were swords of absolute power. 2 among them were Cecilus' beloved katanas, which he had parted with after being shrunken, the Dream Sword Massayum and the Fiend Sword Murasame. Even if things were to take a turn for the worst, it would be troubling if those 2 katanas were to be lost. It went without saying that to reach the heavenly sword, the person in question was required to possess masterful swordsmanship and talent, but in order to prove to the world that they were the real deal, they must not yield in the aspect of using worthy steel. And undoubtedly Massayum and Murasame were 2 worthy blades. Rowan, I didn't know when hell returned to normal, but without his katanas, he ain't going to be able to fully take form. When the shrunken Cecilus returned to his original size, him being without his swords was out of the question. It was possible that during a moment of this exceedingly massive disaster, Cecilus would reach the heavenly sword. If Cecilus were to not possess his katanas when that came to pass, it would be absolutely outrageous. Even if Cecilus were to reach the heavenly sword where he'd go without wielding his perfect katanas at the moment Rowan cut him down, then the latter would have no proof that he himself had reached the heavenly sword. In order to secure that proof, he had no choice but to recover Cecilus' swords. Rowan, that bastard, was an imbecile to shrink and forget the promise he made with his father. In the past, Rowan and Cecilus had made a promise as parent and child. When Rowan attempted to quickly make the entirety of the Empire into an enemy, so that he could have Cecilus reach the heavenly sword, Cecilus refused it, because that's typical of a crude villain of all things taking Vincent's side as he tried to slay Rowan. Then, in order to have Cecilus turn a blind eye, Rowan had made a promise that eventually once Cecilus reached the heavenly sword, Rowan would definitely come to kill him. Accepting that, Cecilus dropped a gravely injured Rowan into a river, allowing him to escape. Having survived to the verge of death, Rowan continued to improve his skills as he awaited the promised time. And now that moment was imminent, constantly drawing closer. Rowan, if the location hasn't changed, while vested with the seat of First Cecilus, had spent nearly all of his earnings on swords. Therefore, he did not have a mansion befitting a general first class, instead living his life in a small hut constructed in the field north of the Crystal Palace. If that had not changed, there was a high chance that both the Dream Sword and the Fiend Sword were being stored in that small hut. In order to retrieve those and deliver them to Cecilus, Rowan headed for the hinterland of the Crystal. Rowan HK. He evaded the eyes of the undead. He passed by the Crystal Palace, and when he tried to proceed to the base of the destroyed reservoir wall, Rowan took a great leap sideways due to a sudden presence. And that had been the right thing to do. A tremendous impact crashed down from overhead, its vehement destructive force generating a circular crater in the main street. The walls surrounding the Crystal Palace that faced the street warped and crumbled, and as a plume of smoke akin to an explosion filled his vision, Rowan clicked his tongue and unsheathed his blade. Utilizing the cloud-cutting technique, he released a strike to sever the eruption of smoke. He was able to lay eyes on the being present beyond on the culprit that had produced the impact. Standing there was a lone woman of tall, slender stature. With long, flowing white hair, the woman was adorned in a blue dress and stood with an elegant posture. Though Rowan was completely ignorant in concepts of beauty and ugliness, his values would evaluate her graceful physique as quite beautiful. Her long, slitted blue eyes were pregnant with a hue of sorrow, which brought suspicion to Rowan. Unlike the undead, she did not possess black eyeballs of golden iris's blood coursed through her white skin, so the woman fixing her gaze on him was likely a living person. However, this was the palace of the dead, the capital of the undead, that conduct should be that of an enemy to the living. Rowan over there, yad be woman Iris. Rowan didn't think yad introduce yourself so suddenly. His katana poised by his waist, Rowan moistened his lips and narrowed his eyes. She was a woman, but that was no reason to underestimate her more than anything else. She was clad in the air of an unbelievably powerful individual. She did not seem to have a positive expression about wielding that power, but that was a matter trivial for Rowan. With an expression that seemed to be extremely concerned over that trivial matter, as the fox ears hidden within her white hair trembled the woman who called herself Iris. Iris, returned to where you came from. There is no need for anyone to die within the reach of my eyes. Rowan, my goodness, awfully sorry about this. Closing a single eye before the woman who was earnestly appealing to him before Iris, Rowan adjusted his grip on his katana. No matter what his opponent's intentions, maybe if they were obstructing his way, there was no helping it, and above all else to move aside when faced with as powerful of an individual was something impossible for a swordsman. That was to say, Rowan, the path to the heavenly sword is still steep. I'm going to cut you down, then further down the path I shall proceed. Chapter 39. Laughter, the one unbounded. 1. Cecilus Segmont was a stargazer. Stargazer in a sense different to the official position of the Valachian Empire, to which Audiobook, who was one among them, had been appointed by Vincent of Wallachia for the first time. He was a stargazer in the original sense of the expression bestowed with a commandment. They were beings that would relinquish anything and everything in order to fulfill their grand purpose. The compulsive force that acted on a person vested in a commandment, thus becoming a stargazer, was quite strong. It was endowed with power to interfere with human life, such that it could provide a mere male prostitute the influential voice to frequent the palace as to provide the emperor with his opinion, that it could cause a frail mother to forget the love she felt for the daughter to whom she had given birth while on the verge of death, that it could easily make someone abandon the objective they had devoted their entire life, to the point of even contemplating suicide for that purpose. Upon receiving their commandment, many stargazers would have the lives they had been leading till that point distorted chorus force to alter the principles of their way of life, and they did not consider that as a tragedy. No matter how abnormal, how pitiful it might seem to those around them, that was how it was. Amidst those stargazers, Rowan Segmont stood as the sole exception. After all the commandment bestowed upon him overlapped with the great ambition he had aimed for originally, henceforth it did not seem to those around him that his way of life had been distorted. Only the person in question held that impression. How the wish he held dearest and the commandment he had been bestowed came to a compromise, and how his current faith had been established have already been delved into. Thus they shall be omitted. What shall be discussed here is the being who had been born into this world, as the end result of the commandment bestowed upon Rowan Segmont, Cecilus Segmont, the fact that he too was a stargazer, and the reality that among the stargazers, Cecilus Segmont was the sole one unbounded. 2. Cecilus, with the hem of his hakama fluttering in the blowing wind, rested his hand on his forehead to make a visor as he gazed out into the scenery of the distance. Al had proposed a strategy to bring down the 5 bastions of star-shaped ramparts that enclose the imperial capital. In order to draw in reinforcements from the outside, they would open holes in the solid defenses of the undead Cecilus, would warmly welcome more actors who shine on stage, and audience members who would bear witness to his flourishing activities. If this could be called foreshadowing for later, exciting developments, then it would not be a bad idea to work diligently at a modest job. Cecilus, nonetheless, don't forget that it's only because I promise a reward hereafter. In theater and war, and in everything else, there was something known as the right person in the right place. No matter where one was in the world, they were always on the stage. That philosophy of Cecilus would take a long time to explain, but different people were suited to different things, and if whether small work and steady accumulation were strong points of Cecilus, or not had to be said, they would have to be major miscastings. From the standpoint of the stage direction, it would really be putting the ground dragon before the carriage to have the leading actor at the center of the stage who captivates the audience's eyes work under the cover of a stagehand's dark clothes. Cecilus wouldn't everyone in the audience agree with that point. Tilting his head to look up at the sky, Cecilus addresses words to an unseen party. Of course, under normal circumstances, if one were to perform such an action, the sky, overcast with black clouds, would never return an answer to those on the ground, indeed, under normal circumstances. However, Cecilus was not normal. He was the leading actor of this world. Inaudible to others' voices from the audience were returned only to Cecilus. In loud voices that seemed to whisper in manners as dignified as they were imprudent, and in divine tones seemingly incognizant of the very concept of etiquette, the voices spoke to Cecilus. Moreover, with excessive force and quantity, they poured down upon Cecilus, wildly enthusiastic that they had been addressed by the leading actor. Cecilus, the audience, eagerly gave him their answers. No, that was incorrect. These were not answers that had been arranged in response to what Cecilus had asked just now. These were the voices that poured down upon Cecilus, every move, every single action that he took. They were something that Cecilus had been hearing ceaselessly ever since he became aware of his surroundings, things that was trying to force all of Cecilus' conduct to do this or do that. Cecilus, ha ha ha, it seems like you're enjoying yourselves in awfully good moods today. As well I know after all I can't help but captivate people with my every action. You won't be able to take your eyes off of my activities for even a second in the future. So stay tuned for those unfolding developments. For Cecilus, who had never listened to a single word, he was told those were just enthusiastic cheers from his fans. As previously mentioned, Cecilus Segmont was a stargazer, and for the majority of stargazers, no, even for Rowan Segmont, who stood as an exception, their ways of life were distorted in order to fulfill the commandment bestowed upon them. Such was the extent of a commandment's coercive power, and the lives of stargazers were dominated by it. That was save for Cecilus Segmont, the sole unbounded stargazer. Cecilus, thank you for all of your cheers as usual. I have not the slightest understanding of what you're saying at all, nor do I have the ears to listen. But don't worry, I will betray your predictions. I will live up to expectations, for that is the way I live my life as the leading actor. Oh, you fucking shit for brain, stop making a racket. Oh, be a fucking pain in the ass if they find us. Cecilus Hoopsie, taking just the enthusiasm of the audience and ignoring the rest of it, as usual, Cecilus turned around to call the Hyenamanov Groovy, who was approaching him from behind. With a hand placed on his hip, Groovy had a vigilant gaze, and Cecilus admired that. This beast-man warrior Groovy, who was no taller than himself, was very good. First of all, there was charm and beauty in his appearance. He was also likely strong enough to be entered amongst the top 5 most skilled fighters Cecilus had seen since he exited the island. Cecilus had hopes that he would have an interesting fighting style that could not simply be measured by sword ability. Cecilus, regrettably, there's a bit of a problem with your use of words. If you use so many foul words in rapid succession, your dignity will deteriorate. Once it deteriorates, you won't even be able to maintain your status as a skilled personage. If you go down the path of fighting to the death with me, I would at least expect my opponent to have an appropriate status. Groovy, don't be such a fucking goddamn idiot saying all these fucking illogical things. First of all, who in the fuck is gonna fight you to the death, asshole? That Chi-Shot prick had the nerve to do such a fucking unnecessary thing. Cecilus, oh yeah, that's a name I've heard in passing. Your unfriendly reply is worrisome, but what does this person whose name has been brought up here have to do with me exactly? Groovy has got plenty to do with you, with how you've shrunk and lost your memory The one who shrunk you is Chisha, the guy with a head that's way too fucking big. Hearing Groovy's response, Cecilus made a mm sound with his throat. He was often told that he had shrunk, but as usual that did not really click with Cecilus, whether Cecilus had shrunk or not as far as he was concerned himself currently present here, like this was his entirety. Of course the fact that Rowan had grown old in a small time since their last encounter, and that the alias of Blue Lightning, a name that was sure to shake the world in the years to come was already known far and wide, was not without its persuasive power. Cecilus, it's quite the dubious tale that this Chisha person made me small, isn't it? Groovy, are you going to give me some fucking shit about how it's impossible for people to shrink, asshole? Cecilus, no, you got all wrong there. Are no limits as to what people can imagine, and what they envision can certainly come true. This kind of fairness is one of the reasons why I like the stage that is this world so much. So there's always going to be mysteries of stuff like people shrinking apart. I'm having difficulty believing is quite simple. Who could ever perform such a surprise attack on me, Groovy? In response to Cecilus' question, with his hands clasped behind his head, Groovy made a solemn face. Even his wrinkled expression had a charm to it, making one think that every stage needed a lively character like Groovy, yet even for him, Cecilus' question seemed to have an impact. Cecilus himself did not think he was invincible or immortal. If his heart were gouged out, his slender neck severed, or nearly half his blood drained, he would die like any other person. But who, for that matter, would be capable of such a deed? In this regard, Groovy realized a contradiction in his own thoughts. No matter who the adversary was, no one could diminish Cecilus. Groovy, did that bastard Chisha twist your brain, or were you just fucking careless, asshole? Cecilus, how are you saying that while looking at me? Groovy, I'm saying for fuck's sake. Cecilus, is that really such a natural thing? Aha, that's a low blow, but you got me. Laughing and clapping his hands in response to Groovy's words, Cecilus shook his head, as if to say, wait a minute. It was an evaluation that made one want to cover their face in embarrassment, although Cecilus understood his own abilities, and even someone as strong as Groovy could not completely dispel such doubts. Cecilus, in the end, someone as big as me, isn't anything special. I will never become someone who receives such evaluations, given my current sorry state. Please wait, and see in 10 years. Groovy, who's going to stick around for your growth for a whole 10 years, quit talking fucking shit, and get back to your original size already. Cecilus, but even if you tell me to return to my original size right away, I don't particularly want it, and do you, Groovy, know how to revert back? Groovy, I don't know, but that bastard Chisha who set this up probably does these shinobi tricks have some fucking time or condition-based restrictions. Chisha would likely have some conditions. Cecilus, ho-ho, so this Chisha person is a shinobi. Are they an acquaintance or friend or blood relative of that energetic old man? Groovy, I don't know, and Chisha isn't shinobi, it's just his method that's shinobi-like. This is fucking annoying. Groovy scratched his head vigorously, complaining like a know-it-all. Cecilus had a hunch that Groovy seemed knowledgeable about various things, but what was more important than the true identity of this Chisha person was probably clearing conditions he had set. If he were to ask, that Groovy would probably get angry and say, there's no way I would know. Cecilus, so what do you think the conditions are for me to revert, Groovy? I have no damn clue. Cecilus, see. Cecilus chuckled just as he had anticipated, while Groovy grumbled unhappily with an ah. Just then, as the two were conversing. Sorry to interrupt your fun conversation, friends, but can we put an end to this amusement time for now? Cecilus, Oya, it's Alson. The owner of the weary, exasperated voice was Al, who had arrived on the rooftop, where Cecilus and Groovy were standing. He appeared from the stairs on the top floor and tapped his foot on the steps. Al, I'm serious, please. It's tough when you casually hop up to the rooftop, leaving me to use the stairs, Groovy, you two. Groovy, fuck, sorry I got carried away with his fucking idiot's chatter. Groovy, with a frown, sincerely apologized to Al, who had been left waiting downstairs. Cecilus had gone up to the building for a quick lookout, as Groovy had expressed concern about something across the street, but he had gotten a bit too distracted. In any case, Cecilus, well, Alson, don't be so angry, Groovyson seems to be reflecting with his ears drooping like this, so you must be feeling forgiving by now, right? Al, I'm not surprised by your relentless doit-me-way attitude anymore, but more importantly, did you notice anything while you were observing? Cecilus, that's right, as expected, the defenses at numbers 3, 4, and 5 look strong. It seems like a natural strategy, considering the direction boss group likely retreated. Al, those 3 spots. With his one-armed right hand, Al touched the fittings of the helmet, and Cecilus pondered ALS response. The numbers Cecilus mentioned were names of the bastions of the star-shaped city walls surrounding the imperial capital, with a palace located in its northmost extreme, the entrances to this. Capital, the southernmost bastion, was number 1, the southeast, was number 2, the southwest, was number 3, and following at the northeast was number 4, and the northwest was number 5. Such was how the bastions were numbered. The northern and western sides of the fences of the 3 points corresponding to those were strong enough to be said to be impenetrable. On the other hand, the 2 other locations could be their opportunity, but Groovy, purposely leaving such easily identifiable holes, smells fishy. Cecilus and Groovy sans nose also detect the smell of such sinister designs. Groovy, there's no way it's built that fucking weirdly. This is just my judgment. As a general, don't try to use your shrinkage as an excuse. Either, never mind, there's no point. Al, what is it? Does it bother you when someone stops talking midway through their sentence? Groovy, from the start, this fucking dickhead, didn't do his job of general even before he shrank. Upon the words of Groovy, who had made a bitter face Cecilus, and Al gave an in comprehension. From Cecilus' perspective, he did not get the impression that he was being made fun of, but that it was simply a fact supposing Cecilus really did shrink as a result of carelessness. It was unthinkable that he would have guided or gotten close to anyone before he shrunk. So he had no particular objection to Groovy's point. Cecilus, but to be rather candid about it, I do agree with you, however. If that's the case, then you know what that means, right? Surprisingly, or rather beyond expectations, Alson is quite the tactician. Al, what do you mean? Cecilus, after all, number 1, and 2 look easy to conquer, but they're actually a trap luring you, and that's where you sent my dad and his friend. So, you're a tactician. Al, as they talked about the 2 people who were not present and were working separately, Rowan and Heinkel, Cecilus smiled in ALS direction, the latter having suggested splitting up the group. In front of the smiling Cecilus, Al held his breath and fell silent. Currently, the group of 5 members were divided into teams of 3 and 2 respectively, and each were on a mission to capture the 5 bastions. And the one who had instructed Rowan and Heinkel to attack the south and southeast of 1st and 2nd bastions was Al, and his intentions were clear. Cecilus, if there are relationships or war assets that aren't painful to lose, they'll be used as sacrificial pawns to attract the enemy's attention, Al. So it might be modest, but you're still a tactician. Al, do you have a problem with the way I use your old man? Cecilus, no, as a performer, I welcome this, as opposed to having the spotlight scattered all over the place with 5 people clumped together. And in terms of tactics, it's a very practical way of thinking. It's not really my place to say this, but it's completely futile to expect my dad to be cooperative. Al, true, that's an issue you mentioned. When it came to cooperation, one could only assume that the parent-child segment duo were born with a fault. In any case, Al had racked his brain over how to make the best use of his limited war potential. If one's head for thinking or tactical intuition were working, one might be able to imagine what role would be required. Groovy, there's no way we can leisurely take our fucking time to capture them one by one with a 5-man group. If those red and blue old farts can't realize that there's no choice but to have M do their fucking jobs as sacrificial pawns. Alia, we can't cause a big uproar in one place and gather all our resources there. Cecilus, hence the distributed attack. But it was a bit surprising you see Alson was talking to Heinkel like you guys were comrades. Alum, no, hero, my priorities are in order. Spoken in a somewhat self-mocking way that seemed to not be about the utility of Heinkel, but rather to be concerned with how he used himself, such was how it felt to Cecilus. That response did not really change his impression of Al, but Cecilus, I see you sure are different from boss. Al. For some reason, Al turned to face Cecilus, who had said what he was thinking aloud. ALS' expression was hidden by his iron helmet. However, sometimes the sharpness and heat of one's gaze spoke more eloquently about what they felt on the inside than words or expressions could. Cecilus, well, just because it's true at times doesn't mean it's true right now. Al, I don't know what you're talking about, but fine, you're right, that I'm not like bro. Cecilus, it's natural for things to be different. So it doesn't really matter, right, though. I think Alson is tougher than boss. Getting the nuance that Al thought of himself as inferior. For some reason, Cecilus tilted his head in that manner. Strong and weak, beautiful and dirty-like, and dislike, those were all like the shifting phases of the same moon, even if there was value in swinging from joy and sorrow. They do not have the weight to tip the scales of life. Even right and wrong were not absolutes. Cecilus' boss is the one who struggles against death in a crude manner, yet still chooses a method that allows him to beautifully shine on the stage. Alson, on the other hand, is different. On top of struggling against death in a crude manner, you pick the dirty method that makes everyone want to avert their eyes from you. I'm not saying one is superior to the other. That's just the difference between you and boss. Al. Cecilus, putting aside the talk that wasn't about superiority or inferiority, the matter of how you would like to be is a different story altogether. How you want to be reflected in the eyes of others is up to each individual to figure out defecation. Maybe dirty, but I want to make even defecation beautiful and attractive. Al dude, I was trying to do a little rethinking just now. Cecilis, sorry Groovy San's favorite word, was still stuck in my ears. But then again, even though the direction of the conversation turned might have been due to Groovy's influence, that statement itself was not a lie. Cecilis' pet theory was that the leading actor must provide a reason for people to keep their eyes on them even when performing deeds that seemed dirty, unsightly, and would make people want to avert their eyes. Groovy, so are you done fucking wasting time with your nonsensical ramblings? Life counseling is fucking bullshit. After this is all over, I'm just gonna hold a fucking post-mortem review at your graves. Al, when he says it this much, no wonder it sticks in your ears, Cecilis right. As ALS' shoulders slumped at Groovy's incessant swearing, Cecilis laughed. Although Cecilis had made a lot of ill-suited arguments, he had no objection to ALS' plan, and did not mind if Rowan and Heinkel encountered difficulties just as planned. There was just one thing that Cecilis thought might be a problem in ALS' plan. Cecilis, I wonder if my transcendently selfish dad will follow what Alson says. Unusually, Cecilis did not blurt out what he had thought, because also unusually Cecilis had completely given up on the nature of his father Rowan. Rowan would not do what he did not want to do, and he would absolutely do whatever he wanted to do. It was a disposition that Cecilis had inherited as well, but Rowan and Cecilis were not the same. This was the same thing he had told Al just a moment ago, and also previously to his boss Schwartz. It was not a question of right or wrong. It was a matter of the way one lived and the way one died. Groovy, so where do you intend to attack from, you helmet fuck? Al, I want to avoid number 3, since that's the area where the sniper from earlier was, so ITLO be the number 4 or number 5 on the northern side. If even the slimmest possibility is a condition, ITLO be the northeastern number 4. Cecilis E, but I want my revenge. Groovy, don't say such fucking bullshit. When there's no leeway, who do you think you're dealing with? Cecilis TSK, I understand. Groovy snapped at him, and Cecilis retracted his comment. With a pout of his lips, Groovy, who had raised his fist into the air, widened his eyes at Cecilis' reaction. Seeing this, Cecilis responded, what is it? And as Groovy lowered his raised arm. Groovy, you're listening too easily, bastard. You're even more of a fucking bell end than you were before you got shrunk. Cecilis, ho-ho, doesn't feel like I'm being complimented. Groovy, shut the fuck up, we're running out of fucking time. Let's hurry up and go. Jerking his chin, Groovy turned his head toward the 4th bastion. Cecilis was about to follow the yes when Al, the one who proposed the idea, uttered, is that fine? Al, I gave an answer because you asked me, but compared to me, you guys you're more knowledgeable about the Imperial capital. Groovy, not even I would agree to a plan that seems like fuck piss. I don't got a problem with your plan. I also don't want to throw down against that fucking dumbass Balleroy. Al, a former colleague of yours. Groovy, that's part of it, but it's because he's fucking strong. If you're going to have someone fight that bastard to be Meguro, there's absolutely no way that he'd lose. Groovy asserted that the sniper's ability was strong. Cecilis has also encountered this opponent many times in the Imperial capital, but he had yet to even see him properly. There was no doubt that he was strong. Perhaps it really was a mistake to nod his head just now. Even if he began to complain about it, now would they approve of a change in the plan, would they not? Cecilis, let's go in and get it done lickety-split. The goal isn't to preserve the holes that we open, so there's no point in putting it off. Groovy, be careful, this fucking dumbass is going to wrap things up real quick, and then go look for Balleroy. Al, once the real star performer makes his entrance, by all means do that. Cecilis, how arrogant of you to call anyone other than me the star performer. As Al slowly shook his head and grumbled in resignation, Cecilis exclaimed in chagrin. 3. The journey to the 4th bastion was an anticlimactic and smooth one. It was not as though they had not seen any undead searching for survivors along the way, but they were nothing more than extras that passed by, or if they obstructed the way, then they would simply be eliminated. Was there any actor who would go out of their way to give the spotlight to a minor role in order to liven up the stage? Cecilis, unfortunately, an audience's interest is finite. After all, I'm not saying that there aren't minor roles who give great performances that elevate the overall quality of the stage, but whether they're actively sought out or not is a different matter nevertheless. Though he was enjoying the peaceful journey, Cecilis furrowed his brow. Of course, Cecilis was all for eliminating unnecessary hassles, and he did not think it desirable that performance would involve time and effort spent dealing with rank-and-file soldiers. Still, the way Cecilis and his group looked now was unfashionable, was it not? After all, Cecilis was on ALS back, and Groovy was clinging to his abdomen. Other words, Cecilis and Groovy were making an Al sandwich. If one were to question why they had come to be in such a situation, it was because otherwise Cecilis and the Groovy would protrude from the coverage of the cloak that Al was wearing over his head. Cecilis, but this is unstylish. This isn't how I market myself, Groovy San. Groovy put a fucking sock in our presence, maybe hidden, but our sounds and smells aren't. If the nearby fucknuggets notice and surround us, we'll be in some deep fucking shit. How both of you are too loud and don't wiggle, or ill fall. Complaining and shaking ALS shoulders, the two of them wrapped in the same cloak, were reprimanded. The fur cloak that Groovy had prepared was quite the impressive piece of work, apparently. It was an exceptional item that could be used to prevent the wearer from attracting the attention of others. Rowan Heinkel and Groovy had used this fur cloak to slip past the enemy's radar and enter the Imperial capital. In fact, though they had chosen an inconspicuous road, the fur cloak likely played the largest role in the fact that they had not been found once by the undead. Cecilus, even though it's so swelteringly hot with just our different physiques, I can't imagine how you and my father managed to get into the Imperial capital with 3 people, but still, where did you purchase such a bizarre cloak? Groovy, I didn't buy it. I made it. You're too fucking stupid to remember, but I also melted down your fiend sword and reforged it into a katana. Cecilus, ho-ho, fiend sword, what a cool name. I do love to see it, learn about it, and worship it. Groovy, like I already fucking told you, it's your fucking katana, dickhead. Groovy performed the feat of yelling in a muted voice. Putting aside the dispute of whether he had shrunk or not, it was quite interesting to hear Groovy describe the background of Cecilus, of which he did not know himself. In particular, he loved the topic of katanas. Cecilus, however, it's interesting that you reforge it as a katana. Are you perhaps a swordsmith, Groovy, and you must be very busy being a general and a blacksmith? Groovy, it's not like I specialize in swords. I make sword with garments and also tinker with magical tools. Cecilus, so this mysterious cloak is also some kind of magical tool, Groovy. No, this one is just werewolf skin. Cecilus expressed an impressed hoe at Groovy's response, and ALS shoulders shook in astonishment as Cecilus closely inspected the fur cloak. Cecilus, werewolves are quite rare. I know they exist, but I've never met one before. Groovy, it's because they're fucking hard to find in the first place. The whole race is under a divine protection, just like ground dragons or the Urua people of the Holy Kingdom. If you skin them alive, the divine protection remains on their pelt. Is an effective use of those sneaky fuckers. The divine protection of the concealing cloud. Groovy, so you know about that fucking old-fashioned name for it. The divine protection of ambush is more common, although the topic of fucking werewolves isn't too common to begin with. Hearing ALS mumble comment, Groovy showcased his knowledge. Regardless, werewolves were loathed in the Empire, and it stemmed from an old story. But then again, since the tale was based on historical fact, it was also deeply linked to reality. Cecilus himself had no particular hostility toward werewolves or wolf people, but Cecilus, is it awfully ironic that the pelt of a werewolf is helping us, considering the way werewolves are treated in the Empire, even if it's just their skin? Groovy and Al. Cecilus, ignoring me. Are you ignoring me? I thought I said something rather clever. Just then, after Cecilus had thought that Al and Groovy both had given a dismissive response to his comment regarding the fur cloak, that such was not the case, Cecilus had also surmised. And it was not because the onlooker had been lively as they usually were. ALS' entire body grew tense as Cecilus clung on to him, and Cecilus felt the reason for that tension slipping into himself as well. That was putting aside the issue of whether or not he was shrunk in something that seized the inside of Cecilus' thin chest. Gray thorns were swirling around in Cecilus' chest. Cecilus, by any chance, is this appearing on the both of you as well? Al, yeah. Groovy sent with this cloak. I thought we shouldn't be able to be detected. Groovy, FUCKHK, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Al and Groovy seemed to be in the same situation as Cecilus, and Groovy's discomposure, or rather his anger, was especially quite immense. Maybe it was because someone saw through the effects of the fur cloak that he was so confident in. No, that was not quite right. If the other party had located Cecilus and the others, they would not leave the 3 of them in the state of being a sandwich for so long. Of course, one could also say that these thorns were a warning. Al doesn't seem like it. What do you think? Groovy is an indiscriminate ranged attack. What kind of fucking wanker does that? Who in the fuck is spilling out such brain dead? Cursegraft. Groovy's throat shook with rage, and he cursed the irrationality of the yet-to-be-seen master of the thorns. A moment later, the thorns around each of the 3's chests slowly began to writhe, and the sharp spikes, slipping right through their hands, tried to exert the full effect of their curse. And then, Cecilus, as expected, it seems the world doesn't approve of me sneaking around now for this newly arrived hardship. Let's flourishingly overcome it with a ta-da. So spilled out the excited laughter of the one unbounded just before a sharp pain seized his heart. Chapter 40. An inconsequential threat. 1. Heinkel Istria was not even a stargazer. As was known, neither was he the sword saint, nor had he received the sword name of Anne that was granted to those who had made distinguished accomplishments through their own swordsmanship. His position as deputy commander of the kingdom of Legunica's royal guard was also just a decoration. Generally, he was a man who had not been chosen for a single thing that could only be obtained via being chosen. That was the person known as Heinkel, and that was not something that would change even when coming to the Valachian Empire. While being swept along, he participated in the battle, and he had his heart fractured by sights utterly unthinkable for this world. He had barely escaped death upon getting away, and being swept along again, he found himself returned to the same place, clinging to a feeble hope. That hope, too, was just a signpost for escape presented by someone who expected Heinkel to play the role of a sacrificial pawn, and after abandoning all thought, he was too stupid to even realize that such was the intention. Therefore, unlike Rowan Segmon, who had opposed the planned attack due to his own insane reasons, he himself got the short end of the worst possible stick, trying to play his role in an honest manner. Heinkel fucking hell. Of the 5 bastions of the ramparts, which served as a keystone of the imperial capital's defenses, the southern and southeastern points that were supposed to have been divided between himself and Rowan were both now the responsibility of Heinkel alone. He thought that he ought to capture the first bastion, which had originally served as the city gates, which allowed entry and exit to the capital, so he headed south. To put it simply, that was a reasonable decision, and an appropriate choice that had nothing to do with eccentricity. Thus Heinkel finally encountered the result of his reasonable and appropriate choice. I am Mesorea in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. That majestic figure of the white dragon spread its wings, as if safeguarding the first bastion, and then, 2. The room was cluttered with heaps of jewelry. Craftsmanship abundant in the use of gold and silver hair ornaments, and clothing adorned with gems' various fine articles, were all lined up scattered about, and left lying around the room, with splendor that was clamorous to the eyes. Right in the middle of the dazzling room, Madeline. Ischart awakened Madeline, blinking her sweet golden eyes several times as they hazily overlapped with reality. The 2 black horns that grew from her sky-blue hair swayed from side to side, and her petite body stood up in an instant she collided with and fell down into surrounding jewelry, but Madeline was unconcerned with it being violently scattered across the floor. Jewelry and treasures of gold and silver she rather liked such dazzling things. She did not like that humans were so noisy in spite of how weak and fragile they were, but their craftsmanship utilizing gems and gold had an irreplaceable charm. It was not a bad idea to fulfill the tasks assigned to her by humans, so she could receive such things as a reward. Heaping those up in her den, cramming them in, and surrounding herself with them as she slept took an important role in Madeline's quality of sleep. However, neither gems nor gold could fill the hole in her heart. Madeline, swinging her upraised head around Madeline, pushed the door of the den open. This was different to the den that Madeline had been living in for a while after having become a divine general, and instead was a new den that had been hastily made for this occasion. Her own scent was lacking, and the treasures were things that had been gathered from inside the palace. So while she was far from feeling satisfied, it was better than nothing. Above all, there was enough reason here to abandon the den she had grown accustomed to living in and relocate. That was Madeline Carillon. Exiting the burrow and crossing through the passage coming out to the balcony where a tepid wind blew the figure of a flying dragon resting its wings was present. Carillon, its name having been called a flying dragon, turned its head towards her. The scales across its entire body had painful-looking cracks running through them, and golden irises loomed within its dusky eyes, a clear indication of the state of this vessel, which had lost its life. Similar to humans being resurrected one after the other, there was no small number of flying dragons being brought back from beyond. Only she could not communicate with the ones who were wild when they were alive, but instead she could establish understanding with the ones like the flying dragon, before her the ones like Carillon who had been tamed. In fact, having responded to Madeline's call, Carillon quietly lowered its head on the spot. Even if the other deceased flying dragons and undead flying dragons came into contact with Madeline, they would regard her as someone who had life and would relentlessly begin attacking her. Of course, she had no mercy to spare for those who did not know their place, and did not hesitate in shattering them to pieces. Madeline, I the dragon am friggin' sorry for shattering you, caressing the neck of Carillon's lowered head to corners of. Madeline's mouth stiffened upon feeling how cold it was. By nature, flying dragons did not have superfluous body fat in order to soar into the air, so their body temperature was low. Be that as it may, the temperature transferred to her fingertips was about as cold as touching decorative jewels. Unlike jewels, however, she did not feel any splendor or beauty. Even so, for Carillon to be present before her, and moving around like this, was of irreplaceable value. For Madeline Carillon was a flying dragon who had been tamed by the first human she had ever laid eyes upon. As the final dragonkin in existence, Madeline had lived without coming into contact with anything outside of the cloud sea, where she was born partly due to the nature of Mesorea, who was a dragon husk. Excluding Mesorea, the only beings that Madeline had opportunities to come into contact with were the wild flying dragons that lived in the surroundings of the Cloud Sea, but even so, they were nothing more than beings that obeyed the dragonkin. There was a difference between life forms, a separation between herself, a dragonkin, and the flying dragons. That was something rooted in instinct, something that left no room to think about the reason or the purpose. No room was left for pessimism or doubt to be yielded regarding the divide that was only natural in their existence. Someone who had never bore witness to the beauty of gold would never desire a golden crown. However, Madeline's satisfied days of not knowing about what was beyond the Cloud Sea abruptly came to an end. Bringing about that end was none other than this Caroline, and soothing his beloved dragon, who was reluctant to ascend due to the presence of the Cloud Dragon, Mesorea the Straggler, who had plunged right into the middle of the Cloud Sea. Madeline, where the frig is this dragon's darling Balleroy, while tickling the back of its neck, Madeline posed a question to Caroline. The vocalized name was one exceedingly familiar for Caroline, and placing that sound upon her tongue, it seeped into Madeline's chest like a delayed poison. This pain, akin to a poison eating into her very soul, was the very reason why Madeline had run away from the Cloud Sea and descended to the surface where the humans lived. But right now, the pain of this poison was on the verge of becoming something different to what it had been until then. Caroline. Madeline felt the pain of the poison within her heart. Next to her, Caroline slowly raised its head as it was still being caressed and made a soft sound with its throat. Realizing that the gesture and cry were indicating behind her, Madeline turned around. Then the figure of a person stepped out from the passage connected to the balcony. That figure gave a wave of its hand and assumed an easygoing attitude when faced with dragonkin. Madeline, such insolence! If it wasn't you, this dragon would have friggin' chewed you to pieces with her fangs. Well, if it wasn't me, there ain't nobody who'd take this kind of attitude when faced with an exalted dragonkin. That's what I do like to say, but contrary to what one would expect, there are actually tons of rude individuals among the generals. Madeline, that's friggin' right. Humans really are so tedious. Tahaha, there's nothing I can say to that. As the person shrugged their shoulders with a strained laugh, Madeline exhaled through her nose in an exasperated manner. But feeling that she had let the emotions that were difficult to hide slip into that sigh, she admonished her restless heart and brushed off her mouth as if to conceal her impassioned breath. The emotions that were difficult to hide, that was her ceaselessly overflowing passion for the person before her eyes. Even if their complexion and eyes appeared to be completely different, her emotions would not lie. The amount that she treasured Caroline, who had become an undead flying dragon, was something that she felt even more strongly towards him. Madeline Balleroy, where the frig were you just now? Taking half a step closer to him, who had already come right before her, Madeline inquired so. He was by Madeline's side when she had fallen asleep in the treasure-filled den. If possible, she would have wanted him to stay by her side the whole time until she woke up. Madeline's question left those things unsaid, and as if he sensed her unspoken feelings, Balleroy touched his head and said sorry. Balleroy, somehow, it seemed like there were some rats scampering about in the imperial capital. His Excellency Palladio was making a fuss when they caught his eyes, so I just want to do a bit of recon and report. Back. Madeline, rats, did you friggin' kill him properly? Balleroy, nah. These were some tenacious rats. When I said that I had let him slip, His Excellency Palladio furiously scolded me, talking real darn furiously. Loosely shaking his head, Balleroy's words caused the pupils of Madeline's eyes to narrow. The Palladio he spoke of was, if she remembered correctly, a resurrected member of the Valachian imperial family. He was a man of the Evil-Eye tribe, who during the Valachian custom of siblings killing each other had lost to Vincent I, who came out on top and became the emperor, and he was resurrected thereafter. Madeline, if he is causing trouble for this dragon's darling, this dragon will tear him apart with her own hands. Balleroy, don't say such frightening things. Even if he died once, he's still a member of the Valachian imperial family. Among those who got revived, the ones unconditionally obeying him ain't few in number. You'd be making those guys your enemy as well. Madeline HK, are you friggin' saying that either Dragon and Balleroy would lose to those dead people? If he was, he would be greatly mistaken. There was no way that the undead could win against Madeline and Balleroy, who had previously cooperated with them. If anyone would get in their way, they would utterly crush those people and put an end to them. Madeline's breathing grew heavy, however, as Balleroy gently held her slender shoulders. Balleroy, that's wrong. It was never a question of whether we'd win or lose, now is it? Madeline, what are you? Balleroy, you ought to understand, after all, the freedom of us corpses is clutched in the hands of that witch. Madeline HK. At Balleroy's seemingly chiding statement, Madeline forcefully bit down on her molars and fell silent. The witch was the person responsible for filling this imperial capital with undead, the being who had created the reason why Balleroy and Caroline were standing in front of Madeline like this right now. The witch who constructed an unnatural body, which resembled the dragon husk of Mesorea, was involved with secrets of Lagna that even Madeline the Dragonkin was unaware of. For that reason, she was able to call back this many souls and reconstruct them in their living state. But on the other hand, if the witch were to interrupt that miracle on a whim, Balleroy, as you said, Madeline, if we were to fight, would win against almost all those guys, but we're just 2 people and a single flying dragon, while His Excellency Palladio can command several hundreds and thousands of people. I ain't got a clue which one the witch would find more useful. Madeline, instead of us dragons, she would pick the humans. Balleroy, I don't know, after all, nobody knows what the witch's extravagant desire is. Though it was nothing but vexing, Balleroy's answer had a point, or 2. The witch whose thoughts were utterly incomprehensible was occupying the Crystal Palace, and had positioned Madeline there on the condition that the latter would cooperate with her. Was aggravating to be put to work in such an arrogant manner, but she had already swallowed that disgrace when she had initially accepted Bristet's proposal and descended to the surface. What was hard to swallow was the fact that she did not understand the other party's motives. Madeline, as Balleroy had said, as long as they did not know the witch's objective of the situation, was tantamount to Madeline constantly having the tip of a blade piercing her reverse scale. If not for that, Balleroy would not have resigned himself to the situation, and he surely would have escaped to beyond the clouds, sea together with Madeline, vowing upon their promised wedding ceremony. Indeed, their unfulfilled promise would finally we meet again like this, Balleroy, Madeline. As impulse overcame her, Madeline hugged Balleroy's body, which was right in front of her. Balleroy was far taller than Madeline's small build, and as Madeline leaned her body against him, her black horns seemed like they would pierce through his neck. Nimbly evading them, Balleroy patted Madeline's back. Upon that gesture, Madeline recalled how one time when she was overcome with emotion and had hugged him, her horns had pierced him with full strength, causing a catastrophic accident in which Balleroy lost a lot of blood, and tears began to well in her eyes. The embrace of his body was cold, and the skin she made contact with was not soft whatsoever. His eyes, which used to be the same color as Madeline's blue hair, had become black eyeballs with golden irises that gave no sense of warmth, so his emotions were easily obscured by his outward appearance. Nevertheless, they shared memories. Nevertheless, he knew of her wishes. Losing his life, being parted by death, and now once again making contact with her, neither blood nor heat flowed in his body. So what did that matter? Madeline, Balleroy is here with me. This dragon does not desire anything more than that. It had nothing to do with life or death. The dead did not necessarily need to be under the soil. If by some chance the dead overflowed above the soil, and a treasured person happened to be present among them who had the right to deny that repulsive miracle and judge it as an error, in front of this dragonkin, Madeline, Eschart, what kind of person would say that? Madeline, they've come. Burying her face in the chest of her beloved person, Madeline, who had been enjoying the cold rendezvous, groaned in a low voice. Guessing what the tone of her voice was indicating, Balleroy, who had been gently patting her on the back, stopped his hand and turned his gaze to outside the balcony far in the distance to the south of the imperial capital. Something had been caught by Madeline Sincesno, by the senses of the dragon husk Mesorea. No matter what came, Madeline had been ordered to safeguard that place. This shall be repeated once more. There was indeed resentment, but Madeline would not hesitate. The thing she wished for was right here. Madeline, am friggin' going now, Balleroy this time. Balleroy, I gotcha. As long as I'm not called upon, he'll be by your side. Madeline, just as expected of this dragon's darling. Things like he'll definitely never leave you, or he'll always be by your side. He would not say things that he could not do. In an easy-going manner, Balleroy understood exactly what was within his reach, so, without any needless expectations or disappointment, Madeline could love him just the way he was. She ascertained that once again suddenly Madeline's body lost its strength. Madeline, her limbs growing languid, Madeline collapsed on the spot, promptly draw her body toward himself. Balleroy firmly supported the unimaginable weight of her small stature. Then in his arms he picked up Madeline, who had lost consciousness. No, she had regained consciousness. Caroline, Balleroy, I gotcha. They'll be sure to carry her gently. Softly groaning, his beloved dragon was worried about the limp Madeline. Nodding at Caroline's cry as Balleroy turned his eyes to the state of the imperial capital once more. Balleroy, even if she dies, we'll meet again. I don't desire anything more than that I'm the same as you, Madeline, as long as we meet. Again. 3. The battle started one-sidedly, and it ended one-sidedly. To begin with, a battle was a clash between those who had fighting spirit, and they would clash with all their soul until their will to fight was exhausted. Following that definition, if one of the parties lost all their will to fight in a single moment, then that would not be a battle. Mesorea, that was a person so weak that they could not even be called a threat. With that said, there was no other suitable term to call those who turned up while still harboring hostility and malice. Thus, an inconsequential threat would be the most fitting expression. In reality, the inconsequential threat was blown away by the swing of a tale akin to how leaves would be swept away by a broom, and was buried in the dust of the surrounding buildings that were also caught in the strike. It was a rather unsatisfying result, but it was not something that needed to be especially lamented or pitted. As living beings, there was the unparalleled gap between a dragon and a human. Facing off against a dragon who differed from them in their very nature of existence, humans would easily turn to dust quite literally. There was no choice but to recognize that for some reason, in extremely rare cases, there were people to whom such would not be the case, but those were a mutation that emerged within the human species, and were to put frankly some other entities that were not human. Whatever those other things may be as living beings, they were ultimately no match for a dragon. That fact would eventually need to be proven in a trustworthy manner. So once the inconsequential threat was moved out of the way, it would be acknowledged once again in a stronger manner with the notion that this was how things ought to be. In that sense, there was value in the existence of this inconsequential threat. It yielded the result of the mightiness of the cloud dragon ReZero being made known to which once more, and granted the dragon itself the opportunity to re-examine the value of its own existence. Fucking hell. Suddenly, upon hearing a voice that seemed to curse this very world, the movement of the cloud dragon ceased. The dragon had flapped its wings, had turned its back on the mowed-down street, and had been moving to return to the ramparts. That was in order to demonstrate that no matter what kind of malice may approach, it would be unable to break through this location. Those movements had ceased because a voice that should not have been was heard. ReZero. The dragon slowly turned back around, and with a clattering sound, a mountain of rubble collapsed. The street that had been destroyed by a strike of its tail, and the wreckage of buildings that were heaped up into spire, crawling out from within in a battered state, was a filthy human of red hair and blue eyes. The human who had been judged as an inconsequential threat, and had turned out as such in reality. Following the definition of a battle, if they had crawled out and had drawn the sword from their waist once more and faced this direction, then the battle that was thought to have ended had still yet to reach its curtains close. However, there was no fighting spirit or drive whatsoever within the body of the human who had crawled out. Human, it's always like this. Perhaps because dust had entered their lungs, the human muttered that out whilst violently coughing. Once again, that was a voice that seemed to only curse, and it was not the dragon but the world that was being cursed, the foundation beneath them, the atmosphere enveloping them, anything and everything surrounding them, and above all else their very self at the center of all of it, that entirety was being cursed by their voice. Human at the most crucial moments, am completely abandoned by luck. Listening to those resentful complaints was deeply unpleasant, so this time would drive its tail into them vertically. Previously the street had gotten caught up and was swept away, but this time the cloud dragon drove its tail into the feeble figure that stood totteringly scooping it up. The tail did a single backwards revolution, and suffering that direct blow, the human's body was blown away like a pebble that had been. Kicked boring holes through walls and buildings, they went through 3 or 4 blocks. If one were to look down from the sky, the townscape of the imperial capital was laid out in a very satisfying manner. The blown-away body of the human was chaotically destroying, that since their way of being their way of flying, and even their way of dying, were all so unshapely and unsightly, the dragon's nerves were thoroughly irritated. The fact that beautiful things were being spoiled for such a person was immensely infuriating. And at the end of all, that human ugh, far away after crashing through many blocks of groan, could be heard. No matter how great the damage they had received, no matter if it was the strained breath of somebody who was on death's door, such a thing should have never been heard in the first place. Having suffered a strike from a dragon's tail, a being whose life did not burst apart should not exist. Human, it should not exist. ReZero, all of you friggin' disappear. Surging up, letting the uncontrollable impulse fill its breath, the white destruction was fired from the mouth of the cloud dragon, from the mouth of Madeline Eschardt, clad in the dragon husk, and rained down upon the human, who was supposed to be an inconsequential threat. This was not a battle. It was the beginning of a one-sided, or at least what was supposed to be a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 41. Where Hell Resides. 1. Groovy Gumlet had no interest in stargazers. It was not a sense of aversion born out of disgust or hostility, but rather a genuine indifference in the truest sense. In the first place, it was rare for an ordinary person come into contact with those who spouted such kinds of nonsense as stargazers did in his position. As a general, he would occasionally encounter Audiobook, who was allowed entry into the castle, but he rarely spoke with anyone other than those he had business with. Groovy also could not recall ever speaking to him, with the exception of shutting him up for constantly interrupting meetings. Given such an impression, it was difficult to comprehend why Vincent the Emperor and Shisha, his trusted confidant, were unusually attentive to the movements of the Stargazer. The stance of the Prime Minister Bristetz concerning the Stargazer was unclear, but from what Groovy could smell, his loyalty to the Empire was genuine, and the complex resentment he harbored toward Vincent did not influence his judgment. Therefore, with the leaders of the Empire having already determined their respective attitudes, Groovy, who had no opportunity to be involved, had no reason to take an interest in the Stargazer. Precisely for that reason, if it were revealed that the clash with the great disaster threat to the survival of the Empire had been known to the Stargazer in advance, his mouth would likely have overflowed with his habitual curses. However, at least in this instance, the reason behind the familiar curses coming out from Groovy's mouth was not anger directed at the Stargazers, or anyone related to them. Groovy fuck. Gray thorns emerged just above the left side of his chest, and the moment his fingers trying to pluck them passed straight through the sharp thorns pierced his heart, causing an intense pain that made Groovy's fur stand on end. The sensation of having a sharp object thrust into the innermost parts of one's body, especially a vital spot directly linked to life, was a pain so intense that even a seasoned warrior would not be able to help but writhe. Infuriatingly, the thorns had no tangible form. It made it impossible to shake them off. Gritting his teeth against a unilateral onslaught of pain, Groovy glanced to his city, the iron-helmeted man, whom he was clinging to around the waist. Naturally suffering the same curse as Groovy, he too was writhing in pain. Groovy fucking hell, get down. The fucking situation's about to get even shittier. I'll get down, GUH. Reacting to his unresponsive companion, Groovy punched AL's abdomen, forcing his body to move backwards. As he groaned and fell backward onto the street, Groovy grabbed him and quickly pulled him into the shadow of a building just off to the side. It was an indiscriminate ranged attack, taking cover in the street, like this was nothing but a temporary respite. Cecilus even, so we don't want to be seen making a ruckus and end up attracting a horde of undead from all over the place. Groovy, haven't you gotten the fucking thorns? Cecilus, no, I've received them. I think it would have been quite literally a floral gift if they had given us not just the vines but flowers as well. Descending onto the same street as Groovy, and the gang, Cecilus tapped the left side of his chest as he spoke. Similar to Groovy, thorns were visible through his chest, and the pain should have been just as intense. And yet, he was grinning in the face of the pain that even furrowed Groovy's brow. Cecilus, the conduct, the leading actor, is always the center of the audience's attention. If one twists their expression in agony after losing someone they love, or a dear friend, it can be emotionally moving. But if one distorts their face just because they're in pain, it will only diminish their acting caliber. Groovy, so no matter how fucking painful or fucking difficult it is, you don't show it on your face. That's your fucking dumbass mindset. Cecilus, how have I already talked about this before? Groovy, you did, but fuck it. Despite not wanting to hear any of it, he had been made to listen to the convictions of Cecilus, who tilted his neck to the point they were revolting to him. While many did not pay any attention to Cecilus' whimsical remarks, Groovy, who could not let things slide when his feelings were captured, often became entangled with him. It was because of this that he had become familiar with said convictions. However, now that he had even forgotten about sharing it became apparent that Cecilus had been living by this logic since before his limbs were fully grown, and this went from being impressive to being simply foolish. And as Groovy and Cecilus bantered with each other, I'll gag, how the pain from the thorns is gone. Rising to his feet, after having been dragged into an alley, Al muttered. As he looked down at the thorns on his chest instead, he rubbed his stomach where he had been punched and directing a resentful aura towards Groovy. Al, my stomach hurts even more from being punched. What the hell is going on? Groovy, it's your own damn fault for not backing the fuck off those thorns. They're probably affected by distance. Cecilus, oh, so you mean the distance between the thorn user and us? Certainly it would make sense that the pain disappeared as soon as we stepped back. It's even easier to understand because we were clinging to each other first. There was Groovy sitting at the belly, then the sandwiched Alson, and then finally me at the back. And even though it was less than a second, there was still a difference. Al, but the thorns aren't gone. As he cleanly cut his finger on the untouchable thorns, Al muttered bitterly. He was right, the pain had faded, but crucially the thorns had not disappeared. It was worrisome that even though the obvious challenge of the pain had subsided, the thorns themselves did not in most cases. This kind of residual spell had the effect of sensing the target's whereabouts. As long as those thorns remained, there was a high possibility that their whereabouts would be known to the other party. Cecilus, if that's the case, even if we go to the trouble of hiding, they may suddenly send their forces against us. I don't think it's such a good idea to kill too many enemies. You said that earlier, the reason being Cecilus. As I said earlier, it's a hunch, Groovy, your fucking hunches, huh? As Cecilus did not hesitate to state the insight behind his reasoning, Groovy was unable to laugh at such a stupid joke. While this was not a laughable situation, he had a track record that could not be dismissed as nonsense. Cecilus and Arakia were completely intuitive types of the general's first class, but they were intuitive in different ways. Groovy also did not think that their opponent, who had caused a disaster of this magnitude, would make a dull move of attacking with just brute force. Rather, if the opponent only used brute force, then they would be no match for Vincent nor Chisha. Groovy. For a moment, he glanced over at Cecily's profile, and then Groovy remained silent. There were many thoughts going through his mind, but he knew that if their opponent had chosen to go with all-out force from the beginning, it would be a poor choice to clash with an empire that contained the likes of Cecilus and Arikia. An opponent making such a presumptuous mistake could never be an enemy of the Valachian Empire. Of course, it would have been a different story if Cecilus shrunken. State was actually part of the opponent's plan, but regarding that, Groovy's own sense of smell negated that theory. It was Chisha that had shrunk Cecilus that he was certain of due to the residual mana, and there was no way that Chisha would be complicit in the destruction of the Empire in the end. However, it was hard for Groovy to figure out what Chisha's intentions truly were. Al, if our whereabouts are known, we don't have time to think long and hard. What are we going to do should we all go after them and confront the person who's putting this curse on us? Cecilus, yep, that's the fastest solution, but Groovy Sand's theory was that the curse's potency is related to distance. That means that if we move away from the person of pain, will go away. If we close, and however. Al, this time we ain't getting off with a little ache. Cecilus looks like it. While Cecilus put forth against the mortified, Al stared at the thorns in his chest. Groovy agreed with Cecilus therein resided the horror of their enemy, who was randomly scattering around a thorn curse on any target within range. The closer one would get to the user, the stronger the curse of the thorns would act. Most people would probably be incapacitated by the pain before they could ever reach the user. Groovy, and if that happens, no matter how fucking stupid, they wouldn't be able to move. Cecilus, so judging from that look in my direction, you must take me for a fool who rushes in without thinking right, but as you... Open, he sailed past the streets, kicked the walls and roofs of the buildings, and bounced with great vigor. From here onwards, unlike covert operations that might have been done by wearing the pelt of a werewolf, he had to garner the opposition's attention by purposefully making his move in dramatic fashion. Finally, at long last, the opportunity for Groovy to swing into action in his own element had arisen. Groovy making me do all this fucking annoying shit, placing the entirety of his accumulated frustration onto his tongue. Groovy spat out a spiteful sequence of profanity. In the first place, behaving in a way that required him to scuttle around, such as running around in an effort to escape and lurking in secret out of the sight of others, was not Groovy's thing at all. It was not about whether he was good at it or not. He simply hated doing it. Despite that, ever since he had withdrawn from the western battlefield after the arrival of the undead, such a role had been unremittingly forced upon him until he had reached the imperial capital, and therefore he was at the absolute limit of his patience. Of course, his frustration was not the reason for his suggestion to act on his own, but now that he had obtained a perfect chance to run wild at his own discretion, he was going to savor it. Groovy fucking damn it, it's here. As Groovy spun in circles vertically, while hugging his knees close to himself, the thorny vine surfaced and wriggled across his beastly fur-covered chest, its bindings undergoing reactivation due to the shortened distance between him and the caster. The acute pain that pierced his heart directly was something that could not be withstood easily, even if the recipient was a warrior who was accustomed to pain. It was complete truth, without a sliver of falsehood, as stated previously. Except, Groovy, if it's a shitty curse that torments the opponent, then there's got to be a loophole. Groovy barked, drawing out a single dagger from the waistband fastened securely around his own body. Selected from the waistband loaded with multiple daggers was one with a purple line streaking across its blade, and Groovy pointed the sharp edge of the dagger at his own neck, pushing the tip into himself. Immediately, the poison affixed to the edge of the dagger's blade coursed into his body, rapidly eating away at the petite build of the hyena human. By flowing through his bloodstream, the deadly toxin ran amok, delighted by the joy brought on from fulfilling its duty of killing a living creature. And as it rushed to put a lethal end to the creature's vital activity, the blade was pulled back right before it could do so. Groovy, enduring the sensation that caused the contents of his stomach to go through a reflux, blood rushed to Groovy's widened eyes, with the capillaries of his eyeballs having been ruptured. Both of his eyes were dyed red, but his physical body had stopped short of being felled by the virulent poison, and a change was delivered to it instead. A part of his bodhi's senses had been silenced by the poison. His sense of pain had been suppressed. The next moment, the pain from the thorns that would have been enough to immobilize him had disappeared, and the sensation that constricted his heart was subdued by the exhilaration that came from forcibly overcoming the threat to his life. Originally, the poison was intended to be used as a tool for torture, the procedure consisting of administering it to captive enemies and letting them watch fully conscious as their own bodies were demolished, all the while being unable to feel any pain. Although as long as he adjusted the dosage, he thought it would be possible to maintain control over his body and carry on with a sense of pain eradicated just like this. He had always wanted to test this, but had lacked the opportunity to do so, yet it went swimmingly without any preparation beforehand. Groovy, if I ever tested this on that fucking dumbass Cecilus, then it's going to be an irreversible mistake in case I fuck it up. If it were a matter of his own body, then he had it completely memorized starting from a number of his beastly hairs. Without a single fang's width of inaccuracy, he was able to make even the slightest adjustments thanks to it, but testing the poison on Cecilus or Al would have meant making rough estimates with their lives on the line. More specifically, he did have an urge to test to see if even Cecilus would die from the poison pushing down his slowly climbing curiosity. Groovy set out for the third bastion. The current situation spoke for itself. Right now, his topmost priority was to save the Valachian Empire from its imminent destruction. Truthfully, he wanted to make the most out of this undead reviving situation, going on a spree to collect materials from the limited numbers of rare races, and those that had already gone extinct, but he had to choke back his regret and let the opportunity pass. The reason to allow such a thing simmered and blazed within Groovy, fuck this shit. He threw out brief words of obscenity, those that come from the constant feeling of frustration within him. Since the moment he laid his eyes upon the imperial capital that was ruled by the undead identical to how he was looking at it right now, Groovy had recalled the possibility that either Vincent or Chisha had died. On top of it, if one of them were truly dead, then he had thought it would have been Chisha. There had been signs of faint smell of death trailing after Vincent's steps for all that when the smell had abruptly vanished at some point or so, he thought the situation had gone to shit. Groovy fucking pale-faced motherfucking bastard. The guy was a detached man who kept his emotions closed off in the eyes of others, but he had ultimately hid away even the inner workings of his heart from the smell. As the imperial capital's decisive battle drew closer, it had been the orders from Vincent that had sent Groovy towards the west, keeping him away from the battlefield, but that Vincent must have been Chisha. He had no way of knowing what had happened to Vincent in the meanwhile, but upon imagining the circumstances behind why Cecilus had been shrunk down, the sole winner of all of this was Chisha. In spite of that, if the Empire were to be defeated, then even his victory would be brushed away as if it had never happened. Groovy, fuck that shit. Such a stupid idea could not be allowed to become a fact. Groovy was born in the Empire, raised in the Empire, and was a hyena human who lived in the Empire. The rise of his race's social status depended on the work he did, and he had always been told that his duty was to fight courageously until he drew his last breath. He was aware that he was born as someone who would leave his mark on the history of the Empire. In fact, he had been scouted by the Emperor, climbing through the ranks in leaps and bounds, and eventually rising to the position of the Imperial General First Class. The group that such a person Groovy Gumlet had acknowledged as his equals, or even greater than him, were the 9 divine generals. Groovy was a warrior who belonged to the Empire, and was also one person who obeyed the philosophy stating that the people of the Empire must be strong. That was why the matter of victory or defeat was sacred. The victor must be honored after all. Groovy fucking fuck. In Valachia, the land of ceaseless battles, the world would sink to hell if even the aforementioned unwritten law were to be distorted. Furthermore, hell was to be brought upon Valachia's enemies, so turning this world into that place was not an option. He had to give the enemy an idea of where hell resided. Groovy, I fucking found it. Spinning alongside his body was his vision, and Groovy let out a mutter when he saw a few silhouettes on the move. The horde of undead at the bottom of his line of sight were screeching out something. However, their reactions were beyond subpar. They would have been harmless even if he would have left them alone, but he had no reason to do such a thing. Above all else, Groovy could not afford to let his prey get away in the midst of the smell of blood. Positioning his fangs together with an audible click, he drew out the chain and sickle that he carried on his back. It was a weapon that was difficult to handle, consisting of a wide single-handed sickle connected to a weight with a chain. Usually, the chain would only be several meters long, and the chain and sickle were supposed to be used in fights that were close-ranged or middle-range, but Groovy's weapon was made out of unique materials. Because of that, the chain weight had easily reached the group of undead, even if they were nearly 30 meters away from him. He swung his sickle-wielding hand in wide arcs, and the chain weight that followed after a moment sang its metallic tunes as it flew toward the ground with tremendous speed. The size of the weight was equal to a fist, but the power behind its acceleration was too enormous to be converted to a mere punch. Of course, the undead jumped out of the pathway of the weight, not wanting to be on the receiving end of it, but how naive. Groovy fucking morons. The launch weight made contact with the ground in the direction of Groovy's roar. Suddenly, the weight manifested a red hue from within, and the surrounding buildings were caught in a massive explosion that followed. The resulting powerful shockwave engulfed the undead that had narrowly avoided the blast, and just like that, one of the imperial capital streets had been annihilated. The Crimson Hills Gyral were located northwest of the Karaji city-states near the Great Waterfall. The place that appeared as a red desert area was the most dangerous land in the world, made from delicate fire magic stone particles resembling grains of sand. Because even a puff of wind could trigger a chain of explosions in that region, it was said to have been created from the bloody tears of a great spirit who had failed to become a part of the Four Greats. The weight connected to Groovy's chain and sickle contained fire magic stones that were collected from the Crimson Hills Gyral in its interior, and upon absorbing mana from its surroundings, it would be able to unleash its exceptionally destructive power in this manner. Exposing himself to the aftershock from the explosive heat that had demolished an entire street, Groovy landed on the charred ruins that continued to let up black smoke and burn ablaze, and while leaning up to straighten his back, Groovy like that he roared as he let the destructive impulse that had been swelling up inside of him run its own course. His pounding heart was bitching about the squeezing sensation from the thorns, but there was no pain to it. Moreover, he felt the scorching heat sear through his inner body, blowing out a breath that smelled of blood. And then he gnashed his fangs, loudly adjusting his hold on his chain and sickle. Groovy can't fucking ambush me with a shitty curse like that. As a shadow dropped from the sky, the hem of their red overcoat fluttering in the air, he launched the chain weight at them. Just as how the power behind the weight had been demonstrated earlier, the opponent intercepted it with a sword in their hand, and immediately after that an eruptive blaze swallowed them whole. However, Groovy leapt backwards, immediately witnessing the flames that had enveloped the sky becoming split in half. The unnatural change that occurred to the flames was a testament to the fact that the flying silhouette had chopped it down. In addition, the thorns pulsing with ardor at the arrival of their master, as if they were howling with joy, told him that his opponent was the one responsible for scattering the curse of thorns against Groovy, as well as the surroundings. If he had not silenced his sense of pain with his toxins, then he would have been writhing on the ground as he vomited blood by now. In the case that his opponent was someone who only relied on their thorns, Groovy wanted to say that he had the complete upper hand, but unfortunately his enemy was apparently not easy to beat. Ambushed is a rather strange remark. For what reason wouldst I resort to such an underhanded subterfuge? The silhouette spoke as he descended upon the scorched field, languidly gazing in Groovy's direction. Fractured pallid skin and golden pupils floating atop black, Iris's appearance was just as Groovy had expected, meeting the requirements of an undead, but there was something that had vaulted over a wall or two regarding his expectations. First and second, there was the aesthetic garb that was only allowed to be worn by the Valachian imperial family, and facial features that were somehow reminiscent of Vincent Valakia. More than anything, it was about the thing that his opponent had in his hand. That was something only permitted to be held by the Emperor of Valakia, the crimson scintillating glow of a Yang sword. Groovy fucking hell. If the undead were resurrections, then of course there was the possibility of the Valachian imperial family becoming a part of the Horde. Because of it, although Groovy was surprised by the fact that his opponent had the Yang sword, he was able to accept it. What he was not able to accept was that it was not the only sword in his enemy's possession. With the Yang sword grasped firmly in his right hand, the undead emperor was holding a different weapon in his left. And it was a blade that Groovy had not been expecting this one undead to have gotten a hold of in this place. Groovy, how far are you gonna go to fucking defy me, you shitty Askatana? As Groovy roared in an outburst of rage, in his field of vision was the undead emperor with the fiend sword Murasame in his hand, the Yang sword, and the fiend sword, two blades belonging to the enchanted swords, were standing as an adversary against the master of cursed tools, Groovy, much to his chagrin. Chapter 42. The Grand Slave. 1. Priscilla Barriel did not despise stargazers. Appearing only in the Valachian Empire, they were pitiable existences burdened with mental illness. That was a general perception of those who had become familiar with stargazers, though to begin with, happening across those who harbored the disease of conversing with the world was not something that happened so frequently. Even so, there existed positions that easily became entangled with those of the stargazer affliction. Those were people closely tied to the Valachian imperial family, whether it was the imperial family themselves, or perhaps those who served the imperial family's needs in their daily life, those appointed to positions of steward guard, and all the like had a chance to encounter individuals ailed by the stargazer malady. After all, the stargazers were a lot who could not help wanting to be involved with the history of the empire, and whenever there was a large incident that would seem to be recorded in imperial history, they all appeared to blather on about it. Although there had never been a case in which the utterances of stargazers, despised as madmen, were given significant importance. Of course, there were likely some curious people who had lent their ears to the words of stargazers, but there were no history books, at least publicly, in which it was recorded that their ramblings had proved useful. until the current Emperor Vincent of Wallachia granted Audiobook an official position and the permission to enter and leave the palace. That was the common understanding of the relationship between the Empire and stargazers. Was it not just as if stargazers were like swains continuing to emit an unreciprocated passion for the Empire? Endowed with commandment, they were swains who blindly relinquished everything for its fulfillment. Many of the imperial citizens, aware of their existence, despised them. However, Priscilla did not, neither did she pity them. Stargazers and the like were nothing so special as to warrant being the targets of contempt or pity. From the beginning, the vast majority of living beings were slaves to something greater than themselves, be that to a king, to one's family, or to one's spouse, or perhaps to love, hatred, or fate. That was the only difference. Thus that was Priscilla. Even myself is no exception. With a clang, the chains of the binds cuffed around her wrists resonated as she murmured amidst the darkness. When weaving words, she did not particularly care about whether an audience was present or not, but at the very least this murmur was not a soliloquy. It was uttered to be heard by someone. Nevertheless, it seemed as if the other party had not desired such a thing, as there was no response. Yet if one was trying to conceal their presence, such petty desires would not be granted. Priscilla, no matter your attempt to bait your breath, there is no way to conceal the presence of a being such as yourself, or perhaps you shall not show your face unless I directly make mine way over to you. As long as your hands are bound, that is an impossible action. Priscilla, so be it. In that case, there is no choice but for you to take a step in my direction. I do not intend to exchange words with someone who does not even show their face. A beat later, though there was no confusion to the extent of hesitation, the thought was interrupted before the sound of footsteps gradually, accompanied by the slow, echoing sound of footsteps striking the cold floor. A small figure emerged in the darkness. The light source in the dungeon was meager, allowing only a vague perception of their form. There was a limit to how much one's eyes could adjust to darkness, much less when one did not bother closing one of their eyelids to adjust their vision to the darkness of night. Priscilla, do not perform acts so uncouth as concealing yourself in unlit darkness. When you make your entrance, do so magnificently into the light. Truly a prideful statement characteristic of your self-caution required. And right after hearing the emotionless voice, of hardness separate to that of the shoes sharply struck the stone floor, a high-pitched sound cut to the cold air, and then a bluish-white light forcefully pushed back the darkness in the cellar. Priscilla, in an instant within that light, a beautiful white face emerged with orange hair and crimson eyes. The beauty, clad in a dress as red as blood, was Priscilla Barrio. Chained up in a basement, Priscilla was flashed with a staff that shone a bluish white, and holding that staff was a young girl with long pink hair with cracks running through her skin and horrifying eyes. She was an undead. If there was something different about this undead, it was that she, having taken the form of a little girl before Priscilla's eyes, was Priscilla, the instigator of this great disaster. Girl, I will not deny it, but where did you learn that term? You should not have had any opportunity to hear it. Priscilla, it was your subordinate who served a meal to mine self. Perhaps you had starved him of conversation, even without mine inquiry. He kept talking about various matters to alleviate his boredom. Girl, for general first-class temiglyph warning required. However, at that point the youthful undead interrupted her words, and taking a step forward, she closed the distance between herself and Priscilla. Even so, it was still far. No matter how slender and artistic Priscilla's legs might be, it seemed unlikely that she could lift her leg to reach the other's bangs. Girl, have you managed to endure it, the boredom, Priscilla? With the distance Priscilla still maintained, the youthful undead continued her paused words. Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly in response to the question. There was a strange closeness in the young girl's statement, as if she were looking into her face. It was not about physical distance, but about a mental one. Priscilla, you speak as if you have known myself for a long time. Girl, what do you think? Do you remember me? Do you have any idea who I am? Priscilla, unfortunately, I am not so fickle as to remember such a trivial thing. So either you are unworthy, or this is the first time you have ever shown your face to myself. Girl, correct. This is the first time you have seen my face. The nodding young girl's answer, however, was not a thorough answer to Priscilla's doubts. But then again, precisely because the other party's statement left out all the most important bits, that their intention was clear, she was testing Priscilla. It was as if she was watching to see if a tethered beast would take the bait. Priscilla sensed her intention, and snorted slightly. Priscilla, such fearless disrespect for myself. Girl, indeed, I do not know the emotion of fear. What I do not know is not limited to fear, but as a venerable substitute for mother who greedily desires knowledge. Priscilla, so you know myself from a one-sided point of view. You are the one behind the murray of the village of Coffleton. Girl, elucidation required. Priscilla interrupted the young girl, who rambled about herself, and as she spoke of something that rang a bell in her mind, the girl held her breath. The mutter was proof that Priscilla's idea had a connection to the young girl, but it was not clear to the other party how exactly Priscilla linked it to her. Priscilla, it is not that confusing, is it? Once upon a time within mind domain in the kingdom, what is now happening to the imperial capital, or rather the entire empire, a similar incident occurred. When such rare events happen twice around oneself, it is natural to connect it to. The incident occurred within the barrial domain of the kingdom of Lagunica, in the village of Coffleton, which was the center of the incident, and whose residents were turned into undead. However, at that time, it was not so much a case of the dead being brought back to life, as it was a case of corpses being manipulated according to the will of someone else. The queen, who was the apparent cause, was defeated, and since then there have been no reports of similar incidents. It was thought that the situation had been settled. Priscilla, it seems that you have changed the location of your nest, and continue to perform your taste. You have improved somewhat in your appalling game of dolls with insects inside their corpses. Girl, the previous approach had too many obstacles. To achieving my goals, improvement required. Priscilla, you do not deny your involvement with Coffleton girl. I do not see the point. Are these not meaningless inquiries? The young girl's response, devoid of emotion, was more an expression of disgust than one of distaste for the wasteful use of time. The clear indifference aside, such lack of denial was useful in obtaining the information she wanted to get. On the other hand, however, the dialogue with such a person was. Priscilla, you are quite the bored girl, and that is important. How? Priscilla, disregarding whether this conversation is beneficial or not, that is the only value that can be derived from it. Girl, so then why do we not just ignore whether it is beneficial or not? Priscilla, that is why I said, I find your conversations a bore. It is like talking to a dead person. Talking to a gravestone would still be preferable given the lack of your petulant responses. Girl, the young girl's black eyes narrowed as Priscilla spoke, and she took another step closer to her. She put her hand on her chest to one knot, holding the staff. Girl, is it not as if you are conversing with the dead? When you see me, you would not suspect me to be alive. Priscilla, it would be nonsensical to ascribe life or death to something that could not even be said to have lived. However, it was somewhat unexpected that you were undead. Girl, why is that? Priscilla, it would be an ill-advised gamble for you, the originator of the ritual, to become undead yourself. Moreover, at the moment of your death, the technique that you have woven could be cut off, and all your plans may come to naught. Naturally, that might be an unfounded worry depending on information and evidence of which Priscilla had no knowledge. However, given the nature of this young girl, even that was highly questionable. This girl in particular disliked inefficiency and had a propensity for not reaching for things that she estimated to have less than definite proof. Despite this, she treated even her own life as a card in her hand that would bring about the great disaster. Priscilla, perhaps when confronted with your inevitable death, you had no choice but to entrust your hope to the afterlife, or perhaps you were already undead before you caused this incident. If not, girl, if not, Priscilla, perhaps you deemed it acceptable that it would all come to naught had your life not continued beyond that point. Guessing at the inexplicable true intentions of the young girl who had turned into an undead, Priscilla voiced 3 possibilities, listing them out in order based on the nature of the young girl. That she analyzed so far, she held off the possibilities that would be far from being true. However, girl admiration required. This was the young girl's reaction in response to Priscilla's speculation, when she voiced what should have been the least likely possibility. In essence, it meant nothing more than that the young girl had given up on the plan she had set in motion around the time of the incident in Coffleton, about at the same time as the end of her own life. This fact alone was enough to furrow Priscilla's beautiful brows, but what intensified it further was the reaction of the young girl to the truth of the statement. With her lifeless, pale face missing any signs of life, the young girl smiled, as if Priscilla's intentions had been understood. In the midst of the light emitted by the staff witnessing that smile, Priscilla, furrowing her brows, became even clearer. Priscilla, finally you have shown that there is at least value in talking to you disregarding gains. Girl, has something changed? Priscilla, if you have yet to realize it yourself, allow me to append some congratulatory words, the exceeding irony that is the sprouting of a life after death. Then Priscilla stopped speaking, closing one of her crimson eyes. After a brief moment of beautiful and precious contemplation, Priscilla reopened her closed eyelid, and with both of her crimson eyes fixed on the face of the young girl, who had lost her smile. Priscilla, no, not quite. It did not sprout after death. Did you sacrifice your own life to prove it? Girl, I did not take my own life. The opportunity naturally presented itself. However, the speculation that I face an unavoidable death is not incorrect. Correction required. In response, the lips of the young girl once again painted a smile similar to before. In this clear reaction, Priscilla could distinctly sense the rhythm of life, the presence of emotions within the young girl. There was something that had not existed in the young girl until now. And without that the dead could not resurrect as undead, therefore the young girl had proven it with her own life. She might have had the qualification to become undead, but there needed to be a reason to place her soul back into the earthen vessel and make it cling to this current life. It was a strategy with low certainty and could hardly be called efficient, Priscilla, but emotions are what lead to such choices. Are they not, girl, that is correct? The young girl, with her hand still on her chest, had a sense of audacity emanating from her. The previous emptiness, as of conversing with a doll with no substance, was gone instead. What was present was attention to confronting a decidedly different and inorganic presence. Girl, the plan in the kingdom was thwarted because the me of the past had dismissed this. However, though I may have failed to become the witch of the kingdom, it seems I have been chosen to become the great disaster of the empire. Priscilla, chosen, you say, is that the reason you have invoked the disaster? Girl, correction required. That is not the motive. It is the basis to Priscilla's question. There was a resolute answer. Listening to the young girl's response, Priscilla's vague suspicions began to take shape. What had been sinking into the shadows darker than the darkness of the underground dungeon gradually became clearer through the young girl's words and expressions, just like when she had brought the light of her staff into the cellar. And then, girl, my name is Sphinx. I was also once known as a witch in the kingdom of Lagunica. Priscilla. So, looking directly at Priscilla, declaring her name, the young girl, Sphinx's words and demeanor and what they meant were finally conveyed to Priscilla. The explicit mention of being called a witch in the kingdom of Lagunica was likely to clearly distinguish herself from those known as witches in other countries. The 6 witches who once existed other than the Witch of Envy had all but disappeared from history, but they were still commonly known as witches throughout the world. However, if one were to limit a witch to the kingdom of Lagunica, only one person would fit the description. It was easily discernible through history that this entity had been involved in the demi-human war. Yet what this self-proclaimed witch Sphinx wanted to convey to Priscilla was not merely some trivial information regarding her true identity. What the witch wanted to convey to Priscilla was, Priscilla, the reason you overcame a futile death and gained the sprout of life as an undead was because of myself. That was a declaration of war stating that Priscilla was the reason Sphinx had become the great disaster. 2. In the first place, she did not even have to mull over it to know that the situation was too conspicuous. At the site of the decisive battle at the imperial capital, where the imperial army and the rebel army had engaged in a direct clash with one another, Sphinx had brought the undead along with her, interfered in the battle as a great disaster, and caused the end of the insurrection to be left undecided. During the battle, Priscilla and Yorna had both been focused on their fight with Arakia, leaving them with a delayed grasp of the shift in the situation compared to the other battlefields, and they had been defeated, as a result too late, to discern the intentions of the undead. As of now, Priscilla was chained up in the dungeon, and the well-being of Arakia and Yorna remained unknown in the current situation. During the fight with Arakia, the soul marriage technique that Yorna had placed within her still retained its lingering effects, so there was no doubt that Yorna had survived. Even if that were not the case, Priscilla had resigned herself to being held as a prisoner in exchange for the safety of Arakia, who had lost her consciousness, and also Yorna, who had been disconcerted by the undead that had appeared. The deal would not have been able to be established if the other party did not have the intention to capture her. Therefore, the fact that Priscilla was chained to this prison while alive, just like this, it was only natural that the other party wanted something to do with her. Priscilla, I have imagined that surely it was Lamia who was particular about my life. Sphinx Princess Lamia Godwin had agreed to spare your life. She was strongly attached to you during her last moments. Priscilla, I do not intend to share the time between myself and Lamia with another. She cut her off bluntly, regarding her words as a mere stint of curiosity that existed for momentary satisfaction. Sphinx simply pulled back with an I see at Priscilla's declaration. She had brought it up as the subject of their conversation, but her interest concerning the topic was probably non-existent. This much was evident to Priscilla, who had been kept alive even after Lamia's second death. Sphinx attachment is a mysterious phenomenon. It is too heavily influenced by elements that are contradictory to rationality. Regardless, I have struggled to understand outcomes where rationality had prevailed over rationality at times. Priscilla, rationality or irrationality, which one have you given greater importance to for the outcome of speaking to me in this manner? Sphinx, I wonder which one it is deliberation required doing, so is a thought-provoking action in itself. As Sphinx answered her, Priscilla wondered if she was aware of it. Regardless of whether she was aware of it or not, as Sphinx continued to speak with Priscilla in this place, there was a rapid increase in the human-like qualities of her speech. The water that was her conversation with Priscilla had been poured onto her budding humanity, bringing a significant growth into existence. Priscilla, Priscilla took notice of what Sphinx had truly meant by that, and it had not been refuted when she had voiced it out loud. Judging from how Sphinx was maintaining her attitude of deliberately not probing further into the subject, it could be said that the idea of it belonging to the core of her motives was unequivocally affirmed. There was one thing that Priscilla was, as much as she was vexed to admit it, fallen behind Sphinx in regards to a fact that she was entirely clueless about Sphinx's extreme attachment. Of course, considering Priscilla's status, there had been times when complete strangers and those whom she only knew the names of harbored some sort of one-sided obsession over her. However, Sphinx's attachment was clearly beyond the scope of her egotistical single-mindedness. There was a reason that had become the origin of the great disaster. Sphinx, earlier you spoke of an interesting subject, Priscilla. Sphinx, all forms of life are slaves to some sort of greater entity in the past. I have not been able to understand this, but currently I am sensing the signs that will guide me to my understanding. Sphinx started seemingly finding the topic interesting, and Priscilla responded to her words with her silence. She was not scorning her, nor was she ignoring her. If she were put into words, it was a type of curiosity that must not be trifled with. Sphinx had begun speaking while mentioning that she found it interesting, and her speech itself was what Priscilla was deeply fascinated with, the which had expressed her understanding of something she previously could not fathom, and even showed her agreement with Priscilla's words. What was she planning to talk about? Sure enough, in front of Priscilla, who prompted her to go on with her silence, Sphinx resumed her speech. Sphinx, because of this, I am able to discover a new rationality in the midst of all the irrationality attention required. She said, then struck the end of her glowing staff against the floor. Once more the staff with a glorious jewel inlaid into it grew glaringly brighter, and during the moment of change it occurred to the surface of a jewel. The view of the imperial capital outside of the dungeon had been projected onto the pale, transparent jewel. Perhaps its principles were similar to how a conversation mirror would emulate the reflection on the other side over the face of the mirror. Priscilla felt that such a formula seemed rather grandiose to only be used for gazing at something from a distance, narrowing her eyes through the light. Although Sphinx had told her to pay attention, Priscilla, what do you wish to present to mine self? Sphinx, the validity of your words and the results of my renewed equation. On the assumption that the accuracy of Priscilla's words was correlated to what Sphinx had said a moment ago, she pondered about what would be shown on the jewel and then made a realization. And then simultaneously Priscilla's realization and the jewel's projection became clear. The scene that had been displayed was Sphinx. By gaining an understanding of emotion and attachment for the first time, I had discerned the methodology regarding their uses. She is commendable, isn't she, if it is for your sake? She does not take herself into account deliberation required. 3. At the same time, at the real location of the scene projected within the jewel. Oh, dear, seems like I've done quite the bad thing to Groovy-san. I de-established in my mind that my intuition wouldn't be wrong at the critical moment, but it was fairly off the mark. Voice in a witty manner, a manner contrary to the cheerful tone of the words, was the topic of his own mistake. However, no diffidence could be sensed in his expression or narrating tone whatsoever. That was because he did not care about his mistake at all, and because he was not really serious about the desire to apologize. Because his intuition had been half right and half wrong. Leaving the flashy role of a diversion to his ally, he had dashed along the undead-infested imperial capital to one of the bastions belonging to the city's walls, to a place that was known number 2 in that sequence, where something he was looking for ought to have been present. Of course, his intuition had been the one to lead him to believe, so he held no doubts that were he to call that a conviction, many would end up rebuking him. But at the very least, he himself did hold a conviction that this was his time to shine, that if he, the leading actor of this world's Cecilus segment, were to arrive at this venue, a boisterous, obstreperous display of his magnificent deeds would be made to all those in the audience watching over him. That was. So, do you have some sort of excuse? Cecilus, dear me, you're right about that. But how about this? My intuition wasn't wrong. If you want to know why, it's because the thing I truly want is right here. Next to him, holding the smoldering pelt which had already lost the meaning of invisibility, cloak, outspoke words of bitterness, to which Cecilus exultantly responded so. In reality, whether that had been veracious or not was in a dimension beyond Cecilus' comprehension, but was believing oneself not much more positive when compared to doubting oneself. Cecilus, don't you think so? 2 half-naked Onis and a depressed face is sure to be followed by a dark turn of events. In that case, then it need be said what face the leading actor who basks in light ought to be making. His head cast above, facing the figure of a person floating in the sky, their altitude beyond, even in the height of the ramparts. They had arrived. At Cecilus raised his voice, but a reply came not from the other party. However, there had been an initial greeting from them, something that had transmogrified absolutely everything in the surrounding area into a sea of flame in an attempt to immolate Cecilus, and Al both hiding under the cloak of fur and naught. while performing a deed immense to such a degree no hostility, no intent to kill targeting Cecilus, and Al could have been felt in said action whatsoever. The only thing there had been from the slender body exposing plenty of its brown skin had been merely the sobbing pleas of a young girl who had taken in something so great that it seemed like she was about to be rent apart. He did not know what kind of circumstances had led to that thing entering her, but, Cecilus, I guess she probably ate something bad. You really are a handful. Girl. Cecilus, huh? That strange feeling just now. Just what was it faster than he could reel that answer, and there was movement overhead. A flicker of light and a tremendous power rained from overhead to destroy Cecilus, and Al before that could happen. Cecilus licked his lips into his side as Al cast away the fur cloak. Al, fuck it all territory re-expansion. As that desperate shout was engulfed in the midst of the impact, the greatest clash of the undead capital began. Chapter 43. To each their long-cherished desires. 1. Aldebaran knew of what stargazers were. The person who had informed Aldebaran of their existence in the past was a being knowledgeable about almost everything about this world, who nevertheless still coveted the unknown greedily. His relationship with that person was a complex one. It was not one which he could describe with words, such as like or dislike. If asked whether he was grateful to them or not, he would probably say he was, but the degree of his gratitude towards them notwithstanding, he harbored reservations about how incompatible they were with him. Such was the kind of person they were. At any rate, regardless of who had taught him that knowledge, he knew of the stargazers' circumstances, and thus they contributed nothing to the outcome of Aldebaran's dearest, which whatsoever more important than his interest in the stargazers, or whether they were involved with him or not, was the fact that they had dragged him into this. When Priscilla at first declared she would head for Wallachia through trial and error, he attempted to stop her once she had decided on something. However, her mind would not be swayed no matter what. So the best he could do was to accompany her, endeavoring to serve as her insurance as much as possible. But for Aldebaran, the fact that he had happened across them in his empire was undoubtedly a cruel twist of fate. Always fate would intervene in Aldebaran's life in extremely odious ways. Therefore, he did not have the slightest good impression in regards to fate, but just this time he was grateful. If they were here, it would be a different story. If they had been dragged into this, the situation would be dramatically changed. If they were to enter a frame unable to abandon it, if the frame they were unable to abandon were to increase in scope more and more to the point that they would not be able to handle all of it, then Aldebaran's dearest wish would be fulfilled. Once before, Aldebaran had thrown everything away entirely. Amidst darkness, continuing to walk, while solely relying on what meager starlight was present, he had given up on trying. For that reason the sun was radiant, as if there was no such thing as darkness. It scorched his resignation to naught. If it was to protect that dazzling sun, he was fine with licking the boots of fate. Enduring the pain that seemed to tear into him, he would not even hesitate to look them right in the eye. Be it which be they stargazers, be it the great disaster, no matter what stood in his way, he cared not. It's just I'm begging you, so please don't get in my way. 2. In total 22 times. That was the number of attempts it had taken Al to figure out what had happened to him. In an instant there was a wide-out so abrupt that he did not even realize that his body had evaporated. Al knew it wasn't caused by clouds or snow, it was fire. So I guess it'd be a red-out, or it'd also be fine to call it crimson-out, because it sounds cooler. Taking a deep breath, he uttered a pointless, nonsensical remark. Although he could not say for certain whether his mind was normal, or not at the very least, he could bring himself to a tenuous belief that his mind was normal. For the time being, that was fine, if there was a problem. Al, when it comes to fighting at this level, there's no room for me to intervene. In front of Al, as he barked, this was one of the duties that had to be accomplished in the imperial capital. The conquest of the 5 bastions of the star-shaped ramparts had been completed in one location. The solid walls that boasted immense defensive capability had been annihilated without a trace. What else could this be called but the accomplishment of that objective? But then again, at the second bastion, where the high walls and surrounding buildings had been completely erased, a greater obstacle than the now vanished walls obstructed the way as the next hurdle. The cloudy sky was dyed red, and a girl surrendered herself to the sky through the work of some unknown principle. The girl had short silver hair, red eyes, and much of her brown skin. Exposed, however, as much as her beautiful features were captivating, she exhibited an appearance that jolted the instinctive sense of danger to the beholder. Having left the Master of the Thorns to Groovy, and by using the werewolf's pelt, Al and Cecilus had safely reached the second bastiono, they had attempted to reach it. Strictly speaking, the second bastion had been wiped from the face of the world and caught up in that annihilation. Al had suffered damage many times without being able to recognize it before finally grasping the situation and the method with which to move it forward. That said, He did not even want to think about how many extra attempts it would take to reach the same result if he were asked to do it again. That was why Al reinitiate thought experiment territory redefinition, updating the matrix by 10 odd seconds, or perhaps just by a few seconds. Al put all his effort towards finding an opening to escape. As Al had shouted earlier, there was no room for him to intervene. Regardless, whenever Al suffered fatal damage, he would restart from a predefined point. So the world would not progress. It would be a different story if Cecilus could pick up Al and let him escape from the lethal zone together with him like the time with that sniper. But Cecilus, sorry, Allison, but my intuition is telling me that this is my time to shine, and that looking after you would spoil my state of being. With that stated, Cecilus quickly resigned from protecting Al and challenged a girl in the sky Arakia. How many times had Al seen her by now, looking back on it? Their relationship had been steadily deteriorating back. When he was a gladiator on the Gladiator Island, he had fought together with her. When she was still a little girl, next they faced off as enemies in the fortress city of Geralt, and now she was vaporizing him in the imperial capital. But other than the viewpoint of a middle-aged guy who had encountered her several times, as Cecilus had said, it could be understood that Arakia was not in her usual state. With single glance, Arakia was writhing in midair, and her state was evidently abnormal. A spirit eater, Al had heard about their characteristics in passing from Priscilla. In reality, he had been able to see her transform into fire and water with his own eyes, but this clearly ran counter to those precedents. Unlike when she assimilated her body with water, or when she soared with part of her body turned into flames, Arakia's current appearance looked like she was just about to be devoured by an enormous white light from the inside out. As it protruding out from the inside of her slender brown body, translucent crystals tinged a pale yellow seemed to be directly growing from her skin one after the other. The purest form of magic stones were known as magic crystals, and they were encircling Arakia's entire body. If she could still remain composed like that, it would have seemed that Arakia's appearance was another display of her power as a spirit eater, but Arakia's red eyes did not clearly reflect anything in the world, and with tears flowing from her clouded left eye, her lips spilled out a pained gasp for help. Nobody would consider the situation as normal, or as something that Arakia herself desired. If a child cried out with a gaping mouth, tears streaming down from their eyes as they repeatedly pounded on someone, even supposing they closed their eyes, plugged their ears, and covered up their skin, they would still know that the child was crying nonetheless. That was exactly what Arakia was doing right now. Al, don't tell me you're going to say that you can't leave a crying child alone. Al, at the end of his rope, and trying his best to flee from the ruin, shouted in desperation to Cecilus, who was rushing towards it. Upon hearing this, Cecilus did not look back, but shook his shoulders in a way that made it clear that he had laughed. Cecilus, the tears of women and children can be the instigator to get a story moving, so it's natural that I can't overlook them, but that isn't the case here. Also then, Cecilus' booty have business with those tears. Immediately after he spoke, Cecilus leapt at lightning speed, using a piece of melted debris as a foothold. In the surrounding area, the barricades that had been erected to protect the second bastion had melted away, manifesting the appearance of a magma-filled inferno. Should one carelessly plunge one's foot into the magma, the damage incurred will be much more than merely slipping, but rather the portion that had been plunged would be instantly incinerated, leaving a scar that would not be seen ever again. ALS source for this was himself. But Cecilus jumped into the area that had become a garden of magma, making full use of the limited footholds to close in on Arakia, who was floating in the sky. His speed and transience were beyond description. Oh, truly beyond description was a deed that was realized directly afterward, mixed in with Cecilus humming a tune. Al, no way. Arakia's entire body radiated white light in the air, and a moment later a flash of light scorched the spot where Cecilus was running. The unleashed spear of light pierced into the magma, and a beat later everything within a radius of a few meters around it had compressed, and was immediately blown asunder. The imploded magma and the destructive force that had caused it then spread out to surrounding areas, scattering over a radius nearly 10 times the size of the initial compressed space. Al was speechless, and even though he knew he was out of range, he reflexively covered his head with his arm to protect it, and in that covered vision he could see that even though that single shot alone was horrifyingly powerful, the bombardment still continued without cease. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots were fired in rapid succession, each shot reshaping the form of the imperial capital. Streets ceased to be streets, and land ceased to be land. They were fired one after another, pursuing Cecilus as he ran on the ground, but even he, Vidilus ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, splatters of the scorching heat known as magma were scattered about the gaze of the blinks of destruction known as flashing light, were evaded, and Cecilus broke through the white dust in a mad dash through the space where death rained down incessantly. All the foothold had already disappeared, and through a space where magma would soak one's feet in place of solid ground, Cecilus swiftly ran with Zori that did not seem to have any sort of fireproof quality. Bearing witness to that sight, what flashed through ALS' mind was the absurd image of a shinobi running on water, the technique of stepping forth with their left foot before their right foot sank, then stepping forth with their right foot before their left foot sank. Undoubtedly, Cecilus was performing that not on water, but on magma. That shouldn't be possible. Cecilus, as long as one thinks, that way they'll never be able to do it. Cheerfully responding to ALS' exclamation, Cecilus performed an outrageous act that scoffed at the very laws of physics. He ran straight forward and plunged into a house that had escaped harm's way, and in the subsequent instant that house collapsed and a pillar that had been kicked out of the crumbling building soared through the air like an arrow. It was a rather girthy arrow with an incorrect size ratio, but it closed on Arakia with enough speed to bore through the torso of a large animal. But before it could hit Arakia, it spontaneously combusted and smoldered to naught within the air. Surrounding Arakia, as she radiated light, so much heat was being generated that it appeared as if both herself and even the space around her were being distorted, so there was no way any half-hearted attack could have drawn near her. Even Cecilus ought to have understood that, and yet Cecilus go. Inducing a thunderous sound, Cecilus destroyed buildings one after the other, and kicking the pillars' rooftops and household belongings of the destroyed buildings flying at speeds unperceivable to the eye, he made an incessant onslaught on the airborne Arakia. Of course, it was not a matter which would reach her, as all of them vanished in the air before they had the chance. Moreover, in retaliation against those unsuccessful attacks, there were arrows of light that were sure to prove fatal with merely a graze. Idiot, stop. That don't you get it? If you recklessly attract her attention. Cecilus, were you saying, Alison, it's totally the opposite. Rather, it's absolutely necessary that I attract her full attention to myself. This show off, no. Cecilus continued to contribute to the destruction of the imperial capital's scenery voluntarily to the buildings, and incidentally to the rest of the surroundings, trying to laugh off his usual leading actor-type statement with an unfunny one-liner Al realized. All of Cecilus' positioning involved placing Arakia on the interior of the imperial capital and going around, so he would be outside of it to draw her attacks. That was to say, it was a battle with no attacks directed towards the inside of the imperial capital. Having finally understood that, Al also understood what Cecilus was trying to say. Cecilus, right now, that woman has neither consciousness nor rationality. All she has are defensive instincts in order to not be killed or burst apart if left alone. She would aimlessly head for the center of the city, but if we let her rampage in the center, what's going to happen? Al would become a hole that nobody would be able to live in for the next 100 years. Cecilus, a whole lot of people would die. It may be fine if they were just enemies, but I don't really find it desirable for people who aren't. Enemies to die in great numbers, the world will get lonely after all. Saying so in a calm tone, Cecilus dodged a ray of death that attempted to graze him and devoted himself to lightning speed in order to implement his statement. Unable to hide his surprise at Cecilus' unexpectedly decent motivation, Al stuck his finger into his heated iron helmet and adjusted its angle while holding his ground. As Cecilus had said, currently Arakia did not have the leeway to turn her attention anywhere else. Arakia had taken in something beyond ALS imagination, and desperately enduring, as it overflowed, she was merely counterattacking by reflex against any threat that could impede her. Thus Cecilus continued to put himself at a critical distance and meddle with Arakia in order to keep her contained here, as he claimed it was necessary to prevent the imperial capital from being destroyed. Cecilus' aim in the peculiar situation Arakia had been placed in the choice to turn his back and flee, as there was nothing he could do, would always flicker in the corner of his mind, but even Cecilus had once had one of his legs blown off. If ALS presence had made it so that had never happened, then there was value in him being here. Al, am I really doing this? Slowly shaking his head, Al drew in a long breath. Right at the outset, he had already drawn the short end of the stick 22 times from here on out. He did not know just how many times he would end up drawing it again. As a result, he wondered what might happen to his sanity. However, regardless of whether he was sane or not, there would never be any mistaking that the sun was dazzling. Al, in that case, I'm fine with this. The metal fixtures on his helmet made a sound as he plucked them, and Al took one step forward. Then Al, the unleashed white light aiming for Cecilus, exploded 10-odd meters in front of him, and the magma droplets blown away by the aftershock directly caught Al, who had not dodged. Al next, with his redefined territory, the ordinary man, resolved himself to step onto grand stage. 3. Cecilus Segmont had once told Arakia something in the past. He had done so during a battle to the death between the first and the second, an event regarded as commonplace in the imperial capital. In the midst of a chat between Archaea and Cecilus, who were the defeated and the victor, respectively, a conversation taking place in a vast field reduced to a scorched plot the latter had sliced open the clouds with. His katana technique he had purported as being nothing but something for show. In reality, Cecilus had thought it held no utility other than for surprising people having witnessed it firsthand. Archaea, too, evaluated that as a skill devoid of any useful purpose whatsoever. That was a divine miracle of empty sky that Rowan Segmon had spent his lifetime devising for those who were transcendent monsters. It was worthy of naught more than being dubbed a flashy performance. That was to say, a long leg glided through the air, and with delay a strong wind blew the dust away. Quickly stooping down to evade the powerful leg, he spotted an opening in the large, sweeping kick his opponent and unsheathed his blade towards a slender waist in an attempt to cleave them in twain. An impact slammed into his chest. The air was squeezed out his lungs, and looking down with eyes widened, that which had caused his sternum to grate, were the multiple tails growing from the rear of the woman who had unleashed a kick. Rowan H.K., its first soft tail like that of Fox, had delivered a strike unbelievably vigorous, causing the body on the receiving end to fly backwards, bouncing off the ground. Once, twice, he witnessed heaven and earth revolving, and upon the third time bidding farewell to skies, he thrust his sword into the ground, as to bring his momentum to a halt. Heel smashed into the ground, and clenching his molars, he immediately sheathed his blade, his stance one for drawing his sword. Woman, do you understand by now, Rowan? The very start of the movement, aiming to unleash his swordsmanship, ought to have had a glint of light reflect off the blade to accompany its drawing from the scabbard, but it was stopped by the hand of the woman pressing against the handle of the katana still in its sheath. He fell silent at that instant, and as the woman faced in the corners of her long slitted eyes drooped as if pitying him, and, "Woman, you are not worthy as my opponent Roanoke." As if to sever that pity, instead of drawing the pinned-down katana with the handle fixed in place as an anchor, he pulled off the scabbard, revolved by half a turn, and slammed the scabbard fashioned from the bone of a witch beast into the side of her face. The force, the angle, the feedback from the swing, they all told him it had been more than sufficient to pulverize the human cranium. However, woman, the one to be smashed to pieces was the scabbard, and the woman, the foxwoman, who called herself Iris, displayed no sign of pain in her expression. But as she raised a hand that had been pinning down the handle, her lips, in which pity still remained, quivered. "Iris, I shall not allow you to die, but the pain shall be to such an extent." Striking her palm against his forehead, he rolled backwards as his body was blown away. This time his defensive stance to endure a hit was torn asunder, his brain bobbing about. He traveled down the long, oh so long boulevard before the Crystal Palace, bouncing for tens of meters without stopping. Bouncing, 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 and rolling, rolling, and rolling, he rolled until he lay spread-eagled. And then Rowan, having been left half dead after only a short battle, Rowan Segmon gazed in wonder. She was far too excessively, exceedingly powerful. An unbelievably strong individual, of course. He had fully understood that she was a formidable opponent, and yet he had believed that after one thing or another, he would be the one to come out on top ultimately. As that was how things had always gone, until then this occurrence too would come to an end in the same fashion, most likely. Here the misfortune of the man known as Rowan Segmon shall be narrated. The man who had been traveling with him Heinkelistria was a man whose misfortune laid in the fact that he had not been chosen for a single thing that could only be obtained via being chosen. On the other hand, Rowan Segmon was a man who had continued to be chosen for things that could only be obtained via being chosen, which had resulted in his misfortune. Rowan Segmon held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for. In order to reach the heavenly sword, he had endured all kinds of hardship, mastered every conceivable necessity, no matter what sort of devil or monster he was branded, as he possessed a hunger to fulfill that goal. In that wish there was no lie or falsehood. It had nothing to do with compromise or resignation. He had never once been dishonest about the sword or technique he tried to master, nor had he ever missed a training session. But Rowan Segmon had never encountered them, had never encountered a worthy rival who had reached the same heights as him, a formidable enemy who could invigorate him with the notion that he had no other option but to overcome them, a love that would push him to places he could not reach alone. He had simply never done it. He cut down every single person he encountered, and due to some causality, he had never collided with anyone whom his ability with the sword could not surmount. Continuously, he missed opportunities to clash with the many transcendent beings in this world, and upon falling into despair at that which he could not reach, upon wishing for death, he had been bestowed a commandment, becoming a stargazer. Had he been granted a chance, Rowan Segmon's swordsmanship would have likely made the world tremble throughout its entirety. But devoid of a worthy rival, devoid of a formidable enemy, devoid of a loved one. Rowan continued to be all by his lonesome. It was not that he had come to the clear conclusion that feelings were unnecessary to master the way of the sword, nor was it that he had suffered a severe betrayal from someone he had formed a bond with. It was simply that Rowan had never met someone who would inform him of his current position, nor had he met someone who could boost him up from his current position. The reason he had been able to avoid Iris' initial attack from the Crystal Palace was because she had versed to the deaths of others, as she had no intention of landing the attack. The reason for which the undead Balleroid Temiglyph had fled from the cloud-cutting technique was because he feared an unexpected counterattack from Cecilis Segmont. Thus, he had wished to avoid pursuing them too far. The reason he had remained safe until now amidst the great disaster brought about by the host of undead was because the only ones that had appeared before him were opponents his sword skills were perfectly capable of handling. The reason for which Rowan had not been dispossessed of his life by Cecilis Segmont, the latter refusing to form his attempt at instigating the assassination of the Empire, was because the latter had said it may be. "Impossible, Dad, but get really strong, then come back here and fight me." I've got a feeling that a development like that would be heated on a whim. The reason why Rowan Segmont had continuously escaped death till this day was none other than the scales of fortune and misfortune always tipping in the direction of fortune for him. And now the opponent Rowan had encountered in the Imperial capital, which had transformed into the undead capital, was also the sole enemy that had no intention of taking Rowan's life. The world would not grant Rowan's wish, but it continued to only illuminate the paths where he would survive. "Rowan, Iris, you intend to persist." As Rowan slowly raised his body from its spread eagle position, Iris knitted her brows. The distance between them had opened a few tens of meters, but perhaps because her unmistakable presence had made it so, Iris' words were fully understood by Rowan. Nay, this was likely a change yielded due to encountering a powerful enemy for the first time. As if an unbreakable shell that had always been around his exterior had been shattered, that feeling was probably the reason. Because of that he clearly understood. As Iris fixed her gaze on him from the front, the powerful mana, in which her entire body was clad its colossal magnitude, was understood by him beyond a shadow of a doubt, as was a result of direct confrontation, just a moment prior. In the undead capital of Lupagana, guarding the Crystal Palace, where the ringleader of the enemy was likely present, Iris blocked the path. This woman was unmistakably the strongest being in the Valachian Empire. Someone that even Cecilis extolled as first of the 9 divine generals was no match for the ultimate existence for the sake of this disaster. Rowan Kaha, how fortunate, how so very fortunate. What a good day it's been. Perceiving that through his experience, Rowan bared his teeth and smiled as his mind rang with a sound akin to his son, singing in a loud voice. He had thought that in order to reach the heavenly sword there would be no means aside. From cutting down his son once the latter did eventually reach it, however, if he were to encounter a being that surpassed even Cecilis like he had now, was a quicker story. It was not eventually, the time was now. Right now, at this moment, Rowan Segmont would reach the apex of the sword and seize the seat of heavenly sword. For that purpose, swordsman Rowan Segmont, once more sheathing the katana, which he had yet to let go of, he spread his legs, adopting a stance with the blade at his waist. In the far distance of his vision stood Iris. The distance that had opened between the two of them a sign that he had run out of Lucknow. The result of his days of blood and sweat in his endeavor to reach the apex remained still. And now he would receive the reward commensurate with that from Iris' slender neck. Rowan cloud cutting. With the blade being unsheathed, a flash of the sword was unleashed. Iris, standing motionlessly, faced a Hedon. The air present ahead was cut down by the flash. The foliage interrupting the path were cut down by the flash. All notions of sound and wind were consigned to oblivion in all his life, until now it was the most honed Rowan's blade had ever been. And the woman in the beautiful dress, Iris, would have her head lopped. Iris, this is as far as it goes. By merely tilting her head, she avoided the finest brandish of Rowan's. Life and grumbling those words like a sigh, Iris firmly stepped on the ground and moved forth. The ultimate existence of the great disaster did not grant Rowan the time to swing his sword a second time, for, as a violent impact plowed into him right from above, Rowan could do naught but be buried deep into the street. Iris, looking down at the figure of the swordsman who had sunk into the ground, Iris waved the hem of the dress that had performed the deed and turned her back to the man she had faced off against. Likely the strength to fight no longer remained within her opponent. She would be under no threat, even with her back turned to him. It was sad to say, but even supposing strength was indeed present, even if he did attempt to launch a surprise attack, it would not reach Iris. Iris, while you are still with your life, you must leave the Imperial capital. Those words were to be spoken at the outset to the weak, spoken only at the end of a duel to the death were the opponent strong. As an opponent to whom these statements ought be given, Rowan was a terribly troublesome person. He was not weak, Yet neither was he strong. If she was forced to put to words, he would be the apex of the common man. Thus, in regards to the reality spread throughout imperial capital, as it was in the moment his presence could even be called a sin. Iris, a sin is it? How in the world could I say such a thing? Clutching her chest, Iris spilled those words out as if to curse herself. Even so, her mind was made. She had made up her mind, thus she had carried that out in a form where she could not make excuses no matter who or how many people closed, and she would force them all back. As long as she did that, the story of Iris and Yugger would Iris, for what reason do you stand? Halting her steps, Iris questioned the presence behind her, without looking back. To the swordsman who ought to have fainted from the strike a moment ago, to the presence of Rowan standing up, she had believed that she had dispossessed him of his consciousness. Instead, she now lamented for having been exceedingly naive. However, had she applied any more force, his skull would have been shattered. Most likely that was because she had no intention of reaping his life. Had she been too naive, believing that she had properly conveyed the gap in strength between them, perhaps there did exist some cases in which the other party would not back down despite a difference in strength. So perhaps this was one such case. Iris, there are times when your opponent has no intention of letting you go, so you must fight with your back against the wall, but I have. Rowan, no intention of doing that. That's the problem, Iris. The response, spoken in a frail, husky voice, was beyond Iris' comprehension. Be it the pride of a warrior, be it the obstinacy of a man, either way it was something Iris was unable to comprehend. Iris began to think. She thought about that which she wished to cherish even more so than those things. That was why. Iris, if you still cannot bring yourself to give up, until his spirit was crushed, she would keep going even if she were to hear the sound of cracks forming in her own heart. Indeed, it happened at the moment Iris was about to confront Rowan's resolve. Iris, turning around, Iris' eyes widened in astonishment, not because of any abnormal situation like Rowan closing there, difference of ability in the blink of an eye, nor was it because someone else had come to this place turning their weapon towards Iris and Rowan's. Instead, present there was merely Rowan, however the one to have astonished. Iris was unmistakably Rowan. With a katana in his hand, he slashed his own neck fatally, so Iris wah. One beat elapsed, and in the subsequent moment blood spurted out of the severed arteries in his neck with tremendous vigor. The boulevard was stained with the gushing blood. Before her eyes, the essence of life flowed out of Rowan Segmont's body, being absorbed into the ground. Iris why, witnessing a scene wildly beyond her comprehension, with that gasp of breath escaped from Iris' lips. Seeing Iris state, Rowan's eyes widened with maniacal glint as blood gushed from his neck, and while that blood came up his digestive tract, flowing out the corners of his mouth, he smiled. And smiling, he spoke. Rowan, even if I die him go. Midway through his words, Rowan's blue eyes rolled around, and as his pupils dilated, he collapsed. While perceiving that it was not a loss of consciousness, and instead was a loss of life, Iris quickly rushed over, trying to extend her hands to the man in an attempt to at least save his life. However, her hands did not reach the man's corpse, the reason for that being, I'm gonna reach the heavenly sword. I'm gonna reach the heavenly sword. Having just died, several undead Rowan Segmont swooped down from all directions in unison, set upon Iris as she sprinted. 5. When the unleashed breath of the dragon ran through the townscape of the imperial capital, in approach of him, there were not many things that Heinkel could do. Only wielding his sword in accordance with the appeals of his survival instincts, he dug enough a hole in the ground to give himself scant consolation. Just in time, he slipped his body inside that hole. But then again, consolation was merely consolation, with the trajectory of the dragon's breath boring deep into ground. As it closed in the hole, would probably amount to nothing more than consolation. Thus the life of the current head of the lineage of the sword saint, a family that had continuously protected the dragon kingdom for many a year, the life of the man known as Heinkel Istria would, as irony, would have it be deleted by the breath of a dragon, no trace of it remaining. Why you can't die so easily, Pops. Grabbed by the scruff of his neck, Heinkel was dragged out of the hole he had opened by force with fierce, vigorous body, was hoisted immediately after a burning smell, that of the dragon's breath having scorched the world, could be perceived by him. Heinkel Yoa. His vision spun around, blood spilled from his broken forehead, gastric juices flowed out of the corners of his mouth, his bodous contents were scattered about without any impediment, and after experiencing the sensation of being afloat, he fell to the ground. His state, such that a defensive or even an adequate state could not be taken, he stretched out his legs, placed his arms on the ground, as to raise his body, then looked at his surroundings. Heinkel ugh. The reason he had reflexively let out a groan was because he bore witness to the disastrous scene in the location he had been just a moment prior. Caressed by the dragon's breath, white steam was being emitted from the area, which had been completely erased. Had his escape been delayed, most likely he too would have become a portion of that white steam. To make it easier for Captain and the others to enter, my amazing self was supposed to rampage in the south and draw their attention, but ha! Can't believe my eyes, Heinkel. Thought you'd flee for sure, but you sure got Dancha pops. Amidst its roughness, praise was certainly present in that voice. Once Heinkel did turn aside where its origin lay standing, there was the figure of the person who had dragged him out. There was enough illumination behind him that Heinkel was unable to gaze at their face with clarity. His ears were still ringing due to the impact of the dragon's tail strike just before, so he was unsure if that voice was a familiar one or not. But as if to say that all of those things mattered, not the person gnashed their fangs and proceeded forth. Behind Heinkel kneeling on the ground, they moved a square off against the colossal cloud dragon, its glare on the two of them, then powerfully striking their fists together before their chest. My amazing self will lend you a hand pops none, can lift a quain stone, alone ain't that right. With a roar akin to that of a beast, as the vanguard to rescue the Valachian Empire from destruction, Squad Garfield Tinsel raised a war cry at the start of the bout against the Cloud Dragon. Interlude. Ubilic 1. As we all know, Ubilic was a stargazer. The commandment bestowed upon him was that of saving the Valachian Empire from the ruin of the great disaster that befell it. For that purpose, he, a mere male prostitute, had acquired unexpected intelligence and eventually came to be recognized for his certain value by Vincent Valachia. Of course, Ubilic was not so naive as to view that as an achievement of his own merit. Even so, amidst the many who were granted the position of stargazer and seemed to tread on tragic paths, Ubilic thought himself to be in a fortunate position. For the vast majority of stargazers, being granted a commandment meant distorting the human nature that they had possessed up to that point, and being forced to live in an entirely new way. One might evaluate that as unfortunate or pitiful, but from Ubilic's perspective, the prerequisites for that were extravagant, and it could not be thought of as anything but the viewpoint of someone who was blessed. A twisted human nature, and surrounding individuals who could sense a change within them. If not for acquiring those things, they would never be able to harbor such a recognition in the first place. Ubilic was certainly one of those people, and he was deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart for his commandment, which had altered his way of life, a life which ought to have been expended with him remaining a nobody. Even now, after having fulfilled his commandment, as a stargazer that did not change. Ubilic's style is not like Valachia has been saved, though. The reinforcement of armaments and appropriate stationing of capable personnel in the fortified city of Garkla, where preparations for war were being made all throughout the night, Ubilic, with no position of his own, muttered, so as he overlooked all the busy people. Sensing that the fog which had always occupied a corner of his mind had cleared up, his thoughts were suddenly free from the influence of fog, and Ubilic became aware that he was no longer a stargazer. As previously mentioned, the commandment bestowed upon Ubilic was that of saving Valachia from the great disaster. In spite of that, the fact that Ubilic was currently released from his commandment was tantamount to implicitly notifying that there was no longer anything Ubilic could do regarding the great disaster. As soon as he woke up from the frenzy that had been stimulating him, Ubilic felt like he had been made naked. Ubilic, am grateful, Aveen, to him grateful. He had taken close to 10 years for its manifestation. It was exactly like a grand bout one has only once in a lifetime. Had he had the ladder pulled out from beneath him just before he got any results, he might have been tempted into grumbling his dissatisfaction, but that's not how it's supposed to be. He had even put out his evil eye, a natural feature of his, as one from the evil eye tribe, just to prove to Vincent that he held no treachery, thus declaring his position. Even now, he still had the scar from his evil eye right in the middle of his chest, and such a lonesome thing it was. Ubilic, well, either way, it's a good thing that as a user of an evil, I don't have any talent for it. The problem was the firewood he had been tirelessly burning until the day had vanished, leaving behind his proxy beliefs that just continued to raise smoke, along with the being known as himself after that had been quenched. Until now, he had continued to progress in the direction indicated by his commandment, and had carried out his duty as a stargazer. That had been Ubilic's method of fighting. So he had not acquired knowledge of the fighting styles of warriors, such as swinging swords or drawing bows. The days he had spent on the Gladiator Island, too, involved making his number one priority not to die in order to fulfill his commandment. Thus, he had absolutely no combat experience. Therefore, in this fortress, where everyone had the resolve to fight, Ubilic was all on his lonesome. Ubilic, I wonder if I shouldn't have informed His Excellency in such a foolishly honest manner. Leaving the fortified city of Garkla, Vincent was headed to the imperial capital of Lupagana for the decisive battle. Before his departure, Ubilic was directly questioned by him about if, as a stargazer, there was still some use he could provide in stopping the great disaster. If he had lied and said that his commandment was still unfinished, perhaps he would not have been left behind in the fortress. Ubilic, but it's not like I really want the Empire to be destroyed. By telling a lie because he had no place, needless worry would be bestowed upon Vincent, and it would serve as an act that would benefit the enemy. Weighing Vincent and Chisha as to who would serve the Empire better if left behind, Yubuk took part in Chisha's plan and assisted in having Vincent survive. He was bestowed with a commandment, but in contrast, Chisha, who had established his own way of life without having been granted one, was much more admirable. Yubuk did not want to disgrace that decision. On the other hand, within the restless fortress, Yubuk aimlessly passed by many people. Absolutely all of them understood the adverse situation they were placed, and yet still did what they needed to in order to challenge that witch. They must, regardless of how well they performed, Yubuk respected that they were devoting themselves to their duty. At the same time, he was envious, just a little, while earlier Yubuk had been on the same side as them. Ergo, Yubuk thought to himself, Yubuk, supposing the Empire were to be in danger, I wonder if I could be bestowed with commandment again. If he was deprived of his role, as it was no longer necessary, what if it were to become necessary once more? At this point, there was nothing Yubuk could do concerning Vincent's group, as they had already departed for the imperial capital. But even if Vincent's group were to eliminate the ringleader of the great disaster, what would happen if someone who held an important position in the Empire were to lose their life, or if someone from the kingdom who was helping out were to die? Would that not be a crisis threatening the ruin of the Empire in a form entirely different to that of the great disaster? Yubuk, the possibility of something like a stargazer being bestowed with a commandment, fulfilling it, and then being granted a new commandment is close to zero, but it isn't zero. If only a commandment to save the Valachian Empire from ruin could be brought down to him, if that new crisis were to come about, commandments would likely be passed down in order to prevent that. Yearning for such a possibility, Yubuk's legs began to head for the back of the fortress. Yubuk, along with important people of both the kingdom and empire, were packed inside the sturdiest great fortress within Garkla. In order to reach this point, the undead would need to capture the protective walls enclosing the city, as well as the numerous forts along the way. By that point, the perspective of those defending would treat it as a lost battle. However, there were no further means of retreat within the fortified city, and the soldiers would have no choice but to fight until the very last soldier fell. Quite literally, this grand fortress would be the last bastion of the Empire. If there was an opening in that Yubuk, just anything small, just one opening would be fine. Even if he did not go so far as to remove the latch in the gate, he could leave it raised a bit, so it would be easier to unlatch, setting up a simple magic stone time-based device to go off after a certain amount of time within the outer walls of the fortress would also be fine, if only to push the backs of the undead one step forward. If he did that, the flame that had gone out in Yubuk's heart would receive a new kindling. What are you doing over there? As a voice suddenly came down on him from overhead, Yubuk halted his step and tensed the expression on his face. Turning around to gaze, was looking down upon him from the second-floor passage of the fortress. His eyes met with those of a brown-haired woman who rode in a wheelchair and had a nasty look in her eyes. A woman that had also been riding in the couple dragon carriages where she, too, had no idea what her role was. A look of suspicion on her face. She glared at Yubuk, who was present in the unpopular rear of the fortress, and, "Woman, don't tell me you're slacking off. If so, can't get any. Worse than that, listen here. Even though a woman with bad legs like me is working, do you want to die? Yes, you." Yubuk knew it's not like him slacking. "Woman, so then why are you in such a place? Can you not make such poor excuses? You think a person like me is ignorant about the world. So it's easy to deceive me, don't you? Those sorts of things I can tell." While mixing in a strange, self-punishing viewpoint, the woman denounced Yubuk. Her attitude was extremely one-sided, but anything that he could say in response would pointlessly provoke her ire. So Yubuk was earnestly troubled as to what he should do. Racking his brain, he suddenly had a thought. "Yubuk, I want to ask something really quick. Your legs are disabled, and you're probably unable to fight. So why exactly does a young lady like yourself continue to live? Woman, are you trying to pick a fight?" "Yubuk, I know you're mistaken. I wasn't really trying to speak ill of you." As the woman widened her eyes in anger and leaned out of the window, Yubuk raised both of his hands and apologized. As he did, he truly tried to formulate what he wanted to say within his mind. In this predicament, within the grand fortress in which warriors were coming and going, was a disabled woman who could serve no purpose. "Yubuk, why does such a person go around searching for things to do like that?" "Woman, that's obviously because it'd feel awful to just stay put without doing anything." Yubuk, receiving a blunt, angry voice in response, Yubuk was startled, seeing Yubuk's surprised reaction. The woman gave an RG's and bit her fingernails in irritation. While biting them, she fixed her eyes upon Yubuk as if he had killed her parents. "And, woman, my fiancé died in this conflict. He went out his way to come and save me, and he died." Yubuk, it must have been tough. "Woman, don't speak as if you know, though it isn't just you. Everyone is saying things like they know, but it's none of their business. But, Yubuk, But, woman, what would they think if a woman in a wheelchair remained whimpering and cowardly unable to serve any purpose? They would make a fool of Todd, saying stuff like, "Our fiancé died," because she was such a burden. Her voice and lips trembling, the woman spoke, while tears welled up in her eyes as she gave an angry glare. The name that had suddenly appeared without explanation was likely. The name of her fiancé, what she was speaking of, was undoubtedly just her paranoia, but though it was excessively dramatic, there was also some truth to it. Without knowing the circumstances, without knowing the relationship between this woman and her fiancé, if strangers were to cross paths with her, for just a moment the majority would likely harbor such pity for her. Woman, I don't need anything like pity. If I can have even a little bit of dignity, if there's even a little bit of work I can do, then that idiot won't need to be looked down on by people who didn't even know him. Audiobook. Woman, am going to live my life with dignity. Clenching her teeth with tears welling up in her eyes, while her pitiful voice trembled, the woman spoke, thus saying that the woman glared at Audiobook with her moistened eyes once again. And with a snap, she thrust a finger out from her elevated position. Woman, if you understand, then find a job to do and get to work. Are you below a woman in a wheelchair? Was it intended to light a fire in him through rough words, or was it purely just her having a sharp tongue for Audiobook, who did not even know the woman's name? Her true intentions could not be deduced. Though he could not deduce them, the woman was sufficiently conveying what way of life she had established for herself. And that was, Audiobook, you're a quite praiseworthy young lady. After all, you just crushed one of the reasons leading to the Empire's ruin. She became the impetus for Audiobook, who had ceased to be a stargazer, to be released from his commandment in a true sense. 2. Katia saying such nonsense like that man was trying to redirect the conversation. Well, after that, it looks like he properly went to the soldiers in the fortress to find work to do. Walking next to Katia, who was breathing roughly, unable to relieve her anger, Rem sighed deeply at the story of the man she had reprimanded. Even in such a situation where everyone needed to work together, as one, there would always be a certain number of troublemakers. They were the ones who would discourage the morale of those around them and disrupt the loop. Rem, but please be careful. There's no guarantee that they won't lose their temper and turn violent on Katiasen. Katia, that's. Rem, am glad that this time someone listened to you. Obediently, next time, please don't be so reckless when I'm not around. Katia, her lips pouting with bitterness, had nothing to say in response to Rem's concern. She did not outright acknowledge it, but she also did not want to say something that would make her feel bad for no good reason. As she caught a glimpse of such Katia-like anguish, Rem's expression grew gentler. Subaru and the rest had left for the imperial capital, and the people that remained in the city were busy preparing for the defensive battle. Those who could fight were assigned to their respective positions, while those who could not were assigned to support them. Rem, who could use healing magic, was valued highly. It was literally an all-out war. Katia, who converted one of the unmotivated personnel, was one of those who were doing everything in their power to help. Rem knew, of course, that although she was fighting hard, that did not mean she had recovered from the feeling of loss. Katia had lost her fiancé Todd, and even her brother Jamal had proudly announced his intention of going to a place where death was certain. Only able to imagine how that must have felt. It was heartbreaking for Rem. Katia's brave front, which she had also put on in an attempt to not allow Rem to worry, contributed to this. So, Rem Katiasen, can I ask for help gathering clean cloths? I'm sure we'll need a lot of them when the fighting starts. Katia, that's fine. You can pile a surprisingly large amount of things on my lap. Without pointing out Katia's brave front, Rem asked her to help with her work. She believed that this was what Katia needed right now, and that it would help as many people as possible reach tomorrow. And then, Petra Aremnisma. When Rem looked up upon hearing her name being called, she saw a girl barging and waving her hand at the end of the passage. It was a pretty girl with a big ribbon on her head, Petra. Besides her was a tall figure, Frederica. And there was also another person. Rem Nisima, too. What are the three of you doing together? Rem tilted her head as she caught sight of Ram, who was leaning her back against the wall. These three women, according to Subaru, were apparently Rem's colleagues from when she had her memories. She was satisfied with her relationship with Ram for the time being, but she had not gauged the distance with the other two yet. Frederica, with the crinkles of her eyes lowered, smiled when seeing Rem's slight nervousness. Frederica, we have finished our work for the time being, and we have come to invite you to take a break with us. We can't overly let our guards down, so a minimal sense of urgency may be necessary, but Ram, you won't last long if you stay tense all the time, plus the more time I get to spend with Rem, the better. Petra, I also agree with Rem Nisma. Besides, smiling in response to Ram's candid words, Petra turned a meaningful glance to Rem mid-sentence, glancing up at her. Realizing Petra's gaze was on her, Rem was silent for a moment and perceived what she truly meant. They were people Rem was trying to feel out their relationship with, but the same could be said of them too. That said, it was also true that things right now were in a state of emergency, so Rem, I feel grateful about how you feel, but now is not the time, Ram. No, Rem, you have it backwards. Rem Nisama. Ram is an imminent situation. After all, you may think this is not the time for this. However, you can also say it's the only chance we'll have. Ram can trust Rem, no questions asked, but... There Ram squinted her light crimson eyes and pointed out the two by her side with a glance. Rem thought that friendship should have been put on the back burner due to the urgent situation. However, Ram and her colleagues thought that trust was important in a situation like this. Rem Katayasan, what do you think? Kadia Hadan asked me something like that. First off, I wasn't even invited. Ram, what are you talking about? Aren't you a friend of Rem's? You had better come too. Kadia, even though your face looks similar, you're way more pushy than Rem. No, thinking again, calmly, the one here is a very pushy woman, as well HK. Rem and Ram, the two sisters, spoke to her at the same time, and Kadia looked awfully puzzled. Anyway, when asked for her opinion, Kadia's gaze wandered for a moment before she said, Kadia, why don't you try to get along? You want to be slacking off if you talk to them about work-related matters, and I'm sure on the flip side, too, that they want to see you anyway. No, or so I think. Frederica, Katias, and Petra, Kadia-sama. Kadia, and no need to be so forceful, I don't even know your names. Petra and Frederica were pleased with Kadia's opinion, which was opined closely to Ram, and the others, after some puzzling Rem, also had her notions, sneaking a glance at Kadia, who was trembling at the vigor of those two. It was not like Rem did not like it. It was just that she could not help but feel pressured. Ram, are you really that worried about Barusa Rem? Yes, he's always acting so over the top. From Rem's side, Ram quietly asked this of her, who was watching. Kadia and the others with her hand on her chest, it had been so natural that even Rem had unintentionally let her true feelings slip out. Without realizing she was doing so, Rem, whose hand had been on her chest, put it back over her mouth and gawked at Ram. However, her big sister just batted one of her eyes shut and gave a proud smile, making her aware that she was no match for her. And that was when it happened in the sky above the grand fortress. A loud explosion rang out. Everyone. A moment later, Rem turned her head in a hurry to look out the window, and she saw a flash of light cutting through the morning sky. It was a report from a city watchman who had used a signal that was agreed upon in advance. Ram, Frederica understood. Immediately after, faster than Ram could stir, Frederica responded to the sharp call of Ram. She quickly stepped behind Kadia and grabbing the handles of the wheelchair. Frederica, Kadia-sama, be careful not to bite your tongue. Kadia, wait, hold up, Jaya. Petra, Frederica Nizama, this way. Kadia, who was in her wheelchair, let out a scream as Frederica broke into a very brisk run. Meanwhile, Petra began running with her small body through the fortress corridor as if she were leading the way for the wheelchair. One moment, later one after another, all the people in the great fortress, or rather everyone in the entirety of the fortified city of Garkla, began to move at once. In a flash, the city had transformed into a singular living thing. They all shared a common fate. They were all in the same boat. Such applied to the living, to the dead, all and one the same creatures. Ram, are you prepared? Rem let out a gulp, feeling this illusion that made her feel like the whole city was shaking, and standing next to her was Ram, looking back at her intrepid big sister's face in profile, who had asked her that question. Ram took a small breath and said, Ram, what would happen if I were to say I am not? Ram, if that was the case, rest assured that Ram has already prepared for Rem as well. Ram as expected of Nisama. Ram, of course, Ram is a kind of older sister you should be proud of. Nodding to Ram, who shared her courage without even needing to ask. Her for it, Rem followed Kadia and the others ahead as she ran with her sister through the noisy fortress. The battle was about to begin, the final battle that would determine the fate of the Empire. Rem, please, I'm relying on you. Thinking of the boy who was not here, Rem bashfully prayed for him. Whether it was because she was relying on that boy or because she was not able to be by his side to help him, she did not know the source of her frustration. Rem ran through the shaking fortress, following behind Ram, who had set off ahead of her. The large-scale evacuation of the imperial capital of Lipagana, accompanied by the retreat on a scale unprecedented within recorded history. While casualties among the civilians and the soldiers were by no means negligible, the present outcome was nevertheless far less severe than had been originally anticipated, in large part because of the mindset by which the imperial citizens live their daily lives. The people of the empire must be strong. That teaching and philosophy had pervaded each and every citizen of the empire, and it had succeeded in allowing many to take the best possible measures for surviving in this extreme situation. In addition to the success achieved through such individual resolve and actions, the fact that the various plans that were made for times of emergency, like the coupled dragon carriages, had been fully functional was also significant. These were the achievements of the person who had grasped the forthcoming threat of the great disaster, the arrival of which originally being foretold by the stargazer, and had made the proper preparations. The fact that said person had been unable to arrive at the fight against that very great disaster could be called a bitter regret. Still, that selflessness has kept the Empire alive. I express nothing but the utmost respect, General First Class Chisha, as the voice bellowed Kaphma Irelix, mowed down the hordes of the undead with thorns discharged from his arms, fighting hard in order to defend the road leading to the fortified city behind him. The Imperial army that had been deployed incrementally along the highway going from the Imperial capital to the fortified city had been gradually falling back towards the city, while supporting the evacuation of the retreating Imperial citizens with the aim of merging with the group within the fort. Among the generals who had participated in this decisive battle for the Imperial capital, the role that had been assigned to Kaphma was of the utmost importance, and although he himself would not admit to it, it could be said that the work he had done was influencing the survival of Wallachia. The resolve of the Imperial citizens had a large impact on the reduced casualties during the evacuation. The advanced preparations had a large impact on the sturdy defenses of the fortified city, and Kaphma's valiant efforts had a large impact on the high morale and minimal losses of Imperial soldiers. Serving as the rear guard to formation that was gradually falling back toward the fortified city, he used the power of the insects he had taken in to slow the march of the undead, an achievement worthy of being left behind in the annals of history. However, all of that will be contingent on whether the Wallachian Empire escaped ruin. Thus, Kaphma's eccentric achievements were also the results of fighting, without taking his own survival into consideration. Kaphma HK, as far as the eye could see, the host of undead had blanketed the vast plain. While striking them with thorns, bullets of light, and blades of wind, Kaphma gritted his teeth against the appetite of the insects that were eating away at him from the inside, stifling his urge to scream. The insect cage tribe could use the power of the insects that coexisted within their bodies, and depending on the type of insects that were taken, and they could manifest a wide variety of abilities and combat techniques. But the relationship between the insect cage tribe and the insects was always a symbiotic one. Neither was it one-sided usage, nor was it assimilation. Naturally, the insects would seek compensation from their host for their work. That would usually be the host's mana or life force, but if that was found to be insufficient, it would be their flesh and blood. Already more than 50 hours had passed since Kaphma had decided to fight with the resolve to die, and during that time he had quite literally been forced to go without eating or drinking. Although his consciousness had been sharpened like never before by his awakened fighting spirit to the insects inside his body, the host's state of mind was irrelevant. They would simply lodge a complaint to the host about the fact that they were hungry, run out of patience, if the host refused to lend an ear and started to devour their flesh. Kaphma am the one breaking the promise, but still, he could not desert the war front, nor could he allow himself to fall the Empire, had many other dependable warriors besides him, but Kaphma prided himself on being the bravest. When faced with death, he had to prove that his pride was real. For that reason, Kaphma, I must not fall here. It happened at the moment he roused himself with those words about to step forth, with his organs still being devoured. From behind, a large palm grabbed his shoulder, and the one to whom that palm belonged was, "Fall back, General Second Class Kaphma. You have fulfilled your duty sufficiently." The loud voice seemed to be shouting, however, that was just the usual volume for this person. Being told thus with a voice akin to being struck by a gust of wind, Kaphma stared wide-eyed, looking at the giant in golden armor who stood next to him, Gaz Ralphin. Gripping a mace that only he could handle was Gaz, whose arrival at this scene surprised Kaphma. "Kaphma, for what reason have you come to the front, General First Class?" Gaz, a General First Class, should be commanding things from the fortress. Gaz, High Countess Draco, he is over there, even without me shutting myself in a fortress. That woman can handle the troops skillfully. More importantly, I can be of more use to His Excellency on the battlefield. Kaphma, in that case, I will accompany you. His heart on the verge of cracking with determination and earnestness sought to reinforce itself with Gaz's appearance. However, Gaz interrupted Kaphma's plea with a firm no. Then as Gaz extended his thick fingers and pressed them against Kaphma's chest, Gaz, the sound of stirring and devouring echoes from within you. It seems you have lost control of the insects. If you were to be consumed entirely, it would be a significant loss. Kaphma, that may be, but everything I build up is for this battle. Gaz, Kaphma Irelix. Death in itself is not atonement. Kaphma HK. Getting directly slapped with an angry voice this time, Kaphma's entire body began to tremble. Just at this moment, even the insects that were eagerly devouring Kaphma's body halted their movements, paralyzed by the fierce aura of Gaz standing before them. Looking down at Kathma, Gaz, with his scarred, bearded face, expresses anger. Gaz, I understand that you still seek to atone for the rebellion orchestrated by your kin along with that damn Baloroi, but atonement cannot be achieved through death. You must live. Kathma, General First Class Gaz. Gaz, even after the great disaster subsides, the Empire will not instantly return to normal. Both you and I can become His Excellency's strength. That is why. With a roar filled with loyalty as if about to burst, Gaz bashed Kathma's thoughts. Realizing that this was not a place to sacrifice his life, Kathma, with his innermost feelings laid bare, tightly closed his eyes and deeply bowed his head before Gaz. Gaz, what anyhow, it is not so easy a conflict that you can simply step back and be done with it. Your turn will come again soon. Until then, eat, rest, and regain your strength. Kathma understood General First Class. Gaz, I entrust this place to you. Gaz, no need to say it, I too have pent-up frustrations. With a wide grin at Kathma's strained words, Gaz aimed the mace he had shouldered towards the enemy lines. Handling the excessively heavy weapon that no one but him could with ease, Gaz's entire body overflowed with tremendous fighting spirit, so immense that it had an illusion of visibility. Once again feeling the apprehension of the insects within his own body, Kathma fell into deep thought. Shisha Gold, who demonstrated an unfathomable strategy to take precautions against the ruin of the Empire, and Gaz Ralphin, who frightened the insects by merely standing there with his tremendous spirit, were both those who had reached the position of the Valachian Empire's generals of the first class, all of which were transcendent beings no less competent than another. Envisioning how he had almost been ranked among them in the past, and how he must be ranked among them in the future. Kathma, the Empire is strong. We won't be so easily taken by the undead or disaster. 3. Otto, it is not a matter of being strong or weak, but it is rather a matter of quantity, and one that is difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the supplies and defenses of the fortified city are abundant, but we cannot withstand such a siege for long. Serena, you speak your mind. Clearly, well, I certainly have a better impression of you than those who can express their opinions for fear of offending others. If only your cunning could be matched by your military strength, then you would be more to my liking. Berstet's High Countess Drakroy. Let us not digress any further. Berstet's, chiding her, glared at Serena within thread-like eyes. Serena shrugged her shoulders under that gaze, and Otto, who was being flirted with, let out a small sigh. The setting was a command room of the great fortress, and those facing each other were responsible for leading the full-scale defensive battle of the city. From the reports of the lookouts, it was confirmed that the fortified city of Garkla had entered a state of being ready for combat around the great fortress. The delaying force that had been holding back the enemy's advance had also joined the city and staged within a city that boasted the Valachian Empire's strongest defenses. The largest siege in the history of the Empire was about to begin. Anastasia, that Bien, said you typically win a siege by waiting for reinforcements, but we can't be counting on that this time, and no, the only way we can be saying we've won is when Natsukikin and His Excellency the Emperor splendidly defeat the enemy's mastermind. Until then, our role is to struggle to ensure that Wallachia does not fall. Anastasia, if Wallachia goes down, then Kararaji and Lagunica are going to be in hot water. To what the heck, it's really a battle for survival of the world, ain't it? Placing her hand on her white cheek, Anastasia broke into a graceful smile as she spoke, and the fox scarf that chimed in with her let out a sigh of exasperation. Having quite the peculiar form, the fox scarf brought by Anastasia was supposedly a spirit. They needed as many capable heads as they could get, as this truly was an all-out war. Serena, the first question is how long the city's defenses will hold. General Second Class Irelix has been replaced by General First Class. Ralph, and despite his appearances, he's a man capable of delicate and skillful work. He should follow the directive of sparing the lives of the zombies as much as possible, but Berstet's, it is unrealistic to consistently expect non-lethality. This goes not just for General First Class Gaz, but for everyone else if there is any hope for us to hold on to. Anastasia, I'm guessing it'd be Natsukikin's group of friends. Otto, I think so too. Anastasia and Otto exchanged glances, aligning their opinions with each other. The topic the duo raised concerned the strange defensive force for the fortified city, in whom they held high expectations. The members of the Pleiades Battalion. The black-haired boy who had formed a miraculously friendly relationship with Vincent led this group. They had significantly aided the refugees with their strong solidarity and mysterious combat abilities. Currently, the boy in question was headed to the imperial capital with Vincent, and the others leaving the group under the leadership of Gustav Morello, led by the stern member of the multi-armed tribe. The gladiators were fighting exceptionally well. Echidna, their morale is high, and their ability to prevent casualties is impressive. I often think to myself, Natsukikin is a genius at bringing what is needed to where it is needed. Otto, yes, that seems to be his one redeeming quality, though I wish he would just make deliveries or bridge political divisions instead of recklessly running into the most dangerous of situations. Anastasia, but you know ain't that more of a problem on Amelia Sand's part. If Amelia Sand starts running ahead, Natsukikins gotta run too, ain't no way around it. Anastasia shook her head with a good grief gesture, and Otto dropped his shoulders in agreement. While watching this exchange and the development of relationships would be interesting, spending too much time on, it would draw a stern look from the Prime Minister. Serena cleared her throat, and after capturing everyone's attention, Serena, as per our prior agreement, our combat strategy is strictly to hold a siege a defensive battle. If defeating one specific opponent could resolve all of this ID, consider assassination as an option, but Brestets, as it stands, let us consider His Excellency and those headed to the imperial capital as the arrows of assassination. Serena, that's how it is. It's an all-out war. At Serena's words, there was a palpable tension in the air, and everyone's expression became more intense. The light-hearted banner from just before had ended, and from that point on, it would be a world where they needed to exert their utmost efforts. The imperial generals, the rebel fighters, the gladiators of the Pleiades Battalion, the people of Shadrach, and even the allies of the kingdom and the emissaries from the city-states, all part of a battle that utilized everything at their disposal. And as the first hurdle, Serena will be counting on you envoys from the city-states. Anastasia, sure thing, leave it to us. As far as I can remember, he ain't ever let me down, not even once. For, amidst the warfare waged in the Valachian Empire, what exactly was the aspect that differed most greatly to that of other countries? If one were to ignore the resolve harbored by the imperial soldiers or their fiery spirit to contend in battle, the answer to that was plain and simple. The potential for aerial combat, the technique of flying dragon taming, which was absent from other nations, and the fact that a large number of flying dragons inhabited the empire exclusively were aspects of their superiority that were thoroughly demonstrated in warfare. It was a fact that went without even needing to be thought, but merely being able to fly through the air was something that proved advantageous in war. In fact, the fortress city of Geralt, which was said to boast high defensive capabilities among other cities of similar size, had fallen into a state of utter destruction due to a flock of flying dragons commanded by the flying dragon General Madeline Eschardt. By merely throwing things down from an unreachable position, a battle would become one-sided. That remained a threat even for the fortified city of Garkla, a city surrounded by a towering wall. However, fire lined up atop the wall. Shadrachian warriors with bows at the ready fired arrows into the air in unison. The barrage of arrows covered the sky, offering no escape, and directly pierced by those countless attacks was a flock of undead flying dragons that had been ordered to assail the stout city from the skies above and was soaring through the air as they drew ever closer. Pierced by the merciless blows one after another, the heads of undead flying dragons shattered before they turned to dust and fell to the ground. Among them there were some that continued to fly, without paying any mind to the attacks, but Shadrachian take them down. Shadrachian, it's best if they fall to the ground. Struck by a blow from an arrow incomparable to a normal arrow in terms of length and thickness, one of them was blown to smithereens in midair and met its end. In response to aerial combat, the Shadrach boasted unrivaled strength. The experience of the aforementioned crushing defeat in the fortress city had a great impact on the fighting style of these women. Had they not suffered that defeat, the Shadrach would likely have not been fighting the undead flying dragons here. Giving meaning to each and every one of their battles, the people of Shadrach had fought since the start of the Empire's upheaval, which began with Vincent Valachia's ousting. And in response to the morale of those women, Shadrachian, go get them guy with the handsome face. Man, I shall do my best to meet your expectations, Alclauseria. Weaving an incantation with fine tone of voice, the tip of the knight's sword traced the sky, and following that trajectory, a rainbow light was born, thwarting the path of the undead flying dragons. Despite the beauty of the rainbow aurora, it became a barrier that rejected anything and everything. Man, wholly different from when they were still buds, these girls have blossomed, and this is their glimmer. In the blink of an eye, the skies of the fortified city were engulfed in an aurora of rainbow. However, the size and extent of that rainbow were enough to defend around half of the extensive fortified city. The imperial soldiers fighting on the front lines, as well as those who were also responsible for protecting the city from atop the wall, were left speechless by that extraordinary combat capability, and they could not help but feel a surge of courage from that reliability. Sensing that swell of morale, the knight who birthed the rainbow, Julius Juculius, waved the hem of a kimono and looked up to the sky once again. With a white scar underneath his left eye, the dauntless young man participated in the battle out of honor, and nevertheless trained his gaze upon what he ought to do. Without an iota of hesitation, his eyes were fixed upon the sky, upon the vast lands where the undead drew near, believing in the efforts of his friend, who was headed even further beyond. Julius, I shall carry out my own duties. I hope you also do so to the fullest Subaru. Yendi. Bonus short stories, The Land of Wolves. Death unto the Weak Mercy be none 11. 1. Chisha Groovidono, if it is all right with you, I would like to invite you to join me. Groovy Gay. Being told so as they passed each other in the corridor, Groovy Gumlet made a mighty frown. Looking down at Groovy, who had a short build characteristic of Hyanapple, was a lanky man who was taller than the average person, his hair, complexion, clothes, and even the iron fans that he kept on himself were all white, and he was an overly dubious lanky bastard, though he was also aware that the name of this lanky bastard was Chisha Gold. In the Crystal Palace of the Imperial capital, Groovy had run into Chisha in a corridor. The latter turned his back to the former and calmly began to grow more distant as his long legs stepped on the carpet. Stopped in his tracks, Groovy silently saw the back go off, but, Chisha, I find it difficult to comprehend why you are not following me. Halting his step, Chisha turned around to face Groovy and spoke those words to which Groovy snorted out a ha. Groovy, though you fucking preface it with something along the lines of, if it's all right with you in that case, even if I don't go along with your summons, which you only fucking made because it was convenient for you, you don't have any right to say anything. Chisha HM, I shall admit that it was an error of mine, but have you not heard the report from His Excellency Groovidona within this Crystal Palace? My words are tantamount to those of His Excellency the Emperor. His gaze and tone had not changed, but the sharpness of the demand in Chisha's statement had increased. Groovy closed his mouth with a small groan and made a face that appeared like he was chewing on a bitter-tasting insect. Thinking back on it, it was how Chisha, said the ruler of this Crystal Palacino, the ruler of this Balakian Empire, Vincent Balakia, had said something like that to Groovy. It was something that happened immediately after Groovy was discovered by the Emperor himself and had been welcomed to the Imperial capital as a general. Those offered the position of general were called before the throne, and after Vincent had them pledge allegiance to the Empire, he introduced Chisha as his aide and ordered Groovy and the rest to give him the same regard as they would to Vincent himself. Groovy, it really doesn't fucking sit right with me. That special treatment was the biggest reason why Groovy continued to snap at Chisha like this. Special treatment, Groovy would give that a warm welcome if he were the target, and he would be proud that receiving it meant that he had value. Therefore, when he came around to the Imperial capital with fanfare and heard that there were others receiving the same treatment, that he had some mixed feelings. And something that his feelings towards were more hateful than mixed was Chisha Gold. Groovy, such a weak fucking bastard, is equal to His Excellency the Emperor. That's not how the Imperial way works. You had the fucking nerve to make His Excellency take a liking to you because of your fucking way with words and your ability to get basic fucking work done, fucking lanky bastard. Chisha, I shall proceed with the conversation, having surmised that that nickname is referring to myself. But as you say, Groovidono, I shudder at the disrespectful notion that I and His Excellency are equals, much less is His Excellency a personage gullible enough to easily fall for any cajolery of mine. Groovy, stop being so fucking roundabout. What do you want to say? Chisha, for one in the position of general, to say something along the lines of myself and His Excellency, the Emperor being of equal rank, is a rash remark in violation of the Empire's law of iron and blood. I advise that you be more careful. Groovy HK. Groovy's pupils contracted and blood began to rush to his head at Chisha's attitude, but right before his boiling blood could burst out, Chisha stopped him by adding a short additionally. After that brief addition, Groovy's anger, having surrendered himself to the impulses of his blood, was put on hold. With Groovy's silence, Chisha continued. Chisha, I suggest you do not cover your ears simply because you dislike me. After all, that which I wish to discuss is Groovidono's responsibility, a matter pertaining to curse tools. With blood still in his head, it was a topic that did not cause Groovy's impulses to explode. As Chisha had raised that subject, Groovy had no choice but to endure the explosion and abide by him. His anger only deepened as his dislike for this lanky bastard increased more and more. 2. The master of cursed tools, Groovy Gumlet. That was a renowned reputation of Groovy as a member of the 9 divine generals that was well known even in other countries, but in these days when it had just been accepted as a general, he had yet to be referred by that alias. However, that was just because it had yet to be established as an alias, and Groovy's eagerness to create cursed tools was something he had harbored long before Vincent had discovered him. That was to say, when he was invited to the Imperial capital as a general, he was already engaged in the production of cursed tools. Chisha, the cursed tools produced by Groovidono, are circulating throughout the black market and are giving rise to mayhem. Closing the office door, the first thing Chisha said got the ball rolling on the main topic. Having an unknown in a room where there would be no interruptions, Groovy plunked himself down into the provided chair and raising his eyebrows at Chisha's comment, he stroked the fur under his chin. While stroking, there was only one thing. He thought, Groovy, what's wrong with that? That he was objecting due to sulkiness was not the case. That was what he actually thought. Mayhem and chaos, it was natural providence for those to exist in Wallachia, where matters were all decided based on superiority of strength. Being told there was something of which existence was only natural, it would be illogical to then say this and that about it. Chisha, I would like to think that those who become generals surely would not believe that mayhem and chaos are natural providence, but based on your reaction, it seems that is right on the mark. Groovy, you got some fucking nerve to phrase in a way that's not to my liking in the fucking slightest, but you're not wrong. Or what are your abilities so fucking useless that letting that go overlooked would be troubling? Chisha, no, I would not say that it is true that I am unsuited to the imperial way where right and wrong are determined by superiority in strength. However, that in itself is a principle that His Excellency the Emperor has come to accept. Groovy, so then, Chisha, nevertheless, if there are individuals who have erred in their perception of that principle, they ought to be corrected, all the more if they are a general whom His Excellency the Emperor has found promise in. Interrupting Groovy's words, the following statement caused Groovy's patience to rupture. That instant he threw a dagger he had drawn from his clothing, and it grazed the unmoving Chisha's cheek. As it passed by to his rear, the dagger made a sound as it thrust into the wall. However, it would be naive for Chisha to think he had escaped death. Groovy, that's been laced with some powerful fucking venom extracted from a snakeman. Even if your head's still full of energy, I tell you, make everything under your fucking neck unable to move. The snake demi-humans that were snake people had various toxic substances mixed within their bodies, but it was a relatively unknown fact that in proportion to the level of danger that their lives were placed in, their poison would be refined to be of higher efficiency. This was a mixture of poisons. Groovy had concocted himself a masterpiece that severed the nerves between the head and the body. He was still in the process of looking into if there were any other amusing uses for it, but Groovy, currently it's being used for a fucking frightening torture method where you watch as your own fucking body gets dismembered. Chisha, then allow me to preface one thing: the contents I shall speak of here are not something I am conveying due to Groovy Dono's threats, so do not be mistaken in that regard. Groovy, Chisha, in accordance with His Excellency the Emperor's wishes, I deliver this information. Sat in his work chair, Chisha did not wipe the blood as it ran down his left cheek, and as it dropped and stained the shoulder of his white clothes he faced Groovy without his voice trembling in the slightest. While his life was in the clutches of the raging hyenaman before him, Chisha showed no fear on his face, and declared that he would not succumb to the poisano, that he would not succumb to Groovy. At Chisha's demeanor, Groovy became aware of a misunderstanding he had harbored. Chisha did not have the adequate strength to be a general, but it was not as though he did not know how to do battle with his life on the line, much less underestimate that he would not have to do so against Groovy. At any given moment, he harbored within his chest the metal of a warrior risking their life. Chisha, His Excellency the Emperor, has also accepted the principle of things being decided by superiority in strength. However, for both that strength and the chaos born as a result, he desires it not to be disorderly, but rather to have order to it. Groovy chaos with order to it. That just seems like a beautiful fucking load of shit. Chisha, if you perceive it as something filthy, I would like you to keep the amount you speak of it to a minimum, for it is a contraction desired by His Excellency. The generals are required to serve as the spear and the shield for purposes of making it reality. Groovy fucking lanky bastard, and then, what is that you want me to do? Feeling obliged due to having misjudged Chisha's demeanor, Groovy would listen to what Chisha had to say. Be that as it may, Groovy would not concede when it came to producing curse tools. One of his original objectives, when he accepted the invitation to become a general, was to elevate the position of Hyanapel as a tribe, but it was his personal desire to obtain the raw materials from which beasts and rare races and craft new curse tools to his heart's content. That was through the creation of tools that were in times of yore called meteors, and recently in the kingdom as magic creation tools to produce results in the world that differed from those of simple blades and armor. That was what Groovy wanted to do. He wanted to create devices of violence, such that they remain in the world for generations to come, to still be in active use no matter how many years, decades, or centuries pass, continuing to be treated as influential. Those were the sort of devices of mayhem he wished to create. That was Groovy's personal dream. Groovy, I need a lot of fucking money for that. He'll say this now, but the wage for a general isn't enough. I didn't know that the curse tools were circulating in the black market, but my desires aren't so fucking trivial that I'd give them up just because of that. Chisha, do not misunderstand. His Excellency desires chaos. With order, Groovy, your current irresponsible handling of the curse tools is not conducive to that purpose. Groovy, so did you fucking decide to strip me of my title as a general? In that case, Groovy howled that he did not want to be in such a restricted position. To begin with, if he could not do what he wanted, then the position of general was nothing more than a burden. If he could not fully devote himself to studying how to produce violence that would last into the future, he would give up his title and do whatever it took to fulfill his goals. Before the angry Groovy's ambition, Chisha narrowed his eyes, and Chisha, as I have said, I request that you do not misunderstand us, he spoke, as if admonishing Groovy. Groovy widened his eyes at those words, and Chisha continued with, may I proceed? Chisha, I have said that Groovy Dono's current handling of cursed tools after their production is irresponsible, hence it shall be fine if you take responsibility for that purpose using your position as general would be most beneficial. Groovy, Chisha, from my own perspective, I have great expectations for the potential concealed by cursed tools. It would only make sense for my powerless self to arm myself with equipment of extraordinary power rather than conducting research as an individual, what of expanding it to be a large operation. If you do so, shortage of funding will no longer be an obstacle. At Chisha's lengthy suggestion, Groovy's eyes were bewildered as he listened attentively. The reason he did not interrupt midway through was because he could not keep up with the contents, and after he did catch up, he was dumbfounded at how unthinkable the contents were. Groovy bastard, weren't you just trying to fucking shit on me by saying that the cursed tools were a problem? Chisha, since the Empire is a soil that cannot be separated from violence to violence, and the chaos brought about as a result ought at least be controlled, that is what he thinks, and thus by that I shall abide. Groovy remained silent when hearing what Chisha had to say in his unchanged, matter-of-fact tone. There were many things he thought about it, nevertheless. Instead of saying all the things he thought, he first decided to follow his impulses. Drawing out a dagger different to the one he had thrown, he traced it along Chisha's blood-stained cheek. Chisha, what was it this time? A lethal poison, perhaps? Groovy, no fucking hell, I haven't prepared anything of so fucking high quality, like an antidote. That's a medicine made out of snakeman venom, ITLO, counterbalance the poison that went in earlier, at least it should. Chisha, it seems like you are speaking with an excessive amount of apprehension. Groovy, that can't be helped, I've never tested it. That's generally how it is for everything fucking hell. Raised in a remote tribe, Groovy was hopeless when logical knowledge was requested of him. The insatiable inquisitiveness he harbored in his chest towards cursed tools came from when he thought one of the bones of the first demi-human he had killed was in an interesting shape and had found it fun to wield it like a weapon to go hunting. His untiring inquisitive spirit and ability to take action, that was Groovy's passion for cursed tools. Chisha, it appears like it has worked as intended. Suddenly Chisha had become able to move again, and he opened and closed his hand, taking a white cloth from the inside of his clothes and placing it against the wound on his cheek. He looked towards Groovy, who reseated himself with a thud. At that gaze, Groovy grimaced with a fuck do you want, and then, Chisha, I was just examining to see whether you were giving some thought to my earlier proposal or not. Groovy, it's not really like that. Talk about cursed tools was the reason I removed the poison. Your way of living is way too fucking risky. Chisha, though I suspect you did not remove the poison, but rather added more. Groovy, don't get down into the fucking details. Nobody else fucking understands what you say like I do. With the cloth placed against the wound, Chisha lacked awareness of the parties involved, and Groovy snarled at him for it. As he had said, Groovy was still someone who was willing to listen. That was why he had lent an ear to Chisha's opinion regarding cursed tools, and had accepted his proposal as rational. However, many Imperial people were not like that, and it was Chisha's position to face those many. Groovy chaos transformed into order, though it sounds like some fucking righteous bullshit. Are you serious about this? Chisha, frighteningly, so for that is the desire of the Lord we serve. But Chisha was also guilty of not trying to stop it despite understanding it to be reckless. Beholding that way of living and proceeding down such a thorny path, by one's own volition, Groovy scratched his head, Groovy gumlets. Insatiable inquisitiveness towards cursed tools was a major light in his life. Chisha also had something similar that was likely the reason he held his ground without fighting strength of his own. Groovy, that fucking proposal from before, tell me about it in more detail. Swallowing that, Groovy urged Chisha to proceed with the matter from earlier upon hearing that Chisha's expression and tone did not change. However, there was a sense of a slight uptrend in his emotions. Chisha, the stability and integrity of performance. In order to industrialize cursed tools, there are many challenges we need to go through. Groovy, you're talking too fucking fast. And also you love fucking talking like this when you don't have any work to do, bastard. 3. Groovy, in the end, I completely went along with your intentions, fucking lanky bastard. Chisha, my goodness, you brought up quite the nostalgic nickname. In front of Groovy, as he snorted, Chisha, sitting at his work desk, responded with a wry smile. It had taken Groovy a while to realize that his no mask-like expression could unexpectedly crumble, but with that much time having passed, Groovy recalled their initial hostile relationship. Chisha, I think Groovy and Gazdono have been relatively cooperative from the start, which was unexpected. Groovy, it's awful that all the targets for comparison are a fucking shitty bunch. Besides, didn't I fully succeed in pulling off what you had? Said thanks to that money is no longer an issue when it comes to making curse tools. Chisha, but then again, there has been a problem caused by the curse tools you have created. Groovy, I made sure that if anybody except the proper owner uses it, they'll die. I won't hear any complaints. Arms folded, Groovy snorted his nose as he objected to Chisha. Once a hole was closed up, another hole would open, and that applied to creating curse tools, enforcing the law, and everything else. Somehow, having spent a few years as a general, he was aware of that to a painful extent. However, Groovy, well, it does work better than I thought, that fucking righteous bullshit way of doing things. Chisha, your phraseology is something I shall never get used to no matter how many years pass additionally. There's the matter of your next expedition. Groovy, out to the west border with Karaji smells fishy. You said, I don't think those fucking merchants aiming to make a quick buck would do some fucking shit like lay their hands on the empire. But Chisha, Groovy. Groovy, if it's what you and His Excellency think he'll go along with. At first, he could neither understand Vincent's thoughts nor Chisha's thoughts in the slightest, and even now it was hard for him to say that he understood them. But even if he could not understand, he could trust them. Groovy, after all, that's something you came up with your fucking weak self, who can face people as fucking strong as us, as equals. It's not as good as my curse tools, but it's not bad. Chisha, good grief, I shall remember those words, Groovy. With that, Chisha took a long, deep breath and nodded with a slightly pleased look on his face. That was the final conversation exchanged between Groovy and Chisha. Afterwards, Groovy had been deployed to the west, and when he approached the core of the peril assailing the Valachian Empire, the man known as Chisha, gold no longer remained. What did exist, however, was that which Chisha had left behind, and the fact that protecting that until the very end was the sole tribute he could make to his comrade in arms was something Groovy had understood. Yendi, Anastasia's search for her companions. Second Chronicle. 1. In a place where the presences of many people crowded together could be felt, a precarious atmosphere began to tense over. The heightened, tingling sensation felt upon the skin reflected the feelings of participants in the tense atmosphere. Standing right in the center of that atmosphere was a tall beast man, wearing a black kimono. The long arms of the beast man were bound by handcuffs, and he was surrounded by imposing men, carrying swords. At a glance, the scene made it apparent that the beast man was not in the best situation. However, Beastman golly ain't quite over Thee-Top-Ta have the full force of the League of Cities representatives all gathered against me. Pierced by the stinging atmosphere and gaze as the Beastman in question did not pay any mind to their sharpness. If the Beastman felt like it neither the handcuffs nor the tense swordsman would be an obstacle, that was a fact understood not just by the person himself, but by everyone else present here. That was because this Beastman was the most famous being in the Karaji city-states. Halibel, Beastman, yep, that'd be me. His name having been called out to Beastman, Halibel relaxed his shoulders and smiled. At Halibel's response, the person who had called out his name, one of the mayors who filled the 10 special parliamentary seats that had been prepared in the assembly hall, knitted his eyebrows while making it apparent through the wrinkles on his brow that he thought Halibel's attitude lacked seriousness. One of the mayors acting so flippantly would be wrong to suppose that Shah got an excuse. Halibel, an excuse? I wonder what we could say here. Another one of the mayors, without hiding nothing, speak of absolutely everything you got up your sleeve. If you don't, you ain't gonna be able to convince us. After all, it was 2,000 people. Halibel, yet another one of the mayors, the annihilation of a town inhabited by 2,000 people, no matter how much of a pillar Halibel may be to the city-states, we ain't gonna be able to ignore this level of damage. Taking turns, the mayors cast their voices towards Halibel, and the instant that the specific scale of damages was touched upon the dry atmosphere of the assembly hall tensed up even more. 2,000 people, that was the number of casualties from the most recent disaster. It was a kind of statistic that would only ever emerge in the case of a large famine, natural disaster, or civil war, but this event was none of those. Those 2,000 people were casualties that had been brought about by none other than the individual known as Halibel. One of the mayors died. Remember what our request was, Halibel Han. Halibel, what was it now? I wonder, probably because of my age, recently I've been forgetting a bunch of important things, stuff like where ID placed my Kizru before I went to bed. One of the mayors, it was to investigate the unusual occurrence at Nanu, the town sitting along the border with the Empire. Ignoring Halibel as he tilted his head in feigned ignorance with his answer to the conversation, continued matter-of-factly one of the mayors with fingers as thick as hornworms as he narrowed his droopy eyes. One of the mayors investigated the strange occurrence that essentially means searching for the truth and solution to the problem at hand. Yet you completely ignored that and instead entirely wiped out all 2,000 inhabitants of the town. While maintaining a composed voice, there was an intense indignation housed within the man was performing a strict interrogation, but he did not receive any reprimanding response from his surroundings. It was customary for such a conference to get the briefing out of the way first, and then to proceed accordingly from there. In the Karaji city-states, the parliamentary system of mayor, representatives from each city, was a tradition dating back to the era of their founding father Hashin, but somewhere along the line the system had been reduced to a mere formality. Hashin loved discussions, and it is said that he desired a parliamentary system in which differing opinions would clash and produce a conclusion that would not have come about from a lone individual. However, the current parliamentary system of mayors would head towards a predetermined conclusion from before the discussion had even begun, merely proceeding by tracing the form of a conference. Therefore, a conclusion had already been prepared regarding the treatment of Halibel, regardless of any excuse he might have given. One of the mayors, it'd be impossible to cover up such an outrageous story, were aware of Halibelin's contributions to the city-states even. So, can I have a quick word? Right when the discussion was about to reach its premeditated conclusion, a voice suddenly called out. At the interference that had not been present at the prior briefing, the gazes of the mayors turned to the person who had interrupted in the corner of the assembly hall was the girl who had been permitted to listen in on this conference. However, she had only been permitted to observe, not to voice any opinions. One of the mayors you can't be speaking out Anastasia on. He'll say this now, but you're only permitted to observe this conference cause of Chudenhan's influence to impudently. Anastasia ain't impudent or nothing like that, Orgeson. You can't be saying things like that besides. Argo. Anastasia, for us merchants, impudence is naturally the tool of our trade, much like how a sword would be for a swordsman. With an elegant smile, the girl gently sidestepped the words of the mayors who were over double her age and stealing initiative from them. The girl stepped forward to the center of the assembly hall. Naturally, the girl's actions and appearance attracted attention. Stroking the white fox scarf wrapped around her neck, nobody stopped the kimono-clad girl as she walked in a relaxed manner. It was to the extent that even the presence of the long-sword-wielding escort with his graceful facial features had disappeared from everybody's perceptions for a moment. Halibel, Lil Anna, this ain't no playground for children, you know. Halibel calmly called out to the girl who had stepped forth. More so than his responses to the mayors, he used a tone of voice that was, to put it frankly, tender, harboring a clear warmth. At Halibel's words, the girl Anastasia closed one of her pale turquoise eyes and ignored him, ignoring him as Anastasia looked around at all the mayors present in the assembly hall. Anastasia excused the hurried greetings of Anastasia Hashin, representative of the Hashin Company. Thanks to the kindness of Orgeson, over there I've been allowed to sit in on this conference, but I've become a little unable to just shut up and watch. Argo Watreya. Anastasia looked Halibel as a careless and polite and hopeless loose liver, even so he's got strength and popularity. So I get why all mayors dislike his company, but... Pausing her words, Anastasia opened her previously closed eye and gazed at the mayors with both of her eyes within the gaze of her round irises. The expressions and shoulders of the mayors stiffened. It was as if they had remembered the fact that as the head of a company who still had youthfulness in her face, she was the representative of a large company that vied for the position of first or second within Karaji. As those mayors stood at the ready, Anastasia made a declaration without changing her expression. Anastasia, you can't be misjudging the reality of the situation. It's the teaching of Hashin to seize all the opportunities for business and for victory. In order to solve this problem, Dancha, think that you gotta put your displeasure with Halibel aside for a bit. Quietly and gently, Anastasia's words dominated the assembly hall. No, to be precise, it was Anastasia's overwhelming presence that dominated the assembly hall. Next to Anastasia, with the attention having been taken off of himself, Halibel gave a comment. Halibel, and it hurts my feelings when you talk about me like that. Then, while gnawing on the kizaroo he had taken out after having removed his handcuffs, without anybody noticing, he grumbled so. 2. The closure of the national border between the Karaji city-states and the Valakian Empire. In a position of wanting to hasten the end of the empire, this was certainly not a situation she found to be acceptable. In order to remove that issue, or perhaps to deal with it, Anastasia and Julius had wedged their way into the conference of the mayors. As a result, while they had made a mess of the conference, they were able to get them to listen to what they had to say. Julius even saw a strange occurrence concerning the residents of Nanu. 2,000 people, was it? Anastasia, according to what Halibel said, it ain't got nothing to do with an epidemic or curse arts. Either of those would have been a huge problem, but it's also a huge problem that it wasn't either of them. Seeing his lovely master place a finger over her lips, frowning in rumination, Julius narrowed his eyes in terms of her demeanor from earlier at the assembly hall. Anastasia's mannerisms entranced people. As expected, having displayed her true talent at such a location, she was a woman whom Julius backed for the royal throne. Anastasia, how are you, Julius? Tell me now, did you happen to think of something? Julius, my apologies, nothing, that is for certain, only Anastasia, only. Julius, in the past, I recall reading about a case that bore quite a resemblance. When asked for his opinion, Julius searched around his own memories for an answer. Before Anastasia, deep with curiosity, as she was what Julius remembered was from within history books documenting the demi-human, wore a small detail that was only slightly touched upon. The greatest civil war in the kingdom's history. It was spoken of by many in a historical or gruesome sense, and though that one account essentially only amounted to being touched on. Julius, it is said, that amidst the events of the Civil War, the most unsightly battle was brought about through magic that controlled the dead. The dead, I see, certainly that can be interpreted as coinciding with Halibel's testimony. Responding to Julius' report as the tone of his voice lowered was not Anastasia, but rather the spirit around her neck covered in soft fur echidna. The assent of an individual like her was reassuring, and Anastasia also nodded that's right without objection. Anastasia, they had bad complexions, and their blood wasn't flowing. Halibel said something like living corpses were walking around. So I guess that's exactly what was, although Julius, 2,000 people, that is a vast difference in scale. At Anastasia's identification, Julius touched a white scar under his left eye in agreement. Though the account in the history books were few, and the events of those days were not clear, Anastasia's view was correct in the battle that utilized the dead in the demi-human war. Based on the way they were being controlled, the number would not have been so high. Here was 2,000 people, even if there was a technique to control the remains of the dead, to actually implement that, and to go so far as to have them enact the form of a regular town, was devoid of sanity. The competency, talent, and above all the concept of the magic made Julius think so. Oh, didn't know y'all were over here. Turning around towards an aloof-voiced Julius, slightly raised his eyebrows. The one who had spoken was a tall wolfman of black fur, Halibel. He was the one held at spear tip at the assembly hall earlier, but Julius could not avoid feeling tense at his calm demeanor. After all, he was none other than the strongest shinobi of the Kararaji city-state said. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Reinhard, he was one of the strongest warriors of the four great countries. However, contrary to the tension of Julius, Anastasia spoke, while she turned a suspicious look to Halibel as he approached them. Anastasia, why a wrench in handcuffs and being accompanied by guards is terrifying for a large criminal to have been set free. Halibel, wasn't Lil Anna who asked that I be released? Shun should be glad that I've been set free. Come on. Now, why don't I raise you up in my arms like I used to do back in the good OL days? Anastasia calls him already a grown woman. We ain't that close. As Halibel reached his hands out towards her, Anastasia bluntly slapped him down. Even towards that cold attitude, Halibel reacted cheerfully, witnessing the exchange between the two. Julius blinked his eyes. He had heard that they had known each other for a long time. So, he had heard, but they were far closer with each other than he had expected. Halibel, hey, Nizen, over there must be tough being Lil Anna's guard, ain't it? After all, she's a lass who seems to have a curious soul, always scamperin' about here and there. Julius, I consider that to be one of Anastasia-sama's many charms. Halibel Dono, allow me to introduce myself. Once more, I am Julius. Juculius. Halibel stuff like Dono. It's all right even if you don't use such a formal way of calling me. You can just call me Halibel. Julius, that is. Halibel, I don't mind, or rather I'd actually be more comfortable. That way it's quite tiresome to always be treated like I'm super important or incredible after all. As Halibel spoke to him with a carefree smile, Julius hesitantly nodded. He had not expected to receive such a request from the most powerful warrior of the city-states, but therein Julius felt something akin to the power of Anastasia's fate. The right person in the right place would naturally have their life intersect with such things. Anyhow, Julius, so then were the mayors. Halibel, after chasing me and Lil Anna out there in the midst of conversing, without any nuisances, that said you don't gotta worry, they ain't so thick-head that they wouldn't be able to recognize that persuasive power of what Lil Anna said. Echidna, with that it all depends on the extent to which they follow through an honest request. As Echidna made that remark, having received the words of Halibel, who was shrugging his shoulders, the shinobi in question reacted with an "oh" and jerking his face toward the fox scarf. Halibel, what's this? Have you finally given up on keeping your mouth shut? Echidna, from your reaction, were you perhaps already aware of my presence? Halibel, look, it's my job to be perceiving these kind of things, since it didn't particularly look like you were doing anything bad to Lil Anna. I just thought that maybe you were a little bit shy. As the kizaru in his mouth bobbed up and down, Halibel answered, so to which Echidna heaved a sigh. It had been spoken like it was nothing special but Echidna's. Camouflage was not something that could have been easily perceived. It was a type of invisibility that neither Julius, Ricardo, nor Mimi and the others had been able to realize over many years. Julius, I understand that you have known Anastasia-sama for 10 years now that you've known her for 10 years, but what sort of time was that? Halibel's stories of the good OL days, well, Ricardo's kind of like a brother Tommy, and he brought Lil Anna, Jeepers Lil Anna, please stop giving me that look. As Julius carefully selected his manner of verbal expression, Halibel tried to start speaking of some old reminiscences, but he was silenced by Anastasia's gaze. Julius found this to be unfortunate at heart, and as Halibel whispered another time to him, Halibel, even so, it's quite unusual for you to be this impatient. Is there someone you care about that much in the Empire? Anastasia, MPH, what do you mean? Halibel ain't no use in playing dumb, making such a passionate speech at the assembly hall suggesting that you take me along to go to the Empire as emissary, something like that, ain't for the sake of Karaji, nor is it for your own sake. Anastasia. Halibel, in a way that's typical of Lil Anna, you rationalize it with this and that, but your real intention's something else. But since the feeling that you didn't want to miss the business opportunity seemed so desperate, I thought that it might have been for somebody else's sake, am I right? Bending his tall body at the waist, Halibel asked this as he gazed in Anastasia's face with a sidelong glance at Anastasia. As she remained silent, Julius stepped forward in order to defend her. There was no strong reason to keep a secret, but if it was something that Anastasia did not wish to disclose, Julius would stand up for her. At Julius' movement, Halibel lowered the ends of his eyebrows, wondering if he had gone too far. But Anastasia, someone whom I'm indebted to, might be in danger. That and am worried about my friend. Anastasia, hiding behind Julius' back and not showing her face, spoke. So to Halibel. What sort of face Anastasia was making that was something which Julius, who was protecting her with his back, did not know. Halibel, too, was likely unable to see her face as she was pressing her forehead against Julius' back. The person whom Anastasia said she was indebted to would have been Subaru, and the person whom she called her friend would have been. Halibel is every year quite skilled at getting me motivated. What a naughty girl. Julia's quiet conviction and Halibel's warmth-filled voice occurred at the same time. At that response, Julius understood that Halibel, much like himself, was also someone who had been charmed by Anastasia's humanity. The conference has reached a conclusion. Return inside. Then one of the guards from the assembly hall called out to Julius and the others. The discussion between the mayor was about the plan Anastasia had suggested in order to enter the Empire, the duty of secret messengers, to offer relief to the Valachian Empire from the Karaji city-states. If the situation was as they had predicted, and the disaster of the dead was also befalling the Empire, they would need support. Anastasia, shall we head in? Julius, Halibel, they'll be sure to work both of you hard after all. Saying that, and removing her forehead from Julius' back, Anastasia stepped forth. She was already back to being her usual self, so her previous statement was indistinguishable from a strategic move to inspire motivation within Halibel and to have him accompany her. Echidna, she is not that clever of a girl, you know. Halibel, after all, she's got some surprisingly cute aspects to her. At Julia's speculation, Echidna and Halibel answered so one after the other. Anastasia, don't be saying any unnecessary things. Hurry up and get moving. Time is money, as Hashin says. Hastened by an angry Anastasia, Julius exchanged wry smiles with Halibel and Echidna as one of the people who surrounded her and stepped forward, not toward the assembly hall, but in order to proceed toward the Empire. He took a step forward. Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. Melee's Witch Beast Observation Record V. 1. Stay here, okay. Orderfeld can't tend to you, even if you follow us in. The one who received the order of the divine dragon Volcanica let out a deep voice, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, the will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. Felt scowled, unsatisfied with his response of distrust in the dragon, was apparent through her expression as one of the esteemed participants of the royal selection to decide the next ruler of the dragon kingdom of Lagunica. Her attitude was rather insolent, considering it was a dragon, a being that deserved her utmost respect. However, her rudeness paled in comparison with the behavior of her other companions. Master Divine Dragon, sir, please have some of our dried meat, said Flam, offering dried meat to the dragon from her bag. Let's domesticate a dragon, added Grassies. Stop it, you two, exclaimed Ezo from the side. This is the Divine Dragon. We are facing a living, breathing dragon that's famous the world over. I have nothing but great admiration for him on both an intellectual and emotional level. Despite his tremendous power, Volcanica seemed to have treated Felt with respect. Felt, on the other hand, was worried about angering the dragon and becoming a target of the devastating power he had displayed earlier, which was why she was taken aback by the nonchalance shown by the other three. Or maybe, said Maylie as she rested her elbow on her lap, and placed her chin on her hand, they're not worried, because you're with us, Mr. Redhair. I suppose that's not entirely inaccurate, responded Reinhard. I've known Flam and Grassies ever since they were babies. I've looked after them as if they were my own sisters. So you're like a real brother to them, huh? Maylie asked, squinting her eyes before gesturing at the twins. What about you guys do you feel, Asami? The young master is the young master, answered Flam. The young master who needs to be taken care of, said Grassies. You heard them, Maylie said to Reinhard suggestively. He let out a bitter smile, without saying a word. Reinhard was quite inept at hiding his feelings, even during their short journey. He had allowed a stranger like Maylie to see through him time and time again. I was nervous at first, knowing the Sword Saint was tagging along. But I'm not scared anymore. Before I knew it, all my anxiety was gone, kind of like when I was with a white-haired lady. Maybe all strong, important people are Aleki. In Maylie's mind, Amelia and Reinhard were similar in terms of their strength and airheadness. Elsa was also like that. Amelia and Reinhard's demeanor reminded Maylie of her late sister figure. My chest used to start aching whenever I thought about her, but that hasn't happened lately. She thought, Amelia once told me that that's not a bad thing, but I don't know. It was difficult for Maylie to contemplate her own feelings. She had always done whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, like an animal. That was the only sort of lifestyle she knew. Now she was burdened with responsibilities, even if she didn't want them. But weirdly enough, I don't hate this. Maybe I'm growing as a person too. Gosh, he's finally calmed down, said Felt as she returned to the group after convincing Volcanica to remain outside the entrance to the watchtower, where it could be seen with his wings folded. Despite sitting there quietly, he still exuded an overwhelmingly intimidating presence. Ezo let out a small hum as he stood next to Maylie and observed the dragon. But to think that the divine dragon would listen to your orders, if you add the Sword Saint Reinhard into the mix, you might just be able to acquire the kingdom with might alone, Miss Felt. What a savage suggestion, Felt replied. If power is all you need to rule a kingdom, then Reinhard could have done that yesterday and made himself the sole conqueror. There'd be no need for me, right? I would never do such a thing, responded Reinhard. The Astrea family was given the title of the Sword Saint and kept away from the seat of power precisely because they fear we might act on such a barbaric idea. Don't bombshell us with your heavy family history, Felt exclaimed, as she smacked Reinhard on the back while he smiled. Bitterly, she shrugged her shoulders at his expression. As Ezo had stated, however, with the devastating power of the Sword Saint and the Divine Dragon, which had nearly obliterated the desert in their earlier bout under her belt, Felt was practically invincible. But interjected Maylie that Dragon is also on good terms with the lady in my camp. There's no guarantee that he'll listen to Felt alone. Did you hear that? Felt said, maybe he kisses every candidate's ass. There goes your plan, Ezo. As your strategist, I wasn't seriously suggesting the idea, although it's natural to aim for victory in a competition. It must be attained through fair play, rely on an outrageous power, and one that we just so happen to stumble upon by chance, if I may add, is not an action deemed worthy of a true victor. I wasn't being serious. Either geez, learn to loosen up a bit. Master Ezo is a very stern individual, commented Flam. He should learn from people like Lady Felt and us added Grassies. Their comments were rather disrespectful, considering it was directed at their mistress, but Felt simply brushed it off with a laugh and said that's for sure. With Felt standing in the center of the group, turned around to get a view of the desert. Your wish finally came true, Reinhard, Felt remarked. Last time you were here, you couldn't get past the widow's sandbox and went crying home. Right? Yes, I'm thrilled to have finally reached here. It's all because of you. And Maylie, he replied with a smile, completely unfazed by Felt's crude comment. Amused, Felt snickered and started walking. Everyone followed. As Maylie walked to the very back of the group, the little crimson scorpion came out her hair and sat atop her head. Feeling its weight, she entered the tower and looked up at the long spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever. Seems like we're back here again, she muttered without anyone else hearing. 2. The Pleiades Watchtower was also known as the Great Library of Pleiades. Maylie had to prove she could help anyone traverse the Auguria Sand dunes with her ability in order to obtain her right to stay in the kingdom of Leginica. Her ability was technically already proven the moment the group arrived at the tower. However, some may argue her mission was only complete after they got back safe and sound. Imagine if they said we were only able to cross the desert because Reinhard was with us, mused Felt. Lady Felt said Flam, exasperated by the idea. That's not funny, commented Grassies. There was a good possibility their accomplishment was going to be invalidated by having such an extraordinary companion, but if it weren't for Reinhard, they could have very well perished from Volcanica's greeting. However, it was also possible that Volcanica wouldn't have gotten so worked up in the first place if Reinhard wasn't there. So it was difficult to give a final verdict on whether his accompanying them was good or bad. I don't hate Mr. Redhair. They said, Mainly I mean he is. Kinda cool. I'll take that as a compliment, responded Reinhard. It's true that you kept all the other witch beasts at bay, while all I did was rouse the divine dragon and really ashamed. It's not uncommon for a backup plan to backfire, commented Ezo sympathetically. I've had such experiences before. It was rare for Meili to pay someone lip service, so she was confused by her own actions, but she quickly concluded that it must have been because she had let her guard down when she realized she had succeeded in her role. In other words, she was in a good mood. She was glad that she was finally able to do something for Subaru and the others. So this is the Library of the Dead, Ezo exclaimed, throwing his arms wide open with widened eyes, the place that caused the greatest conflict in the Pleiades watchtower. As a dwarf, Ezo was small in stature, but usually carried himself in a dignified manner, which made him appear more mature than one might expect from a person of his height. However, at this moment, his eyes were glimmering with curiosity. Like a child that had just been given a new toy, he looked like a totally different person. Master Ezo, you look as happy as a clam. It's very heartwarming, said Flam. Master Ezo, you're smiling like a conniving person who came up with a great scheme, added Gracies. No one is scheming anything, Miss Gracies, Ezo retorted excitedly. Although it's not like I'm trying to warm anyone's heart, either, Miss Flam. All I'm trying to say is that this is a historic moment. Ezo started running into the library. He couldn't keep his attention on any one thing. Instead, tried to consume everything around him. Seeing him run around, Felt let out a sigh. She looked around a room filled with books, and more books makes me sick. Are you being humble, Reinhard? Asked. You've been reading a lot of books lately, my lady. That's only because I thought it's better to be well-read, said Felt. I still don't like books and still get sick being surrounded by books I don't care about. You don't care, huh, Reinhard said, furrowing his brows. Noticing his reaction, Felt asked what as she looked up at him. What's with that solemn look? Is it weird that I'm not interested in dead people, not to sound crass, but I don't remember acting all whiny to have you believe I'm that sort of person. No, you're absolutely correct, responded Reinhard. I can't imagine you obsessing over someone who has died, Lady Felt. I was just impressed how you could have such a strong conviction. Impressed, I Felt closed one eye and made a skewed frown after a pause. She said, I'm realizing something, Reinhard. There's a book of the dead you want to read, right? Reinhard said nothing. It was extremely rare for him to not respond to Felt, whether in word or action. His silence alone was proof he had a lot on his mind about the matter. I could never fool you, my lady, he finally said. The only way you could get one over me is through a physical fight. There's no one in the world who can beat you at that. That's not what I meant. His eyes began to wander, as if he was trying to process his overwhelming emotions. He then looked around the library. If this library really contains books recording the memories of all the people that died then you'll be able to know the feelings of the person you want to. No, better said Felt, crossing her arms. Let me guess you want to read your grandma's book, right? Reinhard gasped. How did you know? He said, blinking rapidly. You know that I've been corresponding with Granny Carol. Right, Felt replied, letting out a laugh. And it's not like I wasn't paying attention in Priestella. Everyone knows you, and your granddad ain't on good terms. They just don't say anything. Reinhard said nothing. Would finding your grandma's book make you happy? Felt sounded like her usual self, but there was a tinge of kindness in her voice when she asked her last question. It was a question meant to console Reinhard, and he also noticed that, however, he slowly shook his head. It wouldn't, he answered, I'm interested in her book, of course, but it wouldn't have much of an impact on me. It's just what? I want my father to read her book. Felt paused as she processed the reason Reinhard wanted his grandmother's book. It was to help someone else, as simple as that. She let out a big sigh, exasperated by his attitude. And here, I thought you were getting better. It looks like you might be getting worse. I apologize if I'm being unprofessional by bringing personal matters up during a mission. I'm not angry about that. Did you think my reason for participating in the royal selection is unrelated to my personal reason? She answered, before gesturing at the library with her chin. Come on, let's start looking, Reinhard said, nothing, looking confused by her gesture. Didn't you hear me? We're going to look for your grandma's book. Although, knowing you might not need any help. Lady Felt. Reinhard called out her name ecstatically. Stop looking so happy. I just don't want you standing next to me looking all depressed, speaking of which, she said, turning her face away from Reinhard. Ezo was running around the library, followed by Flam and Gracies. They looked as lively as ever by contrast. Meili was standing quietly by herself, although Felt wasn't expecting a thorough tour of the library from Meili, who said she didn't know the library too, while her quietness was rather conspicuous. Why are you being so quiet? Felt asked. Don't tell me you're just annoyed by Ezo's enthusiasm. Felt responded, Meili looking up at Felt and Reinhard as they approached. Noticing her eyes shimmering with anxiety, Felt quickly asked her what's wrong. Meili hesitated for a moment before she spoke. I got an eerie feeling from the library those books on the floor were already there when we came in, right? But what? Amelia tidied the place up before we departed the last time we were here. She sighed. It's not good manners to leave a place a mess. Reinhard Ezo felt quickly called her names as soon as Meili finished talking. Reinhard, who was already by her side, responded, "Yes, ma'am," and stood next to them. Ezo Flam and Grassies also came rushing back. Ezo looked confused, expecting an explanation, felt pointed at the books on the floor. According to Meili, there shouldn't be any books out. "So are you suggesting someone came here before we did?" Ezo asked. "That's one possibility. Another possibility is," Reinhard replied as he picked up one of the books and opened it. "Ah," exclaimed Meili, noticing something. Felt also noticed what that was. "Meili, you said there were books of the dead that you can and can't read. Right, are all the ones you can't read blank, like this one?" asked Reinhard. The book in his hand was filled with blank pages. Meili shook her head as she looked at the book. He was holding the nothing of that sort. The books that can't be read also had their own unique letters written in theme. "Miss Meili is right," said Ezo. "All the books I pulled from the shelves has something written in them. Although many of them were too difficult to understand, the only books with blank pages are the ones on the floor." "You say only," but Felt said, scratching her head and looking at the pile of books on the floor. It looked as if someone had knocked down a whole bookshelf. There must have been a few hundred books scattered about. If someone went on a rampage here, it must have been someone who's skilled enough to sneak past the divine dragon, suggested Flam. "A big weirdo like the young master," added Grassies. "But that's more likely than an entire bookshelf falling over on its own," concluded Ezo. "Miss Felt, if there is an intruder, we must consider searching for them or withdrawing." Taking her vassal's advice into consideration, Felt turned her attention to the spine of the book Reinhard was holding, then to the pile on the floor. "No matter who the intruder is, a hint lies in the books. However, there wasn't much she could glean from them. From the names, all I can say is that they're probably related to Valakia, not to mention that this is all happening at the same time Amelia is infiltrating there. I'm getting a bad feeling about this," she muttered to herself, starting to suspect that the Empire had some sort of connection to the anomalous books of the dead. "Yendi,